Conversations with the Crow. On October 8, 2000, Robert Trumbull Crowley, once a leader of the CIA's Clandestine Operations Division, died in a Washington hospital of heart failure and the end effects of Alzheimer's disease. Before the late assistant director Crowley was cold, Joseph Trento, a writer of lightweight books on the CIA, descended on Crowley's widow at her townhouse on Cathedral Hill Drive in Washington and hauled away over 50 boxes of Crowley's CIA files. Once Trento had his new find secure in his house in Front Royal, Virginia, he called a well-known Washington fix lawyer with the news of his success in securing what the CIA had always considered to be a potential major embarrassment. 3 months before, July 20 of that year, retired Marine Corps Colonel William R. Corson, and an associate of Crowley, died of emphysema and lung cancer at a hospital in Bethesda, MD. After Corson's death, Trento and a well-known Washington fix lawyer went to Corson's bank, got into his safe deposit box and removed a manuscript entitled Zipper. This manuscript, which dealt with Crowley's involvement in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, vanished into a CIA burn bag and the matter was considered to be closed forever. The small group of CIA officials gathered at Trento's house to search through the Crowley papers, looking for documents that must not become public. A few were found but, to their consternation, a significant number of files Crowley was known to have had in his possession had simply vanished. When published material concerning the CIA's actions against Kennedy became public in 2002, it was discovered to the CIA's horror that the missing documents had been sent by an increasingly erratic Crowley to another person, and these missing papers included devastating material on the CIA's activities in Southeast Asia, to include drug running, money laundering and the maintenance of the notorious regional interrogation centers in Vietnam and, worse still, the Zipper files proving the CIA's active organization of the assassination of President John Kennedy. A massive, preemptive disinformation campaign was readied, using government-friendly bloggers, CIA-paid historians, and others, in the event that anything from this file ever surfaced. The best-laid plans often go astray, and in this case, one of the compliant historians, a former government librarian who fancied himself a serious writer, began to tell his friends about the CIA plan to kill Kennedy, and eventually, word of this began to leak out into the outside world. The originals had vanished and an extensive search was conducted by the FBI and CIA operatives, but without success. Crowley's survivors, his aged wife and son, were interviewed extensively by the FBI and instructed to minimize any discussion of highly damaging CIA files that Crowley had, illegally, removed from Langley when he retired. Crowley had been a close friend of James Jesus Angleton, the CIA's notorious head of counterintelligence. When Angleton was sacked by DCI William Colby in December of 1974, Crowley and Angleton conspired to secretly remove Angleton's most sensitive secret files of the agency. Crowley did the same thing right before his own retirement, secretly removing thousands of pages of classified information that covered his entire agency career. Known as the Crow within the agency, Robert T. Crowley joined the CIA at its inception and spent his entire career in the Directorate of Plans, also known as the Department of Dirty Tricks. Crowley was one of the tallest men ever to work at the CIA. Born in 1924 and raised in Chicago, Crowley grew to 6.5 feet when he entered the U.S. Military Academy at West Point in NY as a cadet in 1943 in the class of 1946. He never graduated, having enlisted in the Army, serving in the Pacific during World War II. He retired from the Army Reserve in 1986 as a lieutenant colonel. According to a book he authored with his friend and colleague, William Corson, Crowley's career included service in military intelligence and naval intelligence, before joining the CIA at inception in 1947. His entire career at the agency was spent within the Directorate of Plans in covert operations. Before his retirement, Bob Crowley became Assistant Deputy Director for Operations, the second in command in the Clandestine Directorate of Operations. One of Crowley's first major assignments within the agency was to assist in the recruitment and management of prominent World War II Nazis, especially those with advanced intelligence experience. One of the CIA's major recruitment coups was Heinrich Mueller, once head of Hitler's Gestapo, who had fled to Switzerland after the collapse of the Third Reich and worked as an anti-communist expert for Masson of Swiss counterintelligence. Mueller was initially hired by Colonel James Critchfield of the CIA, who was running the Gehlen organization out of Pulich in southern Germany. Crowley eventually came to despise Critchfield, but the colonel was totally unaware of this, to his later dismay. Crowley's real expertise within the agency was the Soviet KGB. One of his main jobs throughout his career was acting as the agency liaison with corporations like ITT, which the CIA often used as fronts for moving large amounts of cash off their books. He was deeply involved in the efforts by the U.S. to overthrow the democratically elected government of Salvador Allende in Chile, which eventually got him into legal problems with regard to investigations of the U.S. government's grand jury, where he has perjured himself in an agency cover-up. After his retirement, Crowley began to search for someone who might be able to write a competent history of his career. His first choice fell on British author John Costello, author of 10 Days to Destiny, The Pacific War and other works, but, discovering that Costello was a very aggressive homosexual, he dropped him and tentatively turned to Joseph Trento, who had assisted Crowley and William Corson in writing a book on the KGB. When Crowley discovered that Trento had an ambiguous and probably cooperative relationship with the CIA, he began to distrust him and continued his search for an author. Bob Crowley first contacted Gregory Douglas in 1993 when he found out from John Costello that Douglas was about to publish his first book on Heinrich Mueller, the former head of the Gestapo who had become a secret, longtime asset to the CIA. Crowley contacted Douglas and they began a series of long and often very informative telephone conversations that lasted for 4 years. In 1996, Crowley told Douglas that he believed him to be the person that should ultimately tell Crowley's story, but only after Crowley's death. Douglas, for his part, became so entranced with some of the material that Crowley began to share with him that he secretly began to record their conversations, later transcribing them word for word, planning to incorporate some, or all, of the material in later publications. In 1998, when Crowley was slated to go into the hospital for exploratory surgery, he had his son, Greg, ship 2 large footlockers of documents to Douglas with the caveat that they were not to be opened until after Crowley's death. These documents totaled an astonishing 15,000 pages of CIA classified files involving many covert operations, both foreign and domestic, during the Cold War. After Crowley's death and Trento's raid on the Crowley files, huge gaps were subsequently discovered by horrified CIA officials, and when Crowley's friends mentioned Gregory Douglas, it was discovered that Crowley's son had shipped 2 large boxes to Douglas. No one knew their contents, but because Douglas was viewed as an uncontrollable loose cannon who had done considerable damage to the CIA's reputation by his ongoing publication of the history of Gestapo Mueller, they bent every effort both to identify the missing files and make some effort to retrieve them before Douglas made any use of them. All of this furor eventually came to the attention of Dr. Peter Janney, a Massachusetts clinical psychologist and son of Wistar Janney, another career CIA official, colleague of not only Bob Crowley but Cord Meyer, Richard Helms, Jim Angleton and others. Janney was working on a book concerning the murder of Mary Pinchot Meyer, former wife of Cord Meyer, a high-level CIA official, and later the mistress of President John F. Kennedy. Douglas had authored a book, Regicide, which dealt with Crowley's part in the Kennedy assassination, and he obviously had access to at least some of Crowley's papers. Janney was very well connected inside the CIA's higher levels, and when he discovered that Douglas had indeed known, and had often spoken with, Crowley, and that after Crowley's death, the FBI had descended on Crowley's widow and son, warning them to never speak with Douglas about anything, he contacted Douglas and finally obtained from him a number of original documents, including the originals of the transcribed conversations with Robert Crowley. In spite of the burned bags, the top-secret safes and the vigilance of the CIA to keep its own secrets, the truth has an embarrassing and often very fatal habit of emerging, albeit decades later. While CIA drug running, money launderings and brutal assassinations are very often strongly rumored and suspected, it has so far not been possible to actually pin them down, but it is more than possible that the publication of the transcribed and detailed Crowley-Douglas conversations will do a great deal towards accomplishing this. These many transcribed conversations are relatively short because Crowley was a man who tired easily, but they make excellent reading. There is an interesting admixture of shocking revelations on the part of the retired CIA official and often rampant antisocial, and very entertaining activities on the part of Douglas, but readers of this new and ongoing series are gently reminded to always look for the truth in the jest. Dr. Peter Janney, Boston, Mass. Drive. Janney, a Boston-based psychologist, is the son of Wistar Janney, a prominent member of the CIA and co-worker with many of the legendary early CIA officials, including Robert Crowley. Dr. Janney is acquainted with Emily Crowley, widow of Robert Crowley, and has interviewed both Mrs. Crowley and members of Robert Crowley's staff in the Clandestine Action Division. Editor Dramatis Personae. James Jesus Angleton, once head of the CIA's Counterintelligence Division, later fired because of his obsessive and illegal behavior, tapping the phones of many important government officials in search of elusive Soviet spies. A good friend of Robert Crowley and a co-conspirator with him in the assassination of President Kennedy. James P. Atwood. April 16, 1930 to April 20, 1977 in memoriam. A CIA employee, located in Berlin, Atwood had a most interesting career. He worked for any other agency that would pay him, was involved in selling surplus Russian atomic artillery shells to the Pakistan government, and was also most successful in the manufacturing of counterfeit German dress daggers. Too talkative, Atwood eventually had a sudden seizure while lunching with CIA associates. William Corson, a Marine Corps colonel and President Carter's representative to the CIA. A friend of Crowley and Kimmel, Corson was an intelligent man whose main failing was a frantic desire to be seen as an important person. This led to his making fictional or highly exaggerated claims. John Costello, a British historian who was popular with revisionist circles, died of AIDS on a transatlantic flight. James Critchfield, former U.S. Army colonel who worked for the CIA and organized the Cellen at Pullach, Germany. This organization was filled to the Plimsoll line with former Gestapo and SD personnel, many of whom were wanted for various purported crimes. He hired Heinrich Mueller in 1948 and went on to represent the CIA in the Persian Gulf. Robert T. Crowley, once the deputy director of clandestine operations and head of the group that interacted with corporate America. A former West Point football player who was one of the founders of the original CIA. Crowley was involved at a very high level with many of the machinations of the CIA. Gregory Douglas, a retired newspaperman, one-time friend of Heinrich Mueller and latterly, of Robert Crowley. Inherited stacks of files from the former, along with many interesting works of art acquired during the war and even more papers from Robert Crowley. Lives comfortably in a nice house overlooking the Mediterranean. Reinhard Gehlen, a retired German general who had once been in charge of the intelligence for the German High Command on Russian military activities. Fired by Hitler for incompetence, he was therefore naturally hired by first the U.S. Army and then, as his level of incompetence rose, with the CIA. His Nazi-stuffed organization eventually became the current German Bundesnachrichtendienst. Thomas K. Kimmel Jr., a grandson of Admiral Husband Kimmel, naval commander at Pearl Harbor who was scapegoated after the Japanese attack. Kimmel was a senior FBI official who knew both Gregory Douglas and Robert Crowley and made a number of attempts to discourage Crowley from talking with Douglas. He was singularly unsuccessful. Kimmel subsequently retired and lives in retirement in Florida. Willy Krickbaum, a senior colonel Oberführer in the SS, head of the wartime secret field police of the German army and Heinrich Mueller's standing deputy in the Gestapo. After the war, Krickbaum went to work for the Critchfield organization and was their chief recruiter and hired many of his former SS friends. Krickbaum put Critchfield in touch with Mueller in 1948. Heinrich Mueller, a former military pilot in the Bavarian army in World War I, greater than Mueller, later became a political police officer in Munich and was later made the head of the secret state police or Gestapo. After the war, Mueller escaped to Switzerland where he worked for Swiss intelligence as a specialist on communist espionage and was hired by James Critchfield, head of the Gehlen organization, in 1948. Mueller subsequently was moved to Washington where he worked for the CIA until he retired. Joseph Trento, a writer on intelligence subjects, Trento and his wife assisted both Crowley and Corson in writing a book on the Russian KGB. Trento believed that he would inherit all of Crowley's extensive files, but after Crowley's death, he discovered that the files had been gutted and the most important and sensitive ones given to Gregory Douglas. Trento was not happy about this. Frank Wisner, a founding father of the CIA who promised much to the Hungarian and then failed them. First a raging lunatic who was removed from Langley, screaming, "In a straitjacket," and later, blowing off the top of his head with a shotgun. Robert Wolfe, a retired librarian from the National Archives who worked closely with the CIA on covering up embarrassing historical material in the files of the Archives. A strong supporter of Holocaust writers. Conversation No. 1 Date. Saturday, January 27, 1996 commenced. 11:02 a.m. CST concluded. 11:25 a.m. CST EC. Hello. GD. Mrs. Crowley. This is Gregory. Is Robert available? EC. I think he's upstairs. Greg was supposed to come over. Let me call him for you. GD. Thanks. Pause. RTC. Gregory. How are you? GD. Emily says you're expecting your son. RTC. He's probably not coming. Never mind. If he comes, I'll tell you and we can talk later, in the afternoon. GD. I talked to Corson about a foreword for the next Mueller book. I know we mentioned this, but are you willing to contribute? RTC. Certainly. Have it out in a few days or I can work it up and fax it to you. Okay. GD. Fine. Thanks a lot for this. RTC. It'll just make me more popular, that's all. How are you coming with the next one? GD. About halfway through. I've decided to put in the counterfeiting business and probably do a hit on the Galen mob. RTC. That ought to frost Critchfield's worthless balls. GD. And I was there, don't forget, and I know where the bum hid the money. I was thinking about doing a number about Willie Crickbaum. He was Critchfield's top recruiter. Wait until they find out good old Willie was a Gestapo colonel and Mueller's top deputy in the Gestapo. RTC. More fun and games. You really do like to twist the nuts, don't you? GD. Only if they don't come off in my hands. RTC. Lois would never miss them. What else goes in? GD. Well, I owe Corson the thing on Kronthal. He goes in for sure. Maybe Wisner too. RTC. Remind me to tell you about the time Frank got caught in Rock Creek giving a blow job to a black exchange student. Fine thing for a Southern gentleman to get caught at. GD. Mississippi or something. RTC. Originally one of the New York Gardeners. Gardeners Island. Old family. They had holdings in Montana, if memory serves me. Of course names elude me. But holdings in Mississippi too. Poor Frank was a first-class nutcase. You know about blowing his brains out all over the garage roof. Yes, I told you that, didn't I? Couldn't follow through on his promises to the Hungarians of our military intervention if they rose up against Stalin. GD. But Stalin died in 1953 and that business was in 1956. RTC. Yes, of course, but I meant the Stalin Empire. GD. Understood. Theory and practice. RTC. What else new and exciting to drive them bats? GD. Wallenberg. RTC. Who cares about that Hebe? GD. Well, the Gits started the story that the Russians got him. RTC. We made that one up. GD. But Mueller said the Gestapo bagged him and offed him in some farmyard. RTC. Had it coming. Listen, Gregory, what do you want to do about the Kennedy business? I guess there's still interest in it. God, 50,000 books and all of them fuller of shit than a Christmas turkey. GD. How many did your people write, sponsor and publish? I mean to deliberately drag Carmen Herrings across the path. RTC. Lost track. Hundreds. One thing Wisner did was to build up a very cooperative media, and that includes book publishers. GD. I could consider that. RTC. Maybe after I'm dead and gone. It would be better. GD. Fine. Question here. RTC. Shoot. GD. Was Oswald a patsy? RTC. Sure. He worked for us once in Japan, at Atsugi. And also for Oni. Not high level, but he was a soldier after all. GD. How would I handle that? RTC. Let's claim he worked for Hoover. Why not? GD. I mean, did he actually? RTC. Christ no. Poor idiot. Jesus, what a wife. First class bitch. Thought Lee was a millionaire and when she came here, she would strike it rich. Turned out she lived in a slum and she had to put up with a loudmouth husband and then got stuck with a kid. No wonder she did what we told her. GD. Women are not easy to deal with. They are either at your feet or your throat. RTC. Oh, the truth of it all. Emily is a lovely person, but I tell her nothing. And let me ask you that when you talk with her, for God's sake, don't talk shop with her. It would just stir her up. Most company wives are a pack of nuts. Did I mention Cord's wife? John Edgar Hoover, January 1, 1895 to May 2, 1972, head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a part of the Department of Justice. G.D. I don't think so. No, I don't remember. Cord Meyer. R.T.C. Right, the great Cyclops. Or the one-eyed Rayleigh. G.D. In the center of his forehead. R.T.C. Lost it in the Pacific. Glass. G.D. The wife. R.T.C. What? G.D. You mentioned his wife. R.T.C. Ah yes. He married the daughter of Pinchot just after the war. G.D. Gifford. R.T.C. Correct. The governor. Very attractive woman, but her sister was even better. She married Bradley, who is one of the company's men. He's on the post now. Cord's wife was what they call a free spirit, liked modern art, runs around naked in people's gardens and so on. Pretty but strange and unstable. She and Cord got along for a time, but time changes everything. They do say that, don't they? They broke up and Cord was so angry at being dumped, he hated her from then on. She took up with Kennedy. Did you know that? G.D. No. R.T.C. Oh yes indeed. Kennedy had huge orgies out at 1600 with nude women in the pools and all that. Even had a professional photographer come in and take pictures of him in action. Old Jack loved threesomes, the occasional dyke, and God knows what else. It was Joe's money that shut people up, including his nasty wife. G.D. I thought she was a saint. Old family. R.T.C. Bullshit. Family is Irish, bog trotters, like Kennedy. Not French at all. A greedy, lying and completely nutty woman. Never liked her. One generation here and they give up washing clothes and put up the lace curtains in the family parlor. What was I saying? G.D. About Cord's wife. R.T.C. Oh yes. After Mary. That was her name. Mary. You haven't heard about her. G.D. No. R.T.C. After Kennedy bought the farm, ex-Mrs. Meyer was annoyed. She became the steady girlfriend and he was very serious about her. Jackie was brittle, uptight and very greedy. Poor people usually are. Mary had money and far more class and she knew how to get along with Jack. Trouble was, she got along too well. She didn't approve of the mass orgies and introduced him to pot and other things. Not a good idea. Increased chances for blackmail or some erratic public behavior. But after Dallas, she began to brood and then started to talk. Of course she had no proof, but when people like that start to run their mouths, there can be real trouble. G.D. What was the outcome? R.T.C. We terminated her, of course. G.D. That I didn't know. How? R.T.C. Had one of our cleaning men nail her down by the towpath while she was out for her daily jog. G.D. Wasn't that a bit drastic? R.T.C. Why? If you knew the damage she could cause us. G.D. Were you the man? R.T.C. No, Jim Angleton was. And Bradley, her brother-in-law, was in the know. After she assumed room temperature, he and Jim went over to Mary's art studio to see if she had any compromising papers and ran off with her diary. I have a copy of it. G.D. Could I see it? R.T.C. Now, Gregory, don't ask too many questions. Maybe later. G.D. Did anyone get nailed? Cord Meyer, November 10, 1920 to March 13, 2001, senior CIA official, earlier involved with Alan Cranston in pro-Russian United World Federalist movement. His former wife, Mary, was later a mistress of President Kennedy. R.T.C. Some spaced-out nigger was down there, but he had nothing to do with it. Our people came down on that place in busloads to help out the locals, but they were searching for the gun. Our man was supposed to have tossed it into the water, but it never made it in, and one of our boys found it in some bushes, half in and half out of the water. Beat the locals to it by about 10 seconds. Very close. See, it was one of our hit weapons that never had serial numbers. Not made that way. G.D. Ruger made a silenced .22 during the war for the OSS. No numbers, Parkerized finish. R.T.C. Same thing. G.D. Couldn't they have talked sense into her? R.T.C. What did Shakespeare say about angry women? GD. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. RTC. Exactly. GD. She had children. RTC. Some. One was killed by a drunk driver. Caused all kinds of friction in the family as I remember. GD. Meyer. He was tied up with Alan Cranston. RTC. Yes. The one world crap. GD. I knew Cranston and his family. United World Federalists. He married into the foul family and I was a friend of one of the members. Ultra left wing. Was at his house by the golf course one time and the bedroom bookshelf was jammed with commie books. Debray, Mao, Lenin, Marx, Engels, Kautsky and on and on. RTC. Cord was under investigation by Phoebe for that. GD. Phoebe. RTC. Slang for FBI. Well, have to talk about Cranston. He left the Senate. GD. I know. I nailed him. The savings and loan business. I got inside skinny on this and tipped off the media. ABC people. It went on from there. RTC. Good for you. Cord was tied up. GD. You didn't like him. RTC. Nasty, opinionated, loud and a general asshole. GD. What did he think about doing his wife? RTC. Ex-wife. Let's be accurate now. Ex-wife. When Jim talked to Cord about this, Cord didn't let him finish his fishing expedition. He was in complete agreement about shutting her up. Gregory, you can't reason with people like her. She hated Cord, loved Kennedy and saw things in the Dallas business that were obvious to insiders or former insiders, but she made the mistake of running her mouth. One of the wives had a talk with her about being quiet, but Mary was on a tear and that was that. GD. Yes, I think there's something there. RTC. But not while I'm breathing, Gregory. Not until later. And it wasn't my decision. I was there but Jim and the others made the final decision. You know how it goes. GD. Oh yeah, I know that one. But to get back to the forward. No problem. RTC. None at all. GD. I don't think Tom Kimmel will like that. RTC. I've heard from him on that. He doesn't like the idea that Bill and I approve of you. I wouldn't tell him too much if I were you. You can tell me things and sometimes you can tell Bill, but Kimmel has a mouth problem. GD. I helped him with the Pearl Harbor matter. RTC. Don't bother. What else is going to be in the next book? GD. Something on the Duke of Windsor. RTC. Gregory, I think my son is about to come up here, so perhaps we can get together later today. Call me after 6 tonight if you wish. Sorry, but weekends can be busy here. GD. Understood. Concluded at 11:25 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. To date. Friday, February 9, 1996 commenced. 9:11 a.m. CST. Concluded. 9:38 a.m. CST. GD. Robert. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. How are you doing today? GD. Functioning. Yourself. RTC. Good days, bad days. I have to be careful in the bathroom because I sometimes lose my balance. GD. Put in some grab irons. RTC. Better said than done. I have some advice for you, Gregory. Don't get old. GD. Do I have a choice? RTC. We know the alternative. Have you heard back from your publisher? GD. He's too patient with me, I must say. He wants to see something about flying saucers, but I have a diary entry for Mueller that covers this subject and I want to put it in there. His cousin was involved in the Roswell business and Roger actually saw one of the American ones out at Moffett Field once. Actually climbed up on it. RTC. Oh, the hysteria of it all. GD. I remember very clearly. At least 3 sightings a week. I created one of them at least. RTC. How so? GD. Oh, we made a fake saucer out of balsa and silver paper, mounted 2 pulse jets at the rear and set it up for radio control. RTC. Did you put little green men in it? GD. No. The pilot area was covered with a plastic salad bowl upside down, but it really wasn't very big. We took it down to the beach on a really hot day in July and flew it from one cliff to another. Right past a beach full of fat people getting sunburns. It was a distance of, say about 1,000 feet give or take. To me, it wasn't realistic, but we put some noisemakers inside the jet pipes and it made a sheet awful noise. High whistling and farting noises. Anyway, I was on one headland and my friend was on the other. We flew it fairly slowly in a straight line and believe me, the beach was packed. Right at the surf level but about 300 feet up in the air. God, you never heard so much shrieking and yelling in your life. RTC. You always seem to have such a bizarre sense of humor, Gregory. Do you still do things like that? GD. No, at my age, people get stuck into nut houses doing that, but at the time, I did enjoy it. I remember once we carved the dorsal fin of a great white out of a styrofoam boogie board, mounted an underwater motor at the base with the control antenna running up to the top. Jesus, it was a huge fin at that. And of course we painted it up right. That was about the time that UAS came out. And this time we took it down to an even bigger beach. Do you know the California coast by any chance? I could be more specific, RTC. No, not really. Go on. GD. It was the 4th of July and hot as shit and the beach and the surf were jammed with intercity types. There was a pier that ran out well past the surf at the northern end of the beach, so we took a rented rowboat with the fake fin and the radio control equipment and rowed right under this pier. It was a big pier with a road on it and all kinds of shops along the sides, so there was certainly room under it. Anyway, we put the fin in the water, turned on the motor and aimed it towards the beach. It was a little hard to direct what with the surf and all, but with a few tries, we got it fine. Ran it towards the beach and then paralleled it just out past the surf line. Jesus H. Christ, Robert, you couldn't imagine the havoc. Screaming we could hear under the pier and everyone stampeded out of the water. We ran it back and forth a few times and then headed out to where a bunch of twits were fishing and again panic reigned supreme. Little outboard jobbies fleeing in terror in all directions. I mean, given the size of the fin, what was supposed to be underneath it must have been the size of the Titanic. We saw a Coast Guard boat coming, so we just aimed it out to sea and opened it up. Lost the whole rig, but I didn't feel like trying to get it back. If we'd been bagged, I would have got at least 10 years out of it. But probably for contaminating the beach. I'll bet there were 6 inches of shit floating in the surf. RTC. Your escapades always entertain me, Gregory. But what do you know about real saucers? I don't mean toys. GD. The Germans developed one during the war and flew it. That I do know. Habermal, my than some wop. RTC. Yes, true enough. And after the war we got the plans and one of the engineers. The Russians got a prototype and another scientist. GD. Bender tells me the one he saw at Moffett was made in Canada. RTC. Yes, by the AV. Row Company. Called it Avro. GD. He said they had used it as a high-altitude recon craft and it had USAF marking on it. RTC. They let him see it. GD. Been out of service for some time and he had some friend in the Navy who got him in. RTC. Well, those were the legit ones. There really were others, you know. GD. Russian. RTC. No. We have no idea where they came from. Radar picked up flights around the moon that never came from down here. And the Roswell business was true enough. That's where we got transistors, you know. But the sightings came at a sensitive time. The Korean War, the Cold War and so on. Great national fears. Remember the Orson Welles program? GD. On Halloween of 38. Mercury Theater radio show. I heard it as a kid. Of course I read Welles' book and knew it was just a show. RTC. A lot of others did not, believe me. It caused an enormous national panic. Hundreds dead, people killing themselves and their children, fleeing into the countryside and so on. I'm surprised they didn't lynch Orson. But he infuriated Old Hearst with his movie. GD. Citizen Kane. RTC. Right, and Old Hearst blackballed Orson and ruined his career. But because of the huge flap over this, Truman decided to keep serious accounts about the sightings out of the papers and they minimalized it and made fun of the whole thing. But they were real enough. GD. Given the huge number of systems out there, from a mathematical point of view, there isn't any question superior entities do exist. Why would they bother with our planet? To watch the pink monkeys running around killing each other? Investigate Elvis concerts? RTC. Well, most of the legit sightings came around the period when they were all testing a bomb, so maybe that got the little green men interested. GD. Did the company have anything to do with all of this? RTC. No. We had the U2 business but not the saucers. The real ones. They were strictly military. No weapons but did carry cameras. These were used in various places because they were impossible to intercept but not as stable a camera platform as the U2. The Russians knew all about these, and when the strangers showed up, they thought they were ours and we thought they were theirs. We had several secret conferences about these at the time to try to clarify this. GD. Any authentic reports of landings or abduction of humans? RTC. Not that I remember. Mostly what we could call recon passes. The Roswell one was a fluke. Lightning was supposed to have hit one of their ships and brought it down. Don't forget that Roswell was in a very sensitive military area at the time. GD. Did they recover bodies? RTC. As I understand it, they did, but I can't give you any more than that. What did Mueller have to say about these? GD. That they were both domestic and from somewhere unknown. I'll include this passage when I do the journals or diaries. RTC. Journals sounds more authoritative. Diaries sounds like something a little girl keeps about her pets or boyfriends. GD. I think you're right. RTC. When are they coming out? GD. They're in German and the handwriting is terrible. And his wife is terrified that I'll somehow identify her or the children. I won't, but she is not sure that. Some of your friends will not be happy when this comes out, but so what? RTC. So what? And after that, after the journals? GD. I don't know. Any ideas? RTC. Well, we can always think about the Kennedy killing. I can give you some material on that could produce a bestseller. GD. For example. RTC. Now, Gregory, everything in its own good time. First things first. Finish up with the Mueller business and then on to other things. One of these days, we'll have to jerk Jim Critchfield's chain a little. I can't stand that man. His wife, Lois, used to work for me, and when we were shortening staff, I got her a job with Jim, but we both wish I hadn't. Jim is a first-class asshole and a sadist of sorts. I think we can do a number on him, as they say. GD. Well, if you want to off him, I'm not your man. I've truly done in a few in my life, but I prefer the typewriter to the gun. I do have an Irish friend who was a hit man, but only political. He worked for your people in Ireland. He led the team that did Mountbatten in 79. RTC. Oh, I know about that. They caught one man. GD. The man who planted the bomb on the boat, but not my friend. A very interesting story. RTC. Are you planning to use it? He's still alive, I take it. GD. Oh yes, and doing fine in the private sector. And, most important, a very good friend. If I do anything, I'll talk to him first. It's not only okay but a real duty to fuck your enemies but never your friends. RTC. Well, in time I can tell you our part in that one, but let's wait a while. Every day is not Christmas, is it? GD. That would be nice. Christmas every day. By the way, I read in the Post that it was so cold in DC the other day that a senator was seen with his hands in his own pockets. RTC. Laughs. GD. Did I ever tell you the one about the man who asked his girlfriend to put her hands into his pocket? No. RTC. Not that I recall. GD. Anyway, she said Jay feels silly doing this, and he said, if you put them any further down, you'll feel nuts. RTC. Gregory, so soon after breakfast. Don't you know any refined jokes? GD. Limericks. RTC. God no. The last time you got off on those we were an hour on the phone and Emily wondered why I was laughing so much. You must know thousands of them. How can you remember so much? GD. It's a curse, believe me. RTC. Bill said you have a phenomenal memory. GD. I can remember everything but dates and figures. No prenatal memories. RTC. The shrinks are useless, Gregory. We hired weird people like Cameron and you would be astonished at the pure crap they peddled on everyone. GD. You know, I think most of them went into the game because they started reading up on their own psychosis and went on from there. Freud used to bang his sister when he wasn't smoking yen shi. RTC. You mean opium? GD. Yes. Coleridge loved it too, but Xanadu is all he has to show for it. Oh, I was digging into the Elmley business. The Greek coins. Now there's a funny story for you. The Bulgarians forged up thousands of the rarest old Greek coins and sold them to the sucker brigades for millions. Cash for operations. Like the Stasi doing the Hitler diaries. RTC. You were into that one, weren't you? GD. I did all the detail work for Wolfgang and let Connie Kujau do the writing. Old Billy Price gave them $1 million for the Hitler diary I turned out. I mean, I did the research and Connie did the writing. Now that would make a nice book. RTC. Was if profitable for you? GD. Oh God, yes. Very. They still can't account for millions of marks. But I really enjoyed watching the phonies and experts like Irving and Trevor Roper get shit on their bibs. God, such a frenzied drive to get their names into print. Irving is such a brainless fuck that I can't believe it. One of these days, Dave will really start believing his own lies and then he'll get caught. Irving's been in hiding since early last fall when his picture first appeared on the post office wall. RTC. Costello admired him. GD. Don't forget, I met Costello. If he admired Irving, Irving must have a huge cock. RTC. Now, I liked Costello. GD. Brittle and vituperative without a reason or an excuse. I don't have much use for him, but he was a better writer than Irving. RTC. I'll agree. But John tried. GD. What an epitaph. RTC. Do I detect professional jealousy here, Gregory? GD. No. You know how Costello died, don't you? RTC. There is somewhat of a mystery about that. There is a story going around that the Russians did him because he had discovered something sinister on his last trip to Moscow. What have you heard? GD. John died of AIDS on a flight from Spain to Miami. Found him dead in his seat. RTC. Gregory, come now. Where did you get that canard? GD. It's not a canard. Miami is in Dade County, Florida. When someone dies like that, the local coroner gets the body and has to do a post on it. I used to do posts, so I have some knowledge. Anyway, I called the coroner's office there, talked shop with a technician and got him to pull the initial death certificate and the final report. Costello had a raging lung infection only caused by HIV and died from it. Not open to debate at all. Since these are public records, I sent my new friend the money and he got official copies and sent them off to me. When I told Kimmel and Bruce Lee about this, Lee was very irate and, true to form, Kimmel refused to believe me. I can understand why Kimmel was negative because I can never be right, but Lee's reaction was interesting. RTC. Why speculate? GD. I'm a curious person, Robert. Why did the dog not bark in the night? Lee told me sinister forces got Costello and poisoned him with shellfish. The official autopsy report shows differently. I sent him a copy of the reports and he was not happy. RTC. Regardless of the truth of this, Costello was a very competent historian, don't you think? GD. Costello alive didn't particularly impress me. I talked with him in Reno, as you know, for about 3 hours and I've had more enlightening conversations with the hairlip who grooms my dogs. RTC. How are your dogs? GD. Being dogs. Actually, Robert, I am a firm believer in Frederick the Great's sentiment. He said that the more he saw of people, the more he loved his dogs. I told Tom Kimmel that and he got huffy about it. RTC. Tom is a decent sort, but I agree he's conventional. GD. How can you be a good intelligence officer and be conventional? I'm not at all conventional and you yourself said I would have been your best agent. Or were you just flattering me? RTC. You have talent. GD. My Russian friends have said the same thing, but we don't need to discuss that aspect, do we? RTC. That might be interesting. GD. Not to the author of the new KGB. You did write that, correct? RTC. We had some help from Joe Trento. GD. I wouldn't admit that to anyone. You should have used my literary abilities. Trento is of the mistaken impression that he's important and articulate. RTC. We didn't know you then, but you probably would have done a much better job at that. GD. Truth pressed to earth will rise again. RTC. That's GD. Mary Baker Eddy. Actually, it's Latin. I could give it to you in Latin, but what the hell? Oh, well, another day and another 15 cents. How are your family? RTC. Doing fine, thank you for asking. And yours? GD. My evil sister is still alive, but all the rest of them have gone off to play cards with Jesus. If it's true that when you die you have a great burst of glowing light and then you get to meet all your dead relatives, I think he'll try to postpone the inevitable and find some place where they aren't. Like Monaco. RTC. Sam Cummings in Monaco. Do you know about Sam? GD. A limey who ran Interarmco and sold to the wrong people. That's a no-no for one of your people. And safe in Monaco. Sometime I'll talk to you about Jimmy Atwood and his Merex gun operation, but not now. RTC. Always promises. I'm going to have to cut this short, Gregory, because I have to do a little maintenance work upstairs and Emily keeps reminding me about this in a nice way. If you talk to Bill, ask him to call me, would you? His wife is not doing too well and it's hard to get a hold of him. GD. Of course. And be good. RTC. At my age, there isn't much reason not to. Concluded at 9:38 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 3 Date. Saturday, February 24, 1996. Commenced. 1:30 p.m. CST. Concluded. 2:11 p.m. CST. GD. Good afternoon, Robert. Been to church today. RTC. And good afternoon to you. Not today. Have you? GD. I've been in many churches in my life, but for the architecture, not the services. RTC. I've never asked you, Gregory, but are you Catholic? GD. In taste, Robert, but not in faith. I told Bender what you had to say about the UFOs but did not credit you. I called you a senior intelligence official. RTC. I appreciate that. What did he say? GD. A subject that will be covered but in its place. Your point of view is that there were so-called official saucers used by the military and unofficial ones that no one knows anything about. Correct. Greater than R. James Bender, publisher of Douglas's 4-volume works on Heinrich Mueller, chief of Hitler's Gestapo and CIA post-war expert on communism. RTC. Correct. GD. But by unofficial I don't mean Russian. RTC. Yes. GD. I don't suppose there's paper on this. RTC. The Air Force would have it but we don't. We had nothing to do with it, but it was common knowledge that there were visitors not from this world. GD. I don't want to spend much time on this because if I do, the critics will jump on it and claim I'm a flying saucer nut. They already hate me and this would only give them more ammunition. RTC. When I read your first book, didn't I tell you this would happen? You can't claim you were surprised. GD. Yes, but they are so fucking stupid, pardon the French. Oh hello Mr. Douglas. My name is Edgar Quince and I'm a reporter for Time magazine. We were really thrilled to read your landmark book on the Gestapo fellow and we want to do an interview with you. Do you have any documents proving he worked for the CIA? We could put you on the cover of Time. Wouldn't that be exciting? We could fly a team out to see you tomorrow. And we want to see any CIA papers. By the way, what's your home address? When I said stupid, that's a typical example. RTC. Well, they really aren't all that bright, unfortunately. Don't forget, Gregory, I had to deal with the media for years. Cord and Frank did the publishing companies and I worked with Media Corporate. We had a death grip on them. Couldn't and wouldn't print a word if we told them not to or ran puff pieces we wanted out. GD. My late grandfather told me that once a newspaper man, always a whore. RTC. Let's call them sluts, not whores. We rarely paid them and they just did it to make us happy. GD. That's a difference without much of distinction, Robert. Did you have to take a shower after each and every meeting? Use Lysol to get off the stench. RTC. I've had to work with business executives, Gregory, and they're worse. Believe me, the mafia are more to be trusted. Don't forget I was raised in Chicago and my father was a cog in the Kelly Nash machine, so I got to know some of the mob people. GD. My grandfather was a Chicago banker and I remember him saying once that the ambassador belonged in Alcatraz along with his crime partner Capone. RTC. Your grandfather was right. Kennedy was tied up with the Chicago mob in the liquor business. Capone got crossed by Kennedy and put out a hit on him. Kennedy took the next train to Chicago with a satchel filled with large denomination bills. Paid Capone back the money with great interest and Alfonso forgave him. GD. Some history we have never heard before. RTC. How did your grandfather know about this? Was he involved? GD. No, he was involved with the merchandise mart and I guess that's where he met Kennedy. Grandfather said he was an unconvicted bootlegger. RTC. True enough. Joe wanted to run his oldest for the White House but Roosevelt put a spoke into that plan. Franklin wanted to die in office. GD. Which he did. RTC. And the eldest son had a fatal accident in England. GD. I know. I covered that in the first book. RTC. The kid was supposed to pilot a plane full of explosives to a German V-bomb base, parachute out and let the plane blow it up. Churchill, ever a good friend when Franklin was alive and giving him support, arranged for a radio station near the airfield to send out a trigger code and blew young Kennedy into cat meat. One hand washes the other, doesn't it? GD. Bloodthirsty amoral shits, all of them. Mueller told me once that when a man has achieved a certain elevation, morality goes down the tube. I remember his exact words. Morality and ethics are excellent norms but not effective techniques. RTC. I met him several times. An impressive man to be sure. Speaking of Mueller, I ran into someone several days ago at the National Archives. A wonderful man and a great supporter of your book. GD. I didn't think I had great friends inside the Beltway. Who was it? Corson. RTC. No, that butt-licking wolf. Sidled up to me and went on about how evil you were and how much damage you were doing to his friends at the CIA. And probably were a secret Nazi who longed to shove Jews into the ovens. He wants to think that the CIA loves him but he's just another stool pigeon to them. They give gift pens to ones like that. GD. He's always so nice to me but I trust him as far as I could throw him by his ears. RTC. I wouldn't. Anything you say to him goes straight to Langley. GD. Tell me I'm surprised. Wolf's as subtle as a fart in a spacesuit, but I keep filling him full of entertaining stories. I should send him a box of dignity pants before every phone session. Did you know that he got a top-secret document for me out of the archives? It was a 48 Army General Staff report on top Nazis, listed as war criminals, that they and your people hired and brought over here. RTC. Could you give me chapter and verse on that one? GD. I have to dig it out but I will. RTC. Top secret you say. GD. Release forbidden by presidential order. RTC. Probably Truman's doing. Yes, would appreciate a copy. GD. No problem. RTC. What do you plan to do with it? GD. Publish the contents. Why not? RTC. Oh, somewhere out there a George Brown, actually a top Gestapo official who ran a death camp, is an analyst for the RAND people. You'll shock his neighbors. GD. The Gestapo didn't run any camps but I take your meaning. RTC. Ah, the images of Gestapo men in black overcoats with Dobermans, rounding up screaming Jews and shoving them into the showers is pretty well fixed in the American mind. If it ever gets out the degree and extent of those types we gratefully used, the Jewish community here will scream for months and, worse, use their papers to blast government types. GD. I doubt that. They don't want to kill the goose that lays their golden eggs. I see them turning on me as the announcer of matters they would rather ignore. Money and weapons have that effect on people. RTC. You knew their Stern gang tried to kill Truman once. Harry may have gotten their ball rolling but he stopped shipments of explosives over there to stop the wave of bombings and so on. So they decided to kill him. As I remember, they sent anthrax to Harry in a letter but someone else got it. Kept very quiet. The Secret Service tracked the doers to Montreal and turned it over to us. We found 5 of them living in a safe house and nailed all of them. Ironically, they got rid of the bodies by dumping them into a local hog farm where the pigs ate them. GD. Pigs will do that. I heard a farm person, who raised pigs, once say that his uncle disappeared. He said he went to shit and the hogs ate him. When I worked in Northern California, I could see that that was not really a joke. The outhouses are built on the side of a hill and open in the back. The pigs run wild up there and when they see someone going to the outhouse with a newspaper, they flock to the site. For them, it's manna from heaven. RTC. Have you no shame, Gregory? And the other one has escaped to Cuba so we got Batista's people to ice him. By the way, did you know that the CIA put Castro in office? No. We were tired of Batista, and some moron thought Castro would cooperate better with our business interests. He did not, and both big business, Alcoa mostly, the mob and the company tried for years to kill him. You don't need to write about that if you please. GD. Fine. RTC. And the JCS was planning to fake Cuban attacks on American targets to justify a military attack. I didn't think so. Eisenhower thought it was a wonderful idea, but Kennedy killed it. Considering that his father was such a crook, it's amazing how uncooperative his son was. GD. You don't have any paperwork on that do you? RTC. No, but believe me, it's true. GD. Did that have anything to do with the Kennedy business? RTC. A contributory factor. GD. Perhaps sometime we can discuss this. RTC. Perhaps later. GD. Eisenhower was a shit after all. He would have let tens of thousands of German POWs starve to death after the war, but Truman saved them. RTC. I went to the point, and under Ike's picture in the yearbook, it referred to him as a Swedish Jew. I think they were German, but you can see why he might have been upset with the Germans. GD. Well, long ago, the Roosevelt family was Jewish. The name was Campo Rosso, changed to Rosenfeld and then to the Dutch, Roosevelt. I mean, that was back in the 1600s, but Franklin had a second cousin who was Orthodox until he died. If you dig back far enough, it's amazing what you find. RTC. Where did you dig that up? GD. The Congressional Record, German genealogical agencies and so on. I do dig, Robert, don't forget that. I never accept anything as fact until I've checked it out. The Costello business is an example. Murdered by the Russians. Try his black boyfriend he kept in a flat in Soho. Costello's own brother was a British naval officer and he refused to take custody of the body. They probably cremated John and shipped the remains back to London. The boyfriend went to the post office and hauled John's ashes for the last time. RTC. Laughter. GD. Well, it's apt. RTC. You are a mean person, Gregory, very mean. GD. Yes, I am. I once poured water on a drowning man, Robert. I have devastated small children by my revelations about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. Cruel. RTC. You're a social Darwinist, Gregory, just like the rest of us. GD. I agree, but let's not get the religious freaks exercised by mention of that awful name. The world is only 6,000 years old according to Bishop Ussher, and we dare not even question Holy Writ. I keep away from that when I write because God hath no fury like a Jesus freak deluded. Anyway, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, and on that uplifting note, I have to take the dog out or he will desecrate the carpet. Regards to the wife. RTC. Always happy to hear from you, Gregory. Concluded at 2:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 4 date. Wednesday, March 20, 1996. Commenced. 9:32 a.m. CST. Concluded. 10:08 a.m. CST. RTC. Hello, Gregory. Sorry I was out the last time you called, but we were off on family business. My son's family. By the way, I have some information for you that might interest you. You know, there are a number of people here who are not happy with you, and they are certainly not pleased that I am talking with you. Not at all. This morning I had a call from some shit at Justice who wanted to warn me, being a friendly and caring person of course, that you were a very bad person and I would ruin my reputation by telling you anything. He had a similar talk with Corson yesterday. Bill called me last night about this and we both laughed about it. This is a sure sign that you must be right. Both of us know you were friends with Mueller, and the thought of him loose in America is something the company, and now Justice, does not want talked about. First off, they don't know what name he used while he was here. GD. Are you serious, Robert? RTC. Oh yes, very. You see, the CIA, and don't forget the Army, used high-level Nazis after the Cold War broke out. We especially went after the Gestapo and SD people because they had the most to do with fighting the communists, both in Germany in the 30s and then during the war. GD. I knew Galen very well and met some of them. I agree. His top recruiter was old Willy Krickbaum, who was a colonel in the SS and a top Gestapo person. I talked many times with Willy, who had been in the Freikorps after the First War, and he was quite a fellow. He was Mueller's top deputy in the Gestapo and in charge of the border guards at one time. And, don't forget, Willie was head of the Wehrmacht's Geheime Feldpolizei, who had a terrible reputation with the troops. Hanging deserters at the end of the war. Yes, Galen told me the SS intelligence men were his best people. RTC. You have a grasp of this from the time, don't you? So, of course no one now wants to infuriate the raw patriotic idiots, and most especially the Jews, by letting anyone know about this. You see, they brought Mueller and others over here and gave them new names and identities. The higher they had been, the more they concealed them. Now your friend Mueller's name was known to Truman, Beadle Smith, Critchfield, Galen, and about 3 others. Now that everyone is dead and you are tearing open old caskets, they are absolutely frantic to find out what name Mueller was here under, and actually so they can run around the files and burn anything with that name on it. Then they can say, like the pious frauds there, that oh no, we never heard of that person. We searched our records, sir, and believe us, there was no such person anywhere. That's what they want. Smith is dead, Truman is ditto, Critchfield will never talk because he ran Mueller and still has his pension to consider. I know the name, but they have never brought the subject up to me. They think you're a loose cannon, Gregory, with no loyalty to the system, and they think I am getting daft in my old age and marginalize me. GD. Think they 1L shoot me. A boating accident, something like that. RTC. When I was in harness, yes, they would. A bungled robbery or a rape like Kennedy's lady friend, but not now. Besides, they don't know what you have on them, and if you were crushed to death by an elephant falling out of a plane, who knows what might come out. I have to send you some documentation which you then have to let them know you have. But in a safe place, not in a local storage locker under your name or in your attic or garage. A gentle hint of joys to come. I have hinted at that, and very strongly. The Justice Oaf today got an earful from me, and when I told him I would tell you about this, he got scared and hung up on me. Now, I can expect Tom Kimmel to call me and try to find out if I've told you or given you anything. You know, you got some rare documents that were very helpful to his case to clear the admiral, but now he's a torn person. The family wants desperately to accept these as genuine, but are furious that you, a terrible person in their eyes, had them. No gratitude. I suppose if that awful wolf had found them and passed them along, he would be a great hero to the Kimmel family, but you are one whose name is never to be mentioned. You know, Gregory, I find this very entertaining. And Kimmel is horrified that Bill and I like you and talk to you. Both of us have been warned. I buy people from the company I haven't seen since I retired, and Bill by the fringe wannabes like Trento and others. I think it's time we nailed Critchfield, don't you? GD. I'm game, Robert. If he ran Mueller, he must be scared. *SD. Sicherheitsdienst Security Service of the SS, headed by Reinhard Heydrich. Heinrich Mueller. Worked under him in Berlin. RTC. Will be scared shitless. In the old days, he'd have had you killed at once, but those days are no more. You knew Galen, and that will be my approach. You are quick enough with in-house terms so that I can convince Jimmy that you were once part of his operation. You'll have to play it by ear, but you are about 10 times smarter than him, so you should have fun. I want you to convince him that you were really there and knew some his people. And most important, convince him you knew Mueller. Oddly enough, Jimmy never met Mueller because he operated him out of Switzerland through Willie, and later, Mueller moved up the ladder to the point where Jimmy had no access to him. Let's keep his bowels open, Gregory, what do you say? GD. I have no problem. Should I tape him? RTC. Why not get him on a speakerphone with both a tape recorder going and a reputable witness? That way, if something comes of this and they get to the witness, you have a backup. GD. I have a retired colonel acquaintance who was with your people in Nam. He'd be perfect as a witness. Just let me know. Is Justice going to do something nasty to me? RTC. God no. They just want to scare me off of you, that's all. They're all such pinheads, Gregory. They chatter like old whores at a tea party, and I can remind you that gossip is king here. Everyone inside the Beltway runs around like the little self-important toads that they are, pretending to be really important. They see a senator in a restaurant, wave at him and get waved at back. This impresses their client, who does not realize that the senator will always wave back on the assumption that the waver might be someone important he might have forgotten. And they tell you that the president, or the secretary of this or that said this to them when no one knows them at the White House or anywhere else. This jerk from justice is a small, malformed cog in a big and brainless machine. Typical. I had to deal with these punks for years and I have more respect for a black tart, believe me. At least they don't try to hide the fact that they fuck for money. GD. Laughter RTC, it really isn't funny. If the public was aware of the crooked, lying sacks of shit that run this country, they would be boiling the tar and preparing the chicken feathers. GD. You know, speaking of Galen, he told me in 51 that his famous 48 report about the Russians being poised to invade Europe was made up at the Army's specific request. Galen told me that far from moving hundreds of armored units into the East Zone, the Russians had torn up all the railroad tracks after the war and shipped them back to Russia. And most of the armored divisions were only cadre. RTC. But it did work, didn't it? Big business got to gear up for a fictional coming war and the military got a huge boost. GD. Ever heard of General Trudeau? RTC. Oh yes, I knew him personally. What about him? GD. He found out about Galen and bitched like hell about what he called a bunch of Nazis working for the CIA and inventing stories about fake invasion threats. RTC. Now that's something I didn't know. You know they shipped him out of the European Command and sent him to the Far East. Yes, and I met him when I was in Hawaii. I'm surprised they didn't do to him what they did to George Patton. A convenient truck ran into his car and shut him up. GD. Why? RTC. George found out that the top brass was stealing gold from the salt mine and many generals and colonels were getting very rich. And then the accident, and with George dead, they just went on stealing. GD. I can use that. RTC. I can get you some paper on that out of my files. Patton was strange but one of our better generals. Lying thieves. Gold has a great attraction for people, I guess. GD. A few years ago, one of your boys, Jimmy Atwood, and I went down into Austria to dig up some Nazi gold. Atwood is a terrible asshole but very useful. I think he viewed me the same way. Anyway, we had a former SS officer and a Ukrainian camp guard along. What a wonderful adventure, Robert. RTC. Were you successful? Treasure hunts rarely are. GD. Oh, very. And we brought most of it back with us. RTC. However did you get it through customs? GD. Boat. Brought it in by boat. I'll tell you about this sometime. Did you ever hear about it? RTC. No, I didn't. Should I have? GD. Probably a rogue operation. 2 limeys got knocked on the head and put over the side on the way to the Panama Canal, but other than that, it was an uneventful trip. RTC. Well, someday, I'll discuss the Kennedy assassination and you can tell me about the gold hunt. Sounds fair. GD. Oh yes, why not? RTC. I remember the time we had to fly the KMT General out of Burma with an Air America transport full of gold. He was our boy out there, but he had a hankering to make more money, so he began to raise opium and used our weapons to kill off the locals. 13 million in gold and 12 trunks full of opium. Quite a problem getting it all into Switzerland and into a bank. But he performed and we kept our word. That fucking Colby was into drugs as well. GD. William. RTC. Yes, our beloved DCI. A nasty piece of work, Gregory. Was working in C doing the drug business when he was tapped for Phoenix. And just kept on going when he got to Saigon. PHOENIXS got to be a really nasty business, and Bill set up torture centers all over our part of the country. Regional intelligence centers they called them. Well, Church got his hands on some of the goings on, and guess what? Colby snitched on all his coworkers. I know for a fact from some of the old ones that they're going to kill him for that. I remember he has some kind of a telephone device hidden in his glasses. Princeton man. You can always tell a Princeton man, Gregory, but you can't tell him very much. Watch the papers pretty soon. GD. How will they nail him? Run down in a crosswalk. A stampede of elephants flatten him in his garden. RTC. You have an overheated imagination. I don't know the how, but I do know the why. Give it 6 months and the dictator of Dent Place will be another stone in the cemetery. GD. What about the one who killed himself by tying weights to his legs and shooting himself in the back of the head before jumping off his boat? RTC. John Arthur Paisley. He used to be the deputy director of the Office of Strategic Research. Paisley. Tragic. Shouldn't have sold out to the Russians. He was such a rotten mess when they found him that it took weeks to do an ID on him. There've been more. GD. I have a packet coming in from overseas and the mail truck is at the end of the block. Let me ring off now. Robert and I can call you back later today. RTC. Make it tomorrow. Okay. Things to do. Concluded at 10:08 a.m. Central Standard Time. Greater than Operation Phoenix was a military, intelligence, and internal security program designed by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and U.S. Special Operations Forces such as the Navy SEALs, United States Army Special Forces and MACV-SOG, now Special Operations Group in the CIA's Special Activities Division, during the Vietnam War. The program was designed to identify and neutralize or assassinate any suspected supporters of the Viet Cong. Also in charge of the regional interrogation centers where suspects were tortured and usually executed by CIA, U.S. military agencies. The program was in operation between 1967 and 1972, and at a conservative estimate, cleansed over 25,000 Vietnamese civilians to include massacres of entire villages. It must have been very small because so many top CIA and U.S. intelligence people who served in Vietnam. Never heard of it, ever. Conversation no. 5 Date. Friday, March 22, 1996 commenced. 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:45 a.m. CST/RTC. Up early, aren't you, Gregory? GD. Actually, I haven't been to bed yet, Robert. Been reading a really interesting paper someone sent me about the Clintons. Such lovely people. Of course, I can't do anything with it, but I will make Xerox copies and send them off. Costs money and no paper would dare to even ask questions. Such sleazy crooks, Robert. Roosevelt stole, but he had some class after all. RTC. Do you think they shot that Foster man? GD. I have no idea. It was the convenient death of a man who knew far too much, Robert. Have you any comments? RTC. Bill is utterly ruthless and his shrew of a wife is one step behind him. They would have ordered it, for certain, but one does not know. GD. I saw the in situ pictures from the Virginia Park Police of the body. Poor Vince. His last act was to defy the law of gravity. He was lying in the park with his head pointing down a hillside, but the dried blood all ran up. Isn't that wonderful? RTC. Some of those people are mindless, Gregory. But that doesn't mean he was murdered. Someone might have dumped the stiff there to get him out of the White House. GD. Well, false in one thing, false in all, as they used to say. Frau Clinton looks like a bimbo who could put kittens into a microwave and have a real laugh. She was tied up with the Black Panthers in Oakland some years ago. I have a California police report about that. A friend in Sacramento sent me a copy about a day before the FBI came and removed the original. Caught in the sack with a nice black lassie, she was. They went to Sacramento, the Panthers and the gun mall, and they sported guns there and terrified people. The late-night motel raid was the result. Well, I could send that around too, but we would never hear a word about it. RTC. Our people had connections with Bill when he was the governor there. Used to bring drugs in from Mexico and land them downstate. Arkansas is about as backwards as Kenya these days, and Bill had no problem sticking a bag full of cash in his sock drawer. Oh, well, if it weren't for the crooked pole, none of us could make an honest buck. GD. Ah, Robert, that's just what the Indian hooker said when the bank teller told her one of her 20s was counterfeit. RTC. Now that's a good one, Gregory. GD. I thought so, Robert. Oh, how about the whore who, when told by another teller in another bank, that 100 was fake, my God, I've been raped. RTC. Fun and games so early in the day. GD. Yes, I suppose so. When I'm working, doing research, I'm very quiet and very focused on my work, but all of the nasty comments and so on are just a form of relief. I have known a few CIA people in my life, but you are the first one with whom I can have a nice talk. The others like to think that their feces smell like lilacs in bloom. They ask much and give little. RTC. I see your point, but you don't fully grasp the techniques. No one wants to talk with you, Gregory, because while they are interrogating you, you are interrogating them, and, Let me be very clear on this, as Nixon would have said, you are way and above any of them, and certainly they're superior in the interrogation business. If one of them makes the slightest slip, you pounce on the knowledge and he loses control. You have a phenomenal memory and the ability to use it in a very abstract and very deadly manner. You know this, naturally, but always complain that people behave like swine around you. I agree they do. Kimmel is an example of this. Actually, they are afraid of you, Gregory, really afraid. I don't mean that you'll pull a knife or gun and do them, but they cannot control you, and when they cannot control a person or a situation, they panic. They live by rule books and you do not. May I ask you a question here? GD. Surely. RTC. Do you work for anyone? GD. Like the Germans or the Russians? Or the Chinese? No. I work for myself. I hate working for other people who only want you to support the views of their superiors. If they want this or that to be a certain way and I see very clearly that they are wrong, I have to be silent or become a toady. For example, Galen told me that in '48, the army, he worked for them just before your people took him over. Critchfield, that is. Galen told me that the army wanted him to prepare a paper showing that the Russians were going to attack Western Europe. Galen said this was impossible. He said the Russians had torn up all the railroad lines in their zone and sent the rails back to Russia. Obviously, they could not rush troops to the border except on bicycles or mules. And of the 135 Russian armored units technically, note that I said technically, stationed in their zone, almost all of them were just cadre with perhaps 10 officers and men and no armored units. No, our people needed a dangerous enemy against whom to arm. Revisiting the business heyday of the war was the right idea, but, of course, without real dangers. We knew the Russians were not going to attack, but the report, lies that it contained, was deliberately leaked by the army to Congress and others. Hey presto, a Cold War starts. We had to rearm and stop the reduction of our army. Oh yes, the generals did not want to lose their cushy jobs, and the American industrial people were cooing with delight over all the contracts for aircraft, bombs, rifles, tanks and battleships that they all knew would never be used. No, that was all a deliberate sham and designed to make the elite people richer. Of course the film industry and the media cranked out horror stories about the evil Stalin's plans to attack us. Christ, they were terrified we would nuke Moscow like we nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I can see the first attack, but the second was not needed. The Japanese immediately indicated they would surrender, but the military wanted to try out another bomb with a different approach. Just for fun, as it were. RTC. Well, and here we are, Gregory. Reagan played high-stakes poker with the Russians and made them fold their hand. We beat them. No war, no destruction, was there? GD. No, there was not, but what do we do now? Our greedy businessmen now try to loot Russia and strip her of her natural resources. We could try to make an ally of her, why not? No one needs an enemy. RTC. Too many people in power remember the propaganda of the Cold War, Gregory, and their mindsets are so strong that logic would scarcely move them. GD. It's too bad I am not in control. Can you see that, Robert? RTC. You would be dead in a week, Gregory. GD. Not if I got to them first. RTC. Well, what would you do? GD. Divide and conquer, and the ones who wanted a turf war would quickly end up under it. My main crime is a faint conscience. You can't be moral when dealing with dung munchers. Concluded at 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 6 date. Sunday, March 31, 1996 commenced. 8:35 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:47 a.m. CSTGD. Hello, Robert. Did you get in touch? Or did Corson get a hold of you? RTC. No, actually, Gregory, I was in touch with him. What do you tell Bill to get him so rattled? GD. Nothing particularly. RTC. Did you mention drugs by any chance? GD. Actually, no, but he did. RTC. He initiated the conversation on that subject. GD. Yes, about 3 days ago. He asked me what I knew about allegations, get that, allegations, that the CIA has some involvement with drugs. RTC. Keep going. GD. I detect some unhappiness. RTC. You do, but it's not aimed at you. Let me get this clear here. Bill initiated a conversation. With you about drugs. Am I correct there? GD. Absolutely. He wasn't very subtle about it, either. RTC. Try to remember exactly what he said. GD. He started out. He said that there were rumors being spread that the CIA was connected in some way with large-scale drug smuggling. He wanted to know if I had been talking about it, and if I had, where had I gotten the information. I asked him to be specific and he got coy with me. He did say, and I recall this very clearly because it was only a few days ago, he asked me if you and I had talked about it. RTC. And GD. What do you think? What we say goes no place, not even a hint. I told him that you and I had never discussed this. RTC. Thank you. GD. Yes, and then I asked him if I should bring this up to you. I said I would tell you Bill was asking about this. He got very agitated then and told me not to say a word to you because he didn't want to upset you. RTC. Laughter. Oh, well, you did a good job. But was he explicit in his comments about drugs? I mean the who, what, why and when. GD. No, he actually told me nothing, but he wanted to know what I personally knew and if I knew anything, where did I get it? RTC. That figures. GD. And I mentioned the KMT general and his flight to Switzerland. He jumped on that and asked me if I got that from you. I told him Kimmel told me. RTC. Laughter. Sweet Jesus. That's putting the cat in the hen house. What did he say to that? GD. He sounded like he was having an asthma attack. RTC. I'll bet he was. You turned it back on him, didn't you? GD. I think so. I wonder why he thinks I'm stupid. RTC. People underestimate you. GD. Yes, and at the same time they are overestimating themselves. What's this all about, if I dare ask? RTC. Drugs are a very sensitive issue with certain departments of the CIA. Very sensitive. It's well known you and I talk and they are frantic to find out what we're talking about. Of course if they tapped our phones, they might find out, but by Bill asking you that, it's obvious they have not tapped our phones. If I caught them playing their stupid games with either of us, they would be better off to move to Iceland and fish for flounder or whatever. No, that was a fishing expedition. That I know certain things is bad enough, but that I talk to you, the author of the evil Mueller books, is something else. No, they wouldn't dare tap my phone. If they did, as I said, there would be blood running all over certain office floors when the hitmen left. No, they're guessing, and the Kimmel business was a shrewd hit. I think he's into this. He views you as an interesting but unstable person to whom one ought not to be at home when you call. GD. I have always been civilized with Kimmel and, I think, very helpful in giving his family any papers that might help them about the Admiral. RTC. Never expect gratitude from such as them, Gregory, and never turn your back on them either. Drugs. Fine. Tell me something, Gregory, where does heroin come from? GD. The Salvation Army kitchens. RTC. Be serious. GD. Heroin comes from opium just as cocaine comes from coca plants. RTC. Wonderful. And where do we find opium, or rather where does it come from? GD. The sap of opium poppies. Found in Turkey in places but now getting under control there and mostly in Afghanistan. RTC. You get a big A on your card. Yes, Gregory, opium comes from Afghanistan. And who is very powerful in that country? GD. The CIA. RTC. Funny. Who? GD. The Taliban. RTC. Yes, and do you know who founded that organization of cutthroats and killers? We did so they could make trouble for the Soviets. And we trained them and armed them, Gregory, which was a terrible mistake. GD. You should read history, Robert. A poor, tribal area with savage guerrilla people who will fight any occupying power, and when they kill them off, they will fight each other. RTC. That was a first-class mess there. Yes, they went after Ivan and then took our weapons and training methodology and took over the country. A nest of vipers. GD. And all yours. RTC. Don't rub it in. There will be serious trouble there, mark my words. GD. My bet is that they'll go after Pakistan, and when they take over that country, by the way, doesn't Pakistan have nuclear weapons? RTC. Oh God, I am so happy I'm retired. Ah, but the drugs. Yes, to be clear on it, I ask you another question. Where do all the drugs in the States come from? GD. China. White heroin comes to this country from, obviously, China. The Chinks smuggle it into Canada using cargo containers that dock on Vancouver Island. That's one source I know about personally. The bulk of the rest comes up from Mexico. RTC. Yes, but it isn't processed there. GD. No, in Colombia. And smuggled into Mexico via Chiapas and up to our border and the veins of the needy. RTC. How do you know these things? GD. Never mind. RTC. And is there a question here, Gregory? GD. Of course, Robert. We know about opium, or yenshi as the Chinks call it, being grown in Afghanistan, and we know it's processed into heroin in Colombia. The obvious question is how the stuff gets from a landlocked country to Colombia. The answer is that someone, or some group, transports it there. By boat. By aircraft. RTC. Both. Boat from Pakistan and plane from Afghanistan itself. GD. Yes. And who does this? The Afghanistan Navy. RTC. No, there is a special branch of the company involved in this and has been for decades. A large part of our secret budget comes from this. Of course, we do not sell it, but we do supply those who both refine it and eventually sell it. GD. Where and when do you get your cut? RTC. After it's refined in Colombia. You see, we also own the refining facilities which we lease out. GD. And cocaine. RTC. Well, if we do one, we can always do the other. GD. Jesus wept. And why would Bill get his withered balls into such an uproar? RTC. They don't want you to get your hands on this. It's bad enough for you to talk about prominent Nazis working for us, let alone this drug business. Be very careful where you put your feet, Gregory. You are dealing with a minefield, and I will have to ring off now because I have to talk with Bill. No offense, but he has to be told to go and lie down in the corner or I'll lock him in his cage. GD. Why, I thought he was your friend. RTC. Bill is useful, but Bill has an exalted opinion of himself, and it's time I let the air out of his balloon. So I do appreciate this talk, and even more your handling of the subject. We don't need to discuss this, and if Tom the Arrow Shirt Boy gets onto this with you, keep your mouth shut and change the subject. Oh, and do tell me if he does. GD. Absolutely. I hope I gave Bill the right answers. RTC. In this business, Gregory, there are no right answers. GD. Yes, we have only the quick and the dead. Concluded at 8:47 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 7 date. Tuesday, April 2, 1996. Commenced. 10:17 a.m. CST. Concluded. 10:57 a.m. CST. GD. Am I interrupting anything there? It took a while for you to pick up. RTC. No, everything's fine. I was going through my files seeing if I could find anything more about your friend Mueller, but I came across something interesting on H&K instead. GD. Heckler & Koch. The German arms company. RTC. No, Hill & Knowlton. The PR people. GD. Public relations. RTC. Yes. One of my jobs with the company was to keep up our connections with major business, and H&K was my baby. Actually, you might be interested in all of this. We were talking about Frank Wisner's contacts with the media and Cord Meyer's with the publishing business, so I thought this might just fit right in. We always wanted to emulate Colonel Hoover's good PR. You know, the Hollywood and radio dramas about the wonderful G-men. I think we established a far more effective system, but then, of course, I am prejudiced. Before we were finished, we had our fingers in every pot imaginable, from the major media to book companies, television networks, and so on. GD. I knew Brownlow in Munich, who ran Radio Liberty. RTC. Station chief there. Yes, but that was for foreign consumption. My specialty was domestic. I guess you can call it propaganda if you like, but we needed it to push our programs forward, ruin our enemies, and help our friends. I think these were noble goals, Gregory, don't you? GD. Well, at least from your point of view. RTC. We had to cover up failures as well. I think you can say that the company pretty well controls the media in this country now. Take the AP for example. Every little jerkwater paper out in East Jesus, Texas, cannot have a reporter in Washington or Moscow, so they rely almost entirely on the AP for anything outside their town. I mean, if a cow wanders out onto the highway and wrecks a truck or the local Grange burns down, sure, they have the local reporters, but for what's going on in Washington or elsewhere, it's the AP. Look, you get on a plane in New York bound for, say, Chicago. You read the paper and then stuff it into the seat pocket and get off. In Chicago, you pick up the Tribune and read it. Same national and international news. Fly to Frisco and the same thing. The AP is a wonderful asset, believe me. Let's say you want to put a story about that a certain foreign potentate is about to get kicked out. Or better, you want him kicked out. So, we plant a story with the New York Times, the Washington Post or other big papers and then get AP to send our special message all over the damned country. Let's say we start in the night before. By the 6 o'clock news the next day, all of America knows just what we want it to know, and we do this so anyone reading an article can only come to the conclusions we want. GD. This is not a surprise, Robert. I've been in the newspaper game for 40 years now and I know most of the games. RTC. Well, you can see why I developed H&K as a purely captive asset, can't you? GD. Of course. RTC. And we used them to plant our own agents all over the world. It is a wonderful cover. We have some of the major columnists, of course, and many editors and more than a few publishers, but putting our own agents in, say, France or Ottawa, is a great advantage, believe me. And H&K had the best, the very best, connections. Bobby Gray was Ike's press secretary and was a good friend of Nixon and Reagan and had their ear. We infiltrated our people into every level of the business, political and professional worlds, and you never knew when one of your people might bring home the bacon. I can say with some pride that, let's say, we wanted to get some legislation passed, it was a piece of cake. Sometimes we made bad calls, like the time we pushed Fidel Castro into office only to have the bastard turn on us. I remember the howling the Alcoa people did when he nationalized their plants in Cuba. Or the United Fruit people demanding we get rid of Guzman in Guatemala because he was expropriating their banana plantations. The man we put in after we kicked Guzman out turned on us and we had to shoot him, but in theory it was a slick deal. Sam Cummings got Nazi weapons from the Poles and we shipped them over there on a freight line we owned, and for a little while, Levi and Zentner were happy. It was a question of helping our friends. I'll tell you about Sullivan and Cromwell, sometime. GD. Not Gilbert and Sullivan. RTC. No, the New York law firm. Dulles was with them. They helped everyone out. Very pro-Hitler once, but then the company was full of ex-Nazis. In fact, our Galen org was almost exclusively Nazi. Frenchy Grombach drew up a list of top Nazis wanted for war crimes after the war, and Critchfield used it at his main recruiting guide. Of course, if the Jews ever found this out, we would have to do some major damage control. Israel is friendly with us just as long as we keep the money and the guns coming. But then we have to kiss up to the Arabs as well because of the oil, so the main thing here is to maintain a careful balance. But not only H&K but a number of other firms have been of inestimable help to us. They plan stories we want planted, they open offices in foreign countries of interest and let our men come in as employees and so on. The PR people can move mountains. Paster, who not only worked for H&K but also the Clintons, worked with Bill's people to neutralize the Lewinsky scandal, which was really not political but religious in nature. The right-wing Christians, who are as crazy as shithouse owls, wanted Clinton's scalp so they could put one of their own pro-Jesus nuts in the White House. Ken Starr is as strange as they come, and I am ashamed to admit he's a lawyer from my hometown. Stands in his yard and screams for Jesus to listen to him. The neighbors made such a fuss about these nocturnal shouting sessions, they called the police. GD. Tell me, Robert, did Jesus ever answer? RTC. I don't think so, but Ken was warned that if he kept his yowling up at night, or even in the daytime, it was off to St. Elizabeth's Funny Farm in an ambulance. GD. Don't talk to me about the Jesus freaks. My God, I've known my share, and the best place for them is a desert island populated by hungry tigers. RTC. I think there are things even a hungry tiger wouldn't eat. GD. But back to the press again. Did you control or did you influence? Degree Jacobo Arbenz Guzman September 14, 1913 to January 27, 1971, was a Guatemalan military officer and politician. He served as Defense Minister of Guatemala from 1944-1951. He served as President of Guatemala from 1951 to 1954. When he attempted to nationalize the extensive United Fruit Company's extensive holdings, the CIA fomented a coup d'état by a military junta, headed by Colonel Carlos Castillo, a CIA employee. He died in Mexico in 1971. RTC. Both. I can give you an example. Ben Bradlee was the managing editor of the Washington Post and was our man all the way. It's a long, involved story, and if you have the time, I'll give you the background. I know we've talked about this before, but it's absolutely typical of what I was telling you. Do you have the time? GD. Yes, as the old horse said, if you have the money. RTC. Ben's best friend when he was a child was Dick Helms. After Ben left Harvard during the war, he joined ONI and worked in their communications center. He dealt with a flood of secret codes messages from all over the world. He had married Jean Saltonstall, the governor's daughter, and the old man was also a spook. Not generally known, however. War was over and Ben was sent to join the ACLU as a spy. Pretty soon Ben got an inside connection with Jean Meyer, whose family ran the Post, and he got a job there covering the police beat. Eugene's son-in-law married Catherine, and poor Jean was a blossoming nut, and he eventually swallowed his gun and the wife took over the paper. Graham got Ben a job with the Foggy Bottom people. GD. What? RTC. State Department. Anyway, Ben was off to France where he worked in the embassy in Paris where he did propaganda work and started working very closely with us. Then he went to work for Newsweek. Ben is an ambitious type and he ditched the Saltonstall woman and married Toni Pinchot. Her sister, Mary, was married to Cord Meyer, our beloved Cyclops. GD. And a friend and co-worker with party comrade Cranston. RTC. The same one. And joined together in the Mockingbird program we have been talking about. GD. The mighty Wurlitzer of Wissner. RTC. Same idea. GD. Graham and Wissner killed themselves and Wissner spent a lot of time in a nut house, didn't he? RTC. Raving mad. They had to drag him screaming out of headquarters, trussed up in a straitjacket and foaming at the mouth. Not one of my fonder moments. As I recall it, Bradlee knew Jim Angleton in France. I'll tell you about Jim one of these days. Ben was kicked out of France because the CIA was secretly supporting the FLN, supplying them inside information about French counter-terrorist groups and give them plastique and other nice things, just as they did later with the Quebec Libre people in Canada. The French punged him. GD. What? RTC. Persona non grata. Not wanted in the country. Then he did his Newsweek work and got to know Kennedy and wrote some puff pieces for him and got on the inside track there. In the early 60s, Helms told Bradlee that one of his relatives wanted to sell Newsweek and Bradlee brokered the deal with the Post people. We had a firm in with the Post and now with Newsweek, a powerful opinion molder and a high-circulation national magazine. Then there was the Topath murder. Cord's ex-wife was one of Kennedy's women and everyone felt she had too much influence with him, not to mention her hippifying him with LSD and marijuana. We can discuss the Kennedy business some other time, but Mary was threatening to talk and you know about the rest. Good old Ben and his friend Jim went to Mary's little converted garage studio, which Ben just happened to own, and finally found her diary. They took it away and just as well they did. She had it all down in there. Every bit of the drugs use, all kinds of bad things JFK told her as pillow talk and her inside knowledge of the hit. Not good. GD. If you want to talk about the Kennedy business, Robert, I am perfectly willing to listen. RTC. But I am not perfectly willing to talk at this point. We can get to it little by little, Gregory. Ben got to be vice president of the Post Company and retired with honor and plenty of money. GD. The diary. RTC. Jim burned the original but made a copy. Makes interesting reading. It gives you different view of Camelot, believe me. What the American public doesn't know, cannot hurt them, can it? GD. No it can't, but if, do you still have your copy? RTC. Now, Gregory. I don't want a black bag job here. I'm too old to start shooting at mysterious burglars, or even being shot by them. GD. This has been very interesting today, Robert. RTC. An old man has little left sometimes but his memories. GD. Do an autobiography, why not? RTC. I don't feel like committing suicide, Gregory, and I signed the paper keeping me from writing about any of this. GD. But I haven't. RTC. No, you haven't. Let's call it a day for now, Gregory. I'm a little tired now. The Swiss have been working their microwave transmissions overtime. GD. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, Robert. I'll be out of town for a few days so I'll get back in touch next week. RTC. Have a nice trip and thanks for the call. Concluded at 10:57 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 8 Date. Sunday, April 14, 1996 commenced. 3:24 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 4:01 p.m. CST. Hello. RTC. Oh, hello, Gregory. I didn't think you'd be calling today. Usually, you're earlier. GD. Went up to Madison. Always go up on the weekends. Borders Bookstore has the best history section I've ever seen and there's a good Chinese restaurant nearby. That's my social life these days. Yourself. RTC. Trying to keep busy. One of these days, I ought to get your creative opinion as to what to do about the Swiss. They're right across the street from me and they keep using their microwave to send messages home and it's been causing me trouble. GD. Have you tried complaining to them? RTC. Pointless. I tried lodging a complaint with DOS but no good there either. In the old days, a few words about this would have worked miracles but I'm out of harness and out of the picture. Gregory. A small piece of advice for you, don't get old. GD. Can't help it. I have an idea for you on the Swiss. You face them. What kind of building are they in? RTC. It's their embassy. GD. Got a pencil? RTC. Yes. Will a pen do? GD. Yes, of course. RTC. Well. GD. Do you still have any connections with your tech section at Langley? RTC. I think so. Why? GD. There's a wonderful little device called an audio oscillator. Do you want me to spell that? RTC. I have it. Go on. GD. It puts out sound waves. It's easy to build if you know your business. Anyway, it's in a smallish box, shoebox size. And you plug it in and point it at your target. It puts out sound that the human ear can't hear but animals can. That's not the point. I'm sure the Switzers don't have poodles typing reports. Oh, and if your man is good enough, you can hit the frequency that causes involuntary bowel movements. RTC. Laughter. Now that's something to consider. GD. I thought you might enjoy that. Just imagine the entire Swiss embassy ankle deep in shit. Anyway, it makes the people on the other end nervous and irritable. They don't know why but they feel depressed and very, very unhappy. RTC. Go on. This is interesting. GD. So the windows in the embassy will act as a sounding board and all the offices in the front of the building will be full of suicidal people or, if you're lucky, filled with Swiss shit. RTC. Can you build one of these for me? GD. God no. I know nothing about electronics except how to plug them in. It's not a state secret and very easy to build but I'm not your man on this one. I would. You have windows facing them. RTC. Oh, yes. GD. Put it in a window, preferably opened, and plug it in. That's all. Makes no noise at your end and your wife would never notice it. Just tell her it's an air freshener or something. RTC. No point in telling her anything. Can they detect anything over there? GD. No, unless they have budgies in every office. I mean, this does work because I've tried it out. I once lived in an apartment and was friendly with the manager and his wife. They had a minority couple living there under Section 8. Played their boom box all the time, never paid the rent on time and threatened the other neighbors. The police didn't want to bother them so I suggested the solution. I had a friend at Radio Shack build an oscillator and since the apartments on both sides of the creeps were vacant because of the noise, I went into one, plugged the box in and put it right up against a connecting wall. And believe me, it did work. They moved out within a week. Jesus, what a mess they left behind. One or both of them used to shit in the shower stall, not to mention the fact that all the carpets had to be replaced and the walls patched and repainted. The manager was so happy he gave me 6 months of rent-free on the condition I used my little toy to help him get rid of other obnoxious tenants. Anyway, I went into the apartment to see what it was like, being on the other end of the toy, and believe me, it was something else, Robert. A feeling of anxiety coupled with severe depression. RTC. No bowel movements. GD. No, but the smell in the place would have made me puke if I'd stayed there for another minute. Let me tell you, I wanted to get away from that place in the worst way, and it was not the stench. No, the Swiss will not be happy campers once you turn the thing on. I would suggest that you turn it on about 3 times a day, at odd intervals, and don't leave it on all the time. They might get someone in to do a sweep, and if they're competent, they might be able to pick up the sonics. RTC. Gregory, rather than my bothering the boys on this, could you get one for me? More than happy to pay for it. GD. I'll be happy to do it for free, Robert. It's 7LL, take about 3 weeks. It'll start tomorrow. I know at least one person who can build one of these for sure. I suppose if the Swiss found out about this, they might make trouble for you, so I will work on this here and keep you posted. RTC. If this works, Gregory, I will be greatly in your debt. GD. Can we talk about Kennedy? RTC. Oh, I think we certainly can. GD. That I appreciate. After I build your box for you, then we can discuss this. RTC. As I said. GD. Is there any paper on that subject? If I publish anything, the government stool pigeons will yammer that it's all made up, and they, personally, can't believe a word of it. And consider the huge number of books on the subject. The thousands of writers will join in a chorus of denial. After all, I didn't mention the man in the sewer, the man on the grassy knoll. RTC. Ah, but there was a man on the grassy knoll. Not in the sewer, of course, but I read that there were men in the trees, on the roofs of various buildings, and lots of very funny stories. Of course we were responsible for most of them. Keeps the idiot public satisfied and very confused. I have a Soviet report on this that basically says it all. The box first. GD. It'll make it big enough to pulverize the building. RTC. No, Gregory, just enough to drive them crazy. Just like they've been driving me up the wall. GD. I don't suppose you could hint a little on this. RTC. Well, it wasn't the Mafia or the KGB, and I can say very clearly that it wasn't Lee Oswald or the Girl Scouts. Now that's all for now on that subject. GD. It's your call. RTC. To change the subject, you mentioned Mountbatten some time ago. What can you tell me about that? GD. The name Moran mean anything to you? RTC. Oh, I think it could. Tell me what you know and I will comment on it. GD. Moran is not his name, but no one ever uses their real name these days. He was, probably still is, Irish American. His grandfather was hanged by the Brits after the 16 Rising in Dublin, and he hates them with a real passion. He was one of your boys who liaised with the Ira Provo people. Worked out of our embassy in Dublin as one of those utterly transparent cultural aides. Everyone knows the legal officers are FBI and the USIA people are all CIA, so why bother with the name game? Anyway, this Moran got the idea to kill off Lord Mountbatten. Besides the dead grandfather, he had an uncle who lived in Canada and was killed at Dieppe. That was Mountbatten's grab at fame, you know. They had planned a cross-channel raid on Dieppe but cancelled it. Mountbatten was pathologically ambitious and as empty of brains as a ladle, decided to go ahead with the raid anyway. Churchill was out of the country, in Egypt if memory serves, and off they went. Germans knew it was in the wind, and the invasion party ran into a German small boat convoy en route, and the game was known. The town was heavily armed and the poor Canadians were slaughtered. Moran hated Mountbatten, who got away with it because he was connected to the royal family. Actually, there's an interesting story about his family. They were of the House of Hessen-Darmstadt, same small princely house that produced the present Prince Philip and the last Empress of Russia. One of them, a Prince Alexander, married a Polish Jewess whose father was the chief baker to the King of Poland, and because the family did not want the title involved with Jews, they changed their name to Battenberg, and later, that was anglicized to Mountbatten. So far so good. RTC. You left me way behind, Gregory, but go on. GD. You can check it out later. RTC. I will. Prince Philip is a German. I thought he was Greek. GD. So does everyone else. The prince consort was in the Hitler Youth and his brother was in the SS. I have a picture of Phil in a Nazi uniform. But to continue here, Mountbatten had married into the Castle family. The old man was banker to Edward VII. More Jewish connections again. Anyway, the old man, God, he was almost 80 then, used to summer up in County Sligo on the west coast of Ireland. He had a sailboat docked at Mullinmore and one day, Mountbatten took some his family out fishing. I can't remember the name. Oh yes, the Shadow. That was the boat's name. It was painted green. Anyway, it sailed out into the bay and suddenly blew up. Mountbatten lost his legs and died of blood loss and shock and a few more got killed. The man who did this, who ran the operation, is a friend of mine. 7 Lord Louis Mountbatten, June 25, 1900 to August 27, 1979 Admiral of the Fleet Louis Francis Albert Victor Nicholas George Mountbatten, 1st Earl Mountbatten of Burma KG. In 1979 Mountbatten was assassinated by the Provisional Irish Republican Army IRA, who planted a bomb in his boat at Mullinmore, County Sligo in the Republic of Ireland. RTC. Moran. GD. No, an Irish friend who was with the provost. He was up on the cliff and pushed the button that set off the charge his people planted the night before. Then they all went their separate ways and one of them got caught by a traffic stop. My friend got clean away. A very decent fellow and a good friend. I could be more specific but we don't need to go into that. So Moran got his revenge and there was a state funeral. I do like the Irish, Robert, but if there were only 2 of them left alive in the world, they would be sending letter bombs to each other. RTC. There's some truth to that, Gregory, but not a lot. We got connected with the IRA people because we wanted to protect a certain oil refinery in Belfast that they had been threatening to blow up. The CIA has many friends in business and one of them asked us to be sure they left the project alone. So we supplied them explosives, intelligence and some support in exchange for their neutrality concerning American property in Ireland. It worked out. GD. But not for Mountbatten, though. RTC. He was a pompous ass. GD. But a member of the royal family, Robert. Mostly inbred idiots, as a friend of mine once said, who marry their own cousins and produce children with the intellect of chickens. RTC. How cruel. But true. And keep me posted on the box, won't you? GD. And look for the Kennedy papers. Goodbye for now, Robert, and my best to your wife. Concluded at 4:01 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 9 Date. Wednesday, April 17, 1996 Commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:21 a.m. CST. RTC. Hello. GD. Robert. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. You're a bit early today. GD. I was talking with Corson about 10 minutes ago. He started talking to me about Kennedy and said he had the whole story in his safe deposit box. Is that true? RTC. Did he tell you anything else? GD. He acted cute with me and said when he died, Plato would have the whole story. Why not Aristotle? RTC. Plato is a local fix lawyer Bill uses from time to time. They all eat from the same trough. Was Bill specific? GD. No, just that he had a big secret that he bet I'd just like to lay my hands on. RTC. I'll have to have a little talk with him. Bill gets it into his head that he's an important person and has to be brought down a peg. Plato is a Greek and I never trusted him. GD. I recall a newspaper headline. It said, if Russia attacks Turkey from the rear, will Greece help? RTC. And so early in the morning, Gregory. This whole town is a moral whorehouse. They all hang out together, lie together, steal together and generally know nothing. I wouldn't worry about Bill and his secret information. What he has is a DIA report that I gave him a copy of. GD. You mentioned this before. RTC. Yes, and when the box comes and it works, then we can talk about a copy for you. GD. I'm not poking, but did you hate Kennedy? RTC. You were poking, Gregory, but no, I did not hate Kennedy. Kennedy came from a family that was as crooked as a dog's hind leg. His father was a rum runner and a whoremonger and vicious as hell. Jack wasn't so bad, but he couldn't keep it in his pants and used drugs in the White House. And enough of him for the time being. Besides, maybe I can entertain you discussing the downfall of Richard Nixon. GD. That would be interesting. You should have the box in a week or so and then we can discuss other matters. What about Nixon? RTC. The company brought Nixon down, but of course he made it easy to do. GD. Watergate, RTC, and other matters. Yes, Watergate. Shall I continue? GD. Go right ahead. RTC. Nixon's problem is that he was a jealous outsider and never fit into the political or intelligence community. But a smart man, Gregory, very smart, and very ambitious. GD. I met him once. My stepmother, who had big money, was a strong supporter of Nixon, and when he was running for governor of California, she dragged me to a rubber chicken affair and I got to talk with him. RTC. What did you think of him? GD. He had come across badly on the idiot box, but in person, he was taller than I thought and very sharp. I liked him as a person because he knew I was nobody but had no problem having a very good conversation with me. RTC. No doubt your stepmother's money helped. GD. True, but you can tell when someone is being pleasant to you for politic reasons and when he is being genuinely communicative. He had the left-wing press after him and he hated them, believe me. RTC. That's one of the factors that brought him down. Nixon's downfall started in early degree 72, when he went to China. It was a bold move and it had an effect everywhere. It also had an effect in Taiwan. Old Chiang Kai-shek had a bloody fit when he saw this. I mean a bloody fit. He saw this as the beginning of the end of U.S. support for him and he wanted desperately to stop the slide. His intelligence chief and a couple of bigwigs came to see RDCI and wept in his office. If Nixon normalized relations with the PRC, it would spell the end of a mutual special relationship, just like our special relationship with Israel. The long and the short of it, Gregory, is that they wanted Nixon out of power before he went any further. And, the pleasant part of this is that they were more than willing to pay us very, very well for accommodating them. GD. They wanted you to kill him. RTC. No, just removed so he couldn't do them any more damage. We later did discuss killing him, but 2 dead presidents in 10 years was a bit much, so we hit on another ploy. We would discredit him. Our main man in all of this was Howard Hunt, who had wonderful ideas of his importance and, besides writing bad books, he had been very helpful in the Kennedy business in '63. He was our station chief in Mexico between August and September of that year and set up the fake Oswald visit to Mexico City. GD. Wasn't Oswald there? Getting a visa for Cuba. RTC. No, that was bullshit. Anyway, Howard arranged for faked pictures, testimony that Oswald had been there at the Russian embassy, and so on. Useful. Now let's move ahead a few years. Nixon had won his last election in a landslide and you know he was never too well wrapped. He had a huge inferiority complex and the press did not like him. Herblock, the cartoonist with the Post, really made some ugly cartoons of him and Nixon was overly sensitive about that sort of thing. So with his victory at the polls, he got a swelled head and began to get even with his opponents by turning the FBI and the IRS loose on them. Things like that. Remember the enemies list? Fine. So Hunt was connected with the Nixon people as a troubleshooter and got involved with going after Nixon's perceived enemies. He planted the idea that McGovern, a raging liberal twit, was in contact with Castro and getting Cuban money. The next thing was to suggest that they bug the DNC offices to get proof of this and ruin McGovern. A break-in, and they had been breaking into offices and homes for some time. A break-in was planned, but it was planned to fail. They taped a self-locking door open. Someone tipped off Watergate security and you know the rest. GD. But there was no guarantee that Nixon would do what he did. I mean the stonewalling. RTC. We could read Tricky Dick like a dime novel. True to form, he believed he was an imperial figure and acted that way right up to the end. Hunt played his part and I'm sure you watched the thing unfold, right on the 5 o'clock news every night. For a smart man, Nixon was very stupid and played right into our hands. GD. But Hunt was destined for the big house. RTC. Of course. He had to fall on his sword, but Howard didn't like the idea and he began to whine about this. We had to show him the light and after that, he went right along with the schedule. GD. A serious talk. RTC. No, we had to kill his wife as a serious warning to follow the game plan. GD. More killing. Someone shoot her from an office building. RTC. No, we arranged for an accident when she was flying west. Dorothy was helping Howard with some little project he thought would help him, so we sabotaged her plane in DC. GD. Put a bomb on it. RTC. No, tampered with the equipment. Plane came in for a stopover at Midway, suddenly lost altitude and smashed into some local houses. Midway is a terrible field, believe me. Right in the middle of an urban area and the runways are far too short. Anyway, down it came on top of people and the wife was dead. The local authorities found $10,000 in cash in her purse, by the way. But it had an effect on Howard. GD. I can imagine. How many people died? RTC. A few on the ground and 40 or so in the plane. But the point is, Howard kept to his end of things, or he would have been next, or perhaps a close relative. He knew the score, Howard did. GD. And Nixon left office in disgrace. RTC. Well, yes, he did. Remember Al Haig, the general? Yes. Well, we were afraid that Nixon wouldn't leave peacefully and might turn to the military for help, so we put Al in to keep Nixon on the straight and narrow and limit his actions in that area. Worked out fine. And the chinks were happy as a clam with the results. GD. 40 people, probably innocent at that, is a bit much, don't you think? RTC. Well, Lenin said you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs first. And Gregory, you surely can't believe that there are any really innocent people in this world. We are born in original sin, as you know. GD. That's the Catholic view. Well, I suppose that's water under the bridge now. RTC. I think Teddy Kennedy said that after Chappaquiddick. GD. Is it possible I could write about this? RTC. Actually, I would rather you didn't. Hunt is still alive and there's no point pushing him. He's fallen from grace and is in decline, so he might not be too receptive to having all of this aired. GD. No problem. Anyway, who would publish it? It's bad enough that I am writing about the CIA hiring the head of the Gestapo without adding insult to injury. Does Nixon know about this? RTC. I don't really know, and I don't really care. He knows enough to keep quiet and count his money. I don't think he wants his twilight years terminated with prejudice. He might be paranoid, but he is a pragmatist in the end. That ought to hold you until we move on to other presidential removals. GD. It sounds like a Mayflower moving van ad. RTC. If it works, don't knock it. GD. Well, the chinks are not that happy. Look at all the money they spent and look at our relations with the PRC. RTC. Some things are destined to happen and all they did was to prolong the final act. Jerry Ford was no threat. A wonderfully cooperative man, Jerry was. During the Warren Commission, he called up old Hoover every night with the latest confidential dirt. No, Jerry was no problem. And the peanut farmer was too self-righteous to bother with and harmless. Actually, Nixon was lucky. If the Watergate thing hadn't worked, we would have found something a little more permanent. GD. Nixon didn't know anything about the Kennedy business, did he? RTC. No. Nixon was a Quaker and God knows what he would have thought about that. Nixon wasn't into what our Russian friends call wet actions. GD. I'm not fishing here, but did you people have anything to with Bobby's ascension to heaven? RTC. No, that was Hoover. The colonel registered hated Bobby for calling him an old faggot and harassing him. And King too. He hated King because he was having an affair with a white woman and, on top of this, had gone to the Lenin school in Russia. Bobby was a quid pro quo for his brother in our eyes. GD. It sounds like the Borgias. RTC. Gregory, these are matters of state, not an exercise in morality. We have to do unpleasant things from time to time. I recall our man driving around in Africa with the rotting body of Lumumba stuffed into his trunk back in '61 after we killed him. People go off fast in that climate. He said he was sick for days trying to get the stench out of his nose. Feel sorry for the poor man, why not? That sort of work is never easy. There are often sleepless nights. GD. Speaking of that, let me leave you now and I'll call up my construction expert and see how the blessed Swiss bell ringing box is coming along. RTC. You just do that, Gregory, and I will be very, very happy if and when. Concluded at 9:21 a.m. Central Standard Time, conversation no. 10 date. Monday, April 22, 1996 commenced. 11:17 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:59 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. I wanted to let you know the box is finished and I have checked it out. The neighbor's cat started screeching like a maniac and kept it up for the 10 minutes I left the thing plugged in. RTC. Wonderful news, Gregory. I am so looking forward to receiving it. Send it to the drop address I gave you and use the name we decided on. GD. No problem at all, Robert. It uses regular household current and on one side you will find a dial and a toggle switch. The switch turns it on and off and the dial adjusts the level of noise. One mean you won't hear any noise, but that's as good a term as anything else. If you have pets, be careful to aim the box towards the embassy, better up against the window, which I would keep open during operational times. I suggest you turn it on and off about 3 or 4 times during the day, but never leave it on for more than 10 minutes. You want general malaise but not protracted agony. RTC. And if their windows are closed. GD. Even better. The glass acts as a sounding board. If the curtains or drapes are open, get a pair of glasses and stand back from the window and watch for reactions. If not, just turn it on and off from time to time. You won't get people with exploding heads, but eventually you'll hear about it. Roosevelt had made J. Edgar Hoover an honorary colonel in THUS Army during the Second World War, but Hoover, outraged that he had been made a general, refused to use the title. It was an inside joke in Washington official circles. RTC. I suppose exploding Swiss diplomats would cause a stir. GD. I would think so. Now, I'll send this out today before 5 and then let you know. I won't send it registered because then your Mr. Fake name would have to sign for it. RTC. Understood. You'll be in my debt for this, Gregory. GD. My pleasure. RTC. And I've been digging out Kennedy material for you. GD. Wonderful, Robert. Now that that's taken care of, I would like to ask you about something I found in Mueller's journals. I'm translating them and believe me, it's not the easiest job. His German is short and to the point but not very cultured, and I was brought up to speak Hanoverian German. Mueller's material reads like police reports. Anyway, there was a passage I really want to verify with you. I mean, I will read my translation to you in toto and then let me know if you know anything about it, either first or second hand. It's such a nasty piece of work that Bender won't want to publish it unless I get some confirmation. It isn't too long. RTC. Read on. GD. Okay, here we go. Now remember that Mueller moved from DC to Warrenton and lived on a large estate with his wife. He calls her Bunny, and that's who he's talking about. It starts out, Friday, 12 July, 1951. Such a damned outrage. This is very hard to put down, but I really ought to, just for reference and also for relieving me of the pressure. I went out for a ride this morning, in spite of the weather. I thought it would be my last before I went on the trip, and I do enjoy the rides now. I have gotten used to the horse and he to me. So early this morning, I went out riding and worked my way across the property to the area where the CIA unit was installed. I smelled it before I got to it, and so did the horse. A very unhappy horse, and later, a very unhappy Haney. The stench was terrible as I approached the fenced-in trailers with their antenna stuck up on top of 2 of the trailers. There was a path leading down the hillside, but the horse balked, so I had to dismount and led him down the path. I wanted to see what smelt so bad, and I found out very quickly. In a small clearing were 2 human bodies, very much decayed and bloated. There were 2 men wearing some kind of blue shirts and pants and badly infested with maggots. They appeared to be black men, but given the advanced state of corruption, it was not a certainty. I remounted at the top of the path and rode over to the fenced area, but no one was in sight. By this time, I was becoming very angry and went back home at a good canter and later a gallop. Phone calls to the CIA people. There are dead human bodies on my land. What is going on there? Silly, placating answers. Not good enough for me. Get rid of these things or I will call the local police and mortician at once. No, no, sir, do not do that, was the response. They would send someone right out to clean it up. I was pleased not to call anyone. It was the usual shit, a matter of national security. National security indeed. 2 dead blacks, and how did they get there? I want Bunny to know nothing about this. She came in when I was shouting at the CIA fool, so I had to pretend it was something else. Oh yes, they came almost at once in a station wagon and drove in at the gate and then out to the Charnel house. Another car came with 2 smooth-faced young men who wanted to talk to me privately. Into the library, and later Bunny said she could hear me shouting 1 floor up through 3 closed doors. Angry is not the word to use, believe me. What have these swine done now? It seems that the CIA is interested in mind control and were practicing on willing subjects. They wanted to see if some new radio system would have any effect on humans, so they obtained several volunteers from a Virginia jail and experimented on them. They used radio microwaves in varying degrees of intensity on these poor fellows and literally roasted them alive. The bodies were tossed down the hill, and it had been planned to bury them quietly on my farm. There was a change of personnel and someone forgot the dead blacks. When I asked these 2 sleek weasels about this, the reply was so awful I could not believe it. It seems that the CIA has no problem roasting people alive as long as they are convicted black criminals. Isn't that a wonderful attitude? One of the CIA people said, in such an offhanded way as to infuriate me, that no one cared about blacks because they were scarcely human. It took an enormous amount of self-control on my part to keep me from picking up a poker from the fireplace and doing great damage to these 2 worms. I threw both of them out and ordered them to not only remove the bodies but their experimental station as well. I told them that if I heard one more word of this insane behavior I would personally take it to the president first and the newspapers second. White faces and many apologies. They crawled out and I had a very stiff drink to calm down again. The station wagon left. The driver had a white mask over his face and the other one threw up on the driveway as the car bumped along. Fortunately, Bunny saw, smelled or heard nothing, and I had to go up and lie terribly to her. I am totally frustrated by this because my first instinct, besides shoving my shoe up their assholes, was to put them under arrest and turn them over to the local police for obvious murder. I can't do that in my position, but I would go to Harry with this if he'll ever hear about it again. Mind control indeed. Later, I spoke very sharply with Walter Bedell, Ed. Smith, when I calmed down, and he was also furious. Told me that there are elements in the organization that are completely lunatic, and he will speak with someone about this. I told him that if I ever heard of such psychotic nonsense again, the president would be the next on my list of callers, and Smith said not to worry about this reoccurrence. No doubt the lunatics will go somewhere else. If I ever catch these evil swine on the property again, I will turn Arno loose on them and he can certainly earn his pay. Apparently, they, the CIA, Ed, are involved in mind control work. This consists of drugging people, using electric shock on others, God knows what else. You should see some of the thoroughly lunatic types that scuttle up and down the halls, mumbling to themselves while clutching files to their breasts like a mama monkey with a dead baby. As expected, Wisner is involved in this madness. And him with a well-endowed, from the photos, black lover. When they are not burning people to death or looting the safes of cash, they are encouraging all kinds of strange madness. I have no time for my journal now and am getting ready to leave here on the 19th for a working vacation. We'll get in touch with Willie Krickbaum, a former SS colonel who was Mueller's deputy in the Gestapo and later a senior employee of Colonel Critchfield's CIA-controlled Galen organization in Munich, Ed, and then a musical interlude. I cannot see the family because they are still watched, but will drop a card to Sophie. There will be no mention of the new wife or the forthcoming, I hope, child. No point of putting honey on your ass and squatting on an anthill, is there? RTC. My God, Gregory. He wrote that. GD. Yes, he did, but in German. Is it true? RTC. They did. Point 1 mean these mind control idiots did far worse than that. Is that true? I don't doubt it for a second. Cameron too once decided to put a woman into ice water to 9. Donald Ewan Cameron, 1901-1967, was a Scottish-American psychiatrist. Born in Bridge of Allan, he graduated from the University of Glasgow in 1924. Cameron lived and worked in Albany, New York, and was involved in experiments in Canada for Project MKULTRA, a United States-based CIA-directed mind control program which eventually led to the publication of the KUBARK Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual. Cameron was the author of the psychic driving concept, which the CIA found particularly interesting. In it he described his theory on correcting madness, which consisted of erasing existing memories and rebuilding the psyche completely. See if he could break down her resistance and she died of shock. That sort of thing. Loaded one of their own with LSD, and when he started screaming, got frightened and tossed him out of a hotel window. Oh, and we mustn't forget the goat boy. That's the strange drive. Gottlieb. Degree we called him that because he lived in a hovel and kept a bunch of goats around. He used to have sexual affairs with them. Gregory, we have had lots of people like that. Fortunately, for my sanity at least, and my reputation, I was in the intelligence branch and I left the care and feeding of the nut fringe to others with stronger stomachs. Believe it. I have no knowledge of that incident, but I believe it. I can see why your Mr. Bender would be queasy about that. You know, if things like this ever become really public, they will burn all of us at the stake. I personally never was involved with such madness, and actually, outside of my own areas, I had no real idea what we were up to, but I can tell you that we had more than our share of raging nuts on board. GD. Do you have any problems if I publish it? RTC. That's not my call, Gregory. They would have a fit over there, but I'm not in service anymore and I can plead ignorance of the whole thing. Is there more like that in these diaries? GD. That's mild, very mild, Robert. Getting paid to kill the Iranian Prime Minister. RTC. That I know about. Who was the prime mover here? GD. Anglo-Iranian and Angleton. RTC. Could you make a copy of that one and send it to me? We don't need to discuss it on the phone. My God, the burned darkies were bad enough. GD. Where do your people recruit? After being recruited by the CIA, he commuted to Montreal every week to work at the Allen Memorial Institute of the McGill University, and was paid $69,000 from 1957 to 1964 to carry out MKULTRA experiments there. The CIA tasked him with the deadly experiments to carry out, as they would be tried on non-US citizens. However, documents released in 1977 revealed that thousands of unwitting, as well as voluntary subjects, were tested on during that time period. These included United States citizens. In addition to LSD and PCP, Cameron also experimented with various paralytic drugs, as well as electroconvulsive therapy at 30 to 40 times the normal power. His driving experiments consisted of putting subjects into drug-induced coma for months on end, up to 3 in one case, while playing tape loops of noise or simple repetitive statements. His experiments were typically carried out on patients who had entered the institute for minor problems such as anxiety disorders and postpartum depression, many of whom suffered permanently from his actions. His work in this field was inspired and paralleled by the British psychiatrist Dr. William Sargant, who carried out virtually identical experiments at St. Thomas's Hospital, London, and Belmont Hospital, Surrey, also without his patients' consent. 10. Sidney Gottlieb, August 3, 1918 to March 7, 1999, was an American military psychiatrist and chemist, probably best known for his involvement with the Central Intelligence Agency's mind control program MKULTRA. Sidney was born in the Bronx under the name Joseph Scheider. He received a Ph.D. in chemistry from the California Institute of Technology. A stutterer from childhood, Gottlieb got a master's degree in speech therapy. He also had a club foot, but this did not stop him from practicing folk dancing, a lifelong passion. In 1951, Sidney Gottlieb joined the Central Intelligence Agency. As a poison expert, he headed the chemical division of the Technical Services Staff (TSS). Sidney became known as the Black Sorcerer and the Dirty Trickster. He supervised preparations of lethal poisons and experiments in mind control. Gottlieb later lived like a hermit in a cottage where he raised goats. He was common, why known as the Goat Boy inside the CIA, and viewed as totally mad. Both Cameron and Gottlieb are typical of the members of the lunatic frings that staffed much of the CIA, and still does to this day. RTC. Street. Elizabeth's does occur to me as a natural source. GD. A church. RTC. No, a local asylum. GD. Robert, thanks for the patience and watch for the box. If it gets lost, I can have another made. Let me leave you now and I will get back to work on the Mueller material. Okay, RTC. I have a nice new name for you, Gregory. Try Mr. Sunshine. GD. That's such a happy name, Robert. And it does fit me so well. RTC. I'll call you the moment the package arrives. I'll thank you for the poems. GD. For sure. Goodbye, RTC. Goodbye, Gregory. Concluded at 11:59 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 11 Date. Monday, April 29, 1996 commenced. 9:17 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:11 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. Interesting news on the wire. RTC. Good morning. What news is that, Gregory? GD. I see that Colby appears to have had a boating accident. RTC. So I understand. GD. I believe you mentioned this earlier. RTC. I very possibly may have, Gregory. We live in dangerous times indeed. GD. Apparently he went out for a midnight excursion on the Potomac and did not come back. RTC. A terrible loss. They haven't found him yet, have they? GD. Not yet. Depends on the temperature of the water. When gases build up in the body, it will rise like Jesus to the surface. We used to call them floaters when I was doing pathology, and believe me, they stank badly. That is unless the bottom feeders got to him first. I can foresee a closed casket and lots of air freshener, Robert. RTC. Graphic side to a great national tragedy. When we shot Paisley in the back of the head and chucked him off his sailboat, we put weights on him so he wouldn't come up. When divers did find him, he was rotten to the core. Had to cut off his hands to try to get fingerprints. GD. What was his transgression? 11 William Egan Colby, January 4, 1920 to April 27, 1996, spent a career in intelligence for the United States, culminating in holding the post of Director of Central Intelligence (DCI) from September 1973 to January 1976. During World War II, Colby served with the Office of Strategic Services. After the war he joined the newly created CIA. Before and during the Vietnam War, Colby served as Chief of Station in Saigon, Chief of CIA's Far East Division, and Head of the Civil Operations and Rural Development Effort. He oversaw the Phoenix program. After Vietnam, Colby became Director of Central Intelligence and during his tenure, under intense pressure from Congress and the media, adopted a policy of relative openness about U.S. intelligence activities to the Senate Church Committee and House Pike Committee. Colby served as DCI under President Richard Nixon and President Gerald Ford and was replaced by future President George H. W. Bush on January 30, 1976. Colby, in his old age, began to talk and in talking, annoyed his former friends in the CIA, so they drowned him without ceremony. The CIA has killed quite a few of its talkative members. RTC. We let it get out he was suspected of dealing with the Soviets, but actually, it had to do with the Kennedy business. Now that the box has arrived here, we will discuss this historical event much further. By the way, Gregory, when I turn it on, all the birds vanish from the area like magic. I can only imagine what must be going on inside. At least it works with the birds. And one other thing I noticed. Some local was walking his dog on their side of the street and the dog began to yelp and howl when he came in range. Do you think the Swiss are more sensitive than dogs? I was halfway expecting to hear screaming from over there. Well, I followed your advice and only left it on for about 20 minutes for the first time and a little longer for the second. GD. I'm glad you're happy, Robert. RTC. Well, another DCI gone. GD. And lamented. RTC. Certainly not by me, Gregory. Nor, I should think, by many others over there. A nasty man who had a mouth problem. GD. I hope for the sake of all of us they find him, but without a bullet in the back of his head. If the body never comes up, there will be endless books and articles about his vanishing. Some drooling pinhead will swear they saw him playing golf in Madrid. When Kitchener went down with the Hampshire, years later there were claims he was alive and well in Patagonia, running a penguin farm. RTC. Yes, there's a lot of that. The Kennedy business has the myth makers working overtime. Have you read any of the fantasy books? Men with umbrellas. People hidden in the sewers. Hoover shooting at him from some bank building. The Hunt brothers potting away from a black helicopter. Well, we're responsible for a lot of that. Feed silly rumors to the babblers in the nut fringe and they stir up so much mud, you can't see the truth. GD. Maybe it's on the bottom with Colby. RTC. Remind me to avoid crab cakes for a few months. GD. Mueller was telling me about Dulles. RTC. Which one? Alan or John? GD. Both, actually. RTC. What did he say about Alan? GD. Mueller knew him before he became DCI, when? RTC. In 53. GD. Yes. RTC. Kennedy forced him out in 61. Kennedy did not trust us and threatened to break up the CIA. Not a wise move. GD. No, it wasn't. And Kennedy is dead and the agency lives on. RTC. Yes, it does. What did Mueller tell you about Alan? GD. Oh, that he met Dulles in Switzerland during the war. Dulles had no idea who Mueller was. Haney told me Dulles was a sucker for the plant and he loaded him up with all kinds of fake information about what was going on in Germany and Dulles ate the whole horse, saddle and all. RTC. Alan was never too bright. His brother was a dyed-in-the-wool Nazi, just like another one of our DCI's father. Prescott Bush. But Alan was not a particularly deep or thoughtful man all in all. His son got shot in the head in Korea and came back an idiot, so Alan was very bad to him. GD. Beat him up. RTC. Worse. He ignored him. Alan was not a kind or thoughtful man. But his wife really did a number on him at the end. Alan was dying in 69 and they had a Christmas party at his place. Wife was downstairs with the guests, having a wonderful time. Not a word about Alan except that he was not feeling well. Finally, one of the boys decided to go up and wish Alan a Merry Christmas. Guess what he found? GD. Tell me. RTC. Alan lying in a urine and shit-soaked bed, completely out of it and mumbling to himself. She had left him up there for quite a while. Ugly. She really must have hated him. The boys picked him up, wrapped him in a clean blanket and took him to the hospital where he died about a month later. She didn't care at all and was very upset that they used one of her good blankets. GD. You mentioned Prescott Bush. I have an original medal presentation paper giving a high Nazi decoration to him. Signed by Hitler in 1938. I'm surprised this never got out. I also have a picture of IBM's Watson with a higher decoration, sitting in opera box with Hitler. The IBM people have been trying to buy that from me for 10 years. RTC. You asking too much for it? GD. No, I thought it might look good in a book. Was George a good DCI? RTC. George was a sly, effeminate creature as crooked as a dog's hind leg. When he was VP, they attended a state dinner in the White House and he brought his older boy with him. That one was a chronic boozer and during an intermission, he went out and pissed in one of the downstairs halls. I understand Nancy Reagan 86 feet ed him out of the White House. His brother is a con man, unconvicted of ripping banks off because daddy put on the pressure. And his wife is like something out of a Norse legend. A real dominatrix type. You never know what goes on behind the curtains, Gregory, but I do. It's enough to shake anyone's belief in the honesty of our leaders, who hasn't worked inside the Beltway long enough. Bush was only DCI for a year and I never had any use for him. Smiled a lot and as vicious and backstabbing as anyone I ever knew. But then so many of them are. GD. Did you know a William King Harvey? RTC. Oh, indeed I did. What do you know about Bill? GD. Mueller knew him and was boffing his wife. Mueller said he was an ex-FBI man whom Hoover fired for being a chronic drunk. RTC. That's true. Hoover was a prim and proper one. GD. And Harvey used to carry a gun around and point it at people. RTC. Harvey was fat and apparently hung like a stud cricket, so the gun made up for what nature had forgotten. GD. What is it that they said about the flat-chested woman? What nature has forgotten she can remedy with cotton. RTC. I've heard that somewhere before. GD. Nothing is original. Well, if and when Colby floats, will you go to his funeral? RTC. That would be a little hypocritical, wouldn't it, Gregory? GD. Hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue, Robert. RTC. You're a very wise person, Gregory. No wonder Bill and Tom are so upset with you. GD. And don't forget Wolf. RTC. I don't like to go to the archives for fear he'll slink up to me with more hate stories about you. GD. He's supposed to be such an expert on the Third Reich, but he fakes it mostly. His great triumph was to discover an old record with an alleged speech of Himmler's in which Reichschiene is talking about killing off all the Jews. Bob made such a fuss over his discovery. I got him to send me a tape of it because it's in the archives, and I got a hold of a friend of mine who collects German newsreels. He had a 1939 UFA newsreel with a part of a speech by Himmler, so he made a tape of that, and I got another friend of mine to compare the speech patterns. Not the same. Either Bob's precious record that he used to play for Jewish groups or the original newsreel was a stone fake. RTC. I don't think it takes a Harvard graduate to see which was which. Do you think he made it? And planted it? GD. Not personally. His wife is German, but Bob is not fluent enough to pull that one off. Probably got it from some co-religionist, planted it, discovered it and exploited it. Or, of course, they faked the Himmler speech on the newsreel. So much of these things are invented, and of course the public believes it. RTC. Tell me, Gregory, what does Wolf think about our hiring the head of the Gestapo? GD. Oh, and many others. What? Well, he's a torn person. He'd love to expose this, but he can't because he sucks up to officialdom and can't have it both ways. I love to tell him about Krickbaum and others, and when I do, I suppose he would like to kill me. Kill the messenger, not the message, is the hallmark of the very small of mind. RTC. True enough. And Bill and Tom are highly annoyed that we talk. I think they're afraid of what I might say to you. Wouldn't you agree? GD. Yes. Another convocation of the small of mind. RTC. But large of ego. When he was younger, we used to call Tom the arrow shirt boy. Ring a bell. GD. The clean-cut drawings. RTC. Yes. Really handsome men and beautiful women tend to be very shallow in their social relationships. That's because they don't have to make any effort to attract attention. Uglier people have to rely on personality. GD. Yes, that's true. My first wife was really beautiful but stupid as a post and very greedy. It's amazing how we can delude ourselves, isn't it? She wanted me to give a lot of money to her brother to buy a gas station. He fell off his motorcycle and did damage to his head. I don't think he could run a bicycle pump, let alone a gas station. I refused, and she retaliated by moving her bloated mother in with us. Mom brought 4 nasty cats with her. I like animals, but these loved to shit on the carpets and one loved to take dumps on the kitchen counters. Talking about this did no good, so one day while Mom and her hatchling were out trying to spend my money, I took the dear pussies, stuffed them into a potato sack and tossed them into the apartment house pool. When the bubbles stopped, I dove in, fished them out and laid them in a nice, wet, row at the edge of the garden. Threw the bag away. Mom and the other came home and she started looking for the dear felines. When I told her I had put them outside to do their nasty business, Mom waddled outside, shrieking for her lovelies. Then she really started to wail when she saw the lineup by the pool. When I was at work the next day, they both moved out and took all the furniture with them. This was not a good idea because I had rented the place furnished. I had to pay for the furniture, of course. RTC. Did she leave the cats behind? GD. No, they were gone. I think they had a state funeral for them. Burial at Arlington. RTC. I take it you got a divorce. GD. Actually, no, I did not. A friend of mine saw the other passing out drinks in Vegas, but when I called personnel at her casino, they said she'd left the place about a month before. She did surface about 25 years later. Someone sent me a package of old books from LA and wrapped them in the local paper. By God, there was the other playing golf out at Palm Springs. The long and short of it was, Robert, that she had married a wealthy real estate developer and had 2 kids by him. RTC. No divorce. GD. No, she was too stupid to think of that. I took this to a lawyer I knew, but he was not interested until he found out that her husband, who had serious IRS problems, had put all his assets in others' name. Then he got very interested because, as he pointed out to me, in California, property acquired by either party in a marriage is considered community property. He was suddenly very eager to take the case on a contingency fee basis because half of what she had was mine and we were still legally married. Here we're talking about bigamy as well. Much uproar, threats by massive legal firms in LA, and in the end, they settled before we made a public filing. I lived on the rewards of my patience and misjudgment for years. And then we were divorced, very privately. Love is a wonderful thing, Robert. Do you know the difference between herpes and love? RTC. I can't say that I do. GD. Herpes is forever, Robert. RTC. Now that's not kind, Gregory. GD. A very shrewd observation. If I had been a kind person, I would not have sent you those wonderful poems. RTC. That was not meant unkindly. Let's say a joke. GD. Well, we can talk about Kennedy one of these days, can't we? RTC. As I said, I can get in touch with you later this week if you want. GD. Let me call you. I'm sure you'll be watching and waiting for Colby to emerge from the depths. Concluded at 10:11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 12 date. Thursday, May 2, 1996 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:22 a.m. CSTGD. Good day to you, Robert. How goes the battle with you? RTC. I think, am slowly losing ground, Gregory, but I'm still fighting. GD. I've been fighting for years so I understand the concept. RTC. I hear the Germans are not happy over some of your writings. You are disturbing the Jewish community with your allegations that we hired the head of the Gestapo. GD. Who cares? RTC. You heard the old saying that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Well, the Beltway has no fury like a Jew ignored. How dare we hire the head of the Gestapo? How could we do such a thing to them? They are the chosen of God, after all. GD. What did God choose them for? To stand in the shower lines in some Polish camp. RTC. Oh, now, Gregory, show some compassion. GD. My God, why should any of us care about all of those nonsense stories? Lampshades and cakes of soap, my ass. RTC. We are all supposed to care about that, Gregory. And if they use it right, they can get discount airline tickets and something off on the new sofa. GD. Stunning revelations indeed, Robert. Another group of obnoxious nuts. RTC. Believe me, Gregory, there are far worse. GD. Who? The Pedophiles Protective League. The bellowing Jesus freaks of Bad Seepage, Ohio. RTC. There are worse things in this world than the Society of Professional Hebrew Moaners. GD. The Sackcloth and Ashes League. The Humpbacks Tuesday Afternoon Bridge Club. RTC. Why don't you try the Scientologists? Now that group is really something to contemplate. GD. I've read a little about them but not much. Started by some old faker named Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard. I used to be a science fiction nut and I remember reading one of his stories years ago. Awful writing. Sounded like it was written by a 10-year-old. RTC. That's the one. He may have been an awful writer but he was a class conman. Those people made more goddamn trouble for us. They were running all over the Med in the 60s in some rusty tub called the Royal Scotsman. My God, what a ship of fools that was. We were getting requests from Dose and other people to look into them. All over the place, docking here and there, chasing frantic deserters into towns, screaming at people. My God, what a circus that one was. And old Hubbard waddling around in some naval uniform, shouting at people one minute and trying to bribe some public official on shore the next. GD. That I knew nothing about. RTC. We did, believe me. Hubbard was as crazy as a loon and Washington was afraid he would start a war. You ever read about them? GD. Just something here and there. Hubbard died, didn't he? RTC. Yes, about 10 years ago. His people got rid of him because he was getting to be a flaming nut and threatened to fire all of his top people. Since their scam brought in about $1 million a day, those at the top had no intention of allowing a fat, old psychotic liar push them out. GD. Was that in the press? RTC. No. Hubbard was a raging paranoid, among other failings, and was convinced that everyone was out to get him, so he went into hiding. That was where he was, out in California, when they gave him the needle. Of course they got the old idiot to sign a will leaving them everything and in with the drugs. As I recall, they cremated him as fast as possible and dumped his ashes into the Pacific off the stern of a sardine boat. GD. Sic transit gloria mundi, Robert RTC, isn't that always the truth? GD. How did they make $1 million a day? Print it. RTC. No, Barnum was right, Gregory. There is a sucker born every minute. When I took Jim's files out of there, I got the Scientology file, too. 3 large boxes of files. My son read through some of them and said it sounded like a group therapy session over at St. Elizabeth's. The money. It came from legions and more legions of suckers who flocked to the tin can boys and paid until they were broke. GD. Tin cans. RTC. Yes. Hubbard had a very simple device that registered electrical skin responses. Works like the polygraph but has no value. We all have these electrical impulse things, and of course the little needle jumps around. They have so-called experts called auditors who tell the mark that this is helping to clear up their psyche so they can go out into the real world without a bag over their head. We know, and I am sure you do too, that the world is full of failures and worse. Now, instead of hanging themselves or jumping in front of Amtrak trains, they can grab the tin cans and let someone tell them that being ugly, stupid or a failure is really not their fault. Others are to blame. Of course they will never be free of their loads of guilt until the auditor tells them they are okay, and that day never comes. As long as the marks have money, the tin cans are grasped and the wallets slowly empty. When it does, the sucker is tossed out on the street and then, broke, they jump off of railroad bridges and make messes on the tracks. GD. $1 million a day. RTC. Oh yes, at least. Hubbard once said that if a man wanted to be really rich, he should found a religion. GD. Faking it with tin cans and some worthless meter is not a religion. RTC. Oh, they turned it into one. They have a lock on a number of frustrated fanatics, fueled by vast sums of money pouring in from the army of suckers. GD. You mentioned a boat. RTC. Oh yes, in the 80s, old Hubbard got it into his head that powerful forces were after him, so he bought an old boat, filled it up with nuts, and off they went, cruising all over the place and creating diplomatic havoc. Later, he got tired of his admiral's uniform, so he took over some town in Florida and terrorized the normal people before moving on to California, the true home of fruits and nuts. And in the meantime, before Hebe the Yench and the dwarf, miscarriage, terminated him, old Hubbard had his crazy followers break into government building and steal sensitive files. Of course they got caught, but Hubbard claimed ignorance. He wasn't stupid by any means, but he had borderline personality disorder and couldn't tell the truth when a lie would suffice. GD. Who are the Hebe and the dwarf? RTC. In-house for Eber Jench and David Miscavige. The first one is a front and the dwarf is the one who runs the show now that his founder is floating on the surf. Oh, you should read the nonsense. Gregory, do you know what a DC-3 is? GD. Certainly, it's an older commercial jet. RTC. Hubbard said, and the ninnies still believe, that certain superior aliens, the father of all of the more enlightened of us, were brought to Earth from Venus millions of years ago on DC-3s. GD. Robert. RTC. Laughter. No, I'm serious. We don't need to even discuss this moronic crap, but thousands of panting believers accept it as the truth. The problem is, while they have stopped running around in the boat, they now try to take over small towns and are heavy in the electronics business. And of course swindling fools out of Daddy's trust fund. GD. You have material on them. RTC. Yes, I do, Gregory. GD. Any chance I could see it? RTC. Of course, I can dig it out and ship it to you. But a word of caution here, Gregory, never try to use it. GD. Why not? RTC. My God, these twits sue everyone in sight for no reason. If you wrote that all up, they would sue you, your dog, your neighbors, your dead grandmother, your school, and probably the mailman. The word, crazy, is too mild to use in conjunction here. But, I will send this off to you with my caveat. GD. You know, my sister's cat keeps crapping on her bed. Maybe I could stuff it into a tin can and read the meter. RTC. Laughter. Be my guest. Why not audit a cat? GD. I used to think it was books that were audited. RTC. Gregory, These people can't read books. GD. Speaking of books, Bender is going ahead with the Mueller series, so I guess Wolf will hiss at you in the archives like Loki. RTC. Bill and I will look forward to the new books, Gregory. And we do need to get together in person sometime, right here. It's safe enough here. GD. Should we invite Kimmel? RTC. Gregory, I have enough problems from the justice people over you without fanning the flames. I think you love to fan the flames. Have you ever considered a gracious retirement? GD. That takes money, Robert. RTC. Yes, that it does. Sell more books. GD. That's not my bailiwick. Maybe I could start a religion, Robert. Tell people I came from Venus, and if they are good, and give me lots of money, I can elevate them to a huge and invisible flying saucer and take them to Pluto, where the men will have huge peckers and the women get to eat a ton of chocolates a day and not gain a pound. And they will all live forever and never worry about falling hair or sagging breasts. Why? Because I will turn them all into little green toads and eventually feed them to the great god Dagon. RTC. Well, that way we would get rid of everyone in Los Angeles and Washington. GD. And our magic spaceship will be a 707 and we can call it the Ship of Fools. RTC. I will look up those files for you, Gregory. GD. Thanks. It will beat reading the obits in the paper, looking for dead enemies. Concluded at 9:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 13 date. Wednesday, May 8, 1996 commenced. 9:54 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:32 a.m. CST RTC. Good morning, Gregory. Have you been reading about the resurrection of Brother Colby? GD. Good morning, Robert. Yes, I saw this piece of news yesterday, but I was too busy to call you. I'm trying to finish up the translation of Mueller's journals, and when I get on a rush, I don't let up. He floated. No, some divers found him. Right. RTC. As I understand it, yes. Oddly enough, they had searched the same place before but without success. GD. Maybe they took him from a fish pond somewhere and planted him before he got too ripe. RTC. It's an odd case, Gregory. Here we have a man in his late 70s staying at his little summer place out on Rock Point, coming downstairs about 11 in the evening, putting on the computer and the television, and then running outside in bad weather, jumping into his canoe and paddling out onto the river, which was very rough about then, what with the wind and rain. And, most interesting, he left his life belt behind. Bill always wore his vest when he went out in his canoe, but he seems to have forgotten it. Careless. GD. Getting old. RTC. But no older. GD. Can I do a scenario for you, Robert? Just to show you how really clever I am. RTC. Why not? GD. Some friends came to visit him a little earlier. Unannounced, of course. Friendly talk. Maybe a glass or two of wine, and then poor Colby drank something that made him a little disoriented. Nothing to remain in the body afterwards, of course. Then I'll bet they picked him up, took him out and put him in the boat they came in on, hooked the canoe up behind them with a painter and out onto the bounding main. Then into the nice cold water, unhitching the canoe and back to shore in the warmth of home and hearth. There was no mention of a hole in his head or missing body parts at all. A careless and confused old man out for a refreshing little trip, and then tragedy strikes. I don't think they've had time for a full post, but I'll just wager you they won't find any cyanide or ricin in him. Another skillfully planned CIA wet action. RTC. That's an interesting analysis, Gregory. You haven't been talking to anyone about this, have you? GD. From that, I must have guessed right. The reports mentioned the computer and the bad weather, and I put the rest together. I always loved jigsaw puzzles, Robert. In the summer, when Chicago got hot, we had no air conditioning in those days, so we used to go up to Vilas County in upper Wisconsin to get cool. Nice summer house on a quiet lake. On the front screen porch, there were 2 large ping-pong tables and boxes of very complex jigsaw puzzles. While everyone else was out swimming or fishing for the really delicious lake trout, I was on the porch for hours, putting the puzzles together. I love puzzles. On this one, the pieces were all there. RTC. I told Kimmel once that you would have made a first-class agent for us, and he was outraged that I would even think of such sacrilege. GD. I don't disagree with you, Robert. Kimmel once told me, Seriously, that I suffered from the worst case of hubris he had ever seen. Do you know what I told him? RTC. Were you rude? GD. No, merely accurate. I told him that I had thought I was wrong about something once but found out later I was mistaken. RTC. Delightful response, Gregory. And his. GD. He was not amused, but I was. Anyway, the errant Colby has returned to the land of the living but in worse shape than when he left it. RTC. Thank God for that. GD. We can anticipate solemn statements from the White House, a weeping wife and black-suited friends, and then off to the boneyard in a bronze box, tightly sealed lest Eau de Colby annoy people downwind. By now he probably smells like a big camembert cheese. And soon forgotten by most. And from what you said, you won't be going to the services. RTC. I think not. GD. But you do have your memories. RTC. So do a lot of others. Perhaps we can discuss something more cheerful than the loss of a valued friend and freedom fighter, Gregory. GD. How is the blessed box working? RTC. The birds still flee but no ambulances at the door. GD. Yes. Wait until valued Secretary Mitzi Rumpelberger hangs herself in an electronically inspired fit of depression in the ladies' lavatory with a pair of silk stockings. RTC. The ambassador would be more spectacular. GD. His office is probably in the back. And one would hope he doesn't wear silk stockings. Or a bra either. RTC. Such imagery. GD. If you don't laugh, Robert, you will go crazy. People don't realize that life is a huge practical joke that always has a bad ending. Like Brother Colby, but enough of forbidden topics. Someday, I will tell you how I nailed Pollard. RTC. This is not another joke. GD. Not at all. RTC. I have some knowledge of this business, Gregory, and I would like to compare it to your own. Do go on. GD. I knew a military collector when I was living in California. He used to collect SS items, which was rather weird because he was Jewish. His father had been a host for a kiddie television show, and after he and the mother got a divorce, she married a big cheese in the insurance business. Jack Beckett. RTC. Transamerica Beckett. GD. The same. They lived in Atherton in a gated house. I used to visit there from time to time and met Beckett a few times. A very decent, down-to-earth person, easy to talk to and I would say very honest. Did you know him? RTC. I believe we knew him. GD. He mentioned he knew Stansfield Turner, so you must be right. Anyway, Abenheim, that's his name, Donald Abenheim, had a fellow student from Stanford named J. Pollard. Pollard used to come over and the two of them would war game, and I sat in on a few sessions. Pollard was a very pleasant, smart fellow but a raging nebbish. A Walter Mitty type, if you know what I mean. Lived in a fantasy world of his own making. Pollard's father was a dentist or something dull living in Ohio, but Pollard was a downright fanatical Israeli supporter, and he went on about working as a kibbutz guard, being an officer in the Mossad and so on. Obvious bullshit. It didn't make him a bad person, but he was a little hard to take at times. We never believed a word he said on that subject. Anyway, later, after Abenheim had graduated from Stanford, he told me Pollard had tried to get into your agency as an analyst, but they discovered his Israeli lust and turned him down. Don told me that in their yearbook, Pollard put down that he was a major in the Mossad. But then he went to work for Naval Intelligence. RTC. Naval Fleet Intelligence. Then he transferred over to the Anti-Terrorist Alert Center of the NIS. GD. The what? RTC. Naval Investigative Service. They dealt with top-secret military communications. Go on. GD. When Don told me about this, I remarked that perhaps, given his attitudes, this was really not the place for Pollard to work. RTC. In hindsight, you were perfectly right. GD. So I pumped Abenheim about what Pollard was doing. Jay was in touch with him and they both had motor mouths. When Abenheim got specific, I suggested that he mention this to someone because he was fooling around with the national intelligence community, but he only laughed at me. RTC. And then what? GD. Well, I thought about this, and don't forget I knew Pollard's fanatic attitudes. I mean, they were obsessive, believe me, so after stewing about this, I called up someone I knew who was connected with the Pacifica Foundation. He was a friend of Cap Weinberger, the Secretary of Defense. I told him all about Pollard and said that in my opinion, this was a man who should not have any access to secret governmental material dealing with anything in the Middle East. I made it a point to tell this fellow that if he couldn't get Weinberger's attention, I would take it to the press. Oh no, he said, give me some time. I did. He called me back in about a week and said he had passed the word along and begged me to keep quiet about it. Fair enough. Then we all know what happened. RTC. Yes, we all do. So you were the unidentified source. GD. Yes. Beats Mr. Sunshine. RTC. Did you hear about what Weinberger did to Pollard? GD. Not really. RTC. Pollard cut a deal with the government for a lighter sentence, but Weinberger hated him and got Wolf Blitzer to have an interview with Pollard and trick him into breaking his agreement. Pollard got life for being stupid. GD. He wasn't stupid, but he had no common sense. RTC. Well, now he's got life in the slammer. GD. I told Abenheim what I did and he was terrified I would drag him into it. He was living off of Beckett, who put him into Stanford and bought him new cars and so on, and he was afraid of the consequences if Beckett got wind of his own lack of concern. He used to babble all kinds of family gossip around, including myself, and I always thought that if you take a man's bread, you owe him at least some loyalty. But Don was not a man to contemplate honor. I remember once when I was having certain conversation with a German diplomat in San Francisco, this fellow encountered Don at some function. Don was an outrageous ass-kisser, and at any rate, the German told him he knew me and that I was a brilliant scholar on the German scene. He said that Abenheim got annoyed and said I was only self-educated, which I am not, and I said that considering that I had written Abenheim's doctoral thesis, that was hardly appropriate. The German found this rather shocking. RTC. If Stanford ever found out about that, they would jerk his degree, you know. I don't think that would do his intelligence career any good. What was the thesis on? GD. The Imperial German Navy's Etappendienst resupply system, in the First World War. After this episode, I mentioned it to Charlie Burdick, the German military historian and dean at San Jose State, very reputable, and I've known him since. '02. Anyway, he said that this paper struck him as much better than Abenheim's usually pompous and turgid works. He knew my work and said that he could see in an instant that I was right. I asked him, since he was Abenheim's sponsor for the doctorate, what he was going to do about it. As usual, nothing. But he would never talk to Don again. RTC. What happened to him? GD. Burdick. RTC. No, Abenheim. Does he work for us? GD. No, although Beckett wanted to get him into the CIA via his contacts with Turner. He does intelligence work for the Navy, I think. After I had a talk with him about his mouth problem, we haven't spoken. RTC. You should tip them off. We have too many treacherous people like that. GD. Well, I don't worry about it. The Germans and Burdick know, and believe me, and he can deal with that knowledge. I don't think you have to worry about his selling secrets to Israel. He and his mother hate the Zionists. Reformed Jews usually do. RTC. What does he think about your writings on Mueller? GD. I would hate to think. Fortunately, that is outside his interests. I am probably safe. RTC. What is his specialty? GD. He likes to think he's an expert on German military tradition, but he most certainly is not. Abenheim is the moon and Beckett is the sun. Abenheim drove expensive sports cars, lived in an expensive house, went to an expensive school and met famous people, but only because his mother married an important, and very generous, man. I remember once, Don and his friends were planning on raiding a military storage area in San Francisco when he was working in the Presidio Museum. They heard there was morphine stored there and planned to sell it. I told him that I would tell his mother if he didn't drop that idea, and it scared him off. I mean, what an utterly stupid thing to do. He should have thanked me for keeping him out of jail instead of trash-mouthing me to others. RTC. Given what you've told me, he's probably just jealous. I imagine he loved to pick your brains. GD. Yes, like Corson. RTC. There are certain similarities there. GD. God save us from those of the small mind and large ego. RTC. Anyway, Gregory, you did the right thing in the Pollard matter. And while your name is not known in this, your good deeds certainly are. GD. But no good deed goes unpunished, does it, Robert? At least, Oppenheim will be more cautious in the future, or I might start writing nice letters to Stanford. After all, I have all the original work on his thesis. His useless notes and my handwritten pages. I remember once when he told me that brave Israeli commandos raided a Libyan secret plant, deep in the desert, and destroyed it. I got tired of his pomposity, so I told him, very offhand, that was a hoax. I said Gaddafi had put some oil and old tires into 55-gallon drums and set them on fire. I said the satellites showed clouds of black smoke, but there was nothing to it. He got very irate and asked me how I knew such things. I said I had seen the side-angle satellite pictures. RTC. My God, Gregory, you didn't. Those satellites are very, very secret. He must have had a fit about that. GD. Oh, he did. It turned out later I was right about the burning tires, so he rushed to his superiors to tell them all about the horrid person who had access to the sacred satellite pictures. And about a month later, a military collector friend of mine was approached by someone at a collectors club meeting. A nice, clean-cut fellow named Mason. Anyway, this fellow made friends with my collector connection and developed a great interest in me and my doings. I checked on this Mason fellow and discovered from Peterson that Chris was a CIA operative, so I led him a wonderful chase, feeding him all kinds of nonsense until he finally, after several months, realized he was being made a fool of, and he went back to Washington. He was not very bright, Robert. I had written a book on German paratroopers in the campaign on Crete, so he had my friend send me a mint copy of the book to autograph. The cover was heavy-coated stock, so I put on a pair of cotton gloves, went over to my next-door neighbor and handed the book to him. I had told him earlier that I had written a number of studies of military actions and he was interested. I said I had hurt my hand and could he autograph the book. RTC. Gregory, that was a terrible thing to do. Now someone has your neighbor's fingerprints and handwriting in a file somewhere. What a wicked thing to do. GD. Ain't I awful, Robert? And I told my collector friend about all the lovely aerial pictures I had. I was going to get a Russian publisher to do a book called The World from the Air. RTC. Jesus Christ. GD. Oh, and I said they were cosmic pictures. From top secret cosmic, of course. RTC. And I suppose he told his new friend and consternation ensued in Washington. GD. I said I was meeting a Russian publisher's representative in Frisco down at his office on Green Street. RTC. That's the Russian consulate. That's a KGB center, Gregory. GD. No, don't disillusion me. RTC. That is really wicked. You never saw any side-angle satellites pictures, never had any secret pictures, had no Russian publisher, but just imagine the furor. GD. Kept me warm at night for months, Robert. Oppenheim later told someone that I was pure evil and should never be talked to. He wasn't specific, but my friend thought he might have an involuntary bowel movement at any time. RTC. I said several times you would make a great agent, Gregory. GD. Whatever makes you think I'm not, Robert. RTC. On that depressing note, I'll let you go. We're supposed to go shopping and let's do this again. You're better than television, Gregory. GD. And a lot more accurate, Robert. Concluded at 10:32 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 14 date. Friday, May 10, 1996 commenced. 10:03 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:21 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Mrs. Crowley. Is Robert available? EC. Oh, good morning, Gregory. Yes, he's right here. GD. Thank you. RTC. Hello, Gregory. I've dug out quite a bit of material on the Kennedy business for you, and once I get it collated, I'll send it on. GD. Any surprises there? RTC. Wait until you've read it, and I would prefer not to discuss this on the telephone. There are aspects of this that should be kept very private, and, let me add, I would request that you not address this in print until after I am gone. GD. Understood, but that could be 10 years from now. RTC. Oh, I doubt that. I'm getting older by the day. I might hold out for a few more years, but not much longer. Emily has been at me to have more X-rays because the last ones showed some spots on my lungs, but I think that if it was cancer, I would be dead by now. After all, we took those some years ago. GD. You smoke. RTC. A small sinful pleasure but not as much. That and coffee kept me going and these get to be ingrained habits. At any rate, eventually I ought to have more tests but I really don't worry too much about this. GD. Just one brief question about Kennedy if it's all right. RTC. Ask me and I'll make a judgment call. GD. Was it Oswald? RTC. No, he was a patsy. Had nothing to do with it and that answers that question. Now, on to other things if you don't mind. GD. Thank you and go ahead. RTC. I was thinking about the Pollard business we talked about a few days ago. Looking over some of my files, 1 AM certain you were accurate about tipping them off. There was an unspecified confidential source and I suppose if I had someone dig into it further, it would cinch it all up. We thought it was someone from the Israeli side with a guilty conscience. GD. No, just a peeved wasp. RTC. Of course, what was the worst aspect of this Pollard business is that the little traitor passed an enormous amount of very, very sensitive information to Israel, among which were reams of top-level coded material. We found out later that all of this was sent to Russia, to the KGB and the GRU within hours of it getting to Tel Aviv. GD. Did they work with the Russians? RTC. No, some of the refuseniks that went to Israel were Soviet plants and they took with them enough information to convince the Israelis that they would be good agents. That's the terrible thing about the Pollard matter, Gregory. It cost us millions upon millions to rework our codes but that only covered ongoing matters. My God, the Soviets were reading all our top-level messages. The damage that little shit caused is not to believe. Weinberger wanted to shoot him out of hand but that never happened. Pollard will never get out of prison alive. Did you know that the Israelis made him an honorary member of their Knesset and deposited large sums of money into a bank account they opened for him there? GD. That's a bit gross, isn't it? RTC. Figure it. And they have been bombarding Clinton to pardon him but that will never happen, even if his wife is Jewish. I don't much care for Clinton but he is certainly a smart man. He moves with the tides, Gregory, and if he dared to pardon Pollard, there would be serious problems for him. It's been said that if this looked like it might go through, the BOP people would have one of their convicts stick a knife into him while he was taking the air in the prison yard. I think he should be found hanging in his cell some morning and then we can pickle him, put him in a box and ship him off to Israel, collect. GD. Frau Clinton is Jewish. RTC. Family came from Lodz in Poland, went to Manchester in England, changed their names and some of them came over here. Her branch ended up in the cloth business in Chicago. They don't talk about this but it's something to consider. One thing I can say about the Clintons. They both are really too fond of women. GD. When I lived in California, I had a friend in the state police in Sacramento and he was telling me that Hillary left law school at Yale and interned with Bob Truhaft in Oakland. He's a communist labor lawyer. His wife is Decca Mitford who wrote the book on funeral home ripoffs. Decca's sister was Unity Mitford, who was one of Hitler's lady friends. Anyway, he said that Hillary worked with the Black Panthers in Oakland and got involved with their descent on the legislators in Sacramento. They all had guns and everyone freaked out. Apparently, the police went around rounding them all up and they found Frau Clinton naked in bed with a black woman. It's all in a report he copied. And he said that about a week after Clinton became president, the FBI swooped down and grabbed the original files on all of this. RTC. Too bad there's no copy. GD. Oh, there is. I sent a copy of it around to the media but all I got was complete silence. But note that Herb Cain, a columnist for the Chronicle, wrote about this and I don't think the FBI can do much about that. Of course, people forget very quickly, Robert. Cold beer in the fridge and a sports game on the tube and they're contented. Consider the bulk of the public as if it were a hibernating bear in Alaska. Now if the far right and the far left stand in front of his den, screeching at each other and throwing dung and snowballs at each other, the bear is oblivious. But supposing they decide to move into the den and continue their petty squabbles, and if by accident, one of them managed to kick Brother Bear squarely in the balls, then we see something else. The bear awakes with a roar, promptly kills both of the invaders of his bedroom and goes back to sleep again. That, Robert, is what happens when the public is aroused and that is why politicians are careful to keep out of the bear's den. RTC. An interesting analogy. GD. Revolutions don't start overnight. The French Revolution had its roots in the determination of a burgeoning middle class to obtain equal rights along with the monarchy, the clergy and the nobility. Things got out of control and the mob woke up and wreaked bloody havoc on France for some time. Read Carlyle on this subject. Or read Erich Hoffer. I recommend The True Believer for a very penetrating analysis of mass movements and their fanatic adherents. We don't have this problem here, at least now, but things change, and if we don't change with them, then there are problems. RTC. I think the older we get, the less we welcome change. GD. Routine can be comforting at that. But suppose some stuffy bureaucrat got up one morning, shoved the family cat into the microwave, turned it on, drove his van across the neighbor's lawn and crushed the stone dwarfs and then ran all the red lights on the way to the office. And when he got to his work pen, he set the contents of his desk on fire and ran around the office buck naked. RTC. I have a feeling he would be locked up somewhere for some time. You have a very active imagination, Gregory, or did you do this? GD. No, but when I see the automatons on the road or marching in lockstep on the sidewalks of the financial district, such thoughts are not unnatural to me. I love to do the unexpected. I recall once when a friend's father, who ran a local penny store, gave me a half a dozen obsolete window dummies. My God, sir, did I have my fun. We took a little girl, cute thing with pigtails, cut a hole in her back and filled her insides with lots of raspberry jello. Then we put a pinafore and a pair of nice shoes and socks on her, took her down to the SP tracks and set her up just this side of the railroad bridge. My Russian friend and I sat in the bushes, and when the Del Monte special, filled with the idle rich, came down the line doing 80, the headlights picked up the little darling on the tracks, illuminating her winsome form for the people stopped by the track gates. Horns blowing, howling drivers, panic, and then when the train hit her squarely, a great fan of red jello and papier-mâché body parts descended on the stopped cars. Now that was something to remember, Robert. Engineer slammed on the brakes, dropped sand, skidded with many sparks and blaring air horn into the local station, and I will always remember the idle rich flying all over the interior of the illuminated club car. We got away with it, but only barely. Booted police stamping all around our bushes, looking for the fiends. We didn't do that one again, but believe me, it was worth it. RTC. Laughter. GD. I see you do have a sense of humor, Robert. There were other dummies to be put to good use. Sometime later I can give you more cheerful anecdotes to make your day. RTC. I hope all of that is behind you, Gregory. GD. Oh yes, long ago but not forgotten. By the way, speaking of things behind, can you give me one word that describes what happened when a very fat woman backed into a rotating airplane propeller? RTC. Not offhand. GD. Disaster. RTC. Are you smoking something illegal? GD. No, too much coffee and too many fond memories. Let me go back to the book and leave you thinking about the chaos inside the embassy when you turn on your noise box. RTC. That's probably enough for now. GD. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, Robert, and I will talk to you later. Concluded at 10:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 15. Date. Wednesday, May 22, 1996. Commenced. 12:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 12:45 p.m. CST. GD. Am I interrupting anything? RTC. No, nothing important. Mostly I do paperwork in the morning, lunch, nap a little and not much else. Gregory. A question here. Have you ever heard of Richard Condon? GD. Yes, I have read 2 of his books. He just died. I think last month I read about it. RTC. The Manchurian Candidate. GD. That's one of his first books. Interesting concept. I saw the movie with Frank Sinatra in the early 60s. Very complex man with his plots, and the brainwashing business was too much. They get a hold of an idea and run off with it. RTC. The company was deeply into brainwashing. It was an utter fiasco, and we can talk about it in some detail later, but I am glad you know about the book and the concept. GD. Right. Brainwashed a pal and then got him to shoot at a politician. I smelt the Kennedy business in there. He hated Nixon. RTC. He hated everybody. GD. Depressing, Robert. Authors pour out their sublimated hatred for their wives, their parents, their teachers, and God alone knows who else. What was it about the Condon book? RTC. Just some report I came across last night while I was putting some of my papers into new files. The Manchurian Candidate was the title of the study. Actually, we were watching someone who had been a POW during the Vietnam business. GD. You think he was brainwashed and is going to shoot the mayor of Buffalo Breath, Montana? RTC. No, not brainwashed, Gregory, turned. GD. The North Koreans turned one of our prisoners. RTC. No, the Russian KGB did. GD. Well, that makes more sense. I know a number of Russians, met a really sharp one in Bern when I was living there. That I could believe, but I can't see them using brainwashing. I've heard about the CIA's giving people drugs and using microwaves and so on. The Russians are not that idiotic. RTC. Now, Gregory, not everything we did was lunatic. No, the Russians had access to some of the prisoners and we think they turned at least one of them. Not brainwashing, money. GD. Yes, now you make sense. Using secret radio waves. I knew a nut one time who wore a beret lined with aluminum foil to prevent Martian radio waves from getting through. Now don't laugh, he actually did. We're on a group therapy class once and he was a patient. Oh, nuttier than usual, but I prevailed on the head doctor to let him wear his beret and he calmed right down after punching 2 nurses and a food attendant. A sort of metallic pacifier, but it did work and it kept the place calm. Money, of course, is more immediate and more effective than brainwashing. So they got to a prisoner of war, did they? He must have been someone they could use. Some stupid grunt from Alabama would be useless unless they wanted him to let the family hogs run out onto an interstate when an unwanted politician's motorcade was passing. RTC. Gregory, there are times when I can see why poor Kimmel can't put up with you. Do try to be serious, won't you? Yes, a person who was perhaps important but more likely someone who could become important later. GD. Makes sense. I don't think the Kong ever captured a senator on a goodwill tour of Saigon whorehouses. And I don't think they captured any really high-ranking officers, did they? Is that what you're talking about? RTC. Now you're coming down to reality from the clouds. No, they did not have any generals or admirals in the Hanoi Hilton, but they did have someone almost as important, but it was a potential, not an actual. GD. And RTC. And if there was such a captive, the Russians, who worked with the North Vietnamese, had liaison people there and we knew it, so they looked over the captive list and perhaps found someone that could be useful, if they could turn him. Suppose they found one. GD. I suppose they did, didn't they? RTC. Well, we were not certain, but we believe this happened. You know, we and the Russians were supposed to be deadly enemies then, but in our game, there really are no enemies, just different shades of gray. GD. That I am aware of. A Russian friend of mine told me that there was a regular connection with the Americans and that information went back and forth. Luxembourg, as he told me. RTC. Yes, indeed. GD. So what? Professionals helping each other to make each other look good. I'd do it. I mean, if you had an agent at some altitude who was fanatically anti-Soviet, he would be blind to the subtleties of reality, wouldn't he? Narrow-minded fanatics are of very limited use, I have found out. RTC. Exactly so, Gregory, exactly so. I was a specialist on the KGB and I knew a few people from the other side. That's where I got my indication that their people had turned one of ours. A hint, but a strong one. And then we went through lists of people, vetted the ones that were likely candidates. GD. But not Manchurian ones. RTC. No, Moscow candidates. GD. You know, I had a Russian friend tell me one time that he was constantly amazed at how easy it was to turn Americans. He used the phrase, the 3 Bs. RTC. Booze, bucks and broads. GD. Precisely. He said that money or pussy got them far more than threats or blackmail. He had a rather low opinion of Americans, I hate to say. RTC. They aren't perfect either, but he has a point. GD. What did they turn your suspect with? Not booze in a prison. Money. Cunt. If he has potential, probably money, right? RTC. Yes, just that, money. Oh, And little special treatments like more baths, a little better food and things like that. GD. Well, if he was in with others, they couldn't have been too lavish. Others would have noticed. One has to be careful. No television sets, visiting whores or lobster dinners for him. I can see a few extra cigarettes here and there, a glass of booze while having a medical exam. I suppose small things like that are possible and very useful tools. You know, Robert, Mueller was a master interrogator. He was a very intelligent man, and instead of beating people he talked to them. He said if you were proper with them and even extended small courtesies during the interrogation, you could work wonders. RTC. He's right. But in this case, greed and envy. GD. Envy. Now that's interesting. Competition. Now there's a piano to play on. A military prisoner of war. Potentially important somewhere down the road. Competition. With whom? Another officer. A former golf partner. Not strong enough. With whom? A relative perhaps. A more successful relative. Striving. Robert, striving. I did read. RTC. Now, Gregory, let's not drive down that road. Enough is enough. GD. Now, Robert, it was you who asked me about Condon, don't forget. You want to stop me while on a roll. That's like your girlfriend letting you touch her just a little bit right down there, but not too much or too long. That's called prick teasing. Competition with a relative. Someone living under the shadow of a famous relative. Did we have any prisoners with famous parents or siblings? Perhaps an exalted father. Mothers don't count except in the Oedipal way. Now I was recently reading about someone who was a prisoner of war. Injured badly. Came from a distinguished military family. I'm sure you know the name, Robert. That one. That fits. Position to be helpful. If he gets unhappy, there are little reminders of past favors that it would be wise not to talk about. They help your career and you help them. Money. Senior military officers have a decent pension, but it ceases when they die. I believe. RTC. Gregory, you are hopeless, but I love the way your mind works. A wealthy marriage is possible. GD. Have a glass of beer, Bob. RTC. Do be quiet about this, Gregory. This person has serious ambitions and there is no concrete proof of anything. GD. If a stupid person like myself could put a scenario together so quickly, given your valuable hints, couldn't others? RTC. I doubt it, Gregory. Now we won't be talking about this episode, will we? GD. I suppose that depends, Robert. I wouldn't want a Soviet, Russian, agent in too high a level, would I? And neither would you. RTC. It's a waiting game. GD. Do we have something concrete besides a neat guessing game? RTC. Yes, a copy of an interrogation file complete with future plans. GD. My. And I suppose with that, your people could turn this individual, turn him to feed the Russians false information. I mean not obvious fake material, but with just enough real bits in the dinner to make it pleasant to eat. You would turn him back to the paths of righteousness and fuck the enemy. That's what I would do, Robert. A fool would expose him or shoot him when he's taking a hike in the desert. RTC. You got all this from Mueller. GD. No, but he and I got on very well because we thought the same way. I suspect the reason why I get on with you is that we think the same way. Robert, I am only a shop-worn observer of the human condition. Who would want to hire me? Don't forget, Kimmel has called me a loose cannon, so that must be true, and no one wants to hire a loose cannon. What he means by that is that clever as I know I am not a whore and they could never get me to do something I thought was wrong. Never. And they know that very well. Mueller said my psyche was rooted in the Middle Ages and Haney was dead on. Simplistic as it is, there was a code of behavior and social interaction that they don't have now. Why? Humanity has been reduced to a common denominator, Robert. This makes inferior people feel secure and happy in their knowledge that it is good to be mediocre. Or worse, so-and-so went to Harvard. Or Yale. Or Princeton. So-and-so thinks he is a walking god. He might be a useless twit, but he went to Harvard. RTC. We had legions of those in the company, Gregory. I was a lace curtain Mick from Chicago and I didn't fit in with the sailing and horsey crowd. GD. And neither did Mueller, and he was a better man than any of those effete twits. Bring back the old days, Robert, when merit and merit alone got you to the top. And do make sure I can get that file on the candidate if anything happens to you. RTC. What would you do with it? GD. Wait and see. RTC. We will see indeed. Concluded at 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 16 Date. Sunday, June 16, 1996 commenced. 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:50 p.m. CST RTC. Good day to you, Gregory. I have some interesting news for you today. One of my friends from the agency tipped me off, knowing how much trouble I have had with the Swiss people across the street. Seems the Jews are planning to squeeze them over Nazi money. GD. The Third Reich is over and done with years ago. RTC. No, they put money into the Swiss banks during the war and the Jews want it. I mean, even if Hitler sent tons of Reichsbank gold to Switzerland, our Hebrew friends have decided that it was all from melted down wedding rings and dental gold. GD. Oh, such idiotic crap. The Reichsbank refined any gold they bought, stamped it and used it in trade. How in the name of sweet Jesus can the Jews say that this bar came from screaming co-religionists? Garbage. Christ. FDR stole over 100 million from the Jews in 41 and 5 will get you 10 that the Jews will never see a penny of this. RTC. Seized assets. GD. Right, that was in 41 and the Rubin report says they never got a cent of it back. Old Franklin gave the money to his family and friends, so how can we give it back? RTC. Franklin was not an honest man. GD. No, he was not. He cheated on his ugly dyke wife and on everyone else. Jesse Jones got several million. RTC. Oh, and I was laboring under the misapprehension that Jesse was honest. You're disillusioning me. Anyway, perhaps you could do a story for your new friend Cardo on the subject. It's my impression that he is not friendly to our Yiddish friends. GD. Actually, Yiddish is a language and not a people, but I take your meaning. I wish them luck, but the Switzers are very tight with their money. RTC. Gregory, haven't you learned in all your readings that a Jew in pursuit of money is an awesome thing to behold? I almost feel sorry for the Swiss. GD. They should go after the U.S. Treasury to get their deposits back. FDR took them for safekeeping and kept them. Almost 130 million at the time. RTC. No, the Jews will never go after this country. Why, America is the sole supporter of Israel, didn't you know? All they have to do is to send some Jewish lobby person around to various congressmen and the money gushes forth. Of course this marks us down with the Arabs as participating in all the nasty business over there and participating on the wrong side. Well, one of these days, the Arabs will get at us for being too friendly. GD. That will get them nowhere. It will give Israel the opportunity of heating up the fires of war against their enemies. That's a bit typical, I must say. Israel will fight to the death of the last American soldier. I can just see the Russians helping them. The Russians hate them and have been spending the last few years chasing them out of Russia. The new Russians blame the Jews for the atrocities committed by Stalin. RTC. Well, if it weren't for the Jews, Stalin would have been gone from the scene long before Beria poisoned him in 53. Old Joe, by the way, may have used the Jews, but he hated them, and when it got gaga, he began to persecute them. The fact that his daughter was seduced by an old Jew movie producer didn't help the situation any. That's one of the reasons Lavrentiy got rid of Stalin. That and the fact that Stalin was planning to get rid of Lavrentiy. Besides, Beria was a Jew, so the inference there is plain. Well, now they are after any German gold still in Swiss banks. Look for the PR people to cut loose with prayer shawls and wailing when they want us to pressure burn. It never fails. GD. Oh, I know about the wailing. You hear it in the shops in Chicago. Some old prune says, my whole family was turned to soap in Auschwitz. They even gassed the cat, so can't I get a better deal on that sofa? RTC. So unkind, Gregory, so unkind. And I used to get after Jim, who just thought they were all wonderful. My God, did you know that their Mossad, which was originally a sort of travel agency for unwanted Jews, smuggled tens of thousands of perfectly awful Polish Jews into Miami after the war? Brought them up from Cuba and Central America by the boatsful. People up here were unaware of this, and when they found out, they were too afraid of being called Nazis to dare to demand expulsion. They have suffered so much, Eisenhower said, so we can just turn a blind eye. GD. Not surprising. Eisenhower was a political general after all, and if it hadn't been for Truman, tens of thousands of German POWs would have starved to death in Ike's camps. If you looked at Ike's yearbook when he was at West Point, you will see under his picture the interesting words, "the Swedish Jew." Could this be true? RTC. Heard the same thing, but it could be a joke. GD. In bad taste. RTC. I recall very clearly that most of the top-level communist spies here were all Jews, but since Stalin died, they turned their sad eyes towards Tel Aviv instead. Jim wanted more of them in the company, but I did my best to keep them out. One comes in and then two, and before you know it, out you go, and all the secrets go to Israel by the next plane. Jim made a few errors in his career, and loving the Hebrews was probably the worst. Now, they are all over the place here, and the agency is full of them. Hell, we used to be a white man's organization, and now it looks like a synagogue on Saturday around Langley. Well, and Jim's other mistake was trying to spy on everyone he suspected of disloyalty. He got the sack for reading thousands of pieces of mail and snooping on everyone through the phone company. At did as we asked them to. Hell, the FBI tapped phones, but they used warrants. Jim just made calls and got enormous amounts of intercepts for nothing. Well, Jim's gone, and it will take years to start the magnitude of his internal spying again. We have a compact with the FBI so that they run things stateside and we run things overseas, but that's never worked. They spy overseas. The legates in the embassies are all FBI men. Of course we don't squawk too much because we spy on people in the States. GD. And get rid of you enemies here as well. I mean, it's easier to off someone in Munich than Vienna, Virginia, but I notice your people don't seem to mind. Well, whose season of evil is it, anyway? Concluded at 2:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 17. Date. Monday, June 24, 1996. Commenced. 11:24 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 12:05 p.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. I just got back from a business trip. What's new inside the Beltway? RTC. I missed your daily chats, Gregory. How was your trip? GD. Street. Petersburg was great. Moscow is improving from the old days, but expensive as hell and getting to be a Western-style mess. Still, I got to tour the older parts of the Kremlin and look at some of the stock in the military museum there. Money is necessary to live, but collectibles are far more interesting. Great art collections in St. Petersburg. R Street. Petersburg is full of ancient retired Jews, hoping the hot sun will extend their petty lives instead of giving them skin cancer. RTC. Back to your cheerful self, I see. Did you have any trouble going through immigration? You were on the watch list, you know. GD. I know. No, I flew with a friend who has a private plane. I never go through the lines getting back. I sent Tom Kimmel a nice postcard from Moscow and put my prints all over the thing. I hope it distracts him. RTC. What a terrible thing to do, Gregory. They will spend a week testing the card, and once they decide it was authentic, they will get our Moscow. I assume you sent it from Moscow, people to check hotel rosters. If they find you, then they'll check the immigration records to see when you arrived back here. If they don't find you and they know you're back. GD. Oh, I called Kimmel to cinch this up. He hadn't gotten my card yet, so I told him all about the joys of Moscow. Of course, he probably didn't believe me, but when he gets that card, I will have so much fun. RTC. And expect a smarmy call from him asking you about your plane trip. Oh, and what airline did you take? Oh, and where did you land, coming back? They have so little imagination, don't they? GD. No brains, either. That's what comes from marrying your sister. RTC. Gregory, how rude. Can't you show some class? You know they trying to quit all that. GD. Laughter, yes. RTC. Did you know old Hoover was part black? GD. Besides being queer. RTC. In addition to that. But I think Hoover was more asexual than homosexual. A really vicious old man. Do you know how he kept from being kicked out by succeeding presidents? He kept files on everyone of consequence, both in business, the media, and, especially, government. The real dirt, as it were. And no one, not the president, the Attorney General or Congress to whom he had to go every year to get the yearly appropriations would ever dare to cross J. Edgar Bobby Kennedy crossed him and Bobby was killed for his trouble. No, Hoover was a vicious man. We, on the other hand, use the same methodology but we are far smoother in applying it. We have a strong influence, for want of a better term, with the banking industry. We have the strongest and most effective influence with the print and television media. We have a much stronger hold on the Hill than Hoover ever had. At times, we've had iron control over the Oval Office. Hell, the NSA snoops domestically and we get it all. We have a strong in with the telephone people and we don't need warrants to listen to anybody, domestically, we want, when we want. Now that the internet is in full bloom, trust it, Gregory, that we will establish our own form of control over that. It's an invisible control and we never, ever talk about it and anyone who gets really close to the truth gets one in the back of the head from a doped-up burglar. And if something gets loose, who will publish it? Surely not our boys in the media. A book publisher. A joke, Gregory, never. Rather than off some snoop, it's much more subtle to marginalize them in print, imply they are either liars or nuts and make fun of them. Discredit them so no one will listen to them and then later, the car runs over them in the crosswalk. Oh, sorry about that, officer, but my foot slipped off the brake. I am desolated by that. And we pay for fixing the front end of his car. GD. Such an insight. Too much coffee, today, Robert. RTC. No, just an old man and his memories. GD. How come you never nailed Hoover about the homosexual business? RTC. We had a working relationship with him, observed, I might add, in the breach more than not. The old faggot put his men in foreign embassies as legates while our men were the USIA. We tried to take them over but it never worked out. We just made their lives miserable instead. GD. Question here. Now that communism is effectively dead in Russia and they are imploding, why go after them? Once the Second World War was over, we made friends with the evil Germans and Japanese and built them up again. Why not work with the non-communist Russians? RTC. Oh, that drunk Yeltsin was in our pocket but in the case of the former, we did build up their industries but we also owned them, lock, stock and barrel. Germany and Japan were our puppets but the Russians could never be brought to heel because they were too large and too diverse. Also, take into account that our main thesis at the company was that the evil Russian communists had to be stopped lest they take over Nova Scotia and bombard New York. With a decades-long mindset like that, you can't expect our people to change overnight into actually accepting the Russians. Not likely. And besides, we tried to nail down all their oil and gas but we lost hundreds of millions in the process when they got wise and stopped it. We have to find a new international enemy to scare the shit out of American with, an enemy that only the CIA can save us from. The Jews are screaming about the Arabs, who are natural enemies of the Christians. We could dig up historians who will write about the Crusades and Hollywood people who will make movies about the triumph of Christianity over the Crescent. The Jews are getting too much power these days but remember that the Arabs have all the big oil and we need it. Yes, no doubt a resurrection of the Crusades will be next. Without enemies to protect from, we are of no use. Besides, Arabs are highly emotional and we can easily push them into attacking us, hopefully outside the country. Then, the well-oiled machinery that we have perfected over the years can start up and off we go on another adventure. GD. My. How Heinrich Mueller would have loved to listen in on this conversation. A thoroughgoing pragmatist and you two would have a wonderful time. RTC. Remember that he and I had occasion to talk while he was here in Washington. I liked him as a matter of fact. Single quote question mark. USIA. United States Information Agency. The cover position for CIA operatives working from the inside of an American embassy or consulate. GD. In spite of the propaganda about the Gestapo in overcoats with dogs dragging screaming Jews into the streets, beating them with whips and driving them, in long parades, into the gas chambers. Of course that was wartime fiction but it got the Jews' sympathy. RTC. And don't forget, Gregory, it also got them political power and money. And they love both. I worked with them on a number of occasions and while they are all smart people, I wouldn't trust one of them to the corner for a pound of soft soap. During the Stalin era, they spied on us for Joseph by the carload, stealing everything, worming their way into Roosevelt's New Deal and high government office, and everything they could lay their hands on went straight to Moscow. Now, it's the identical situation, but the information goes to Tel Aviv. GD. Stalin hated them. He didn't trust them. RTC. But he did use them to kill people off, didn't he? GD. Yes, but when he was done with them, he planned to make the fictive Hitler's death programs look like a fairy tale. Going to round up all the Jews and dump them into the wilds of a Siberian winter and let God freeze them all. RTC. Oh, they won't ever face up to that one, Gregory. No, communism was wonderful because they used it as a ladder to climb up to where the white man held sway. Truman initially supported their cause until he found out how they were murdering Palestinians to steal their farms, so he stopped U.S. support of Israel. And then Israel tried to kill him. GD. Mueller mentioned that. RTC. But Harry got cold feet after that. GD. And now they have a place at the white man's table, don't they? RTC. Hell, now they own the table and the restaurant and 10 blocks around it. Roosevelt hated them, and he and long kept them out of the country. Roosevelt said they were a pest and we did not want them here. Funny, because long ago, the Roosevelt family was Jewish. GD. I know. German Jews from the Rhineland. Name was Rosenfeld. Went to Holland after they were run out of Germany and changed the name to a Dutch spelling. RTC. Yes. I know that. Old Franklin's second cousin was an Orthodox rabbi as late as 1938. Of course no one ever mentions that, just like no one ever talks about Eleanor's rampant lesbianism. God, what a sewer the White House was then. A veritable racial and ethical trash bin. GD. Now they're all dead. RTC. There should be a way to prevent that sort of thing, but of course we were not in existence when Franklin was king. Wouldn't happen now. I'm afraid that the Jews will dig into the company the same way they dug into Roosevelt's bureaucracy, and the second time around, we will have a terrible time rooting them all out. GD. I can see pogroms in Skokie and Miami even as we speak. RTC. Dream on, my boy, dream on. At any rate, I shall await the demonization of the Arab world. We can send the military into Saudi Arabia on some flimsy pretext, like the demolition of some U.S. embassy in a very minor state, like Portugal, by positively identified Saudi Arabs, and then a new crusade. Oh, and the precious oil. GD. And the oil. Remember the Maine, Robert. RTC. Yes, and remember what old Hearst said. You supply the pictures and he'll supply the war. Oh yes, and we got Cuba and the Philippines, although why we wanted the latter escapes me. The problem with that country is that it's full of Filipinos and monkeys. Of course it's often hard to differentiate between them, but life is never easy. The Navy calls them the niggers of the Orient. I was at Pubic Bay once. GD. Laughter. What? You mean Subic Bay, don't you? RTC. A service joke. My God, Gregory, every square foot of land for miles around that base was filled with bars and tens of thousands of local prostitutes. Oh, you nice American, I love to fuck you. Take me back to America. And many of our corn-fed sailors went for the okie dokie and found out what hell was like once they got Esmeralda back to Iowa. Ah well, thank God I never listened to their whining siren songs. GD. I would imagine they had more claps than a football crowd. RTC. Laughter. My, isn't it fun being bigots? GD. I would prefer realistic observers. Robert. RTC. Call it what you will, Gregory, underneath the nice, polished veneer, we are all really cheap plywood. GD. Hypocrisy is, after all, the tribute that vice pays to virtue. RTC. Did you go to Harvard, Gregory? Such polished wit. GD. I know. No, not Harvard, the University of Unfortunate Experiences. I read a good deal, Robert, and I have moved in elegant circles and know just what to say and do at the appropriate time. Good manners are just the polish on the knife blade. RTC. The university has embittered you, hasn't it? GD. Of course. Remember the Canadian counterfeit caper. A good case of embitterment. They stole from me, so I returned the favor, in spades if you'll pardon a rampant, bigoted remark. They stole $4.10 from me and I responded by stealing over $2 million from them. In cash and their expenses. Loved every minute of it, too. I don't think the Canadians expected me to come back, and certainly not the way I did. RTC. I read all about it. You made the press and we took note. GD. I'm sure you did. Always strike at the weakest spot, unexpectedly and with force. Take them by surprise and then withdraw. They will rush their troops to the point of attack and then you circle around and hit them somewhere else. RTC. How much did you get away with? GD. Oh, Robert, such a pointed question. I got my $4.10 back, and it cost them millions in a frantic attempt to stop what they called the efforts of the largest ring in their history. And if I made a profit out of it, why consider Delilah? Didn't she make a profit? RTC. Oh, Gregory, a pun is the lowest form of humor. I should expect better from you. GD. It would not be a good idea for me to go back to Canada, Robert. They will still be waiting for me. After all, I never used a lubricant. Sometimes, rarely but sometimes, I can sit back and enjoy a good laugh. I have 2 Canadian $2 bills and a dime in a nice shadow box along with a newspaper clipping from the Vancouver Sun, next to my desk. It warms me on a cold night. Concluded at 12:02 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 18 Date. Wednesday, June 26, 1996. Commenced. 11:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:40 a.m. CST. I did some digging in the archives, through the kindness of a friend, and dug up the story about your Vancouver caper. The Vancouver Sun had a running account of it. My God, what an uproar you caused. Mounties here and there, mass arrests, utter Christmas chaos in the shops. Wherever did you come up with such an idea, Gregory? GD. From the German Operation Bernhard, Robert. They counterfeited the British pound note, destroyed its value, made millions in the process, and did a good deal to bankrupt Britain after the war. The confidence in the almighty pound was gone. I figured that if the Canadians could gleefully steal all my money, I could teach them all a lesson in manners. RTC. You surely did that. How much did you get out of it? GD. Nothing. No, I take that back. They stole $4.10 from me and I got $4.10 back. I didn't do it to make money, Robert. I did it to teach them a lesson, and I think I succeeded. Besides, I got my money back. RTC. It cost the Canucks millions. GD. So what? I never counterfeited the money and I never took a penny from the money. All I did was to walk around Vancouver at the height of the Christmas season, scattering money here and there. So much in the Sally Ann pots, so much for the Hare Krishna people, so much in public lavatories, telephone booths, retail stores, and finally, in a wild orgy of joy, scattering the money out of the back of a friend's van all over the town. And on a windy night at that. 20s all over like leaves in early autumn. Oh my, and the next day, small children, finding the money, rushed to candy or comic book stores and were promptly arrested. Hysteria reigned, and what was left over from my charitable scatterings was tossed by myself off the roof of my downtown hotel, late at night and in a good wind coming up Granville Street from the water. Oh yes, I did have my fun. I got to visit all my Canadian friends, treat them all to wonderful dinners in return for all the dinners they gave me, and give them the pure Christmas-tide joy of tossing tens of thousands of dollars worth of fake Canadian money all over town. Yes, it was entertaining and instructive. RTC. Instructive. GD. To see the growing hysteria on the television and to hear the constant hooting of police sirens as another 90-year-old grandmother was dragged off to the cooler because she found a stack of My Little Children in a phone booth and was using them to buy Christmas presents. Lawyers were frantic, families hysterical, the police completely beyond their depth, and Ottawa in a frenzy. They said it was the biggest counterfeiting ring in Canadian history, and the press was split between deciding whether Chinese drug dealers or the mafia were responsible. But there was even more fun later on. RTC. You were caught. GD. For a time, but I got out from under it. But the thing I do remember the best and savor on cold winter nights when I have no money, and naturally, no friends, is the thought of my dear friends in the Secret Service. RTC. Now, given what you did, I can't imagine you could call them that. They certainly couldn't say that about you. GD. No, I suppose not. You see, I was working on a new book down at the same print shop that had turned out the Canadian money in the first place. The owner, as I found out, was a convicted child molester named Temple. He did call himself church from time to time, but that is neither here nor there. Poor Temple had a loose mouth and bragged to some black fellow he was trying to impress, and that one ran to the feds. So one day, when I came into work on the light table, I was introduced to two creatures known as Bob and Joe. They were introduced to me as members of the mafia. How entertaining, Robert. I know mafiosa, and they are all Sicilians, not strange people that looked like they escaped from Arkansas. Mafia my ass. Anyway, one had a wire that a blind man would have seen, a box under his shirt. And as subtle as a fart in a bathtub. I remember one of them getting me off to one side and asking me about the joys of counterfeiting. Of course I made both of them in about 30 seconds, but did enjoy myself. I told Bobby, off the record, that I had a friend working at Treasury who stole bearer bonds and flogged them to me at pennies apiece. RTC. Jesus. GD. Ah, yes, and his eyes bugged and his tongue hung out. What did I do with them? Bobby asked me. Did I keep them at home? Oh no, I told him with a wink. I sold them. To whom he wanted to know. To the KGB people. Who used them to finance their North American spy rings. RTC. Merciful Christ, Gregory. You did that. You aren't pulling my leg. GD. No, I was pulling his. I also told him I was selling the bonds to a major criminal family in London, the Minge family. RTC. Never heard of them. GD. Oh, they do exist, or the name is well known to the London people. So later, I learned from my lawyer, the Secret Service got a hold of their representative at the London embassy and had him ask Scotland Yard about this. As I understand it, that one told some official that his people were interested in London minges. The official responded by saying, "What do think I am? A bloody pimp? You see, a minge is Cockney for a woman's delicate parts. Also used to denote streetwalkers." RTC. Loud and prolonged laughter. You'll be the death of me with your chronicles, Gregory. GD. Well, it took a while to find out about this, but when the federal courthouse people heard about it, it made for many days of merriment. The Secret Service was not entertained. I often wondered what would have happened if the Brits rounded up some old hookers and sent them to the embassy. Little boys would have been more effective. You know about the State Department people. They weren't happy, but later, after I dissed the charges, the Canadians tried to lure me back to Canada to put me away for centuries. You see, Robert, I told my lawyer that if I was extradited to Canada, I would tell my friends on the Sun that I was actually working for the CIA, who were the sponsors of the Quebec Libre movement, and gave them plastique explosive. Of course your Canada desk actually did support the terrorists, and I had chapter and verse on this. So I was not deported and let go. RTC. Gregory, that was very nasty of you. Of course it was true. Where did you find out about that one? GD. A former girlfriend told me. She was pissed off at the agency, and I am a very good listener. It saved my ass, Robert. But to get back to the story. They tried to lure me back, so I told them they could meet with me at the San Francisco airport and that I could give them the plates for the money, which, I might tell you, they never found. So I read in the paper that Nixon was expected in Frisco, and I told my new friends from Vancouver that they could just fly down and meet me. I picked the day Richard was flying in, and by God, sir, they did come down. In a private plane with, as I was told, restraints on board. My, what were they going to use these for? Anyway, I called up the airport Hilton and made reservations in the name of Harry Brunzer. Just for accuracy, Robert, a Brunzer is San Francisco street slang for an anus. RTC. Laughter. GD. Yes, and I got the desk clerk to assign me a room number. I passed this to the Canadians, and in due time, they came down in a private plane, drove up to the hotel in a rented car, and all went inside. Of course, before this happened, I called up the Secret Service and told them French-Canadian terrorists were going to fly into San Francisco and shoot Nixon. I said they would be staying at the Hilton under the name of Brunzer. I hate to miss good entertainment, so I was sitting in the hotel parking lot, wearing a rabat. RTC. A what? GD. A rabat. Catholic priests wear them. A priest's collar and bib. I always wear it with a black suit and rimless glasses. Anyway, up drives the car and into the lobby go my new friends. About 2 minutes later, after they have mentioned the key word to the prime desk man, 2 vans full of men in flak vests rushed into the lobby. RTC. Oh merciful Jesus, if I didn't know you better, how terrible. But funny. GD. Yes, the Canadians were all dragged out, yelling and shouting, except for one who put up a fight and pulled a gun. They had him by the arms and legs. Because he couldn't walk anymore. And what, they were asked later, were they doing with automatic weapons? And handcuffs. They eventually were allowed to go back to Canada after their plane was put back together, and I got a call from my lawyer, a few days later, who indicated that such pranks were not appreciated and a repetition of them might not be nice for me. He did laugh, however. I understand the judge in my case laughed too. He called me the Professor Moriarty of Northern California. Concluded at 11:40 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 19 date. Thursday, June 27, 1996. Commenced. 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:45 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. RTC. And to you, Gregory. GD. Do you have some time now, or could I get back to you later? RTC. Now is just fine. What's on your mind? GD. You had been speaking of the overall CIA organizational control in certain domestic areas. I've been making rough notes and I would like to get a bit more from you. RTC. I don't mind discussing these matters with you, Gregory, but I must ask you to be very, very careful about whom you discuss these things with. Do not, I beg you, ever tell Tom Kimmel about what you and I discuss. He would run to his superiors so fast he would make Jesse Owens look like a paraplegic. GD. No, I wouldn't even consider that. I know about him. My assurances on all of this. You see, sometime, I might like to upgrade the Mueller books, and since he worked for you in DC, some detailed background might be in order. If I put in enough detail, it would shock the brass there into comparative silence. They wouldn't have to get their paid rats to squeal about me being a fraud or worse. RTC. Okay. Just so we understand each other. These pissheads keep calling me to warn me about how horrible you were, and I really don't want to keep hanging up on them. GD. Can they make trouble for you, Robert? If so, RTC. No, retired old crock as I am, I could wipe them out with one phone call and they know it. While we're on the subject, I have made it very clear that if they overtly go after you, they will have me to answer to. GD. Thanks for the support. I must tell you that I always wear a bulletproof vest but on my back. That's where I need it, believe me. RTC. Laughter. Ah, well, Gregory, welcome to the club. Now what were you interested in discussing? GD. All right. Fine. Here we go. We have spoken, or rather you have, about the size and complexity of the CIA. From its humble beginnings as a sort of digest of foreign intelligence for the president. And now, it's huge. And you discussed the press and business and so on. How great is the overall power or control, and how obvious is? Do you have agents in the local post office, for instance? RTC. No, not that finely tuned. As you said, we started out small and ended up big. That's the way of bureaucracies. Expand or die. Old Hoover hated us and tried his best to take us over, but he failed. There were more of us than there were of him, and while initially we dealt only with foreign matters, as a matter of pure survival, we turned our eyes and attention to the domestic market. Hoover was in a constant attack mode, whispering, rumor spreading, attempts at internal spying on us, aggravated turf wars, and soon we not only had to get around him, and did so by being more than useful to the president, and also, note this Gregory, by expanding and getting more power. These things have a life of their own, but with increasing power comes increasing omnipotence. Eventually, we did an end run on Hoover, although we continued to work with him but very gingerly, and then we moved with caution into the domestic business and political field. For both security and, I might add, profit, was in charge of business contacts as it were, and often a CEO would come to me, complaining that this or that country was interfering with their business. Could I help? Of course I would try, and if the interference was bad enough, we would try to help our friend by replacing the troublemaking government or president, or king, involved. We justified this by telling the president or his top people that the target country, or president or king, was a current serious threat to the security of the United States. In order to support our thesis, we went to one of our wholly owned think tanks like the RAND people and have them prepare a supportive paper on order. This I would look at and make suitable changes if needed and forward it to our man, or men as it were, on the staff of the New York Times, followed by a personal call to the publisher or senior editor, and hey presto, the very next day a wonderful story would be on the front page of that influential paper. GD. Above the fold. RTC. Yes, above the fold. On the upper right. And the president and his people would see this just before we paid him a solemn visit with our RAND evaluation added to our own. It never failed, and pretty soon, the public would learn that the Shah of Iran was running away, or that this or that tinhorn dictator like Trujillo got snuffed by what we liked to call dissident internal elements. GD. I knew about Guatemala from my uncle. The family had connections with Grace and United Fruit. RTC. Well, you know what I mean. You know, this usually works, but in one case, it did not. We were asked by our mob friends to get rid of Batista in Cuba, who was shaking them down more than usual, so we were happy to oblige fellow workers in the vineyard of the Lord. Unfortunately, one of our people put Fidel Castro forward as a brilliant reformer, and out went Batista and in went Fidel. Of course we do not talk about that. GD. What happened to the careless agent? RTC. We don't talk about that, either. GD. Robert, have you heard about the joys of finely ground glass? I mean ground in a pestle until it's like face powder, not gravel. RTC. Oh, yes, indeed I have. It destroys someone careless enough to eat something the stuff is mixed into. But it takes quite a bit of time before the arteries give way. I don't recommend it for emergency situations. Still, shooting someone is so public. Better the heart attack, don't you think? GD. Yes, a French medical fellow originally developed the drug and Mueller got it. Gave it to the CIA. He said it worked better than chucking inconvenient people out of the window. Haney was, all in all, a very considerate person. He used to be concerned, he once told me, about the people and vehicles that might be down below. Someone rapidly descending from 10 floors up would do terrible damage to a casual pedestrian, not to mention the damage they could do to a parked car. No, once he got in with your people there, I noticed defenestrating seemed to stop and the heart attack surged forward. Harry Dexter White is a case in point. RTC. Ah, my yes, old Harry. Got him before he was up for sentencing and decided to talk. Although perhaps Stalin had a hand in that, don't you think? Key Bono. Gregory. GD. A good point. Concluded at 10:01 a.m. Central Standard Time, conversation number 20, date Sunday, June 30, 1996, commenced. 2:11 p.m. Central Standard Time, concluded. 2:23 p.m. CST. Good afternoon, Robert. RTC. Gregory. How does it go with you? GD. I got a nasty letter from my wife today. For some reason, she wants me to send her money. I haven't seen her in 18 years, but she still feels I owe her something. RTC. Are you divorced? GD. No, she's a fanatic Catholic and that is not to be discussed. I couldn't take her, so I left. Sorry about that. Mass 3 times a day, 7 days a week. Her priest told me she was crazy. Her father told me, once he got to know me, that if he had known me better earlier, he would have warned me off. RTC. He is with us. GD. My father-in-law. No, the Admiral died 7 years ago. I liked him, but as pretty as his daughter was, I couldn't stand the fanatic religious face she finally revealed to me. Wanted to bring the boy up as a priest, but I talked him out of it. More reason to hate me. He wanted to be a police detective, so I called up the local police commissioner, who was a friend of mine, and got him a job. Now he runs the biggest private law enforcement computer system in Germany. Ah, the stories he could tell. Well, he, at least, likes me. He told me he would have taken off the way I did and does not hold this against me. He told her to shove it and left. My God, the bitch ranted at me for a week about that. I mean, I was over here, but she got onto the phone and I finally had to change my number. Women, Robert, are either at your feet or at your throat. My first wife was very attractive, but she married me for money, and when I wouldn't cut loose any of it for her worthless family, she made my life miserable and took off. I envy you your stable, peaceful domestic life, believe me. Moved her hippo mother in, cats shitting all over the kitchen, screaming, filthy underwear in the bathroom, and so on. They were doing some insulation work on the apartment and I stuck a load of angel hair spun glass insulation into her bras and panties. There she was, scratching herself frantically in public. That stuff is wonderful. I put some in my dad's golf socks once and his feet looked like cured hams after 18 holes in the hot sun. Anyway, after that, and the killing of the pussies, she left and I swore I would never marry again, but I did. I thought with the little head and not the big one. RTC. Yes, my life is placid and comforting, Gregory, but yours must have been something a psychiatrist would have delighted in. GD. I should have taken her out on the boat and chunked her over somewhere. I didn't, but I should have. The second one was even better looking than the first, but she was a religious nut. I have met Protestant nuts but not many Catholic ones. It was my luck to marry one. She hid it, of course, but once we were legally wed, the evil secret emerged. I was going to buy her knee pads to keep her from getting callus pads like a camel. Well, I really think I ought to be nicer to my hand. My latest one is just 18 and very good looking. I am putting her through law school and she will probably leave me, but for the time being, all is relative happiness. Unlike the others, this one is very intelligent, so we can talk. Trying to get her interested in classical music. Not A Weekend with Bach, or Couperin on the Jew's harp, but the real thing. God knows, I have at least 1,000 recordings to assuage me in my old age, and she is actually beginning to listen to some of them. Well, one hopes, but probably in vain. RTC. This must be your day to confess your sins, Gregory. GD. Not my sins but the sins of others. My current one started life in a trailer park but has moved outward and upward. Pretty soon, she'll realize her potential and she will go on to better things, but right now, all is fine. RTC. Bring her with you back here, why not? GD. This one could charm the socks off the statue of Lincoln. What a politician she would make. Well, enough domestic tranquility. I sent you the latest manuscript on Mueller, so once you and Bill have read it, why not give me your comments? For better or worse, I would send it over to Langley, but it would take those stone lawn dwarves a year to get past the second page. Well, the bell just went off on the oven, so the roast baby is probably ready for the table. RTC. I hope you are jesting, Gregory. If they are listening, you might have unexpected visitors. GD. Oh yes, about a month after they hear this. At any rate, enjoy yourself and I'll get back to you tomorrow. Concluded at 2:23 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 21. Date. Tuesday, July 2nd, 1996. Commenced. 2:34 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:50 p.m. CST. RTC. Good afternoon, Gregory. How is it with you? GD. Well enough. And with you? RTC. Getting feeble, Gregory, and I forget names as you know, but other than that, fine. GD. How is your death ray working against the Swiss? RTC. Well, there haven't been any ambulances out there, so I assume it doesn't kill them. And no one running naked down the street, screaming either. GD. Pity. Or perhaps not. Most humans look much better with clothes. Maybe about 16 they peak, and from then, it's downhill all the way. Gravity takes over in women and the tits and the food bags sag a bit. RTC. Unkind. Gregory. What do you know about bubonic plague? GD. A bit. I worked in pathology once and read several papers on it. Why, do you think you have it? RTC. No, I was talking with an old friend I used to work with occasionally yesterday and the subject came up. I don't like to appear ignorant, so I listened appreciatively while we had coffee and cakes. What do you know about it? GD. Now it's called Yersinia pestis, changed the name a few years back, I think. Caused by the bite of infected fleas which, in turn, infect people. Get it from squirrels, rabbits, and often from cats. Dogs too, for that matter. Is that what you wanted to know? RTC. Is it easy to spread? GD. Depends. RTC. If they put it into an aerosol. GD. Pneumonic plague. Yes, I'm sure it could be done. RTC. Oh, it has. Up at Detrick .13 uses aerosol. So I'm told. What's the fatality rate, if you know? GD. As I recall, over 50%. It takes about a week to develop. If the weather conditions are just right, pneumonic plague can be very deadly. That spreads in the air. I mean, if someone infected with it got on a commercial aircraft, they circulate the air in those germ hospitals, and as I said, if an infected person was on a flight, I think everyone on that flight would be at serious risk. And, naturally, they would spread it in public transportation, at home or at work. Nasty stuff. What are they up to at Detrick? RTC. Ah well, these people are always making up batches of death, just like the army is always drawing up plans to invade Canada. Their idea is to have it ready just in case. GD. Yes, I have found that if some new and deadly weapon is developed, the general staffs of various countries having it just can't wait to use it. Mueller said the German army used plague in their Russian POW camps to thin them out, but that he effectively blocked it by telling Hitler that there are no customs posts around to stop the disease from spreading to the rest of the country. They felt the camps were far enough east to keep that under control, but Hitler put a stop to it. RTC. Interesting. 13 degrees Fort Detrick, a 1,200-acre secure U.S. Army Medical Command installation located in Frederick, Maryland. Historically, Fort Detrick was the center for the United States Biological Weapons Program, 1943-69. And while officially no longer engaged in preparations for biological warfare against external enemies, is still involved in research on such diseases as smallpox and various forms of other entities. Oft-heard rumors circulating in intelligence circles, both in the U.S. and abroad, suggest that the anthrax attacks following the 9/11 attacks had a connection with a strain developed at Detrick. GD. Drive. Schreiber was their man. And yours, too. We got him in '48 and he went to San Antonio. RTC. Well, nothing happened. GD. That was then. I doubt if Clinton would approve that sort of thing, but who know about someone else? RTC. If they did do that, they would have to send the cleanup squad around to off the ones who were in the know. GD. Something like that would work in an overcrowded and poor country. Here, yes, it would kill a lot, but there are medical means to stop it pretty well if they can get a handle on it. RTC. Well, it isn't on the agenda for domestic use. GD. Any place in mind? I mean, I do travel, and you know, if there was some target. RTC. Russia has been mentioned, but mostly China. It is coming up, but basically poor and heavy population density. And there has been talk about letting a rice plague loose down there. All of them gobble up rice. They live on it. And if we killed of the crops therefore, let's say about 2-3 years running, they would starve. GD. True, and their resistance would be greatly lowered. A 1-2 punch, Robert. First the rice crops are ruined and then the plague. I'm sure there are plenty of rats in China and plenty of unsanitary living conditions. RTC. Well, right now, we do a lot of business with them, so the word is out they are off the table, but if they ever turn out to be a threat to us. You know what I mean, of course. GD. Flaming pragmatism, Robert. RTC. Let's call it defending the nation. GD. Well, the civilized British put out smallpox-infected blankets and killed off many Indians. I notice the even more civilized French preferred to work with the Indians rather than slaughter them. Still, that is over and done with, isn't it? RTC. Don't be too sure, Gregory. GD. Yes, but they could do it to us first, couldn't they? I know the Chinese, and they are a cold-blooded lot. RTC. Mutual destruction thesis. Yes, of course, but then this is just talk. GD. They must be working on it. RTC. No, lad, they have it. It isn't making it and putting in the bug cans, but deciding to use it I was thinking of. GD. I really wouldn't want to live in DC at all. Reasons like this. RTC. I'm too old and too set to move, and I suppose I will die soon enough. GD. We grow rice here in California and Louisiana, but rice isn't a real staple. I think that's a Pandora's box. Leave it closed. RTC. Nothing I would recommend, but just wondered what you knew. GD. Well, if your chum tips you that they are about to do something like that, please let me know. I could send my mother-in-law to ground zero. No, actually, the old pig exploded some time ago. God, the bitch was fat. My wife told me that her mother was dead, and do you know what I said? RTC. Something meaningful and sympathetic. GD. No, not actually. I said, how can they tell? No sex for a week, Robert. Too bad we didn't have a cat, or I wouldn't have had to make up with her. RTC. Laughter. Did you say that? GD. Yes, and I meant it. It was hard for Tubbs to get into a shower, so she just doused herself with cheap perfume. My God, it stank like a Mexican whorehouse. Did you know, Robert, that someone once asked me if I played the piano, and I told them that I did and that I had learned to play in my aunt's whorehouse in Juarez. RTC. Your aunt. GD. Do not let us speak of my aunt. I have said before, Robert, that one of the dreams of my life was to watch her do the breaststroke in a septic tank. Concluded at 2:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 22 Date. Friday, July 5, 1996 commenced. 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:10 p.m. CST. Did you have a safe 4th, Robert? RTC. Oh my, yes, Gregory. I was out in the street firing off rockets at passing police cars. And you? GD. No, I stayed inside. Little children setting the garage on fire with grandma tied up inside, or shooting bottle rockets into gas tanker trucks on the freeway. Plastic surgeons must have loved the glorious 4th back when we had real firecrackers to fire off. Missing eyes, fingers and other body parts. Terrified and singed cats and dogs, not to mention grass fires and burning shake roofs. I can just see you firing off rockets into passing cop cars, Robert. With your training and previous employment, no doubt the rockets blew the occupants into bloody cat meat. RTC. Such an outburst of rage, Gregory. GD. I am a man of sorrows and acquainted with rage, Robert. How about the company setting off a small bomb in some hitherto harmless country and blaming it on mice? RTC. Now that's something we never did. In fact, we prevented at least one nuclear disaster. GD. What, a humanitarian act? Why, I am astounded, Robert. Do tell me about this. RTC. Now, Gregory, sometimes we can discuss serious business. There were times when we prevented terrible catastrophes and tried to secure more peace. We had trouble, you know, with India back in the 60s when they got uppity and started work on an atomic bomb. Loud-mouthed cow lovers bragging about how clever they were and how they, too, were going to be a great power in the world. The thing is, they were getting into bed with the Russians. Of course, Pakistan was in bed with the Chinks, so India had to find another bed partner. And we did not want them to have any kind of nuclear weaponry, because God knows what they would have done with it. Probably strut their stuff like a Washington nigger with a brass watch. Probably nuke the Pakis. They're all a bunch of neo-coons anyway. Oh, yes, and their head expert was fully capable of building a bomb, and we knew just what he was up to. He was warned several times, but what an arrogant prick that one was. Told our people to fuck off and then made it clear that no one would stop him in India from getting nuclear parity with the big boys. Loudmouths bring it all down on themselves. Do you know about any of this? GD. Not my area of interest or expertise. Who is this joker, anyway? RTC. Was, Gregory, let's use the past tense, if you please. Name was Homi Baba. 14. That one was dangerous, believe me. He had an unfortunate accident. He was flying to Vienna to stir up more trouble, when his 707 had a bomb go off in the cargo hold and they all came down on a high mountain way up in the Alps. No real evidence and the world was much safer. GD. Was Ali Baba alone on the plane? RTC. No, it was a commercial Air India flight. GD. How many people went down with him? 4. Homi Jehangir Baba, October 30, 1909 to January 24, 1966, was an Indian nuclear physicist who played a major role in the development of the Indian atomic energy program and is considered to be the father of India's nuclear program. He died when Air India Flight 101 crashed near Mont Blanc in January 1966. Strong evidence pointed to a sabotage by the CIA intended at impeding India's nuclear program. RTC. Who knows, and frankly, who cares? GD. I suppose if I had a relative on the flight I would care. RTC. Did you? GD. No. RTC. Then don't worry about it. We could have blown it up over Vienna, but we decided the high mountains were much better for the bits and pieces to come down on. I think a possible death or two among mountain goats is much preferable than bringing down a huge plane right over a big city. GD. I think that there were more than goats, Robert. RTC. Well, aren't we being a bleeding heart today? GD. Now, it's not an observation that is unexpected. Why not send him a box of poisoned candy? Shoot him in the street. Blow up his car. I mean, why ace a whole plane full of people? RTC. Well, I call it as it see it. At the time, it was our best shot. And we nailed Shastri 15 as well. Another cow-loving raghead. Gregory, you say you don't know about these people. Believe me, they were close to getting a bomb, and so what if they nuked their deadly Paki enemies? So what? Too many people in both countries. Breed like rabbits and full of snake-worshipping twits. I don't for the life of me see what the Brits wanted in India. And then threaten us. They were in the sack with the Russians, I told you. Maybe they could nuke the Panama Canal or Los Angeles. We don't know that for sure, but it is not impossible. GD. Who was Shastri? RTC. A political type who started the program in the first place. Baba was a genius and he could get things done, so we aced both of them. And we let certain people there know that there was more where that came from. We should have hit the chinks, too, while we were at it, but they were a tougher target. Did I tell you about the idea to wipe out Asia's rice crops? We developed a disease that would have wiped rice off the map there, and it's their staple diet. The fucking rice growers here got wind of it and raised such a stink we canned the whole thing. The theory was that the disease could spread around and hurt their pocketbooks. If the Mao people invade Alaska, we can tell the rice people it's all their fault. GD. I suppose we might make friends with them. RTC. With the likes of them. Not at all, Gregory. The only thing the communists understand is brute force. India was quieter after Baba croaked. We could never get to Mao, but at one time, the Russians and we were discussing the how and when of the project. Oh yes, sometimes we do business with the other side. Probably more than you realize. GD. Now that I know about high-level amorality, they want secrets from us and you give them some of them in return for some of their secrets, doctored, of course. That way, both agencies get credit for being clever. RTC. Well, you've been in that game, so why be so holy over a bunch of dead ragheads? GD. We're all the passengers, Indian atomic scientists. RTC. Who cares, Gregory? We got the main man and that was all that mattered. You ought not criticize when you don't have the whole story. 15 Lal Bahadur Shrivastava, October 2, 1904 to January 11, 1966 was the third Prime Minister of the Republic of India and a significant figure in the Indian independence movement. After the declaration of ceasefire, Shastri and Pakistani President Muhammad Ayub Khan attended a summit in Tashkent, former USSR, now in modern Uzbekistan, organized by Kosygin. On the 10th of January 1966, Shastri and Khan signed the Tashkent Declaration. The next day Shastri died, supposedly of a heart attack, at 1:32 a.m. He was the only Indian Prime Minister, and indeed probably one of the few heads of government, to have died in office overseas. Like the death of Homi Bhabha a few days later, the fatal heart attack has long been suspected as a means on the part of the Russians to remove a potential enemy armed with nuclear weapons. GD. Well, there were too many mountain goats running around, anyway. They might have gotten their hands on some weapons from Atwood and invaded Switzerland. RTC. You jest, but there is truth in what you say. We had such a weight on us, protecting the American people, often from themselves, I admit. Many of these stories can never be written, Gregory. And if you try, you had better get your wife to start your car in the morning. GD. How about my mother-in-law, Robert? Now do you see why Kimmel doesn't want me talking to you? It isn't that he's afraid you might talk to me, I think he's afraid I might corrupt you with my evil designs. RTC. Tom means well, but he's dumb as a post. Most of the FBI are keyhole peepers at heart and should keep the hell out of espionage. Yes, Tom thinks I am getting senile and you are persuading me to give up state secrets. I may be old and I do forget names sometimes, but I am not Gaga yet, not by a long shot. And I've done a lot more important things than Tom ever did, chasing car thieves and people dragging whores over state lines to a cheap motel. GD. I don't think you're crazy, Robert, and you. No, I once discussed you with him. He wanted to know what you were talking about with me and I told him we were discussing stamp collecting. He was not happy with this. I know he views me as a terrible person, but I can't help that. He said you weren't the person you used to be, and I said who was. I asked him if he was better or worse than he had been at 20, and he got mad at me. Self-righteous, Robert, self-righteous. RTC. Well, you certainly aren't that, Gregory. GD. Well, you're not crazy and I'm not wicked. I am right, aren't I? Please tell me I'm right, Robert. I'll cry myself to sleep if you don't. RTC. Laughter. You're a truly bad person, Gregory. GD. I know. I told Jesus that last night when we were playing poker. He keeps hiding cards in that hole in his side. RTC. Tell that to the Pope. GD. We don't get along anymore since I ran over his cat. Concluded at 2:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 23 date. Monday, July 8, 1996 commenced. 1:40 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 1:55 p.m. CST. GD. Am I disturbing anything there? I hear conversations in the background. RTC. My son was just leaving. See you later. Yes, I will, sorry. GD. I can call back later if you wish. RTC. No, everyone has gone. Anything new? GD. Yes. Talking about the Swiss, I just discovered that the Swiss minister, Brugman, was a brother-in-law of Henry Wallace. Married his sister Mary. Anyway, old Henry used to tell Brugman everything he knew, and the Swiss fellow sent long reports to Bern. Unfortunately, the Germans were listening in and knew all kinds of things. Did you know about this? RTC. Yes, we did. We found it out later. Henry was somewhat left of center and in 44, tried to nail down the nomination for president. The party told FDR that they would not hold still for that, so Franklin, who had more or less supported Henry as vice president, dumped him for Truman. I think everyone, including Roosevelt, knew he was not long for this world and the VP would be our next president. Henry had the full support of Stalin and, through him, the communist labor movement here. We missed having a red flag over the Capitol by very little. Henry drifted into obscurity and then vanished off the stage. GD. I found out the same thing. Roosevelt pretended to be a liberal just as Hitler pretended to be a revolutionary. Got more votes. Hitler was a conservative, but he posed as a radical. Remember the blood purge in 34. He got rid of the real revolutionaries then and went over to the side of the professional military and the banking houses. RTC. If Roosevelt had put Wallace in, there would have been serious trouble, believe me. Henry would have had a car accident, as I was told. GD. That's what usually happens. Or the heart attack. That's not as messy and much easier to arrange, isn't it? RTC. Yes, generally. GD. Stalin said it was easy to plan a murder but a suicide was more difficult. RTC. I recall that after Roosevelt passed to Valhalla with his stamp albums, there was a reaction to all his commie friends, and you recall the savage persecutions, don't you? GD. I was younger then, but I recall McCarthy and the rest of it. RTC. The Catholic Church was behind him. Your friend Mueller was also involved there. They did clean house of the lefties all right. GD. I suppose in the process, they ruined quite a few perfectly innocent people. RTC. Talleyrand said that you couldn't make an omelet without the breaking of eggs. GD. The innocent always suffer, Robert. That's what they're there for. By the way, I was reading about the surge of AIDS in Africa. What a tragedy. Once the evil white colonists were kicked out, taking all the skilled technicians with them, the gloriously freed natives surged forward. Of course all the countries there are falling apart. I suppose in a few years, spears will be back in fashion, and at some meeting of the heads of state, one of them arrives late and asks another if he missed much and was told that everyone's eaten. RTC. Gregory. GD. And did you hear the one about Desmond Tutu passing his brother in the forest? RTC. Now that's actually funny. GD. Yes, the evil masters leave and the countries descend into poverty and are all infected with AIDS. In America, we all know that AIDS is the exclusive property of the homosexual and drug communities, and since the average African makes about $5 a month and can't afford a box of aspirin, I think they must all be gay. Instead of enlightened ethnic freedom, we have mass buggery and protracted death. RTC. Well, Africa is very rich in natural resources. If we all wait long enough, the indigenous population will all die off and the rest of us will have free pickings. GD. A rational observation, Robert. Unkind but rational. I get so tired of people who reject reality and bleat like sheep. Why? Reality terrifies them and bleating along with other sheep makes them feel mighty and meaningful. RTC. You speak ill of sheep, Gregory. You are not a sheep, are you? GD. No, I am a wolf. Lead sheep on a regular basis. I am a civilized wolf, however, and prefer them roasted with mint sauce and new potatoes. RTC. I seem to have heard that you have lived by your wits and the money of other people. GD. Robert, surely you realize that a fool and his money are soon parted. RTC. Yes, so it would seem. GD. I do love the crooked rich. They're the easiest to prey on. I recall once when a friend of mine became enamored of the sculpting of Frederick Remington. He was a sculptor and made a small bust of an Indian warrior. I suggested he sign the wax with Remington's signature and then put in the name of the Roman bronze people. Then I took the finished product up to Butterfield and Butterfield in Frisco, and the greedy Bernie Osher bought it from me for a lot of money. Now, mark you, Robert, I never told Bernie that it was original. In fact, I told him I knew nothing about it and got it from my grandmother's attic after she died. The dumb schmuck actually signed the receipt, as is. Which speaks for itself, of course. Then he tried to sue me and lost. Lots of very bad publicity for him. In the meantime, Bernie and his co-religionists resold the same piece to a sucker in New York as genuine. And they sued me. I beat them. RTC. How much did you get out of that? GD. Altogether. RTC. Yes. Altogether. GD. 50,000. RTC. My, Gregory, how comforting. GD. No, beating old Bernie in court was comforting. GD. How much did your lawyer get? GD. I was in pro per. I was my own lawyer. I could easily pass any bar exam, Robert, but I never bother to inform people of that when contracting with them. I always get the long end of the stick and they get the squishy shit on the other end. RTC. You set them up, don't you? GD. Always, and they always assume I am a fool. RTC. No, you are not. A wolf in sheep's clothing. GD. Very often, Robert. Concluded at 1:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 24 date. Wednesday, July 17, 1996. Commenced. 9:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 12:11 a.m. CST. RTC. Good day, Gregory. GD. And a good day to you, too. How are you doing? RTC. A decent day today. And you? GD. Busy with the new Mueller book. RTC. Anything of interest to me? GD. No, probably not at this point. I am working on the real origins of the Second World War at this point. Not the he said or they said fictional crap and pap, but the real meat. Taylor covered much of this in his book on the subject, but there is more. I discuss the threat of Poland in 1932 to physically invade Germany if Hitler were not silenced. They moved troops to the borders, but the threats gradually subsided. Hitler, on the other hand, did not forget this. And Beck, their foreign minister, was an idiot and could easily have diverted the German threat of aggression. But I look more into the economic aspect of the war. Germany lost all her gold reserves after the war because she had to pay everyone in sight for a war she did not start. Then the Western states kept the corrupt Weimar government afloat with short-term and high-interest loans. Weimar was corrupt and degenerate, but Germany was a great producer of saleable goods, so she was encouraged to work more. All of this post-Wilsonian manipulation was directly responsible for the conditions that allowed Hitler to assume power. There were two things he did that assured eventual war with England and the United States. 1. He instituted the barter system whereby Germany would trade, let us say, new locomotives to the Argentine in exchange for their beef and wheat. Normally, Germany would have gone to the London banking houses for a loan, high interest of course. Or the Argentine people would have done the same. The barter system completely bypassed them and they stood to lose billions of pounds thereby. And, do not forget, that the British bankers were almost all Jewish and there was ongoing anti-Semitism in Germany. Copyright AJP. Taylor, March 25, 1906 to September 7, 1990, was a renowned English historian of the 20th century. Taylor's work, The Origins of the Second World War, conflicted with the official American and British scenarios but is considered by reliable historians as a landmark work on the subject. Wasn't Hitler's aim, post-war bullshit pseudo-historians to the contrary, to kill off all the Jews? He only wanted to root them out of German society and force them to emigrate. RTC. But to where? No one wanted any of them. Jews are not liked, you know. GD. Nor trusted. Mueller set up training schools so that Jews could learn farming and go to Palestine. Wonderful. The Arabs howled and so did the British. They did not want Jews there at all. Diplomatic representations were made and Ribbentrop ran to Hitler so the useful project was stopped. Then, Mueller told me he chartered the SS. St. Louis to take 900 Jews to Havana. Everything okay except that when Roosevelt found out about this, he forced the Cubans to cancel their landing permits. Isn't that wonderful of him? And Roosevelt and Breckinridge long did everything they could to keep Jewish Germans out of the country. Even little children. And parenthetically, note that in 1941, Roosevelt seized over $200 million in Jewish assets in this country and kept them. Never gave a penny back either. His son got some of it. Oh, all in the archives, but believe me, Robert, not a word then, now or ever in our press. Can't do that. It was all the evil Hitler, not Roosevelt. RTC. You say that if Hitler were not such an anti-Semite, there might not have been a war. GD. Hitler was institutionally anti-Semitic, Robert. You see, the Germans had always gotten along with their Jews who had been in the country for a long time. No. After Pilsudski, the same one who threatened to invade Germany in 1932, came to power in Poland, he forced out huge numbers of Polish Jews, most of whom fled either to Germany or the United States. The German Jews were Sephardic, Semitic and cultured, but the Polish Jews were Khazars, Mongoloid Turks, brutal, nasty and detested by both the Polish and the Imperial Russians. I have met a few in situ and believe me, they are all vicious swine. So, they flooded into a prostrate Germany in the early 1920s and stole everything they could. By the way, these so-called Eastern Jews were detested by the German ones. But these were the Jews that enraged their German hosts and brought down the active persecutions and expulsions. Interesting to note that after the war, when many of the Polish Jews were released from the detention camps, they tried to go back to Poland where they were promptly subjected to pogroms and wholesale death. No. They then went to Israel where they make up most of the population and now practice their filthiness on the defenseless Arabs. But that's off the topic here. It was Hitler's attitude towards the Jews coupled with the potentially lethal barter system that spelled his doom. The Jewish bankers both in Britain and here got together and started a huge propaganda campaign against the Germans and egged both Roosevelt and Churchill into making trouble. RTC. But Churchill was not in power in the late 1930s. GD. I know, but he had influence and wrote for the press. These bankers hired Winnie to front for them and whore that he went right along with them. You can find some of this in Fuller and the rest in other unnoticed publications, but it's all there. Marx was right when he discussed the economic backgrounds to major wars. Yes, Robert, make room for General Fuller in your library and you will have a much clearer view. Of course none of this will ever get into the American press because guess who owns it? RTC. I well know, Gregory. But they work with us and I see no Don Quixote-like necessity to cut my own throat or that of the company. The Jews have a great power in this country now and one does not attack them, one works with them if you take my drift. GD. Oh, I understand fully. Do you like them, Robert? RTC. Evil little rats, Gregory, treacherous, envious and dangerous in the extreme. I know this sounds terrible, but even though I am well aware that Hitler never gassed them, he should have. All of them, and then there would be peace. There will never be peace in the Middle East unless and until Israel grabs up all the useful Arab lands and expels them from the area the way they were expelled from Poland and Germany. Remember, Gregory, that the abused child becomes the abusing parent. Send me the references on Fuller and I will send you a stack of papers on this subject. And if you choose to use them, for the Lord God's sake, keep me out of it. The Jews would make my life miserable here. GD. I know. They would insert a newly discovered chapter into the fake Anne Frank diaries all about you visiting Holland during the war and shoving plump Jewish babies into bonfires. By the way, all seriousness aside, I have discovered rare documents that at least partially supports the silly Holocaust stories. Would I bore you? RTC. No, certainly not. GD. In April of 1943, all the Jews of Europe were transported to Berlin and when there, were jammed into the Alexanderplatz in Berlin. At the stroke of noon on April 20th, his birthday, Hitler came out onto his balcony and addressed an immense crowd of German Girl Scouts and school children. A cannon was fired and this huge army of girls, all armed with weenie forks, charged into the Alexanderplatz and butchered at least 30 million screaming Jews. My God, the Swedish ambassador wrote that huge raging rivers of blood roared down the Berlin streets, swamping cars and drowning thousands of Berliners before running into the Spee and Havel rivers. Ah, Robert, the truth is worse than the fictions. And the SS and postal employees barbecued the remains, after removing interesting tattoos for the lampshade makers, and Berlin feasted for weeks afterwards. RTC. Loud and prolonged laughter. Gregory, you are really a terrible person. You will kill me with these stories. No, I know it isn't true. I mean I knew that when you mentioned the postal employees. If you ever told that story to a Jew, he would either beat you to death with his purse or literally explode with anger. Do tell that to Tom Kimmel, why don't you? I would love to hear him. When he rang me up, babbling about how psychotic you are. Or, better still, why not tell it to Wolf? GD. Oh, I think not. Bob is very old and getting senile and he might just melt down like the Wicked Witch of the West, leaving only a pair of sodden dignity pants and a beanie behind. No, I just thought you would like to hear what that nut Irving calls the real truth for once. RTC. Well, such a nice history lesson, Gregory. The Hebrews should be happy you have a limited audience or they might get agitated. GD. Pascal once said that to destroy a man, make a fool out of him. Humor is a great weapon and as I have said before when I tell my little stories, always look for the truth in the jest. Concluded at 10:11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 25 Date. Monday, July 22, 1996 Commenced. 9:40 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:10 a.m. CST. Good morning, Robert. Been out and about today. RTC. Gregory, I rarely get out and about these days. My hip problems, you know. And there is nothing on television but trash and the continuing entertainment of the ignorant masses. GD. Oh God, tell me about it. And the news is so controlled that the only way you can figure out what is happening is to read the foreign press. Not ours. RTC. Well, if it doesn't impact on Israel in a negative sense, we do get some news, but God help the TV managers if anything negative in that area ever gets out. Israel and her boys inside the Beltway are sacred cows, believe me. GD. I have no doubt of that, Robert. It's interesting to consider that in the 2,000 years since the mythic Jesus got nailed up, the poor Jews have been kicked out of every country they have colonized. No one wants them around after they get to know them. They were kicked out of England, France, Russia, Poland, Spain, and on and on. Why? Infectious bigotry. No, the locals get wind of what they are like and out they go. Get their hands on all the money and squeeze the public dry. None of them ever did manual labor in their lives, but they live off the labor of everyone else. And then they get too greedy and too careless and out they go, or, in some countries, into the bonfires. RTC. The Germans. GD. No, I had the Spanish in mind. Now I ask you, Robert, why would there be such universal hatred against Jews? There must be a reason. Jews have told me that it's because they are so smart that people are jealous of them, and perhaps this might have some validity, but I personally think that it's their utterly predatory nature. Jews are taught in their religion that non-Jews, and especially the hated Christians, are legitimate targets to attack. I mean, this sounds like some kind of redneck propaganda, but an objective reading of history will more than bear me out. Besides, most of the really evil Jews are not Semitic Jews at all, but actually Mongolian Turks. The Khazars. Before they were converted to Judaism by their Khan in 900 AD, they were a particularly vicious and depraved Caspian Sea army of marauding, raping and killing Turks, intermixed with Mongolian blood. The other Jews, the real ones, hate them with a passion. RTC. And why so? GD. Because they make them look bad. My God. They hate them. But these internecine fights are of no lasting consequence. RTC. Jim loved the Jews and I warned him many times to be careful. But he never listened and got that Mossad right into our organization. What I'm truly afraid of is that these shits suck up all kinds of secret information and off it goes to Israel, mostly through their embassy here. A real spy center. GD. Well, under Roosevelt, who opened the gates for them, they stole everything and sent it to Stalin under the mistaken apprehension that he loved Jews. He did not, of course, but that's another story. So, now they steal everything, like Pollard, and ship it off to Telephone Aviv instead of Moscow. RTC. Sometimes, I can sympathize with Hitler. GD. Well, when it happens here, and it will soon enough, Hitler will be seen in a different light. But I must comment on something else. Johnson passed the civil rights laws and gave the blacks a good crack at a decent middle-class life. Of course he did it to get votes and not out of any decency, but they do have entree now and many of them are coming up. Which, considering that we brought them all here as slaves, is not a bad nor improper concept. However, there are many people here who despise blacks and, in fact, hate them. We don't hear from them because of the political correctness crap being shoved on kids in the schools, but they are still there. I say this because I know some of them. Anyway, they are quiet now, but if the time ever comes when the lower middle class loses its position, look for the racial issue to erupt here. Oh yes, civilization is only a very thin veneer on very cheap plywood, Robert. And the clever Jews have managed to promote the blacks not to help them but to use them as potential victims. If they get too gross, the Jews that is, and the economy takes a dump, then the public will want scapegoats, and guess what? The Jews will point to the blacks and we can count on their papers, writers, think tanks and so on to play the race card in the domestic economic poker game. A nasty business but totally predictable. RTC. Yes, I've seen this coming and so have some of my friends. But there is nothing to do with it. I suppose it's better to see the Black District of New Orleans going up in flames rather than synagogues in Skokie. GD. But the economy is pretty sound now, Robert, so that hypothesis is not valid. I am speaking theoretically here. RTC. My God, Gregory, I do hope the FBI isn't tapping your phone. GD. Or yours, Robert. Don't forget, they hate you. RTC. Well, there is freedom of speech. GD. Yes, there is, but don't scream fire in a crowded theater, Robert. RTC. Laughter, no correct on that one. GD. My late grandfather once told me that. Do you know what else he said? I think I might have told you this before because it's so funny, but he said that you should not tell bald-headed jokes to Custer's widow. RTC. You may have said that, but these days, I wouldn't bother to tell anyone that. GD. Bad taste. RTC. No, no one remembers Custer anymore. GD. How soon they forget. They've forgotten Pollard, but I will bet you that he will never get out of prison alive. RTC. I wouldn't take that bet. They are supposed to be our wonderful allies, yet they encourage one of theirs to steal our most valuable secrets, all of which ended up in Russia, and then, after he got caught, toss him out of the safety of the Israeli embassy here right into the waiting arms of the FBI and life in prison. On the other hand, they set up a trust fund for him and made him an honorary member of their Knesset. That sends someone a message, doesn't it? GD. Yes, it does. I'm not quite sure what message, but it does send a message. RTC. Can you imagine the New York Times or the Post running one of your comments? GD. That would be like someone in Dublin endorsing an orange candidate for the Dial. RTC. Laughter concluded at 10:10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 26 date. Wednesday, July 24, 1996 commenced. 10:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:10 a.m. CST. RTC. I found a very interesting report in the files when I was looking for something else. I misfiled it some time ago. Anyway, Gregory, I thought I would send it to you, but I must say that it is highly sensitive, and if you publish anything on or about it, you might have very serious problems. GD. More CIA assassinations. RTC. No, actually, this has nothing to do with the CIA. We know about the subject, but it isn't really in our field and we want Nothing to do with it. This is about. I think we have talked about the subject before. Vanishing people, flying saucers and so on. GD. I believe so. Do go on. RTC. Well, you'll have the report next week, or whenever Greg gets to the local post office. Point 1 mean it runs to about 100 or more pages. Otherwise, I could stick it into an envelope and leave it for the local route man. And there it is. Absolutely pure science fiction, but in this case, or rather these cases, science facts. I may have told you about one of our top people who just vanished while walking down his driveway. Well, there is a lot more. We may have talked about the Roswell business and we can get back to that later, but the most interesting item in the file is about the woman who was jaywalking in New York and was hit by some minority trying to escape from the police. Terrible impact and knocked her up onto the sidewalk. Right next to a hospital, so she was rushed there but died there at once, or more likely was killed by the impact. So, when they did an autopsy on her, they were lucky because they got right onto her, or whatever it was, and that was good because about 2 hours later, after the body cooled off, it turned to a sort of jelly. But, this is the fascinating part. It looked like a woman from the outside, but once they cut into her, it wasn't a woman. Gregory Upton Crowley, Robert Crowley's son. Gregory Crowley shipped boxes of his father's personal files to Gregory Douglas before his father's death in 2000. GD. It was a transvestite. RTC. No, it wasn't human. The insides were all different. None of the staff had ever seen anything like it before, so they photographed the body and took out what they hoped might be some kind of organs. Didn't do any good because, like the body, the pieces all turned to jelly in the jars. But there are the affidavits and the photographs plus the police report of the accident and the emergency room people. Not human. What it was, no one knows, not to this day. Fortunately for everyone, one of the doctors was an Air Force Reserve officer and he made a call. There was a descent on the hospital and everyone was grilled and terrified. One set of the pictures was saved by accident and we got it. And next week, you can have it, if the USPS doesn't deliver it to Gambin in error. We had no idea what the whole thing was about, but we talked with the Air Force people and they know all about such things. They did their Blue Book project on saucers. They do know, Gregory, but we never will. GD. Why not? RTC. You ask a question like that. Orson Welles' program. Why the issue is national panic, that's why not. Harry Truman could see this, and the Roswell business and other things were all shut up and the press fed with reams of fake sightings, and they got their in-house historians to write satires on the little green men. And even now, they encourage the nut fringe to publish silly crap and engage in hair-pulling contests, just to keep the public looking at other things. Panic. Gregory. Tens of thousands of people vanish each year without any trace. We got the transistor from the Roswell wreck and the Air Force says at least 5% of all flying saucer sightings are real. And the non-humans walking around. My God, can you imagine the resurrection of the Salem witch trials as the air-brained public ever got it into their fuzzy heads that there were aliens running around the streets? And I don't mean Guatemalan housemaids or Mexican gardeners either. No, royal panic. The public would demand answers and no one in authority can give them. GD. Oh, they can just make something reasonable up and get it on the front page of the New York Times and then it's all quiet on the Western Front. RTC. Yes, that's the usual drill, but that might apply to sightings of strange celestial crockery, but the thought that something sitting next to you on the bus might be something sinister from another galaxy would cause a royal uproar. No one here wants to deal with such things, so they are best forgotten, or better still, never talked about in the first place. GD. I remember uncovering a story in July of '76 about the Legionnaire's disease in Philly. I don't know who was behind it, but it was no accident. I got ABC interested in it and they did one, and only one, story on the air and then were shut up from way on high. RTC. That was a little mistake from the featuring. Detrick people. The perp was terminated. GD. So we're some old geeks. RTC. Collateral damage. Yes, I know about that and I laugh every time they mention in the media that it broke out again. Keeps the ball rolling. But the visiting aliens are another matter. GD. Oh, I understand that. The public would run around like drunken chickens and every nut in the country would be jabbering about his own nut version, and of course people would point out homeless eccentrics or, more likely, unwanted neighbors or personal enemies, and the public would lynch them. RTC. That's the problem. GD. Is there a solution? RTC. As I understand it, a number of our agencies have been very quietly working on this visitation business for some time. The problem is that we can't just send out flyers to hospitals or morgues without it getting out, but it would be obvious that if they found something similar, the local press would be alerted and the story might, just possibly might, get out. Ah well, I have mixed emotions about sending this to you, and you do assure me you won't copy any of this or write about it. GD. Are you joking, Robert? My God, the flying saucer nuts are almost as bad as the Kennedy assassination lunatics. If I published anything that one of them didn't dream up in some psych ward when the meds ran out, they would gang up on me, screeching like Irish banshees. I've been thinking about doing something on the Kennedy business. RTC. But after I am no longer around. We agreed on this. GD. Of course. No, I anticipate the screeching and clawing if I do. And if I ever hinted that there are non-humans among us, and, better still, if one could even come close to proving it, my God, not only would the Air Force strafe my house at night, but an army of the undead conspiracy nutties would camp on my lawn and shit all over the grass. But is it interesting all in all? I mean, who, or what, are these things? Are they just doing on-the-ground recon? Are they going to run one of their people for high office? Are they collecting toads to experiment on? Colonists. RTC. We could go on for days, but in the end, I doubt if we'll ever know. GD. I suppose if someone at a Burger King saw an old woman's 3-foot-long black tongue shoot out of her mouth and snatch a Whopper off of a tray, we might have problems. RTC. There would be a descent of the sanitizing people and a few obits in the local paper. The old lady with the frog tongue would be long gone, and so would any witnesses, believe me. GD. This is a weird conversation, Robert, believe me. RTC. Well, you can see why things like this never get any meaningful press, can't you? If some farmer started talking about some giant frog eating his horses, everyone would laugh at the really funny AP article on page 30, and that would be the end of it. GD. Probably would be. But what do your people think about all of this? RTC. That there are aliens among us and that flying saucers are about 98% real. And we know that people vanish from the sight of man, but then why frighten ourselves unnecessarily, Gregory? GD. Yes, we can go to the beach and watch all the legions of fatties waddling around the sand, crushing small children and blocking out the sun for thousands of others. RTC. Gregory, I thank God I am not fat, or I might find you offensive. GD. So many others do, Robert. How did they know the thing was a woman? RTC. It had no cock and a pair of tits. GD. To the point. Sounds like people I know. Turns to jelly, does it? Why, back to the subject of fatties at the beach, so many people turn to jelly after 25. If we could harvest the fat, flence them as it were, we could make up for any international oil shortfall. And if Malthus was right, and I know he was, when the great hunger comes, why, this country will have whole cities full of the hefties they can harvest. I saw a woman the other day, and I swear, one of her monstrous thighs could feed a family of 5 for a month. For a month, Robert. With a decent sauce, of course. Why, the Filipinos eat monkeys, but I think that's more like cannibalism than anything else. RTC. Your unkindness knows no borders. But to return to reality, Gregory, you understand the dynamics here, don't you? GD. More or less. A friend of mine, an anchor person for a television station in San Francisco, told me once that if they knew to the hour when a major earthquake would strike Los Angeles, and it will, the state would quietly evacuate people they considered important and wait for the rest to happen. Not cruelty but pragmatism. There would be a huge panic. Suicides, looting, rapes, arson and other manifestations of human vileness, and the death tolls from these would far transcend those from a major quake. No, I understand the concept. Where every prospect pleases and only man is vile. RTC. Have you ever considered going into the ministry, Gregory? GD. The Ministry of Defense. RTC. No, that's not what I had in mind. GD. I can put my shirt on backward and collect for the poor. Since I'm poor, it wouldn't bother me at all. Concluded at 11:10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 27 date. Friday, Thursday, July 25, 1996 commenced. 9:55 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:22 a.m. CSTEC. Hello. GD. Good morning, Mrs. Crowley. Is Robert available? EC. He's upstairs. Let me call him. GD. If it's too much. EC. No, dear, I'm sure he would like to talk to you. Pause. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. I was going through some papers. GD. No problem. I can get back to you later. RTC. No trouble. I was going to talk with you about your forthcoming books. I think you must be aware that the first book came on slowly but has gathered steam. That loud mouth, D'Amato. It has the Jews behind him and he wants answers from people. The Jews are absolutely outraged at the thought that our Israel-loving government would have even considered hiring the head of the Gestapo, and this is anathema to them. And as you know, an angry Jew can be heard for 2 blocks with your windows shut. GD. Tell me about it. I get all kinds of squealing emails from them demanding that I recant this or prove that. RTC. How do you deal with this? GD. Well, if they're polite, I'm polite, but when the shrill demands start or the orders to do this or that, I basically tell them to suck my ass. RTC. In such language. GD. Sometimes. I told you that I have all the German concentration camp records on microfilm that I got from the Russians, and they either want to see if their Aunt Sophie is there or are horrified that the Russians would dare send these to an unauthorized person. I being the unauthorized person. I am not a Jew, and only a Jew may look at these precious and sacred records, let alone write about them. I mean, I might discover that the huge death tolls are fakes. Can't have that. Why, all the Holocaust museums would have to shut down, and all across America, weeping librarians would be pulling down the Anne Frank diaries and either tossing them into the dumpster or putting them into the fiction section. Anyway, they are very, very unhappy, and most of them want me to send them something, anything, to prove I have the files. I always send 1 or 2 pages, just enough to make my point, and then I put them on the block. Jesus, such self-centered and self-important assholes. I don't hear the Armenians, who really were massacred by the Turks, making such an uproar. I mean, it's like someone I don't know demanding that I attack the government of Great Britain because they got a traffic ticket they feel was unjust. Don't these rodents realize that outside of their incestuous groups, no one else gives a flying fuck about their crazy stories? 6 million. S. Alphonse Marcelo D'Amato, August 1, 1937, former Republican United States Senator from New York from 1981 to 1999. Attempting to curry favor with powerful Jewish interests in his district, D. Amato began an investigation into the CIA's hiring of Heinrich Mueller, but it went nowhere, as neither the U.S. Army, who had carried Mueller on their roles as a colonel in the General Staff, nor the CIA, who used him as one of their senior experts on communism, would release files to either the senator, his staff, or members of the DOJ's Office of Special Investigations, a make-work small organization attempting to ferret out possible Nazis living in America. That there were a large number of Nazis living in America is unquestioned, but almost all of them had been brought into the country as rocket scientists or SS specialists on communism. Gassed my ass. The highest toll I can find is about 200,000 Russian Jews shot or hanged by the German security police in occupied Russian territory, and my God, I have reams of correspondence between the French, the Hungarians, the Latvians, and, oh my, especially the Greeks, begging the Germans to rid them of their Jews. I mean, begging them. The Hungarians were the most strident. Now, of course, we hear stories of weeping Italians begging the evil Germans to let all their boxcars full of Jews go free. And as the train steamed off, headed for the enormous gas chambers of the dread Auschwitz, the Italians waved goodbye. Oh, and here is a really funny one. Now, it seems, trains of wailing Jews went from Italy through Switzerland on their way to martyrdom and the soap factory, and while the trains were stopped in Swiss stations, the evil Swiss came down and pissed on them. Of course, this is another legend because none of the camp trains ever went through Switzerland. Alphonse the Tomato is typical of his breed. He's doing badly in the polls, so the Jews offer to give him a few dollars, and the price is to act as their hand puppet. On it goes, Robert, on it goes. RTC. My, you must be on the second pot of coffee, Gregory. GD. Actually, I've been sniffing glue. Sorry to rant here, but I do get so tired of listening to the same old wailing. If I ever get around to trying to decipher Mueller's notes and put out the daily diary he kept while he was over here, what is now the wind will become the whirlwind. And this time, your people will be beating their drums and blowing the tin horns to accompany the Hebrew cries for justice and money. In reverse order, actually. Of course, we could talk about all the calls you get from the Kimmel DOJ people about how truly evil I am and why you should never, ever talk to me. RTC. Oh God, don't bring that up. I don't get as many calls as I used to, but they still come in. I write their names and extension numbers down and send them to you. What do you do with them, by the way? Send them huge takeout Chinese dinners. GD. No, I ring them up and ask them who the fuck they think they are. RTC. Actually, I don't think they know. Someone puts them up to this, of course. And Kimmel hasn't helped the situation by hovering in the background wearing a black cloak and hissing to his minions. Bill gets some of this and Bill will run with the hares and hunt with the hounds, if you take my meaning. GD. I have come to that conclusion. Not a bad fellow, and his wife is very nice, but he wants to be important, so he will pass something to me today, and ask me their questions tomorrow. I humor him, Robert, and if I give him information, I do so to mislead him and those who want the information. It's so much fun to lead them down the secret trails right into the quicksand. For example, I know of someone who was a serious FBI informer, so I once told Bill that the snitch was the one who was supplying me with the really awful documents from the files. Of course someone is supplying me, but not the one I very privately tell him. RTC. Yes, Mr. Mueller's tag for you is perfect, Gregory. Mr. Sunshine indeed. I think they view you as old Nick himself with brimstone smells and a long tail. GD. Well, sorry to have been so intense today, but I bottle all this up and when it comes out, there is a lot of it. RTC. Sounds like a dose of salts. GD. More or less. Well, you're Catholic Irish and I'm Protestant German, but inside your beltway, we are in the minority. RTC. That's sadly true. GD. Instead of a chaplain starting sessions of Congress, pretty soon they 7L have the rabbi up there chanting. And eventually they will go too far, and when the public finds out about it, and that will take some time because they own all the papers and the television stations, then El Al flights will be booked solid with a huge mass of one-way passengers, all carrying large carpet bags filled with dollars. RTC. Do you really think so, Gregory? Or are you only trying to make an old man feel hopeful? GD. No, it's inevitable. Well, as Louis XIV said on his deathbed, "O Lord, come quickly." RTC. I think, go quickly, would be more to the point. GD. Let us pray, Robert, and a miracle of deliverance might suddenly come upon us. Concluded at 10:22 a.m. Central Standard Time, Conversation No. 28 date. Friday, July 26, 1996 commenced. 11:50 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 12:01 p.m. CST. Hello, Robert. I hope I'm not interrupting your lunch or anything. RTC. No, we already ate. I've been reading the Post for entertainment. And you? GD. Same old routines. I'll be looking for the material on non-humans whenever you send it. RTC. It's all in a manila envelope, addressed and stamped. Greg will come by either this evening or tomorrow, and I will have him drop it into the box near his home. It's a bit too bulky for the local man on the route. You should have it in a week or so. GD. Oh, no problem. I was thinking about the concept of alien life here and what a good write it would be, but then, early this morning when dreams vanish and are replaced by reality, I realized that I could never do anything with this. I mean, it would be fascinating to read, but even if you had documents signed by Clinton himself, no one would believe it. RTC. Of course they would, Gregory. The public loves stories like that. The massive corruption here no one ever talks about and no one cares about, but flying saucers, death rays and so on are always of interest. But given that, you would have to fight the establishment on this, and I don't mean the one here or in New York. All of these things, like the Kennedy business, Pearl Harbor and so on, have their cliques and you are an outsider. They won't let you in, Gregory, and if you print something they don't like, they will give you both the cold shoulder and the finger respectively. I don't advise you to publish in this area for two reasons. The first would be that our people would come down on you if there was any chance the public would get wind of it, and the second is that the conspiracy idiots would band together to chase you off. GD. Well, the CIA, the FBI, the creeps in the National Archives, dozens of Jewish organizations, the German government and God knows who else are furious about the Mueller book project, but they aren't like the conspiracy fools. These people whisper to each other that I am evil and should be put in a nut house somewhere and kept silent, but they would never, ever dare to do a hit piece on me in the media. That nut Gitta Sereny, 9 did that for a while and then she was shut down very firmly. RETC. How so? GD. She published libels against me in various British papers and I got in touch with their editors with the result that the old goat got the sack. My God, she kept right on going, like that mechanical rabbit beating the drum. I finally had to deal very severely with her, so eventually, she shut up. RTC. Where is she from? Degree Gitta Sereny, Hahnemann, March 13, 1921. A German-Hungarian of Jewish origins, Sereny writes creative books on anti-German and Holocaust subjects. She took strong issue with Douglas's probings into British and American intelligence connections with SS and SD personnel and engaged in a running feud with Douglas that spanned a decade. It eventually cost Sereny several jobs on British newspapers who fired her rather than become involved in defamation litigations. Sereny wrote a book, allegedly based on an interview with a man she claimed was a senior SS, death camp, commandant, but the man was neither a member of the SS nor a camp commander and, conveniently for Sereny, died before she wrote her book. In historical circles, this is called Dialogues with the Dead. GD. She has a fake British accent, but she's a Hungarian Jew and part of the Holocaust nonsense people. She claims to be an expert on the matter, but she knows less than your wife. It's so much fun to listen to these experts who know nothing. Of course, they've convinced some publisher they are experts, and after a few sensational sort of books, they actually become experts. I've talked to so many of these recently that I'm getting tired of them. They have no idea what they're talking about and they spend most of their time attacking other stupid writers that they ought to hold games in a stadium somewhere and let them hack away at each other with axes. So much for the fools. This alien business is interesting. The disappearance of so many people, on the other hand, can be found in the public FBI reports. And no one has bothered to put the figures together. Tens of thousands of Americans simply vanish every year. Given a few murders and so on, there are far too many to shove off on murderous child molesters or angry spouses or even the mafia. They vanish and now we learn that there are non-humans wandering around. I wonder if there is any connection between the two subjects. RTC. Well, we have a section, as I have said, that is interested in such phenomenon, but it isn't that important. What with Drs. Gottlieb and Cameron's activities leaking out, we keep investigations into aliens and such like very quiet. GD. People who turn into jelly when they die surely must be reported. RTC. I really am not up on that, Gregory. I just picked up the report because it was interesting. I recalled the out-of-the-body experiences we called remote viewing and all the money it cost the taxpayers. There are parts of the company that are filled with lunatics. I recall once someone brought in a medium to try to second-guess the Russians. Do you know how much we paid that silly cow? $100,000. She hit a few points right on, but then we later decided she was a good guesser. GD. Well, anyone can make stupid guesses and be right some of the time. The point is to be right all of the time. RTC. Well, we have a staff of creative writers who prepare dire predictions for the president based solely what we want him to hear. That's when we want to invade some country for the oil or to frost the Russians. Who is going to question us? Especially if they have no idea what we tell the Oval Office. It does work most of the time. And we have the Times and the Post to support our views. Getting something done for us or our friends is fairly easy. Anyone who challenges us gets the full court treatment. GD. You run over him with a truck. RTC. No, we make a fool out of them and laugh them off the stage. And be careful they don't try to do that to you, Gregory. GD. No, I am the one who makes fools out of them. You have to make a real savage attack on one of the front men for the others to back off. When I fry someone, they usually stay fried. I don't want to tell my techniques, but believe me, I have honed them to a razor edge, and when I go after someone, they rarely are heard from again. But back to the aliens running around. You mentioned one case about the woman who wasn't. Do you know of more? RTC. Yes, there is much more in the report. I just mentioned the one that I recalled. Oh, they're there, but what they are or why they're here we don't know. I think if they were going to turn some death ray onto us, it would have happened by now. GD. Well, one hopes. RTC. Oh, and Lee 2 Degrees is wondering about something you said about Pearl Harbor. You upset these people, Gregory, with your questions and poking. He's a court historian and court historians take their orders from above. But I suppose you know this by now. Degree Bruce Lee, author of pro-Roosevelt work on Pearl Harbor and close friend of John Costello. GD. Oh, my yes, I've run into them along the way. Some official pays them to write a book supporting some officially approved theme or to attack someone who disputes it. There is no honor among thieves, Robert, none at all. Concluded at 12:01 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 29 Date. Tuesday, July 30, 1996 commenced. 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:55 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. RTC. And the same to you, Gregory. GD. Robert, I know you were not in the CIA's technical branch, but I often wonder when I am on the phone, am I being listened to? RTC. You don't have to be from the technical people to know the answer to that one. It's not so much that you are being snooped on, but that you can be observed by almost anyone at any time. We listened in on people and opened mail. That's the reason why Jim was sacked, but that was only an excuse. He was getting crazy. But as far as the telephone is concerned, yes, you could be listened to at any time. It's not a bug on your phone so much as full and complete cooperation by the telephone people with various agencies. We did it, the FBI and the NSA do it, and probably others as well. Your mail can be opened, addresses copied, and so on. For instance, if you have a private Swiss bank account, we have the postal people copy down and forward to us the cover of any letter sent by a Swiss bank to an American addressee. We don't have to open the letter to know it's a monthly bank statement. And then we know where your account is. And the NSA listened in on each and every phone call overseas. You see, they tap into the communications satellites. Of course there are huge numbers of calls every day, so their computers are set to pick out certain words. Like Abu Nidal, for instance. Once a key word comes up, the conversation is taped and listened to later. GD. And the television sets can be used as a monitoring device, but only if they're connected to the cable TV system. RTC. I've heard that, but then I rarely watch the garbage on television. GD. You can circumvent that simply by disconnecting your set from the cable system. Just take out the plug. Put it back later. Or, what I would do, would be to hold a really sizzling but totally fake disinformation conversation right in front of the set. You know, the Russians really pay well for that information, and also, yes, the entire building has been mined. One push of a button and we can make the front pages of every newspaper in the world. Can you imagine the uproar on the other end? Of course you never are specific and just enough to drive them into a frenzy. I've done this a number of times, but only twice did I ever find out what a huge stink I caused. Loved it then and I love it now. Oh yes, Bill told me the other day that he saved Bobby Inman from exposure once. When I asked him from what, he shut down. Can you comment on this? RTC. Probably the homosexual issue. They are very sensitive to that one. GD. Why? And is Inman a faggot? Admiral Bobby Ray Inman, 4 April 4, 1931, in Ronesboro, Texas, is a retired United States admiral who held several influential positions in the U.S. intelligence community. He served as Director of Naval Intelligence from September 1974 to July 1976, then moved to the Defense Intelligence Agency where he served as Vice Director until 1977. He next became the Director of the National Security Agency. Inman held this post until 1981. His last major position was as the Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, a post he held from February 12, 1981 to June 10, 1982. RTC. Now, I'll let Bill discuss this with you. My information would only be second-hand. And it has been long felt that if an agent were a fairy, he could be gotten at by the Russians and blackmailed or set up and turned. GD. Well, That makes sense, but there are so many people like that in DC that it would be difficult not to find a few in various agencies. I think it must be the military bases with their legions of muscled hustlers that draws these people. And of course, one gets into an agency and of course has to have company. RTC. Yes. The Jews are the same way. You let one in and pretty soon, the office looks like a synagogue. And it's always us against them. The same way with the fairies. That's the main reason why I object to having them on board. GD. But the problem with Inman. RTC. Back in 1980 there was a fairy scare over at NSA. Real McCarthy purges, finger-pointing, anonymous letters and so on. A number of the top brass there were scared shitless lest they, too, got exposed. Bill knows some of this and he has known Inman for a long time. There was an ugly incident when he was in law school. I was told that Bill was able to shut the matter down. That is one of the reasons Bill has such good rapport in certain circles. GD. He's blackmailing them. RTC. In a sense. During the Carter days, Bill could pretty well get what he wanted from certain highly placed intelligence people. I think I should leave it at that, Gregory. Talk to Bill about this if you like, but I doubt he will tell you anything, and yes, you are right. Washington is indeed full of those people. A lot in Congress, the military, especially the Air Force and various agencies. The FBI is rather picky, but we in NSA have quite a few queers on board. The NSG has more than its share. And if you go into some of the faggot bars here, you might see a number of the prominent dancing around in mesh stockings and wearing really bad wigs. GD. Oh, I've seen these in San Francisco. The wigs look like dead cats. They don't look any more like women than my dog, but who argues with self-delusion. 5 kids and a wife at home and into the lavatories with the holes in the partitions after work. During the week, his name is George, but on Saturdays, his name is Phyllis. RTC. Laughter. Yes, we are overrun here. GD. Well, at least you can't dump that one on Clinton, although God knows that the weird Christian freaks might try. My God. They hate him, and as far as I am concerned, these bone-headed twits are far worse than the queens. They believe in the strangest things and are really obnoxious swine. They believe the world is only 6,000 years old, that Noah's Ark came to ground at 5,000 feet on a mountainside, and God only knows what other myths. I mean, Robert, if another religious cult arose that worshipped the Easter Bunny, it wouldn't any more unbelievable than the evangelicals. By the way, did you know that Crisco's main production plant in New Jersey burned down last night? Yes. Millions now living will never fry. RTC. Laughter. Ah, Gregory, I can see why so many hate you so much. GD. Well, one day, it will come out that Heinrich Mueller, head of the Gestapo and number 2 man on the wanted Nazi escapee list, was living right near you and visiting the White House. RTC. We may have to wait a while before that gets to be public knowledge. My God, the Hebes would scream so loud we would have to stuff $100 bills into their mouths like a mama bird shoving worms into her babies. They are such arrogant and demanding people. GD. Yes, God's chosen people, Robert. I wonder what God chose them for. Probably to wait in line for the showers somewhere in Poland. RTC. If that's true, Gregory, God should have finished the job. Concluded at 8:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 30 date. Tuesday, August 6, 1996 commenced. 11:10 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:47 a.m. CSTGD. Ah, good morning to you, Robert. How is life treating you today? RTC. Good morning, Gregory. There are good days and bad days. I'm not sure about today. GD. Certainty is illusion, Robert. I was talking to an old friend of mine last night. He's down at Norfolk, was Navy but retired. I went to school with him. Kings Point and then the NSG. RTC. Kings Point is Merchant Marine. GD. I know. They have a reserve commission and they can activate it if they want to. He did. Nuclear vessels surface and then the NSG. He was the naval attaché in the Dominican Republic. Worked on the Trujillo assassination. But that's not the issue now. We got to talking about AIDS, and since he had quite a bit of sherry, he told me quite a story about how that originated. I thought you might have some input on that. Want me to go on? RTC. Why not? GD. Well, according to him, the Navy had an experimental medical station down in Haiti. They were down there because there was a huge pool of very poor locals they could use as subjects in tests. He said that they were developing something that would lower a person's resistance to the point where a common cold would put them out of action for weeks. RTC. Go on. What then? GD. Well, they hit on a virus that does this, experimented with the locals, and when they were sure it actually worked, somehow they got this into local whores whom the Cuban government then shipped over to Angola to service their volunteers fighting there. RTC. I've heard stories about that. GD. But somehow, the virus mutated into something far more serious. The HIV thing. And they didn't care if all the Cubans died, or the whores either, but it seems that some of the younger Haitians got this, and when American gays made excursions down there for some cheap black cock, they got it, too, and you can see where that went. Then, my friend said, after they found out what had gone wrong, the Navy shut down its facility, disposed of their volunteer locals by taking them out on boats and dumping them into the water. Anyway, that's what he said, and I believe him. That's what I wanted to ask you about. RTC. There is something to that. Your friend had best be very quiet or he'll end up taking a one-way boat trip. And I would be careful not to put any of that into one of your books. If you take my drift. GD. No, it wouldn't fit in with the Mueller material. It is true, then. RTC. Basically it is. Take note that it didn't start out to kill off all the homos, although the Christians thought it was a wonderful thing, but your friend was right when he said it mutated. I was never in that part of the agency, but one hears things or talks to colleagues. I mean, there was only the intention to interfere with the combat capabilities of enemy troops, not liquidate social outcasts. When we learned about this, the burn bags were used overtime at Langley. GD. Were your people part of it? RTC. In a sense. The Navy supplied the tactical, and we supplied the strategic. They produced the weapon and we, the targets. We were planning to use this on the Russians. GD. Well, I know something about that aspect. You know about General Ishii. 22 RTC. Oh yes, I do indeed. GD. His Japanese military units had a BW lab up in Manchuria, and they used to develop the plague and God knows what else. Poisoned thousands of Chinese, wanted to loose the plague against their Russian neighbors, and used Allied POWs as lab specimens. Most of them died of plague and other nasty things. RTC. Ah, the redoubtable drive. Ishii. After we took over Japan, he was caught along with his staff, and they were planning to try him for very ugly war crimes, but MacArthur, acting on specific orders from the Pentagon, rescued him, set him with a big lab in Tokyo, and back they went to developing the bubonic plague. I guess they were going to use it on the Russians if all else failed. GD. That I know all about. Not the Japanese, but using the plague against the Russians. There was a German army doctor, Walter Schreiber, who was a specialist in communicable diseases. He developed a form of the plague, and the military used it to clean out the overcrowded Russian POW cages. Cost too much to feed and guard them. The rationale was that they never used them in the West. Roosevelt, as you might know, was planning to use mustard gas against the Germans in Russia until the Bari raid blew up a boat full of mustard gas, and when Hitler learned of this, he threatened to let nerve gas loose on London and Washington. Amazing how quickly FDR backed off. RTC. You do your homework, don't you? GD. Oh yes. Schreiber came over to us in Berlin after the war, and we vetted him and sent him to San Antonio to set up a lab there to cultivate the plague. Again, we plan to use it against the Russians. I don't know what the Russians did to infuriate our sacred leaders, but I don't think they would have deserved that. Schreiber got outed and had to be shipped back to Germany. RTC. Drew Pearson was the man who did that. GD. Whatever. Well, the Brits practiced BW when they gave the Indians smallpox-laced blankets back in the 18th century, but Mueller and I were discussing Schreiber's project. Mueller was very angry when he heard this and rounded Schreiber up. Had to let him go. Orders from on high. Mueller said that there were no customs agents at the borders to stop the spread of such filthiness right back from whence it came. But he told me about a CIA plan to ruin the Asian rice crop. That failed, but only barely. It would have spread and ruined everyone's rice crop. He said that creatures that dabbled in such things should be shot out of hand, or they would destroy everyone, good or bad. I suppose the definition of good or bad depends on your politics, but the whole thing should be forbidden by law. RTC. I believe it is, but only in theory. GD. But they put the story out that AIDS came from monkeys in Africa and other funny stories. RTC. Well, now it's raging in Africa and they estimate that in 10 years, everyone there will be infected. Of course, there is something to be said about depopulating Africa. They're a bunch of incompetents who are sitting on very valuable natural resources, such as gold and uranium, and when they all die, the treasures are there for the finding. GD. That's a bit cynical but true. But what about the American homosexuals? *degree Shiro Ishii, June 25, 1892 to October 9, 1959, was a Japanese microbiologist and the Lieutenant General of Unit 731, a biological warfare unit of the Imperial Japanese Army during the Second Sino-Japanese War and accused war criminal. Ishii experimented on Allied prisoners of war, killing large numbers of them, in an attempt to perfect a form of bubonic plague to be used on the Russians. After the war, Ishii was employed by General MacArthur, who held stock in Ishii's Tokyo laboratory, operating the same program he had for the Kempeitai, or secret police, but the US decided against using the plague against either the communist Chinese or Russians. Ishii, however, lectured American officials at one point in time and died a rich, and never prosecuted, man. RTC. The Christians and the far right would be in favor of exterminating them all. However, that having been said, we would lose so many really valuable public servants, not to mention all the florists and interior decorators. GD. Thank God I'm not a Christian. They're such filthy bigots. If they ever get into power here, they'll move to some cleaner place. RTC. I don't see that happening, Gregory. GD. I have no problems with the mainline faiths, but the extremists are flat out nuts and we don't need that rampant and fanatical bigotry. RTC. But it could be useful. GD. But you can't really control it. They known a few Jesus freaks and, believe me, they are as nutty as they come. Most of them try to hide it from us sane ones, but once in a while, it leaks out. It would be entertaining if the head of the Navy's medical branch caught AIDS from his cousin, or how about the DCI? RTC. Now, Gregory, you must realize that accidents happen. Try not to be too judgmental about such things. GD. It's bloody difficult not to. RTC. Look, Africa is full of people who are only a generation or two out of the jungle. They ran out the white people, who set up the business structure, and now they are running around with spears, eating each other. Why be concerned if they pass away and give the civilized part of the world access to their unused natural resources? After all, that's why we killed off the head of the UN. He was interfering with the uranium business in the Congo, so we had a little aircraft accident. We basically shot him out of the air, and that put an end to his meddling in important matters. Uranium, I don't need to remind you, is vital for our weapons programs. Balance that against one meddling Swede and I don't think there's much of a problem. GD. Well, for him. RTC. Against the common good. You need to consider the practical priorities, Gregory. Believe me, we had no intention of causing AIDS. Our goal was to render a battlefield enemy incapable of combat, that's all. These things sometimes happen and there is no reason at all to dwell on unexpected and certainly not planned consequences. GD. Remember that Lenin once said you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs. Of course, it didn't originate with him and I know it won't end there, but you take the point because you articulate it. But I have to agree with Mueller when he tore into such projects. And if you know the Bible, remember that he who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. Wars once were conducted by gentlemen with a certain amount of civility, but those days are gone. Democracy, not kings, now rules and civility is dead. RTC. You sound like a monarchist, Gregory. GD. In many ways I am, Robert. I recall my German grandfather saying that democracy was government of the mentally misfit by the mentally mediocre and tempered by the saving grace of snobbery. Grandfather was usually right. I remember once at one of his formal family dinners when one of my idiot aunts was going on about her constant attendance at the local Methodist church and her choir practices. My grandfather turned to me and told me, so the whole table could hear, that I ought to take a lesson in piety from my aunt. I recall saying, and I am not being funny here, that it seemed to me that there was considerable madness in Aunt's Methodism. RTC. Did you actually say that, Gregory? GD. Yes, and I was only 10, Robert. RTC. Your family must have loved you. GD. I don't actually think so. When grandfather said at some other occasion that my aunt and uncle were going to Lower Asbury Avenue, I said that they certainly would if they lived there long enough. RTC. Laughter. You must have been a most unpleasant child, Gregory. GD. I do not suffer fools gladly, Robert. Lincoln has been misquoted. He said, or is supposed to have said, that God must love the common people because he made so many of them. What he actually said was that God must love fools because he had made so many of them. RTC. Now you can see why our organization is so necessary. Imagine leaving state policy in the hands of idiots. GD. Point of view here, Robert. Whose ox is gored? Destroying the Asian rice crop. Thousands or millions dead of starvation. GTC. But consider the common good. These are communists, Gregory, and they want to destroy our system. GD. Another point of view once more, Robert. Yes, abstract communism is utopian nonsense, just like abstract Christianity is. No one wants to work to help others, but they will help themselves. But that still does not justify slaughtering millions, does it? RTC. But that is a very extreme and certainly tainted view, Gregory. GD. Again, it's the gored ox. But civilized people can disagree with each other and still remain civilized, Robert. Right. RTC. I assume so, but let's try to be a bit more objective. You need to view the larger picture. GD. Mueller said it so well to me once, just before one of my nice French dinners. He said that morals and ethics were excellent norms but hardly effective techniques. RTC. Those sentiments I can agree with. GD. A difference without much a distinction. Well, enough moralizing here. I'm glad to see that my naval friend was not just engaging in drunken babble. RTC. I would strongly urge you not to take this issue any further. I would be concerned about your safety if you did. GD. A point well taken. As a cross between a social Darwinist and a monarchist, even I can see the perils of contemplating moral issues from a neutral point of view. RTC. And if you felt like giving me your talkative friend's name and address, it might be appreciated. He ought to be spoken to. GD. I doubt that I would want to do that, Robert. After all, I have never discussed our conversations with anyone else. RTC. Point taken. Concluded 11:47 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 31 Date. Wednesday, August 14, 1996 commenced. 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:11 a.m. CST. RTC. I thought it had to be you, Gregory. You are about the only person who calls me these days. Bill does, of course, and every so often that fool Trento gets onto me, trying to pry information out of me for some fool book he is working on. So much work for nothing. GD. And so many beautiful trees have to die, equally for nothing. RTC. True enough. I could give Joe boxes of first-class material for blockbuster books, but it would all be wasted on him. Costello is gone now and Joe is basically useless. Such delusions of grandeur. GD. I read one, actually only part of one, of his books. He has no grasp of how things work. It's like someone writing about glaciers. They ignore the dynamics of the entire system and its history and confine themselves to saying, with eyes popping and pointing finger, "Ooh, look at all the ice. My, it's cold, isn't ITP last year? I have seen, in secret papers, there were a lot of icebergs breaking off. There were private meetings held in unspecified places with top intelligence people about this." RTC. Laughter. You are so bloody cruel, Gregory. But true. Bill and I needed someone to polish up our work and Joe was recommended. It's too damned bad we hadn't run into you then. We could have had something a little more polished. Oh well, such is life. GD. Yes, such is life. Have you told Joe about me? RTC. No, I have not. What would happen then? Joe would bleat to me for about 6 months about how you were a terrible person and why I shouldn't talk to you at all. Kimmel does the same thing, but he's a little more subtle. Poor Bill goes for his gaffe, but I don't. Now, I never hear from Tom. I guess he gave up on me. But actually not. He's now got people from Justice to call me about you. My God, what will be next? The SPCA. GD. Who knows? These old aunties swing a mean purse, but I've had to deal with these pathetic losers since I was about 10 and realized that Jonathan Swift was right about humanity. Well, I can see into the future simply by reading about the past. Their days are numbered, Robert, but you won't be around and I might not. RTC. Are you thinking about some religious sort of violence? GD. No, much less spectacular but even more deadly. Did you ever read Malthus? RTC. No. GD. It's all there, Robert. Sum it up. Populations increase geometrically and food supplies increase arithmetically. In other words, the public fuck like rabbits, the population soars, but eventually, and without any doubt, we run out of food and drinkable water. Of course the wasps will do okay and this country raises lots of food, but places like India, China and Africa are going to be mass graves when it hits. Oh, and it will hit, Robert. It isn't a question of loony theories but solid fact. And another thing, Robert. There is a hell of a lot of ice at the poles. If the Arctic ice cap melts, it won't make any difference because that is ice on the water, and if it all went away tomorrow, the ocean levels wouldn't rise by an inch. But Antarctic and Greenland ice is another matter entirely. That ice is on land, and if it melts to any degree then the ocean levels will really rise. RTC. Probably so, but that's doomsday material, Gregory, isn't it? GD. No, Robert, uncomfortable fact. I had an article once that I took out of Scientific American. I kept it for years, but I moved so many times that somewhere it got lost. Never mind, I read it and remembered it. They set up an area for rats. Regular rats. As much water and food as they needed and lots of bedding or nesting material. What happened? Rats breed like third worlders, and pretty soon, the room was full of rats. And what did these rats do? They went crazy. Homosexuality and cannibalism flourished, mama rats ate their malformed litters and general chaos reigned. And what happened then, Robert? RTC. I have no idea, but I have a suspicion you will tell me. GD. Of course, why miss the finale when you've seen the first 3 acts? Some disease, endemic, relatively harmless, that is in the rats suddenly alters and most of the rats turn into a stinking mass of rotting flesh. RTC. So early in the morning, Gregory. GD. But they do almost all die off, Robert. Still, a few always survive so the game can start again. Do I make a point? RTC. You equate us with rodents. GD. No, I comment on the inevitable bill nature insists we pay. And we will, mark that. RTC. How depressing. Do you think the ice will melt? GD. I think so. And while it does, I can just envision legions of scientists squabbling over what, when, how and why as New York sinks beneath the waves. They say that if there were 2 Irishmen left alive in the world, they'd be sending letter bombs to each. No offense to your Hibernian background, Robert. RTC. Laughter. GD. And if there were 2 academics left, they'd be pissing on each other as the waters closed over their heads. Oh joy and rapture unforeseen. RTC. Well, as you say, both of us will be gone away, so why should we worry? GD. It's a waste of time, Robert, I agree. But still, intellectual curiosity and a firm belief that there are iron rules that apply to life make me a student. Do read Malthus, Robert, and you will understand what I am going on about. He's there, but most people would rather read the comic page, or, if they graduated with honors from a distant community college, they can get really intellectual and read Fanny Hill. RTC. You are really on a tear today, Gregory. Are you sniffing glue? GD. No, I'm just naturally up today. Of course, coffee helps too. RTC. It always does. GD. By the way, Robert, I saw something in the paper today about Ollie North. Did you have anything to do with him? RTC. My God, what a story that was. Yes and no. Oliver moved at a more exalted level than I did. Oliver worked for the White House. Oliver worked for George Bush, who was once our DCI, and he worked for Ronnie Reagan. GD. That's not impossible to believe. The guns for the Contras. RTC. We'd be all day on the phone if. Told you what I knew. The public has no idea what that Contra business was all about. It was only a spin-off of the real businesses. The press does not know, and if it did, would never dare to print any of it. They feed the public some dog and pony show, speculate for days, and then discover a cat up a tree and all run down the block with their notebooks and cameras for more stimulating information for the trailer park crowd. GD. We both have plenty of time, Robert. If you're willing to talk, I'm even more willing to listen. I have a new girlfriend who is coming over for a lunch I have not yet begun to lay out, but that's 2 hours away. I eat late and I thought a nice salad, a coquille street Jacques with a sauce parisienne, some sourdough bread and a nice white wine. And for dessert there is wild sex on the living room floor. RTC. I know about sex, but what were you cooking? GD. Scallops in a cream sauce, Robert. I loathe braggers, but I am a very good cook. As far as the living room floor is concerned, I have scars on my back to support my animal expertise with the famous mattress polka by one of the earlier members of the Strauss family. But we needn't talk about past glories. Or perhaps future ones if I get the sauce right. Women can be either at your feet or at your throat. Flat on their backs is much better, and onto other things. RTC. But Gregory, isn't the floor hard? GD. I suppose so, but when I am, who cares? What? Oh yes, before fantasy time we were talking about Ollie North. RTC. Well, the public was led to believe the Ollie was some kind of a loose cannon or a nutcase, but he actually was doing what the president ordered. North was on the staff of the National Security Council, which was run by our beloved George Bush, who was vice president at the time and ran the entire operation. Contras, drug dealings and gun smugglings, and a few removals of inconvenient people along the way. This was all part of a very interesting and little-known system. I can go on about this if you want. Does it take long to cook your lunch? GD. Actually, I made the sauce early this morning and all I have to do is to cook the scallops, put them into the sauce, put some butter and some fresh, grated Swiss cheese on top and into the broiler. The wine is in the fridge, the bread is fresh. Early this morning and I vacuumed the living room rug. Please go on. RTC. Well, the entire Contra mess had two fathers. The first was the Doomsday Project. This was a governmental continuation survival program in the event of some great natural disaster, military or terrorist attacks on the United States, public uprisings and so on. That was first begun in '81 with a series of signed orders by Reagan setting up the machinery to preserve the government in the event of these disruptive problems. This entire program was rather secret and was under the control of the vice president. GD. Who was George Bush? RTC. Yes, under him. And like all bureaucracies, this grew. The nutty Poindexter got into the act and wanted to set up something your friend Mueller would have loved. A comprehensive national total surveillance system that would keep track of every person living in the United States, regardless of how harmless they might be. They could use your television set to spy on you, gather phone records from companies they either bribed or threatened, read and watch your mail, create a national ID card, closely supervise passports, watch who flew around the country and where they were going, get into your safe deposit box and watch your checking and savings accounts, listen in on all, and I mean all, overseas telephone calls by controlling the communications satellites. The NSA was given this task, I recall. I think it was called Operation Harvest at the time. Oh my, and many, many more little new departments to watch the general population. This was being set up during the Reagan years, but Clinton cut back on most of it. Still, it's still there, waiting for another president to use it as an excuse to grab permanent power. In the old days, we used the threat of a Soviet attack and invasion to terrify the public, and now the enemies are not so well defined. It's rather funny when you read about the growing drug menace, because elements of our government are involved, even as I speak, in assisting in the importation of many tons of marijuana and opium derivatives. Oh yes, Gregory, our government, not the mob or the Colombian drug cartels, are the real drug dealers. We started with Colby and a few others, and like Topsy, it just growed. I'm afraid we don't run it, but it now runs us. Yes, and Ollie was a part of the whole. Then Congress managed to screw things up by passing the Second Boland Amendment in '84. Reagan was using us to supply the Contras in Nicaragua with guns and other small things so they could overthrow what we like to call the dangerous communist, pro-Soviet government there. The stupid shits on the Hill put a stop to this so Reagan got George to bypass Congress. Getting the guns was a problem and Ollie turned out to be very competent. GD. Yes, I know Jimmy Atwood who was up to his tummy tuck in some of this. His Stasi connections. RTC. Yes, you know about this. It was IM's 2% that controlled this and it was a huge, official but sub-rosa smuggling racket. Of course, even though we were supposed to be enemies of the communist Stasi, we actually worked well with them. Your friend Atwood was one of our top people there. We had a fellow with the strange name of Schalk Golodkowski working with us. We used to call him the Fat Man or Big Alex, I suppose because he was way overweight and his first name was Alexander. Very clever choice of names, isn't ITP? He later fled to the West and we at once gave him a nice job. GD. Just like Heinrich Mueller who worked for you. RTC. Worked for Jim. But I knew him. Met him a number of times. You got on with him, didn't you? GD. I did, and Atwood was an open book. 23 IMS GmbH, a little-known East German state company that was run by East Germany's deputy foreign trade minister, Alexander Schalk Golodkowski. The East German company had been a key part of an international smuggling network, connected at several levels with the CIA, with secret bank accounts and shell companies in West Germany, Switzerland and Liechtenstein. The IMS company name had been exposed in the West back in 1985, when Swedish customs officials started investigating the activities of the munitions cartel, mentioned in the first section of this chapter. Some years later, Western intelligence agencies, including the U.S. Iran-Contra arms and money networks, used IMS in the East German structure for secret weapons supplies to guerrilla movements in Central America. Schalk Golodkowski had reportedly been involved in a massive, decade-long smuggling operation of weapons, antiques and even drugs. He was, however, only charged with the illicit import of military and dual-use items into East Germany between 1986 and 1989 and with the embezzlement of rather small amounts of foreign currency. He was sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment in January 1996, and to 16 months' imprisonment in 1997, respectively. In April 1999, a higher court acquitted him on the latter of the two charges. RTC. I always like to know who can't keep their mouth shut. Now as to the guns for the beaners, this IMS was part and parcel of the international cartel, to use a phrase so beloved by hack writers, which has been going on, with refinements, since about 67 or 08. They had offices in West Germany, Switzerland, Liechtenstein and, I think, Austria. And as things progress, they smuggled narcotics right along with the guns. We were way ahead of them on that score, but we all worked together in the end, in spite of the press of both countries pissing on each other. Those are the realities, Gregory, not the fronts. You know that, don't you? GD. I don't know as much as you do, but I know more than enough to agree with you. Greed and money know no borders and no ideology. RTC. I would rather say political necessity makes strange bedfellows. GD. A difference with no distinction. Do continue. RTC. The Krauts were dealing with Iran, Libya and Syria. And the Swedes too were into this. In fact, we had our little troopers in most of the countries that exported drugs, bought guns and so on. The Swedes were using Street Lucia Airways, one of our proprietaries, to run their shipments to various counties. Drugs out and guns in. GD. Where did the weapons originate? I think Russia. RTC. Oh yes, right on. The AK-47s were much in demand. The basic European-made pieces were too expensive. GD. And the Soviets knew about this. RTC. My God, yes they did. And some of them got very rich out of it. And there were even some shipments by boat, some of which got into customs troubles. There were always problems with this, once it got out of our hands. We always kept things running smoothly, but when you're dealing with emotional Arabs who would sell their sisters for $10 or the Latins south of our border, we have utter corruption and emotion, and corruption leads to mistakes. Then we have to send people around to clean up the messes. We used to throw people out of high windows, but there aren't any tall buildings in Arab counties or south of our borders, so the vanishing and dumping at sea in metal drums is always done to the less prominent and unmissed. For more prominent ones, the convenient airplane crash or the heart attack. Mechanics for the one and chemists for the second. GD. Now you're speaking my language. I even taught some new concepts to Mueller, God bless his soul. I really used to enjoy myself when I was younger, but age has slowed me down. RTC. From what I have heard from Kimmel's DOJ people, you have not slowed down. They view you as a cross between Jack the Ripper and Attila the Hun. GD. Well, in turn, I view them as a cross between Swift's Yahoos and Lenny and Steinbeck's of Mice and Men. I really don't understand how people that stupid can live. Take Jimmy Atwood. Please, no, he worked for you so you don't have to take him. Jimmy would get some hooch into him and my God, Robert, the stories he would tell. The 24 Brunei dollars was horrified when I passed this along, but these people are protected by our government so they can do nothing. You know, some of these cretins and gross criminals ought to be taken out and shot, Robert, and I would be more than happy to oblige. They have dumped tons of drugs on the American people and the bureaucrats love it. They don't touch the stuff and make sure their kids go to very expensive East Coast establishment prep schools. Buggery after lights out but no drugs. I mean, after all, what pays for the expensive schools? The whole thing is rotten and eventually, it will collapse. Mark my words, it will come down. As the Bible says, it will fall and great will be the fall thereof. Ah well, you're out of it now and the deluge may be years in coming but eventually the public will find out the truth, or at least some of it, and then we will see change. BND Bundesnachrichtendienst German Security Service, grew out of the CIA-controlled, Galen org. RTC. As you say, Gregory, I'm well out of it but I can't really complain too much. You get far too moralistic. You let it get in the way of clear thinking. One moment I wish I had you in the company and the next you sound like a social worker. GD. Yes, Mueller once said almost the same thing. Two spirits struggle in my breast, Robert, but now I have to get to lunch so would you excuse me? The pleasures of the board and the living room floor beckon to me. RTC. Good luck. GD. With the lunch or the follow-up. RTC. I assume you're a good cook. GD. Come out and visit with me and I'll cook you a fine meal. RTC. But I'm not a candidate for the living room floor. GD. I would certainly hope not, Robert. Anyway, thanks for the nice chat and I'll be back in touch. Concluded at 9:11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 32 Date. Monday, August 19, 1996 commenced. 9:37 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:15 a.m. CSTGD. I hear conversations there, Robert. Am I calling at a wrong time for you? RTC. No, nothing at all. They'll leave in a minute or so. GD. Thank you for the material on Zipper, Robert. Very, very interesting but not unexpected. RTC. But we do not speak of specifics, do we? GD. No, not necessary. Is there an original of the Driscoll 25 report? RTC. Somewhere, no doubt, but I never had one. GD. Did you know him? RTC. Met professionally. I understand he died some time ago. GD. I could check with a Russian friend about the original of their report unless you objected. RTC. Why not just wait? Unless your connection might retire. GD. Think about it. RTC. You mentioned one James Atwood a while ago as first recall. GD. I know I did. RTC. Mr. Atwood is very unhappy with you, Gregory. He accuses you of stealing money meant for us and in removing two loyal subjects of the Queen. GD. The money was never intended for your people, in spite of what Atwood says and as far as the SAS types are concerned, I was as shocked as anyone when they vanished. RTC. Vanished off of your boat in the middle of the Caribbean one dark night, as I was told. GD. That's as may be, Robert. Perhaps they decided to swim in the warm water. Who knows? You can't believe anything Atwood says. Did you know that he worked for your people, the Stasi and the KGB all at the same time while he was in Berlin? RTC. Atwood is not an honest person, Gregory. But as to his accusations, they are private comments. I wouldn't worry about them getting out. GD. If it weren't for Mueller's tips, I would never have found the money and Atwood would still be contemplating another facelift. And I wouldn't believe that your people would see a penny of it. When my Russian friend tipped me that Jimmy was going to detour to New Orleans and offload our cargo, I was very upset as you can imagine. On degree Colonel Vetter B. Driscoll, employee of the National Security Agency, in charge of the East Bloc Department and author of the Driscoll Report on the Kennedy assassination. The other hand, the next day, he was very upset when his two friends turned up missing. I never believed they were broke British tourists, stranded in Italy and willing to work their way back. Military types with shined shoes and sidewall haircuts. Atwood was about as subtle as a fart in a space suit. RTC. Laughter. GD. Well, it's true. He made such a fuss in the morning when he found we were still headed for the Panama Canal that I had to convince him he would be much more relaxed spending his time locked in his cabin. There was some expressed unhappiness there, but he saw my point. We let him out off Mexico because there was nothing he could do at that point. Besides, I had tossed his piece over the side along with a few other things I found in his cabin. He was very fortunate he didn't join the gun. RTC. But the gold. There was trouble about that, as you might have guessed. GD. Well, probably when we docked in California and he called his chums to get his trunk full of gold, he lied to them. Imagine their chagrin when they looked inside and found what they thought were bars of gold but were really paving stones from the hotel's parking lot. A spray can full of gold paint covers many sins, including paving bricks, Robert. Did it ever occur to the men with the pointed heads that Jimmy might have been ripping them off? I always get blamed for the dirty work of others. They weren't too mad because he's still alive and up to his old tricks in Savannah, at least the last I heard. RTC. In the midst of life. Gregory. GD. In the midst of life, we're in peanut butter, Robert, or something else that looks like it. Memories, Robert, memories. I would assume you have a few of your own, don't you? RTC. And your gold. GD. I know nothing about Nazi gold, Robert. A dream, nothing more. If I had any, it wouldn't be in the Bank of America. They would have run, panting with news of it, to the government years ago, eager for that thrilling pat on the head. I had quite a problem with them once, when I lived in Santa Monica. They put my paycheck into someone else's account and it took 2 weeks to get the dim bulbs to put it back. And to add injury to insult, they bounced my rent check, and others, and had the testicles to charge me for each and every check. RTC. Banks do things like that. GD. Not to me, they don't. I simply went down and drew out all my money, including the overdraft charges, by going to a teller I knew that was a heavy pot smoker and confused sometimes. And then I did something very entertaining. I went to the fish market and bought 2 very large, cooked Dungeness crabs, froze them in my freezer and put them into my briefcase along with some really gross animal pornography. I had a safe deposit box at the local branch and I opened the box, took out various objects of value and replaced them with the crabs. Oh, and of course the lovely, instructional pictures. Robert, have you ever smelt shellfish when it goes off? RTC. I can't say as I have. GD. It smells worse than someone pissing on a hot stove. Believe me, that's a smell that really stands out. And in time, the crabs thawed and began the process of filling the bank with lovely odors. Of course no one could go into the vault without vomiting, so they had to find out which box had the treasures. Most local box holders were on vacation, it being July, and very hot down there, so they had to drill open about 10 boxes to find the prize in mine. I was moving anyway and I heard later from my old landlord that the bank was greatly upset and wanted to charge me thousands of dollars for expenses. Not that they ever got any of it. RTC. If you could only channel your creative energy, Gregory, you could be a formidable operator. GD. I'm aware of that, but I do enjoy having fun and listening to all the methane leaking out of the bloated idiots that the people in this country think are actually protecting them. Who will protect us from the agencies? God. I have my fun and sometimes I make my point. And gathering intelligence material, and I have had my own experiences with this, is sometimes such a waste of time, Robert. No matter how true or valuable it is, it always has to be passed up the ladder where it ends up in the hands of those who rule us. And if your information, accurate or not, doesn't please them or reflect their idiot views, then into the trash basket with it. Are you with me, Robert? Does this ring a bell with you? RTC. Oh yes, many bells. I recall, for example, a report by Joe Hovey, our station chief in Saigon, very accurately pinpointing the coming VC Tet offensive as early as November in 1967. This was about 2 months before the actual attack. I mean, Gregory, Joe was spot on. And, you would say, if we knew, why did we let it happen? Why? Because the leadership both at the company and in the White House and the Pentagon didn't want to believe it. Oh, Joe's accurate report wasn't the only one, believe me, but it was all ignored. Johnson may have been a great politician, but he was worthless as a military leader, and Westmoreland was only a sycophant who always did what his bosses wanted. GD. I've noticed that weak leaders want weaker men around them because subconsciously they are aware that they are poor specimens of humanity and they want no one around who might show them up. A strong leader, on the other hand, will have strong and competent men around him. This is an entirely predictable happening. And Vietnam was a mess. From both a political and a military point of view, we walked right into a bog, got stuck and lost whatever it was we started out to do. And no one ever thinks about the dead their stupidity caused. A dead soldier is a piece off the board and a wounded one can't fight, so they forget them. RTC. Well, I have quite a bit of background on Vietnam, Gregory, and in one sense, you're right, but this is hindsight and hindsight is always right. We got into Vietnam a little bit at a time and for reasons that seemed to be correct at the time. The French ran their Indochina for years and had a lucrative trade, especially in rubber. The war came, France was beaten by the Germans and the Vichy French government was controlled by the Germans. When the Japanese, who were allied with Germany, wanted to get into Indochina, they asked the Germans, who told the French to let them in. It was the rubber they were all after. It couldn't do Germany any good, so they forced Vichy to help the Japs for political reasons. During the war over there, a local resistance group started up, anti-Japanese of course. The problem was that it was run by local communists, but as FDR loved to cooperate with communists, it was partially supplied by us. War was over, Japan defeated and the country reoccupied by the French. Political dissent, and the French began to lose effective control over the rubber. We wanted de Gaulle to join NATO, and his price was for us to assist France in their colony. Little by little, we did. And there was another element. JFK was Catholic and South Vietnam was filled with Catholics who wanted to be protected from the communists and Buddhists. Cushing II registered put on the heat. And Kennedy then began to send some support units over there. The French had suffered a major propaganda defeat at Dien Bien Phu, and French popular opinion demanded a withdrawal. The French got us to substitute our people for theirs with an agreement to share the rubber revenues with us. And it went on from there. Ho had little to work with, but he conducted guerrilla warfare that was very effective. To counter it, we had to pour huge numbers of troops and equipment into the country. We did terrible damage to their infrastructure, but they kept coming back. We set Colby up with Phoenix to neutralize VC supporters in the South, and of course they launched a program of terror, as the press called it, against practically all the civilian population outside of Saigon. GD. That sort of thing never works, Robert. The communists are real experts at that game. The more innocent civilians that are tortured or killed, the more recruits the movement gets. They win always, you know, in the end, they win. Degree Richard James Cardinal Cushing, August 24, 1895 to November 2, 1970, was Archbishop of Boston from 1944 to 1970, and was elevated to the cardinalate in 1958. He was a good friend of the Kennedy family and a supporter of the president. RTC. The Tet Offensive was a huge political victory for the VC, but from a military sense, they lost. Their real victory was to focus domestic anger and force a démarche. McNamara was booted out, Johnson just gave up, and eventually, we got out. I mean, Gregory, it was not a military defeat but a political one. GD. When the French pulled out, they were not defeated in the field, except for one very public battle, but as you said, it was a political victory. Once the public gets its wind up, the politicians are forced to heed the noise or they will be torn to pieces. RTC. You do understand that we were not defeated in Vietnam, don't you? It was the intrusive and self-serving press coupled with the perception of a useless and very destructive war from the civilians that forced us our. Not a military defeat. GD. Call it what you wish, it was a defeat. You can parse it until the cows come home, Robert, but it was a defeat. I read that there are large untapped oil fields offshore there. Give it a few years and we will be back, cultivating the former enemy, hat in hand and money in bags for their leaders. Oh yes, and contracts for the development of the oil. Unless, of course, the Chinese beat us to it. Marx was right when he said the basis of wars was economic, and Clausewitz said that war was just an extension of politics. Of course, that doesn't do much for destroyed cities and huge civilian casualties, does it? I don't suppose something like that matters in the long run. The victor always writes the history, and it takes hundreds of years and the death of everyone connected with it before the objective truth ever comes out. And concerning the policy of torture, it is totally unnecessary and to me, the hallmark of a stupid sadistic type. Mueller, who was one of the best, used to discuss techniques with me. I've done my own work in this area at times and never, ever had to torture anyone. Besides, if you torture someone, they will tell you anything you want to hear just to make you stop. I recall hearing about a certain drive. Black & Decker. Am I ringing any bells there? RTC. Go on. GD. One of your people, sent down from the cultural office in our embassy in Tokyo. Used to interrogate suspected VC by running an electric drill into one eye. If they wouldn't talk, then, in went the drill, right into the brain. Of course, then the victims couldn't tell them anything because they were dead. I was told by my source, who got violently sick once viewing the messes he created, that the good man kept putting in slips for new shoes. He kept ruining them with a slurry of blood and brains. I understand after we pulled out, he left your employ and is now working at a very respectable establishment university on the East Coast, teaching comparative religion to the daughters of the wealthy. RTC. These things happen in war, Gregory. GD. He's fortunate I wasn't running his operation. I would have hanged him from the nearest tree. Robert. When he prates about the perfect love of Jesus, does he think about his ruined shoes? RTC. I knew the man you're talking about, and I can assure you, he feels great remorse for some of his actions. GD. He should feel the rope around his neck, Robert. Things like that always come out. Talleyrand said to Napoleon once, over the shooting of the Duc d'Enghien, "Sire, it is worse than a crime, it is a mistake. And not necessary, and all of us pay for such things." I know Colby authorized and encouraged this filthiness, and, Robert, I'm glad your people put him into the river. RTC. These things must be taken in context, Gregory. I spoke about hindsight, didn't I? PGD. If these things never happened, we wouldn't need hindsight at all. I recall reading a comment Bismarck once said to a German politician bent on some mischief. He said, in essence, are you prepared to carry your ideas through with cannon? If not, forget them. You know, Bismarck was the greatest and most pragmatic political leader of his time and a very great man. Can you imagine Johnson even thinking that way? Or Reagan? What did the grunts say in Vietnam? Kill them all and let God sort it out. Isn't that a wonderful monument on the road to perfection? Oh well, read Malthus and pray. RTC. You're far too liberal in your views, Gregory. If you want to be successful, you have to be more realistic. GD. I am realistic in practice but not in theory. Concluded 10:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 33. Date. Friday, August 23, 1996. Commenced. 2:25 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:38 p.m. CST. RTC. Did you see your old friend Irving's latest attack on you, Gregory? GD. Jesus, what now? I killed Abraham Lincoln. RTC. Laughter. Not quite, but bizarre. He claims you never knew Mueller and that Mueller died in Berlin in 45 and they found his body. Of course that's not true, but I am astounded at the depth of this shallow man's hatred for you. GD. I know. I have had to deal with this idiot for years. Charles Burdick put me in touch with Irving once. RTC. R. Charles Burdick. GD. Yes, the same one. I knew Charlie since, it was 1952 when he was doing graduate work at Stanford. I knew all about his work for you in Nam, but we seldom talked about it. Charlie spoke as a real expert on the Third Reich and, modestly, I knew more about it than he did. He was mostly into the military structure and I am into both the military and political. Besides, I was there at the time and he wasn't. So Irving writes this book on the destruction of Dresden. Not a bad book at all, but Irving kept pulling his punches. RTC. How so? GD. Well, he would make a strong point against the Allied policy, a nice strong point, and then stumble around and start qualifying his information. He would say, could this be? And, well, maybe not, like that. No, after I met him the one time, I pegged him as a phony and tried to keep as far away from him as I could. Boorish person with a penchant for teenage tarts. He was known as Mr. Spanky in the historical world. Second book on PQ-17 was also a good book, but David went downhill from there. There was the hilarious fake Himmler letter I sent him about Hitler once. Charlie saw it and laughed so loud that his secretary thought he was having some kind of a fit. It was in the worst possible, ungrammatical and misspelled German you could imagine, but Irving decided it was original because it suited his purpose. He bleated about it in print for some time, praising me as a wonderful expert and so on. Then when he found out the letter was a spoof, he went bananas and started screeching at me like a whore who finds out her trick gave her a fake 20. RTC. Laughter, such a wonderful way of putting things, Gregory. GD. A friend of mine ran 3 whorehouses in Frisco, so I have some knowledge of the patterns of behavior there. Anyway, when Irving found out about the Mueller books, he wrote to Sudholt, my German publisher. It was the work of a real nut, believe me. He wailed that Sudholt should not publish anything I wrote because I was pure evil and a terrible fraud. Sudholt told me that Irving was a nut and on top of that, made a living selling manuscripts to German publishers, keeping the advance money and never producing. And also, it seems, Dirty Dave sued anyone and everyone who dared to say a word against him. He would take the modest settlements and stick them into his bank account. RTC. He has been quite successful, as I gather. GD. Yes, but as Browning said, the kissing has to stop, and for David, it stopped some time ago and he's running on empty. Sudholt sent me Irving's lunatic letter with a copy of his own response. My God, did he kick Irving in his flabby ass? He talked about Irving's rip-offs of publishers and really smacked him down. After Irving failed to shut me up, he started in on his pathetic website. He once listed about 20 names he claimed I used. I never heard of any of them. Then I found out his mother was Jewish. RTC. No. After all the attacks he makes on the Holocaust and the Jews. Are you sure? GD. Have I ever been wrong? RTC. Gregory, your hubris is showing. GD. Well, Robert, I thought I was wrong about a year ago, but I found out later I was mistaken. Yes, by Jewish law, Dave is a Jew. Jewish self-hatred is well known. I think your Angleton must have had some Jewish blood in him. In profile, RTC. Now, Jim was a good friend. True, he had his head up their ass and we could never keep him from babbling secrets to the Mossad. I did truly like Jim, but he had his strange sides. GD. Young college boys, interested in poetry. Whispering Mossad agents. The odd mafia friend here and there. Frantic obsessions with paranoia. Yes, I would say strange sides are indicated here. RTC. But very competent when he focused, Gregory. Poor Jim had too much on his plate. The mafia business is best forgotten, I suggest. GD. What about the nubile college students? Mueller told me about an incident at the Park Plaza Hotel in New York once. RTC. Jim strayed from the path from time to time, I admit, but I know from experience he was a dedicated worker. GD. You could say the same of Sweeney Todd or Sonny Bean. RTC. I know about Todd, but Bean. GD. A Scots cannibal. Whole family of inbreds lived in caves and made sorties to waylay travelers and eat them. The king finally got enough troops together to wipe them out. RTC. You have the damnedest mind for such things, Gregory. GD. I try so hard, Robert. Anyway, there is Irving, sliding slowly down into literary oblivion, that's just outside of New Orleans by the way, and clawing and scratching at me. My books are much better written, far more factual and, even better, far more successful in his little world than his own recent failures. RTC. Do I detect professional jealousy here? GD. No, a reporting of facts. If you doubt me, Robert, read his latest literary efforts and compare him with the manuscript I sent you. Make up your own mind. Of course, the ironic part of all this purse swinging is that as far as the Holocaust is concerned, Irving is absolutely correct. There was never any plan, implemented or theoretical, on the part of Hitler to gather up the Jews of Europe. Ship them off to so-called death camps and gas them in huge chambers. No, none of that. Yes, Hitler used the Jews as a unifying factor in his rise to power. But he was dealing with a huge flood of horrible Polish Jews that Pilsudski had chased out of Poland in the early 20s and who refused to assimilate into the German communities and who were, in general, rather filthy and subhuman. The respectable German Jews hated them. No, Mueller has told me very often, and I have boxes of documents on this, all Hitler was doing, and he used to make public speeches on this so it was never a secret, was to boot all the Jews out of Germany and later, out of German-held territories. Yes, Jews were rooted out from France and the Balkans, often at the requests of their governments, and shipped off to Auschwitz. But this was not a death camp but a huge work complex the SS had set up outside the nominal range of Allied bombers. Many died of typhus and, of course, shipping these people off was a nasty business, and I have no sympathy with any of it, but the huge gas chambers are figments of the imagination, used to raise money for the Jews. And when Irving points this out, they all gang up on him. He may be a fraud and a gasbag, but his comments on this subject are basically accurate. I hate to say that, naturally, but Irving is correct. And by his persisting in this, the Jews will gang up on him and put him out of business. RTC. Too much influence here, Gregory. Small numbers but very powerful inside the Beltway. They own the press and politicians kiss their butts on a regular basis. GD. Well, they don't own me and I do love a good fight. Eventually, they will think themselves immune and all-powerful and, like Irving, their own, what was your cultivated word? Hubris. Yes, hubris. That will bring both of them down. Irving's fall will be soon forgotten, but when the Jews go too far in this country and the public turns against them, which it will, because the Jews never know when to stop, it will be a great fall. It will fall and, as the Bible says in Proverbs, and great will be the fall thereof. RTC. Not in the near future. GD. Only God knows that one, Robert, but the end will come there. It always has in the past, always. Look at history and be enlightened. RTC. I'll take your word for it. GD. Why, thank you for your confidence, Robert. I hope that when the quicksands close over Irving's straining face, the last name he mentions as the sand fills his mouth is mine. The Germans call this Schadenfreude, or the joy in the suffering of others, but I say that, in German, Schadenfreude is immer die beste Freude. The joy in the suffering of other is always the best. RTC. Very Teutonic. GD. No, very realistic. Unpleasant to contemplate but true. One must strive to attain absolute objectivity, Robert. To let yourself be mired in convention and platitudes is to know nothing. Now you can see why some elements of my co-workers in the CIC hated me. I was interested in results and they were interested in cheap booze and third-rate pussy. RTC. And you never drank or womanized. GD. I did drink sometimes and I have had more than my share of conniving girlfriends, but never to distraction, Robert, never. Sex, good food, a good bit of classic music, a trip to European museums like the Uffizi are all pleasures but never distractions. RTC. Yes, I can see why they hate you. GD. How many times have I quoted Bismarck? Many. Oh yes, many enemies, much honor. I judge a man by the enemies he has. The more and the louder they are, the more I can respect him. Never them, of course, never. Bleeding, whining, snapping mass of vermin-infested sewer rats. By God, Robert, your fellow countryman was right. Dean Swift. Oh yes, Swift was dead on when he came to his literary assaults on the boobery and bipedal rodents. He's gone, unfortunately, and they still survive, crawling around in the dung and shrieking their hatred of whatever they cannot be. RTC. No, I once said you would be a good agent, but I think, on reflection, you would produce wonderful analysis and a legion of enemies. GD. Fuck them all, Robert. In the end, we all are maggot bait, but I love to watch them fall off one by one before I do. Concluded at 2:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 34 date. Monday, September 9, 1996 commenced. 10:07 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:56 a.m. CSTGD. Good day to you, Robert. How does it go with you? RTC. I'm tired today. I didn't get much sleep last night. Ever have a night like that, Gregory? GD. Sometimes. Get to sleep about 4 a.m. and then wake up at 7. Can't get back to sleep and feel like garbage the next day. If you are not up to talking, I can call back later. RTC. No, I'm fine. What are you up to? GD. Somebody I know just vanished. His wife is hysterical and has called me twice. I have no idea what happened to him and neither does she. The police were polite but they can't do much unless they find his body in the middle of the road or feeding the varmints on some local farm. I guess he was getting along fine with his wife and no problems with his job. RTC. How did he disappear? GD. Went to do some shopping, made it to the market, bought things, put them in his car and drove off. People at the store remember this, because one of the boys helped him load the trunk. No sign of any trouble and the kid said he was cheerful and tipped him. Anyway, they found the car parked by the side of the road, he's still in it and no sign of trouble like the top, his skull on the floor and brains all over the seat. Neighbors saw and heard nothing. Nobody has any idea. I can't help her but I always try to be polite. RTC. We had a case like that once. Damnedest thing I ever ran into. I understand, however, that it wasn't unique. One of our senior people lived on a nice farm down in Virginia. Late fall. It had been raining on and off. He gets up, has breakfast with his wife. The dog starts barking and from the window, he and his wife see the mailman stuffing the box down on the road. Finished breakfast, puts on his fancy hiking boots and a warm parka and down the dirt driveway to the street. Never gets there. The wife took something off the table and put it in the sink and the dog starts in barking furiously. She goes to the window and looks out. Can't see her husband anywhere. Fenced fields on both sides of the driveway with horses on one side and stubble on the other. She puts on a coat and goes outside. The driveway has some mud and the boot prints are very visible. And then, about halfway down to the street, nothing. Prints stop cold. She's a company wife and she gets a hold of us first. The local sheriff's people are decent but clumsy. We sent people out right away and they were very professional and careful. Mail was still in the box. Gate was closed and chained up. Footprints very clear and then stopped. No sign of anything, no struggle, no mess and no other footprints except the wife's coming down from the house. The fields are muddy and no sign of anyone walking along the fences on either side of them. I mean not a sign. He's vanished into thin air. GD. The dog barked twice. RTC. Yes. He always barked to let his people know when there were visitors coming. Very reliable dog. GD. The dog that did not bark in the night. Sherlock Holmes. RTC. Yes, the team commented on that. GD. The wife was temporarily distracted. Was it a long time? RTC. As I recall, about a half a minute. She put some coffee cups in the sink. GD. That takes about 30 seconds. No shouting or noises. RTC. No, nothing at all. Very disturbing and very strange. No, Gregory, about 800,000 to 900,000 a year just vanish in the United States. GD. My God, that many. RTC. Oh yes, but about 65 to 75% are found. Mostly solved within 24 hours. Most of these are young people running away or kidnapped by a parent in a custody case. But let's say that out of, say, 800,000, a low figure, 650,000 are accounted for. But that leaves a balance of 150,000 unaccounted for. And who are these missing ones? Men getting out of a bad marriage, stuck with a nasty wife and screaming kids. They might have a girlfriend and they don't want the long, drawn-out process of a divorce that will probably bankrupt them and stick them with years of very punitive child support. Or we have children unhappy in an uncaring home, lonely, frustrated and trying to find a better life somewhere else. Or we have the wife taking off with a new boyfriend and becoming another person with a new name. And we have the criminal class to consider. A stockbroker who just looted a customer of $500,000 or someone on parole who is sick and tired of continual harassment. These make up the bulk of runaways. But at the same time, Gregory, many of the vanished people had no wives or children to run away from, were perfectly normal people with no apparent personal or financial problems. GD. Would you add the children abducted for sexual abuse? RTC. Oh yes, that, too. But take all of these away and there are still so many missing. And these figures are only in the US. You can multiply this many times if you get global. Now our man was important to us, so we really made a very thorough investigation. Finances in order, got on well with his wife, didn't drink or use drugs, and we could visually account for every minute of his waking life. Left home, drove to work, worked all day, drove home, dinner with the wife and once in a while a movie in town. The wife did the shopping. Very peaceful and ordered life. And what happened to him, Gregory? No trace of him anywhere. No phone calls to anyone that didn't check out, bank account untouched, credit cards and phone calls never used. Walked down his driveway on a clear day and just vanished off the face of the earth. That was 15 years ago and nothing, ever. Right off the face of the earth. GD. That's a possibility, Robert. RTC. Went to heaven. GD. No, not the silly rapture fiction. Perhaps some entity from elsewhere nailed him. Abducted him. RTC. That's not the sort of thing we put in any kind of official report, Gregory. We can't even begin to get into that area. Easier to say the Russians got him. GD. I'm not advocating that, but it has been reported before, and many times at that. RTC. Yes, and some of it is real and some isn't. GD. But if you are giving me accurate information, Robert, what could have happened to this guy? Absolutely no reason for vanishing, no proof of any kind of abduction. What happened to him? Someone with a crane parked in the street suddenly reached over the fence and grabbed him. The wife would have seen it. A huge flying saucer hovering overhead. Now that might be possible, assuming you couldn't see it. And they could beam him up like the TV show. That could explain it, couldn't it? And the dog barked, didn't it? RTC. If it were true, yes. And the dog could have barked at a passing car or a cat in the field. GD. Question here, Robert. We have warning radar all over the place, don't we? RTC. We have many systems. GD. Well, assuming there are such UFOs, don't the radar people pick them up? RTC. I read a report back then that is interesting. A radar station out in the wilds. 2 men on duty. One goes out to take a piss and sees a huge round object hovering about a half a mile away. Scared the hell out of him and he ran back inside and told his partner. Radar was working fine but no trace. The other one thought the pisser was nuts, so he went outside and saw the same thing. More fussing with the set. Nothing. They reported it and other systems got involved. They both went outside and watched it hover for about 10 minutes and then off it went. Straight up so fast it was gone in a few seconds. More calls and nothing to report. When they got off shift, there were some Air Force police and some intelligence people who wanted to talk to them. They had seen nothing and better keep it that way. Yes, something obviously got in and the radar couldn't pick it up. Mysteries. This vanished fellow was on my staff and so I have some inside knowledge of what happened. Abduction was indeed brought up but left way behind. In the end, we put it out that he had been transferred to a special project and left it alone. GD. I don't suppose he ever showed up. Or even a part of him. RTC. No, not even an ear. Wife waited 7 years, got the insurance and eventually remarried. We went through the house and embargoed all his papers, of course. GD. Here and there I encounter stories of abductions by aliens and some probings and so on. It wouldn't surprise me if some fat housewife in Georgia didn't have a boyfriend, 2 or 3 farms over, and she would sneak out at night for a mattress polka. Boyfriend liked to slap her around and watch the fat jiggle, so when she gets back home, clothes torn and bruises all over her tits, she tells her hubby that some flying saucer grabbed her and they did awful things to her. All night. The police get involved and so do the local papers. Some other woman, 2 towns over, used the same story for the same reason, now starts in saying it happened to her. She had what looked like cigarette burns on her tits, but now everyone realized they were alien test marks. Still, where there's smoke, sometimes we find fire. RTC. Well, all speculation, Gregory. GD. But in the case of your man who vanished, Robert, did anything ever turn up? RTC. No, never, but anything could have happened. GD. I was doing research a few years ago on the German Zeppelins. You know, the Graf Zeppelin and the Hindenburg. That's because I was working on the Hindenburg disaster for the Mueller book. I came across some fascinating material about odd so-called Zeppelin sightings in America back in the late 1890s. Hundreds, no thousands, of people saw what they believed to be some kind of silvery craft in the sky. It's sort of interesting to note that these were mostly in the area in the Pacific Northwest, near Mt. Shasta and south. Does that area ring a bell? RTC. No, it doesn't. GD. That's an area where pilots have seen what they all believed were some kind of high-speed, circular vehicles while flying in that region. I had a friend of mine in Canada who was training to be a commercial pilot, and he saw 3 so-called bright objects on his port side, paralleling his flight pattern. They, all 3 of them, suddenly shot straight upwards so fast that no human could have survived the G-thrust. I knew him well and I trust him absolutely. By the way, he never reported this sighting anywhere. Told me that if he had, even though he was in Vancouver, the U.S. Air Force intelligence people would have visited him and harassed him into admitting he saw seagulls or something like that. He told me that a number of his other pilot friends had seen similar things but never dared to report them. I believed him when he told me and I believe him now. RTC. That doesn't surprise me. They have been sitting on such things here for years. I never heard of the mystery Zeppelins before. When was this? GD. I would have to look at my notes, but if memory is good, and it usually is, I think the sighting started before Christmas in 1896 and ran through until about 6 months, I think. May or June of 1897. Almost all in the northwestern area but some further east, into the Midwest. The papers reported it as fact, although some thought it might be a hoax. Too many responsible people saw these things, Robert, to be a hoax. RTC. These days, the sightings are all put down as hoaxes. What they do is to get some obvious nut who claims he saw something, interview him and get him to make wild and lunatic statements. That's usually enough. They keep away from professional pilots, doctors, policemen and so on. They home in on the nut fringe and play it up. That's what they are supposed to do. GD. But to go back to the missing people. You know, I looked into this once and I found that hundreds of thousands of people have just vanished each year in this country alone. Yes, of course many are found, some are killed, some go crazy and get put in the nut houses and so on, and many are guys running away from their families, bad marriages, child support payments and so on. But if you subtract these, there is still a huge number left. Like your coworker. Just vanished. No reason and no trace. I mean, you can look on the internet at the official FBI reports and see what I say is true. I asked an FBI agent who dealt with missing persons and he told me that there was a fixed percentage of people who ran off or were taken away by family members in a divorce case or abducted by sex maniacs and probably killed. Fine. After that, they had no idea what happened to the rest. No idea. Tens of thousands of Americans vanishing off the face of this earth each and every year. RTC. You did check this out. GD. Yes, I did. I have cut it this way and looked it that way and try as I can, and I have a very skeptical mind, Robert. I could not explain this mass number of missing. Some hole open in the ground. Giant birds swooping down and flying off with them. They couldn't all be rotting under the Jersey pine barrens. RTC. Laughter. GD. I'm serious now, Robert. RTC. Oh, I'm sure you were, and I've heard all about this before. When my man vanished, we did quite a bit of research and what you say is quite true. However, Gregory, I suggest that you look into other matters and stay strictly away from this one. GD. Why is that? RTC. You will be branded as a nut and your many enemies will gleefully get their hands on this and really lambaste you. Just deal with other matters. If you do something on Kennedy, believe me, all the night creatures will come up from under their wet logs and bite you on the ankles. Try to stay main line and you'll do much better. GD. I see your point, but do you see mine? RTC. Which is? GD. Which is that huge number of people in this country, and probably in others, have just vanished. RTC. Off the face of the earth. GD. Exactly. RTC. Well, maybe they have, Gregory, maybe they have. You know, aside from drawing unwelcome attention from the rabid lunatic fringe, you will get the government excited if you really push this vanishing business. Why? Because it obviously can lead to the UFO business, and that is strictly off limits. It's fine for the nuts to write weird books, but if someone like you, who is a serious writer and an excellent researcher, starts in on this, they will come down on you very quickly. Just stay away from this and I assure you we will all be happy. GD. I suppose you're right. But still, RTC. Gregory, let it be. Okay. GD. Fine. Concluded at 10:56 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 35 Date. Thursday, September 12, 1996 commenced. 8:47 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:15 a.m. CST RTC. This time I called you, Gregory. I hope it's not inconvenient for you. GD. No, I'm fine here. If you hear any odd noises, I am trying to adjust the volume on my phone set. I have a hearing problem in one ear. There, I think it's better now. What can I do for you, Robert? RTC. I think I mentioned Jim Critchfield to you before. GD. Ran the Galen org up at Pullock. Yes, we talked about him. As I recall, you are not fond of him. RTC. No, I am not, but Jim doesn't know that. What I'm calling about, Gregory, is a plan I have to jerk Jim's chain. Do you think we could work together on this? GD. I have no problem, Robert. What do you have in mind? RTC. Well, Jim is a class asshole, as I may have mentioned. I introduced him to his wife, which I now regret. Jim is a booer and I was not aware of it at the time. As you know, or perhaps you don't, he ran your friend Mueller when he worked for us. First he ran him in Switzerland where he was working for Swiss intelligence, and then they brought Mueller over here because he was too important to leave in Europe. The Jews know he got away and they've been looking for him, so we brought him over here. It's safer that way. You understand that we're officially bosom buddies with them, but actually they hate us because we do business with the Arabs for oil and they don't like that. GD. But they don't have any oil. RTC. Yes, I know. But to get back to Jim again. He knows about your Mueller books and he and his friends are very worried about what you do, or don't, know. You have not mentioned Jim's name yet, so he is now on a fishing expedition to see just what you know and, more important, what proof you have Mueller worked for the company. GD. I have enough proof. New name, pictures of him and Truman, CIA ID cards and so on. RTC. Fine, that's what I believe. Anyway, Jim has ordered your book and wants me to talk him up to you so you will talk to him. He thinks he is very slick and he can pick your brains. I never bothered to tell him that you are twice as smart as he is and are much more likely to pick his brains. And that's one of the things I want you to do. Jim wants to call you up and make nice with you. You know, praise you without actually committing himself. I suggested he write you a letter first to make introductions, so you can expect this in a week or so. After that, he will want to talk to you. Of course he will have one of his friends on the other line and will, 100%, tape you, so be very careful what you admit to him. He's got his reputation to defend here, and also he's writing a book on Galen. Now you knew Galen. When was that again? GD. 1951, in the summer. RTC. Any proof of this? GD. My memory, which is very good, plus 2 pictures. One is of Galen during the war as a general officer and one is a snapshot of both of us standing in front of his house on the lake. RTC. I believe you, Gregory, but Jim might want proof. Of course he will be very diplomatic about this. Also, he is being told you were in military intelligence under another name. Just be deliberately vague if he wants names or a unit number. You know, the usual sort of, that's still classified because of my work, crap. I'm sure you can pull this off. GD. Thanks for your confidence, Robert. But I was only 17 at the time. RTC. I doubt if he'll ask you for your birth date. Hint, but do not be specific. GD. Is he a little ex-cavalryman from the Dakotas? RTC. The same. Did I tell you that? GD. No, I met him at Galen's once and I never forget people. RTC. I'm sure you don't. Now the way I want to nail him is for you to imply that you have absolute proof Mueller worked for Critchfield and was here in the States. GD. That's not any kind of a problem. I should throw Willie Crickbaum in for some spice. RTC. Willie. GD. Crickbaum. He was a Gestapo agent. A full colonel in the SS and Mueller's standing deputy. in charge of the southwestern border guards, which was under the control of the SS. Willie then ran the secret field police for the army, and this was staffed mostly with Gestapo and SD men. When I met Willie there, he was down at Bad Reichenhall as Galen's chief recruiter. Mostly sought out and recruited SS and SD people for the org. RTC. And you knew him. Personally. Saw him. Talked with him there. GD. Oh, yes, very well, and if Critchfield asks me I can fill him in on all kinds of physical details. Don't worry about that, RTC. That will scare the shit out of him for certain. GD. Good. I'm better than a laxative. What is the end goal here, Robert? RTC. To convince him that you know all about him and, like him, you two are writing another book. That'll keep his bowels open. But don't give away too much. If you mention papers, don't say you have them at home or he'll have someone break in and take them. He's already said so. GD. Will he shoot me? RTC. No, but he'd like to. They are very angry with you, Gregory, but they know nothing substantive about you. Wolf has been filling them with spiteful crap, but then they have no respect for him at all. When did Mueller die? GD. 83. Buried in Oakland under his own name. RTC. Don't tell Jim that or they'll dig him up or put down another stone. Sound authoritative but play your cards close to the vest. Something like, as we both know, sort of thing. Oh, and by the way, they have another Hebrew stool pigeon working on all of this. Name of Naphtali. 27 works at Yale teaching potential foggy bottom boys about security, and so on. He's a friend of Wolf and be very careful of him if he calls you. He'd put a knife into you as soon as fart. GD. Thanks for the heads up, Robert. I have heard nothing from him yet, but when I do, it's uphill and down dale with the BS Express. RTC. Good. GD. It's too bad Mueller is dead. He would genuinely have enjoyed this idiotic crap. We did have some lovely conversations about life and all the insects in it. But given his background, he was a very decent sort of person all in all. RTC. Yes, that was my impression, too. Correct and very sharp. GD. And decent. It's your dime. I can tell you a story about him and what he thought about a few personal things. RTC. Go on. GD. One time he asked me why I had such a cynical view of life. Was there a defining moment for me? There was, of course, there always is. I told him about the time when I was in high school and there had been a rash of locker thefts. Money, portable radios, sports equipment and so on were looted. Suddenly, the police called me into the front office and questioned me about this. Then they searched me physically and went into my own locker. I objected to being searched, but they informed me I was not an adult and they could do what they liked. Most policemen are very stupid and it does not pay to discuss the law with them. Anyway, they found nothing at all. Then they went to my home and of course my mother welcomed them in and let them tear my room up. They didn't find anything there, either. But I was blamed for this by everyone. Kids demanded I return their dad's radio or their money and so on. The teachers made snide remarks about me in front of the classes and my family said that I must have done something wrong or the precious police would never have come by. I can assure you that I had nothing to do with any of this. I had a Russian friend at school and he was known to be very handy with his fists. I never got smacked around, but I can guarantee that it was not a pleasant time. So, one day, a janitor came out of a supply closet and saw someone looting a locker. He grabbed him and dragged him to the office. The police came, searched him and his locker and found concrete evidence that he, not I, was the thief. He confessed and the loot was returned except for the cash which his rich parents gave back. He was from a good family, as they say, so instead of juvenile detention center, he was allowed to go to a private school to learn how to become a valued member of society without being caught. When I told this story to Mueller, he 27 Timothy Naphtali is the director of the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum, a part of the National Archives and Records Administration. Sponsored by, and working closely with, the CIA on historical issues of interest to them, Naphtali also writes on Holocaust matters and once taught security issues at Yale for the CIA. Along with Robert Wolf and Richard Brightman, Naftali wrote a paper at the request of the CIA which attempted to bolster the frantic CIA claim that Gestapo chief Heinrich Mueller died in Berlin in 1945 and could never have worked for that agency after the war. The joint project is hardly convincing, and considering it paucity of fact or reason, ought to have guaranteed its 3 authors with gift-wrapped paychecks. Of such is the kingdom, if not heaven. Then the CIA looked at me and asked me to finish the story. I told him I had. He said I had not. What did he mean by that? He asked me if I looked like the thief and I said I did not. Then he asked me if anyone had apologized to me for my harassment and I said no, that no one had ever apologized to me. He said that surely my own family had said something and I said that they had not. And no one at the school ever talked to me again, and I am positive that most of them still believe I stole thousands of dollars from their lockers. And then Mueller said that this was, in his opinion, disgusting, and said, and I have not forgotten this, that he would apologize to me for those who did not. I told him not to say this because he would never have done this and not to apologize. I thought it was a very decent thing for him to say and I never forgot it. RTC. Now that's a terrible experience, Gregory. People are such royal shits, aren't they? GD. That's a very perceptive and very true observation, Robert. RTC. It must be frustrating to realize that there's nothing you could have done about it. GD. Oh, I did do something about it, Robert, I did indeed. RTC. Care to tell me about it? RTC. Vicarious pleasure for you, Robert. Very well. P.L.L. tell you, but I warn you, you might not have any respect for me afterwards. Shall I go on? RTC. You know my former business, Gregory. I would not condemn you. Given your talents, I would really like to know how you got even. GD. Very well. Consider yourself warned. I had a friend who was, to be kind, very strange. The so-called normal people didn't like me. Anyway, I should preface this by saying that at that high school, the students all had to eat lunch in their cafeteria. If your family wrote a note, you could go home for lunch, and I had such a letter. One day, about 2 months after this locker business, my friend and I went downstairs into the cafeteria to see if we could find any cookies. It was later in the afternoon and there was no one about. Nothing. All the cookies, cakes and so on were locked up. But I noticed a very large stock pot slowly bubbling on the range. In one of the unlocked cupboards, I found 3-gallon jugs of commercial detergent. The label said the contents were odorless and tasteless and designed for use in restaurants to avoid alien tastes getting into prepared foods. I could see at once what to do, so without further ado, as they say, I dumped all 3 gallons into the soup stock pot. RTC. My God, Gregory. GD. Well, I told you. But the best part was the next day. It was a Friday, and after I came back to the school, when I finished my delicious, nourishing lunch at home, my first afternoon period was a study hall. I and my girlfriend signed in and then took off. I figured that by that time, the student body was primed and ready to go. Of course I didn't tell her, to spare her feelings. We were standing by my locker, right by an exit door, when about 1:20, someone ran down the hall and into the only lavatories in the school, right down the hall. This was followed by a few more and then by many more. There was a stampede of sorts. Of course the bathrooms were small and couldn't handle the traffic. Panic and humiliation, Robert. Accidents in the hall, in doorways, outside the door, behind me, on the steps. I recall the hero quarterback of our beloved football team, a prime asshole, running frantically down the hall, slipping on a pile of crap and crashing down onto his back. And from his expression, it was obvious that his reason for visiting the Jammed John was gone. He got up and walked, bow-legged, for the back door. Humiliation. He should have tied his shoelaces around his ankles to save the floor, but at that point, the floor was past saving. It smelled like a cross between a public lavatory in France in July and a cow barn. RTC. Laughter. GD. And I recall my French girlfriend pointing to a girl and screaming with laughter. She was pointing at Geneva, a tennis champion on the school tennis team. Geneva was a prime bitch and my girlfriend hated her. Poor, vain Geneva. She was wearing a nice white pleated wool tennis skirt and was weeping with shame because she had had a very obvious accident. It looked, Robert, exactly as if she had sat down on a pumpkin pie. RTC. Laughter. GD. All in all it looked like a painting by Bosch, some ancient view of hell. Shouts, thundering feet, flatulence, cries of dismay and other really delightful background noises. We finally exited by the door and had to step carefully to avoid the messes on the steps, and I distinctly recall legions of the afflicted voiding their watery bowels all over the lawns and into the parking lot. And it was even worse on Monday. You see, they had no idea. Had salted the soup, so there was another episode on Monday. This time, there was a good deal of profitable work for the local proctologists, not to mention the sudden surge in business for the dry cleaners. RTC. You are quite mad, Gregory. But remarkable. Was your honor satisfied? GD. I think so. I haven't laughed so hard since my evil aunt fell into the septic tank. Mueller didn't have to apologize after all. RTC. Did you ever tell him about this? He seemed like such a very serious person. GD. He laughed even louder than you did a few minutes ago, Robert. I will have no trouble dealing with your Critchfield, Robert, don't worry about that. RTC. Remind me to never eat lunch at your house, Gregory. GD. Well, everything came out in the end, Robert. RTC. Laughter. GD. Are you disgusted with me? RTC. No, entertained. GD. The custodians were not amused. One of them told me the lavatories were a real horror show and it took a week to clean everything up. They had to scrape the walls. But my honor was avenged and that's all that mattered. Of course I could have put something else into the soup pot, but I'm not that sort of person. Concluded at 9:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 36 date. Sunday, September 15, 1996 commenced. 11:15 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:37 a.m. CST RTC. Ah, good morning, Gregory. Been to church early today? GD. No, haven't been to church for some time. Yourself. I mean someone who lives on Cathedral Avenue ought to have some nearby inspiration. RTC. No, I get out very seldom these days, what with my hip problem, and I do have a balance issue. Asthma makes me short of breath sometimes. Never mind that. Anyway, I was looking for some papers on the Vietnam business, for addition to my book on that sorry time. And I found an analysis of the flying saucer business we talked about. I pulled it out for you. On the Vietnam business, I've finished the manuscript long ago, but I keep thinking that I ought to put more documentation with it. Stupid dreams, because I can never publish it. Had to sign that paper, you know. Bill has looked at it and thinks it would become a bestseller, but I am not going to give it to him in spite of what he thinks. Trento would love to lay his hands on it. He wouldn't publish it, of course, but would run to Langley for that pat on the head and another nice pen set. Joe does love to collect pen sets and get those loving pats on the head. GD. Could I look at it, Robert? RTC. Ah. I might consider it, but you couldn't use any of it while I am still kicking. But anyway, this Roswell business. And oh yes, one in Montana about 3 years later. Now the company had nothing to do with any of this, but we did get a copy of an official and very secret report, not because we cared about a spaceship wreck or little green men, but because of the methodology used in containing and negating the story. Too many people knew about this, so the cover-up had to be through and intense. It was a sort of primer for us. We improved on it, of course, but it was an excellent foundation for other matters. GD. Such as. RTC. Now, Gregory, one thing at a time. Yes, an excellent primer. GD. I used to live in Las Cruces, which is close by that area, and from talking with people down there, it is almost universally believed. I believe a spaceship crashed there and the Air Force was involved. The locals are still afraid of the threats they got back in 47, 48, so I feel that where there is smoke, there must once have been fire. RTC. What is your understanding of the incident? GD. There was a big thunderstorm then and much lightning, and one of the farmers or ranchers found debris all over his landscape. The Air Force people descended on the place and in essence shut everyone up. I was told repeatedly that bodies of aliens were found. Is that in your paper? Make a wonderful story. RTC. Yes, as I recall, about 4 dead ones and 1 living. GD. Little green men. RTC. As I read it, not green but a sort of grayish green or gray. About 4 feet in height with no body hair, fewer fingers than ours and large eyes. I mean no question because there are original photographs attached. And the dead ones started rotting right away and the stink was monumental. There were complete autopsies, of course, but not in situ. Flew them out, iced up, for work at right. GD. And the live one, RTC, died a little later. They were not of this world, Gregory, but it was, and is, amazing how they at least resembled humans. GD. That alone would drive the religious freaks nuts. Human forms from outer space. RTC. Yes, and that's why in the movies you see giant crabs or whatever. Can't look like us. GD. Such closed minds. Darwin was basically right, and someday, they will discover the so-called missing link that proves him right. Would that get suppressed, do you think? RTC. Depends who is in power in the White House at the time. But let me send the report off to you to evaluate. I personally don't see this as tabloid news about green men, but how the story was contained and essentially countered. The one in Montana was much safer because this one crashed into a mountain, way up, with no busybody farmers and local hicks around to pick up dangerous souvenirs. GD. What was the determination there? RTC. Essentially the same as Roswell. Unworldly metals and other debris, crisped remains of small people. I guess 4 feet was general. And so on. Again, lightning storms in the area. These things can be detected by a certain form of radar but not by most, so there was a fix, and that's how the wreckage was found. The metal in both sites was odd enough. Very light but impossible to bend or even cut into. Equipment containers that were impossible to open or even open. That drove them all crazy, because if we could construct aircraft, or even tanks, from such a metal, the advantages would be obvious. No shell could penetrate, and the lightweight would be a huge advantage in combat. As I understand it, no one could ever figure the composition out. But again, the methodology. The mixture of threats of death and the cover stories are what this report was mostly about. Of course the press does just as it's told, as do the local police and so on. And no one in the Air Force is going to talk, or they end up taking a long walk on a very short pier. Time goes by and everyone but a few forget, and that's the end of it. GD. Did they have any idea where these things came from? RTC. No, they never did, and therein lies another factor. Truman ordered silence, or rather approved the order on it, because no one wanted a panic. The Cold War was just starting and they were afraid of the Orson Welles business all over. No, there could be no mass panic. My God. Every attention-starved nitwit in the country would chime in with fictional stories about landings in their yard and so on. That no one wanted, so rather than stifle any talk about genuine sightings, they rigged thousands of fake ones until the public thought it was all too funny for words and went back watching baseball games on the idiot box. We took this and refined it. I wrote some suggestions on this and I will attach them for you. Sometimes we can't cover up some nasty action, so the best way to hide it is to magnify it so much and pass it to so many gabbling idiots that the public is quickly bored. I recall the business of people vanishing, and that is true, so the story goes out about flying saucers landing in cow pastures and kidnapping cows, or fake stories about this or that child vanishing, and then his turning up later in a local candy store. A few dozen like this every year gets the public accustomed to disbelieving abduction stories. Or we could throw in a child molester from time to time just to spice up the pot. Hell, we, and the Pentagon, among others, have full-time departments handling fake stories. We leak them to the supermarket press. GD. Or one of Rupert Murdoch's tabloid rags. RTC. Yes, Rupert can be so accommodating. He keeps the trailer park crowd in a state of perpetual excitement. Bread and circuses. Always the same. GD. Do you know how many actual incidents got investigated? RTC. I know of the 2 specifically. The one in New Mexico in '47, and then the Montana one about 2 years later. I am sure there are more. The Russians had their own problems, but they have much better control over the media that we do. They had less running around and creative writing issues. GD. Nothing hostile. RTC. Not that I ever heard about. I think just recon trips. That's the educated guessing. Roswell was near some of our more sensitive bomb areas, but I can't figure out Montana. GD. Maybe they were looking to kidnap some mountain goats for sexual escapades. RTC. As I recall, they had no sex organs. I think goats would be out. GD. No organs. How could they reproduce the species? RTC. I don't think the Pentagon was interested in that question. Maybe they just came out of a big machine somewhere, did their routines and died. I understand that they rotten very quickly and the stink when they did made it really impossible to do effective autopsies. GD. I had that problem with floaters. Or abdominal cancer. God, what stenches from both. I used to wear a mask soaked in bay rum, but I have seen techs puke on the spot. You just have to blot it out. A little like waking up after a drunken party and finding yourself in the sack with a really ugly woman. Never happened to me, but did to a friend. A quiet departure. And a quick one too. And the forlorn cries of, "Oh honey, where are you going?" echoing behind him. Why outside to puke, my lovely one, might be an appropriate answer. Later, send her flowers you filched out of a cemetery and a zucchini in remembrance of things past. I don't think Marcel would like that. I think he liked sailors. RTC. Who? GD. Marcel Proust. Wrote a book called that. Well, at this point either the visitations have stopped or the little gray men with no dicks have all gone into Congress. Except those thieves stink before they are dead. Well, send it all on and I promise to read it with interest. RTC. Yes, and keep quiet indeed. GD. A given. Conclusion at 11:37. AMCST. Comment. Flying saucers of the Third Reich _pay equals A equals Eddie 4 at way. The Bellenzo-Schriever-Meath disc. The retractable undercarriage legs terminated in inflatable rubber cushions. The craft was designed to carry a crew of 3. The Schriever-Habermohl flying disc developed between 1943 and 1945 consisted of a stable dome-shaped cabin surrounded by a flat, rotating rim. Toward the end of the war, all the models and prototypes were reported destroyed before they could be found by the Soviets. According to post-war U.S. intelligence reports, however, the Russian army succeeded in capturing one prototype. After the war, both Schriever and Meath, another German scientist involved in the design of flying discs, came to work for the U.S. under Operation Paperclip. Habermohl was reported, by U.S. Army military intelligence, as having been taken to the Soviet Union. The first non-official report on the development of this craft is to be found in Die Deutschen Waffen und Geheimwaffen des Zweiten Weltkriegs und ihre Weiterentwicklung, Germany's Weapons and Secret Weapons of the Second World War and Their Later Development, J.F. Lehmann's Verlag, Munich, 1956, pps 81-83. The author of this detailed and technical work on German wartime weaponry was Major D.R. Rudolf Lusar, an engineer who worked in the German Reich's patent office and had access to many original plans and documents. Lusar devoted a section of the chapter entitled, Special Devices, to Third Reich saucer designs. Among other things, Lusar declared, German scientists and researchers took the first steps toward such flying saucers during the last war, and even built and tested such flying devices, which border on the fantastic. According to information confirmed by experts and collaborators, the first projects involving flying discs began in 1941. The blueprints for these projects were furnished by German experts Schriever, Habermohl, Meath, and the Italian expert Bellanzo. Habermohl and Schriever chose a flat hoop which spun around a fixed pilot's cabin in the shape of a dome. It consisted of steerable disc wings which enabled, according to the direction of their placement, in horizontal takeoff or flight. Meath developed a kind of disc 42 meters in diameter, to which steerable nozzles had been attached. Schriever and Habermohl, who had worked together in Prague, took off on the 14th of February 1945 in the first flying disc. They attained a height of 12,400 meters in 3 minutes and a horizontal flight speed of 2,000 km/h. It had been expected to reach speeds of up to 4,000 km/h. Massive initial tests and research work were involved prior to undertaking the manufacture of the project. Due to the high rate of speed and the extraordinary heat demands, it was necessary to find particular materials in order to resist the effects of the high temperatures. Project development, which had run into the millions, was practically concluded by the final days of the war. All existing models were destroyed at the end of the conflict, but the factory at Breslau in which Meath had worked fell into the hands of the Soviets, who seized all the material and technical personnel and shipped them to Siberia, where successful work on Flying Saucers, was conducted. Schriever was able to leave Prague on time, but Habermal must be in the Soviet Union, since nothing more is known concerning his whereabouts. The aged German builder, Meath, is in the United States developing, it is said, flying saucers, for the A.V. Rowe Company in the USA and in Canada. The Schriever-Habermal project. The project is usually referred to as the Schriever-Habermal project, although it is by no means clear that these were the individuals in charge of the project. Rudolf Schriever was an engineer and test pilot. Less is known about Otto Habermal, but certainly he was an engineer. This project was centered in Prague. At the Prague-Gbel airport, actual construction work began somewhere between 1941 and 1943. This was originally a Luftwaffe project which received technical assistance from the Škoda works at Prague and at a Škoda division at Letov and perhaps elsewhere. Other firms participating in the project according to Epp were the Junkers firm at Auscheben and Bamberg, the Wilhelm Gustloff firm at Weimar and the Keeler Leichtbau at Neubrandenburg. This project started as a project of the Luftwaffe, sponsored by head of the Luftwaffe's technical section, Generaloberst Ernst Udet. It later came under the control of Albert Speer's armament ministry, at which time it was administered by engineer Georg Klein. Finally, probably sometime in 1944, this project came under the control of the SS, specifically under the direct control of SS Gruppenführer General Hans Kammler. Georg Klein stated after the war to American intelligence investigators that he saw this device fly on February 14, 1945. This may have been the first official flight, but it was not the first flight made by this device. According to one witness, a saucer flight occurred as early as August or September of 1943 at the Prague-Gbel facility. The eyewitness was in flight training at the Prague-Gbel facility when he saw a short test flight of such a device. He states that the saucer was 5 to 6 meters in diameter, about 15 to 18 feet in diameter, and about as tall as a man, with an outer border of 30 to 40 centimeters. It was aluminum in color and rested on 4 thin, long legs. The flight distance observed was about 300 meters at low level of 1 meter in altitude. Joseph Andreas Epp, an engineer who served as a consultant to both the Schriever-Habermal and the Meath-Beluzzo projects, states that 15 prototypes were built in all. The final device associated with Schriever-Habermal is described by engineer Rudolf Lusar, who worked in the German patent office, as a central cockpit surrounded by rotating adjustable wing vanes forming a circle. The vanes were held together by a band at the outer edge of the wheel-like device. The pitch of the vanes could be adjusted so that during takeoff more lift was generated by increasing their angle from a more horizontal setting. In level flight the angle would be adjusted to a smaller angle. This is similar to the way helicopter rotors operate. The wing vanes were to be set in rotation by small rockets placed around the rim like a pinwheel. Once rotational speed was sufficient, liftoff was achieved. After the craft had risen to some height, the horizontal jets or rockets were ignited and the small rockets shut off. After this, the wing blades would be allowed to rotate freely as the saucer moved forward as in an autogyrocopter. In all probability, the wing blades' speed, and so their lifting value, could also be increased by directing the adjustable horizontal jets slightly upwards to engage the blades, thus spinning them faster at the discretion of the pilot. Rapid horizontal flight was possible with these jet or rocket engines. Probable candidates were the Junkers Jumo 004 jet engines such as were used on the famous German jet fighter, the Messerschmitt 262. A possible substitute would have been the somewhat less powerful BMW 003 engines. The rocket engine would have been the Walter HWK 109, which powered the Messerschmitt 163 rocket interceptor. If these had been plentiful, the Junkers Jumo 004 probably would have been the first choice. Epp reports Jumo 211B engines were used. Kloss reports the Argus Pulse jet, Schmidt duct, used on the V-1, was also considered. All of these types of engines were difficult to obtain at the time because they were needed for high-priority fighters and bombers, the V-1 and the rocket interceptor aircraft. Joseph Andreas Epp reports in his book Die Realität der Flugscheiben, The Reality of the Flying Discs, that an official test flight occurred in February of 1945. Epp managed to take 2 still pictures of the saucer in flight which appear in his book. There is some confusion about the date of these pictures. Epp states the official flight had been February 14, 1945, but an earlier lift-off had taken place in August of 1944. Very high performance flight characteristics are attributed to this design. Georg Klein says it climbed to 12,400 meters, over 37,000 feet, in 3 minutes and attaining a speed around that of the sound barrier. Epp says that it achieved a speed of Mach 1, about 1,200 kilometers per hour or about 75 miles per hour. From his discussion, it appears that Epp is describing the unofficial liftoff in August 1944 at this point. He goes on to say that on the next night, the sound barrier was broken in manned flight but that the pilot was frightened by the vibrations encountered at that time. On the official test flight, Epp reports a top speed of 2,200 kilometers per hour. Lusar reports a top speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Many other writers cite the same or similar top speed. There is no doubt of two facts. The first is that these are supersonic speeds which are being discussed. Second, it is a manned flight which is under discussion. Some new information has come to light regarding the propulsion system which supports the original assessment. Although actual construction had not started, wind tunnel and design studies confirmed the feasibility of building a research aircraft which was designated Project 8-346. This aircraft was not a saucer but a modern-looking swept-back wing design. According to this post-war Allied intelligence report, the Germans designed the 8-346 to flying the range of 2,000 km per hour to Mach 2. Interestingly enough, it was to use two Walther HWK-109 rocket engines. This is one of the engine configurations under consideration for the Schriever-Habermas saucer project. Schriever continued to work on the project until April 15, 1945. About this time Prague was threatened by the advancing Soviet army. The saucer prototypes at Prague Gbel were pushed out onto the runway and burnt. Habermas disappeared and is presumed to have ended up in the hands of the Soviets. Schriever, according to his own statements, packed the saucer plans in the trunk of his BMW and with his family drove into the relative security of Bavaria. After cessation of hostilities, Schriever worked his way north to his parents' house in Bremerhaven-Leh. He later worked for the U.S. Army. Therefore, the history of the Schriever-Habermas project in Prague can be summarized in a nutshell as follows. Epp's statement is that it was his design and model which formed the basis for this project. This model was given to General Ernst Udet, which was then later forwarded to General Drive. Walter Dornberger at Pienamptine. Dr. Dornberger tested and recommended the design, which was confirmed by Dornberger to Epp. After the war, a facility was set up in Prague for further development and the Schriever-Habermas team was assigned to work on it there. At first this project was under the auspices of Hermann Göring and the Luftwaffe. Sometime later, the Speer Ministry took over the running of this project with Chief Engineer Georg Klein in charge. Finally, the project was usurped by the SS in 1944, along with other saucer projects, and fell under the control of Kammler. Schriever altered the length of the wing vanes from their original design. This alteration caused the instability. Schriever was still trying to work out this problem in his version of the saucer as the Russians overran Prague. Habermas, according to Epp, went back to his original specifications, with 2 or 3 successful flights for his version. Victor Schauberger (1885–1958), an Austrian inventor who was closely involved with Hitler's Third Reich, worked on the advancement of a number of flying disc-shaped craft for the Nazis between 1938 and 1945. Based on liquid vortex propulsion, many of them, according to records, actually flew. 1. Flying saucer, Fliegende Untertassen, reputedly destroyed at Leonstein, had a diameter of 1.5 meters, weighed 135 kilos, and was started by an electric motor of 1/20th horsepower. The vehicle was equipped with a turbine engine to supply the energy required for liftoff. According to Schauberger, if water or air is rotated into a twisting form of oscillation known as colloidal, a buildup of energy results which, with immense power, can cause levitation. On one attempt one such apparatus rose upwards, trailing a blue-green, and then a silver-colored glow. The Russians blew up Schauberger's apartment in Leonstein, after taking what remained following an earlier visit by the Americans. Schauberger supposedly was later involved in working on a top-secret project in Texas for the U.S. government and died shortly afterwards of ill health. In a letter written by Schauberger to a friend, it states that he once worked at Mauthausen concentration camp directing technically oriented prisoners and other German scientists in the successful construction of a saucer. In this letter written by Schauberger, he gives further information from his direct experience with the German military. The flying saucer which was flight tested on the 19th of February 1945 near Prague and which attained a height of 15,000 meters in 3 minutes and a horizontal speed of 2,200 kilometers per hour, was constructed according to a Model 1 built at Mauthausen concentration camp in collaboration with the first-class engineers and stress analysts assigned to me from the prisoners there. It was only after the end of the war that I came to hear, through one of the workers under my direction, a Czech, that further intensive development was in progress. However, there was no answer to my enquiry. From what I understand, just before the end of the war, the machine is supposed to have been destroyed on Keitel's orders. That's the last I heard of it. In this affair, several armament specialists were also involved who appeared at the works in Prague, shortly before my return to Vienna, and asked that I demonstrate the fundamental basis of it, the creation of an atomic low-pressure zone, which develops in seconds when either air or water is caused to radially and axially under conditions of a falling temperature gradient. Sources and references: Combined Intelligence Committee Evaluation Reports, Combined Intelligence Objective Subcommittee, Evaluation Report 149, page 8. Lusar, Rudolf, Die Deutschen Waffen und Geheimwaffen Day 2. Weltkrieges und 3 Weiterentwicklung, J.F. Lehmanns, Verlag, Munich, 1956, pps 81-83. Meyer, Hans Justus, 1999, page 24. Zum Thema, Fliegende Untertassen, Der Habermulch Flugkreisel, reprinted in Fliegerkalender 1999, Internationales Jahrbuch die Luft- und Raumfahrt, publisher, Hans M. Nameslow, ISBN 3-8132-0553, 3-ep. Joseph Andreas, 1994, page 28. Die Realität der Flugscheiben, Efoden E. V. C. O. Gernot L. Geiss, Zofstrasse 8, D82495. Keller, Werner, Dr., April 25, 1953, Welt am Sonntag, Erste, Flugscheibe, Flog 1945 in Prague. Enthult Spears Boftrager, An Interview of Georg Klein-Zwicky, Victor, September 19, 1954, page 4. Tagesanzeiger 52. Flier und Kanton Zurich, Das Rätsel der Fliegenden Teller. Ein Interview mit Oberingenieur Georg Klein, Der unseren Lesern Ursprung und Konstruktion dieser Flugkörper erklärt, Klein, Georg, October 16, 1954, page 5. Die Fliegenden Teller, Tagesanzeiger für Stadt und Kanton Zurich. Der Spiegel, March 30, 1959, Untertassen Sie fliegen Aberdock. Article about an interview of Rudolf Schriever. Conversation No. 37. Date, Tuesday, September 17, 1996. Commenced 11:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 11:55 a.m. CSTGD. Good afternoon to you, Robert. RTC. The same, Gregory. How is your son, GD? Hiding out from his last girlfriend. Apparently, he was careless and now she's in a family way, as they used to say. This is a constantly recurring theme here. RTC. Children are either a great pleasure or a great trial. GD. Yes, I know. My oldest son is the former and my younger one is the latter. Knocked up brainless females whimpering on the front porch while he hides in the loo, or bill collectors sending death threats. I pay his for his car payment, he spends it and then wants more. RTC. It's none of my business, Gregory, but do you give it to him? GD. Usually. RTC. And the women? GD. Well, I don't give it to them. He's already beaten me to it. He prefers them to be single mothers, desperate, rather ugly and always very stupid. One was deaf, one had an idiot child and another one used drugs. He wouldn't dare bring them home, so I know nothing about the latest one until she turns up on the porch, whining. I do feel sorry for them, but I refuse to pay for abortions because I am opposed to abortions. They weep and he whines. I told him that we needed to fix him to stop this, but nothing will stop the lies, stories, and spending of my money. He makes plenty of money of his own but always seems to run out of it. The oldest one runs a huge computer service in Germany and always wants to send me money instead of the other way around. 3 lovely grandchildren. I would hate to see what the youngest one would produce. Swift would have been in transports of delight and the Yahoos would have been replaced. RTC. However do you deal with pregnant and abandoned girlfriends? GD. With patience, Robert, with patience. I convince them that they would not have been happy with them. I imply he is gay or that he really liked to boff sheep. Things like that. I convince them that they could do better trolling a homeless shelter. I do not let them in the house, ever. Fortunately, all of them are well over 21, so I don't have to worry about a visit from the police and DNA tests. He seems to like single mothers pushing 30 and very desperate. Oh, yes, and he loves to take them to look at houses and visit furniture stores. Builds up the hopes and then into the sack, unprotected and eager. He hates children and they tell me how much little this or that just loves him. Cruel to both of them. When my father died, we found a thick stack of high-quality credit cards hidden in his shaving kit. My God, nearly $100,000 on them. His wife was in a nursing home and before that, was very rich. He died before he could get to them, but I wasn't so unfortunate. My God, he went crazy. Of course I had to sign them, but off we went to Hawaii, Mexico, the Caribbean and everywhere but Canada. They would arrest me over that counterfeiting business if they caught me in Canada. And clothes. Jesus, he has enough in his closets to clothe the homeless of 3 states. RTC. And yourself. Not that I mean to pry. GD. No, I am aware. I have a huge library, a great collection of classical music and some nice china, silver and other things. He goes for what he can eat, drink or screw, but I have other goals. RTC. Ah, when we get old. GD. No, it isn't that. I never was one for whoring around. Long after the memories of that messy night in the phone booth or the drunken dinner at some Mexican bistro, I have some lully to come back to or perhaps return to Gibbons. Well, someday, hell find someone more vicious and desperate than he is and legions of the gold will have their revenge. RTC. Any grandchildren by him? GD. No, thank God. He always manages to find money for an abortion. You know, I do get rather tired of the tear-jerkers on the porch, but I really do feel sorry for them. Frankly, he was the last chance before gravity takes hold of their chubby bodies and the best they can do is to chase after the plumbers or the gardeners. I feel sorry for the children, Robert, I really do, but I dare not get too involved with his messes. I told him once that God would punish him, but he only laughed. A good vasectomy can cure a lot of evils, but maybe they should start at one ear and run around to the other. Ah well, his mother doesn't want him back, but the dog likes him. RTC. Why don't you marry him off to some vicious little Filipino bitch and she, 7LL, make his life hell? A friend of mine was in the Navy and made that error. GD. The Pubic Bay beauties. Oh yes, I used to live in San Francisco and saw some of them, purple eyeshadow and green nail polish and all, right up close. As angry as I get with him, I don't think I would wish that fate on him. You know, one of those sluts winds up and you can hear her 10 blocks away with the window closed. Wants to move all the family in with you and starts looking like a reject from Mustang Ranch. Well, if I'm lucky, hell meet up with one with a well-muscled brother. RTC. Is he gay? GD. No, I meant a brother that would beat the crap out of him. Of course, he might like that, but then I'd have to pay to have his back stitched up. You can't win, Robert. We all have our crosses to bear, but why is mine made of concrete? By the way, do you know what Jesus' companion at the crucifixion said to him? RTC. No, but perhaps you'll enlighten me. GD. Hey, Jesus, I can see your house from up here. RTC. Not nice, Gregory, but entertaining. How's your girlfriend? GD. I sent you pictures, didn't I? Very well. My son hates her. She's makes his punchboards look like the south end of northbound horses, and she's much smarter than he is. I intend to put her through college and then I suppose she'll find something better to do, but hanging around me won't do her any good. Of course I told her about some of my little games and she howled with laughter. Someone in town saw us walking along and later told me that my daughter was a real looker. I said it was my granddaughter. Of course that's closer to the truth. If youth knew, Robert, but if age could. RTC. Very cruel. GD. Yes, today I am cruel. I'll put some cayenne pepper as someone's eye drops and tell them it's acid. RTC. My God. GD. Well, I had some jerk stealing my really good brandy, so I emptied out a bottle of the best, filled it with old Mr. Boston Swill and a good dose of croton oil. RTC. Pardon. GD. Croton oil. The strongest laxative known to man. One drop will move a man for a week. RTC. How much did you spike it with? GD. A tablespoon. RTC. You could have killed them. GD. No, but they had to carry around one of those little round life rings for months. They had a prolapsed rectum and other problems, but they never touched any of my brandy again. I told the police that I never drank, and the mark used to hang around the playground down the street, eyeing the tender tinies. Enough of that. It was a lot better than rat poison. RTC. Probably. I take it he did not pass on. GD. No, he didn't. He walked with care for a long time, however looked like Hopalong Cassidy after a very long ride. Concluded at 11:55 Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 38 Date. Friday, September 27, 1996 commenced. 11:05 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:21 a.m. CST. RTC. Gregory, I see that the material you got from God knows where about the Clintons is causing real havoc here. Were you aware of that? GD. One has hopes, Robert, hopes. What kind of havoc? RTC. Well, it might be a well-kept secret, but it turns out to be perfectly true. It's gotten all over the place. I had 2 people call me to give me disjointed reports. People can read a simple sentence and then mix it all up when they try to repeat it. GD. I know. In the main, camels are smarter and they smell better. I hope the Clintons like my little sendings. I did the same thing to Cranston. 8 earlier on. *8 Alan McGregor Cranston, June 19, 1914 to December 31, 2000 was an American journalist and Democratic senator from California. Cranston, a supporter of world government, attending the 1945 Dublin Declaration, and later became president of the World Federalist Association in 1948. He was RTC. I recall you discussing this with me. You know, I have gotten so disillusioned with some of these people that I really ought to dig into things and send my more material. By the way, did you get the Angleton papers? GD. Oh, I did, but I didn't want to discuss them on the phone. My God, Angleton was tapping all the phones there, wasn't he? RTC. Oh, he did. Jim was convinced that everyone was spying on him, and in the end, what with tapping the phones of the DCI, the president and God alone know how many bankers, stockbrokers, poor Ollie North and so on, he had so much data he got a bit out of his head. GD. Such criminals they are. Thieving, lying, corrupt assholes, all of them. We trust these bank CEOs and heads of major companies, not to mention our top leadership, that I am certain if I released all of Angleton's material, there would be great trouble. We would see the heads of the Federal Reserve running for Rio before the storm of public opinion. The public, myself included, thinks the Fed is a government operation while it is not. Private operation all the way. RTC. Yes, and run by the Jews for the Jews. The famous Bank of New York is a Jewish operation who works with the Russian mafia to launder money. The FBI knows all about this, but Clinton says hands off. GD. No doubt his wife is behind that. I think her background needs to be exposed. RTC. And how could you do that? The press would never handle it, so you would have to send out thousands of letters. That takes time and costs money. No one really cares here, at least in public. Bus, as I say, your little surprises have stirred up real comment. Of course, it will never go any further than the cocktail circuit. GD. No, but in your city, that rules, doesn't it? RTC. Oh, it does, it truly does. Given your particular talents, Gregory, I don't doubt that you could start a war if you got loose on the cocktail circuit. Inside the Beltway, everyone wants to be in the know, so if they hear some malicious gossip, they will tell their friends that a certain top government official casually told them this. This place is a pressure cooker, filled with liars, babblers and deadbeats. When I say you could raise hell here, of course, I do not include you in any of the above categories. GD. No, no offense. Are the Kimmel types still calling you about how evil I am? RTC. I think once they discovered that I passed their names and telephone number on to you, it all stopped. Kimmel himself is horrified that I talked to you, and he told Bill that he was afraid I might say or do something you could run with. If they only knew. I know Trento has made a deal with Langley that when I am dead and gone, he will get all my papers. And of course give them what they don't want out. Joe will be satisfied with some useless crew imp. But when he finds out all the important material is gone with the wind, I imagine he will get on the horn down there and there will be attempts to find out what you have. They know what you will do with it. GD. What did General Sherman say? Publish and be damned. Something like that. I kept some of this material in footlockers in my bedroom until common sense dictated that I ought to find a safer place for it. RTC. And what if someone breaks in? Unofficially, that is. GD. Why I would kill them very dead, Robert. And after I took a sharp axe to their head, I would put a knife in their lifeless hands, call the police and tell them I caught a burglar who tried to kill me. I suppose his friends down the street would find it expedient to drive off. If I did that, I would frisk the stiff and remove any identification. Maybe that way he'd find himself a cheap wooden box out in Potter's Field. RTC. Think of the family. Whatever happened to the breadwinner? Reprimanded by the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Ethics for improper conduct on November 20, 1991 after he accepted $1 million in campaign contributions from the Lincoln Savings head, Charles Keating. Keating had wanted federal regulators to stop hounding his Savings and Loan Association. The committee deemed Cranston's misconduct the worst among the Keating Five. GD. Well, they can comfort themselves with the thought that he is feeding the environment. Helping the worms feed and the grass grow. One time when I became aware that someone was getting into my place and drinking my really good brandy, I poured some old Mr. Boston Swill into a good bottle and added some rat poison. Came back from a trip and found vomit and shit all over the entrance hall but no perp. Probably died outside. RTC. Old rough on rats. Terrible. Gregory. I remember that. They die outside, was the motto. GD. In this case, he probably did but I never heard a word. RTC. One would think that he didn't get far. GD. Agreed. Maybe his friends came and got him. Must have stunk up the car something terrible. Anyway, my brandy was safe. Croton oil is even better. They usually don't die but there is nothing like a prolapsed rectum to keep a man on his toes. RTC. Laughter. No, I suppose not. GD. I remember once my idiot sister was dating a policeman and I did not like him in our house. Used to give me a hard time and ate up all the candy from the coffee table. I bought a box of awful fresh McFarland's soft mints, injected a mixture of croton oil and peppermint extract into all of them and left them in the dish. Bugger gobbled all of them down and then rushed to the back bathroom where it sounded like a drunken hippo thrashing around in a mud flat. After the ambulance came, I replaced the loaded mints with real ones and the next day when his friends came over, they found wonderful, fresh and harmless candy. Of course he never came over to the house again. RTC. I would think that was wise of him. GD. My idiot sister told me that he carried one of those tiny life rings around for months. I imagine his anus looked like the sun setting over some tropical island. Flaming red. RTC. I hope your sister didn't eat any. GD. No, that was safe. Booze, yes, but not candy. They probably figured he had dinner at a Chinese restaurant. Say, I just remembered a lovely joke I played on my favorite chop suey emporium. I got a friend of mine, dressed him up in a coverall and had him walk in the front door of a local Chinese eatery with a live cat in a cage. Through the dining room and right into the kitchen. Of course out the back door before the kitchen staff could grab the cat for the Sunday special. I am told a number of people left at once and never came back. The place closed down about a month later. RTC. Laughter. A man of creative action. GD. Sometimes, if I couldn't laugh at the cesspit, I might go mad. Or I could go to the jockey club and stuff a wiggling cockroach into the Caesar salad. Well, back to reading the Bible to the cats, Robert. Concluded 11:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 39 date. Monday, September 30th. 1996 commenced. 12:23 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 12:47 p.m. CST RTC. Gregory. GD. Yes, Robert. I am letting you know that I got a letter from Critchfield today. RTC. Excellent. What did he say? GD. If you know the score, a great deal, and if you don't, it's still interesting. Shall I read it to you? RTC. Not on the phone. Can you copy it and send it to me at home? GD. He says that you spoke well of me and that you said I was a former intelligence employee, just as you said he would. He is very eager to get a hold of me to find out what I know about Mueller and who told me. RTC. Oh, he's a very alarmed person, Gregory. They all are. GD. He did mention that his ex-CIA friends were all in a tizzy. Some believed me and others said that none of it could be true. RTC. That's typical, Gregory. We always had members who laughed at everything. You could tell them today was Monday and they would say, well, that remains to be seen. How did he leave it? GD. He is most insistent that I call him at home. RTC. But be careful of that, Gregory. Hell tape you. He wants to find out what you know about Mueller. Have you mentioned Cronthal yet? GD. I haven't responded to the letter, Robert, but when we talk, I will. RTC. He'll ask you if Corson told you this. Say that he did not. Say that Mueller did. Also tell him that the company terminated Cronthal because he was a faggot and was being blackmailed by the Russians. Got that? GD. I do. RTC. This might prove to be very interesting. Be sure you tape him. Do you have the equipment for that? GD. I do indeed, Robert. RTC. And be very accurate about Galen. No interesting stories. GD. Robert, please give me some credit, won't you? I've been doing this sort of crap for years now and I haven't put my foot into it yet. RTC. No, but I've never seen you in action. GD. You will. I have had dealings with the CIA before. My God, what a bunch of idiots. They have two approaches, Robert, and only two. They tell you that you're in very serious trouble but they can help you, or they say they want to be my friend. As far as the latter is concerned, I'd much rather try to fuck a rabid bulldog than trust one of them. They couldn't talk a mongoloid idiot out of a candy bar. Now, on the other hand, the Russians I know are far better. I've never had a bad word from any of them. I would say that the average Russian KGB person, but on a higher level, is far more intelligent and savvy than any CIA person I've ever met. RTC. Ever been to Russia? GD. Once. As a tourist, of course. I have a nice picture of myself sitting in their headquarters, reading a local paper under a picture of Lenin. RTC. Are you serious? GD. Certainly I am. I met one of their leaders when he and I were in Bern. He was a trade delegation person at their embassy, of course. And they do know how to feed you. I got rather fond of smoked sturgeon and really good beluga caviar, all washed down with a first-class Crimean wine. RTC. Who was your friend there? GD. He's in the first directorate but somehow I seem to have forgotten his name. He was on the idiot tube during the Gorbachev problem a few years ago. RTC. Stocky. Sandy hair. Thinning. GD. I believe so. RTC. My God. If I gave you a name, would? GD. No, I would not. Besides, I'm not a spy, Robert. Don't forget, I'm an analyst, a scenario writer, not a spy. Besides the sturgeon, I enjoy dissecting a complex problem and arriving at a simple answer. It's not popular with most people, Robert, but it's almost always right. RTC. Such vanity. GD. I prefer to call it a realistic appraisal of facts, Robert. RTC. Could I see the picture? GD. I'll show it to you in person, but I would prefer not to send it to you by mail. It might get lost. RTC. Yes, these things do happen. GD. I will certainly speak with Critchfield and I will tape the conversation for you. Do you want a copy of the tape? RTC. No, just play it for me so I can hear what the shit has to say. I'd like you to get him to talk about the Nazis who worked for him. You know Jim liked the Nazis and hired a fair number of them. Grombach made out a list after the war so they could track some of the war crimes boys who might be in POW cages. They called it the Crocras list. Jim got his hands on it and used it to recruit from. I told him once this could come back to haunt him if the Jews ever found out about it, but Jim just said the Jews were loud-mouthed assholes, his exact words, and Hitler missed the boat when he left any alive. GD. Do you want me to get him to say that? RTC. Now that's an interesting idea, Gregory. Would you? GD. Why not? I really knew Galen, as I've said, in '51. He told me once that his famous report that the Russians were planning to attack Western Europe in '48 was made up because the U.S. Army, who were paying him, wanted him to do this. He said he lied like a rug and that no German intelligence officer would ever believe a word of it. He said the Russians had torn up all the rail lines in their zone and they could no more move troops up to the border than crap sideways. He said that this was designed to scare the shit out of the politicians in Washington so the army, which was being sharply reduced in size, would be able to rebuild. That meant more money from Congress and more generals got to keep their jobs. He said it worked like a charm and even Truman was terrified. I assume that's the real beginning of the Cold War, isn't it? RTC. That's a very good and accurate assessment. Jim told me that Galen was a pompous ass whom Hitler had sacked for being a champion bullshit artist, but he was very useful to our side in frightening everyone with the Russian boogeyman. It's all business, isn't it? GD. Marx said that. The basis of all wars is economic. RTC. Absolutely, Gregory, absolutely. But talk about the Nazi SS men he hired, if you can. My God. They say it was like a party rally up at Pullock. If we can get him to admit that he, and others, knew what they were hiring, I'll have him over the proverbial barrel and then I can have some leverage over him. Why? You don't need to know. GD. I don't care, Robert. From his letter, I would agree he is a gasbag with a bloated opinion of himself. He should never have written that letter because I can see right through it. He's afraid I know too much, and if I knew Mueller, he's even more frightened Mueller might have said things about him. You know, Robert, if you dance to the tune, you have to pay the piper eventually. RTC. Do keep the letter and try to get him to put more down on paper. GD. I will try, but I don't think he's that stupid. We'll try the tape and see what I can pry out of him. Mueller got me a list of names working for Galen and some background on them. I agree that they hired some people who are going to haunt them if it ever gets out. RTC. Well, you have a problem there. Your publisher is not big enough to reach too many people, and a bigger one would be told right off not to talk to you. I also might suggest several things to you. If anyone tries to come to visit you, and they want to bring a friend, don't go for it. GD. Are they planning to shoot me? RTC. No. The so-called friend would be a government expert. They would examine any documents you had, and if there was the slightest hint that you were sitting on something you had no business having, they would go straight into federal court, testify that these papers were highly sensitive and classified, and get a friendly judge to issue a replevin order. That means they would send the FBI crashing into your house and grab everything sight. If you had a Rolex, it would vanish along with any loose cash and, naturally, all the papers. And one other thing, if you get a very nice offer from some publisher you never heard of, just begging you to let them publish, be warned that they would take the manuscript, send it to Langley, and if Langley thought it was dangerous, give you a contract to publish it along with a token payment. Of course they would never publish it, but since they paid you and had a contract to publish, you could never find another publisher. They'd get a court order in record time, blocking it. Just some advice. GD. Thank you. But I never let these morons into my house. Oh, and I have had such invites, but once you talk to these jokers, you can see in a few minutes that they know nothing about Mueller, the Gestapo, or anything else. They read a book and think they are an expert, but most post-war books are bullshit written by the far left or by Jews and are completely worthless from a factual point of view. No, it takes me only a few minutes to figure them out, and then, suddenly, my dog is tearing the throats out of the Seventh-day Adventists on the front porch and I have to ring off. I don't know why these mongoloids don't find someone with an IQ larger than their neck size. That is a chronic disappointment. There's no challenge there, Robert. It's a little like reading Kant to a mongoloid. Such a waste of my time and so unrewarding when you find they pissed on the rug. RTC. That should do it for now, Gregory. Keep me posted. GD. I'm going out of town for a few days, but we'll get back with you next week. Concluded at 12:47 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 40 date. Friday, October 4, 1996 commenced. 9:01 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:51 a.m. CST RTC. Hello, Gregory. I wanted to give you a call because I have just had a long talk with Jim Critchfield. He says he managed to reach you this week and had a discussion with you. Whatever did you say to him? Jim's howling mad over this. I hope you didn't go too far. GD. No, not at all, Robert. He went on a fishing expedition with me and I tried to answer all his questions. That's absolutely all. I was not rude or threatening to him at all. What did he say? RTC. He said that you are a very dangerous person and he is going to stop your filthy lies about him and the company. He thinks you are a renegade intelligence officer who can be legally stopped because of confidentiality agreements he is sure you must have signed at some point. GD. Well, Robert, I think that comes of your telling him I was an intelligence officer. RTC. Well, Gregory, I admit that I could have hinted at it when he was asking about you, but I was never specific. Never specific. Did he tell you I was? GD. No, he took your hook, bait and all. RTC. Jim said he knew absolutely that you were, or had been, an agent of influence because no one from the outside could possibly have your inside knowledge. GD. Well, he's wrong. He tried to threaten me with this so-called agreement and told me I was way out of line. That's after I stuck the knife into him. I figured I'd do this because he was trying to find out what I knew about his operations or who might have told me. He never admitted knowing Mueller and kept trying to pass Crickbaum off as an Army officer, not an SS man. I filled him in on Willie's background and he certainly wasn't happy. RTC. I would imagine not. That whole Galen organization was stuffed with Nazis, most of whom were on the automatic arrest lists. He knew this and now he knows you know it. If this ever gets out, I mean really out, it will ruin his career and do damage to the German BND. GD. Well, that's a given. He says he's writing a book about himself and Galen and now, he's worried ill shit in his soup. RTC. And he mentioned this Atwood several times. I know something about him and he claims you have made false accusations about some explosives deal. GD. I got that from Atwood while he was drinking. It had to do with the two of them plotting to sell ex-Soviet atomic artillery shells to a Pakistani terrorist organization. RTC. Jesus. Is that true? GD. I don't make these things up, Robert. RTC. I'm not saying you do, Gregory, but could this Atwood have been indulging in fantasy? GD. No. From Critchfield's verbal reaction, some or all of it must be true. RTC. You didn't tape him, did you? He said you were visiting with some former Army intelligence officer that he had a very bad opinion of. GD. John busted Atwood back in the early 60s for fraud, theft, tax evasion and so on. I would imagine that if Critchfield and Atwood were at all friendly, Jack's name would cause spastic colon. As soon as he found out where I was, he got right off the line. He probably spent the day on the toilet. RTC. This tape. You have it. GD. Certainly. Would you like me to play it for you? Over the phone. RTC. At this point, Gregory, that doesn't matter. Yes, play it for me. Jim gave me his view of what was said and now I'd like to hear what really happened. GD. Then give me a minute to get it hooked up. Paused transcription of a telephone conversation between James H. Critchfield and Gregory Douglas, Stillwell, Kansas, on Wednesday, October 2, 1996. JHC, Mr. Douglas. Is this Mr. Gregory Douglas? GD. Yes, it is. JHC. This is Jim Critchfield. A friend of Bob Crowley's. I wrote to you recently. GD. Colonel Critchfield. Yes. Bob told me about you and I did get your letter. JHC. I've been reading your book on Mueller. Very, very interesting to me. Fascinating. GD. Why, thank you very much, Colonel. JHC. I'm not disturbing you. I'm IP. I can always call later. GD. No, not at all. I'm just visiting a military collector in Stillwell. JHC. Your phone was busy but I did get a hold of your son who gave me this number. You're sure this is not an imposition? GD. No, not all. What can I do for you? JHC. Well, as I said in my letter, Bob said you were looking for some information on the Pullick people and since I was actively involved with them, he thought I might be able to help you. GD. He did speak of you. You were up there. That's a Nazi summer home colony, isn't it? JHC. Yes, it was. And I understand you knew Galen. GD. Yes, I met him in the summer of 1951 when I was in Munich. JHC. Galen lived in Munich then, didn't Hep GD. He might have, but when I knew him, he was living at the Villa Rexburg on the northeast corner of the Starnberger See. He was working for what he called an oil company up at Pullock, and he was using the name Major Stefanos. General Staff. That wasn't his name, and Franz told me about him. JHC. Would I have known this Franz? GD. Franz von Brentano. One brother was Heinrich, the West German foreign minister, and his other brother was ambassador to Italy. He was with the Attaché Abteilung of the OKW during the war. JHC. I think I remember the name. Were you staying with him? GD. No, I was living at the Hotel Post in Starnberg. I think it's a police station now. Galen lived down the road, so I used to walk down and talk with him. JHC. An interesting man. GD. Yes, very. JHC. Well, I'm writing a book about him and his organization, and I was very much interested in your comments about Kriegbaum. GD. So I gathered from your letter. JHC. Did you ever meet him? GD. Willie. Oh yes, a number of times. He was living at Bad Reichenhall then. Used to live in Dresden during the war but got bombed out. JHC. Willie was an army officer. GD. Well, he was during the First World War, colonel, but not in the Second. JHC. I'm certain he was a Wehrmacht colonel then. GD. I think he might have misled you. Willie Kriegbaum had been a lieutenant in a Baden artillery unit in the First War, later was in the Freikorps and then joined the SS. Willie was an Oberführer in the SS. He was in charge of the Grenzpolizei in the south and was Heinrich Mueller's standing deputy in the Gestapo. Of course, during the last war, Willie was chief of the Geheime Feldpolizei, which was under the OKW. But he was still an SS colonel, not an Army one. JHC. My, Mr. Douglas, that is most interesting. Did Willie tell you this? GD. No, Mueller did. Ito have a copy of Willie's SS file, however, complete with picture. JHC. I always thought he was a regular soldier. GD. No, an SS man. He was assigned to the RSHA, Amt IV, or the Gestapo. I rather liked Willie, Colonel. Ever look at his hands? PJHC. Oh yes. GD. Badly wounded in the First War. You were asking about his connection with Galen. Willie was the chief recruiter for Galen's org. They used the CROWCRASS list mainly. I mean, that's the list of wanted Nazi war criminals. They took it away from Frenchy Grombach. JHC. Mr. Douglas, Bob tells me you were serving in Germany after the war. What unit were you with? GD. I was not in service in Germany, Colonel. JHC. But to know what you do, you must have been. You certainly weren't with our people. You were with the Army. GD. Well, some time ago. Not now. JHC. Ah, I knew it. Well, as a fellow soldier, I can see that we have some things in common. But I ought to advise you that your book is just a little too informative. You did sign a confidentiality agreement when you left. GD. My God, so much paperwork. JHC. Oh, I know. But I wanted to caution you against publishing anything that might jeopardize security matters. You have come rather close to this in certain areas. GD. I probably have. JHC. Just a friendly reminder. GD. Thank you for the heads up, Colonel. I will keep that in mind. JHC. Are you planning to write any more books on that subject? On Mueller. GD. Yes, I am. I have spoken with Robert about this. JHC. You know, as I wrote to you, this book is stirring up some interest up at Langley. I'm sure you are aware that some of your comments are viewed with disbelief by some. GD. Oh yes, Colonel, I'm sure they are. JHC. There's quite some information in the files that Mueller died in Berlin in '45. GD. I know that. Did you know that they found the body of Gruppemftier Heinrich Mueller, his wife and 2 daughters in the courtyard of the Air Ministry? JHC. Well, you see. GD. Yes, it was Gruppemftier Heinrich Mueller of the RSHA, but it was also Dr. Heinrich Mueller, and he was not in the Gestapo. That's why my Mueller was called Gestapo Mueller. And that one had only a son and daughter. The wife and the 2 children are still alive. A different person with the same rank and similar posting, Colonel. I have a copy of his file as well. So much for that myth. JHC. I think our problem here, Mr. Douglas, is that if certain people got it into their heads that, as you allege, the head of the Gestapo had even had contact with us, let alone worked for us, there would be quite a stink. GD. I assume you're talking about the Jewish community. JHC. Well, yes, of course that's what I'm talking about. All they do is yammer about how important they are. They would raise Cain about all of this if they ever believed it, and you know how much trouble they can stir up. And you mentioned a Swiss interview with a so-called interrogator. Could you perhaps tell me who this person was? It could be very helpful in authenticating your book. GD. Why, that's no problem. The interrogator was James Spire Kronthal, who was the CIA station chief there in Switzerland. James was of the Spire banking family. German Jews originally. Worked in Berlin before the war, selling stolen artwork for Hermann Goering. Did you know him? JHC. I may have heard the name. GD. The CIA did away with Kronthal eventually. He was a practicing homosexual, and they believed, though never proved it, that he had been compromised by a Russian agent. JHC. Did you, by any chance, hear this from Bill Corson? GD. Corson. No. Middler told me. JHC. Corson wrote a book on this. GD. I know. Widows. JHC. Right. Did you ever discuss this with Corson? GD. Of course. Miller had told me that Kronthal's favorite uncle had died of the influenza epidemic in 18, and Corson said he knew this from the sister but had never published it. A small detail, but I like the small details, Colonel. When Willie got in touch with his former boss, Haney was working for Swiss intelligence. Hausamann and Masson, as I recall, used the name Schwarzer and lived in an elegant villa on the Lake Geneva. Did you ever meet him? JHC. No, of course not. I mean, your book was a revelation to me and many of my friends. GD. I can believe that. Bob said you raised horses. Do you? JHC. Why, yes, Mr. Douglas, I do. Are you interested in horses? GD. Oh yes. I learned to ride over at Possenhofen. You know where that is, I assume. JHC. Oh yes, I do. GD. I had an Arabian mare and always rode English. Actually, I used an old German army saddle and I still have it. Don't ride anymore, but I loved it. My instructor was a former Waffen SS cavalry NCO. You wouldn't know him, would you? JHC. L. I really don't recall. GD. Good man. Taught me to take a jump with a coin under my ass. The idea was to have it there when you came down. You used to be in the cavalry, as Bob told me. JHC. Yes, I was, and then we became an armored unit. GD. I had a relative in the Panzers. Got the Knight's Cross. JHC. I didn't know that you were German. GD. I wasn't born there, but I have family members there. Have you seen Mr. Livingston lately? He was at Pullock and I met him at Galen's place once. In fact, I met you twice. JHC. Did you? I don't recall you, Mr. Douglas. You have a good memory. GD. I've been told. I just take it for granted. Dulles bought Galen a villa on the east side of the lake. Will you put that in your book? JHC. Did you get that from Bob? GD. No, another source. JHC. Mr. Douglas, I have to ask you a serious question. Who are you working for now? Some people think you might have Russian connections. GD. That's giving me too much credit, Colonel. I have no secrets to sell to anyone. I just like to put puzzles together, to find out things. JHC. Couldn't that cause trouble? GD. For others, Colonel, certainly not for me. I just write scenarios. JHC. For our people. GD. For anyone who will pay me, and I have expensive tastes. American agencies like to threaten people to get information on the cheap, and that doesn't impress me. After all, Colonel, it isn't love but money that makes the world go around. I don't know if you were aware of this, but Emtler used to sell looted art for the CIA. Auctioned some of the unknown pieces off. Lots of money involved. When he died in 83, I got some of the pieces. A lovely Raphael, for instance. Of course, I can't even think of selling it because they're still looking for it. Came from Hans Frank's collection and before that, Poland. Worth millions if it had a clear title, but it looks fine on my wall. And you might be interested in the knowledge that parts of the famous Amber Room were right there in Berg. You know Berg, of course. Bodeman Soden people. It went to Thyssen down in Lugano eventually. JHC. Well, that's not in my field. GD. I think we have a mutual friend, Colonel Jimmy Atwood. Worked for the CIA in Berlin. Guns. INTERARMCO. Sam Cummings. That one. JHC. Yes, I had some dealings with him. GD. I had a run-in with him in Austria in 1990. He tried to rip me off on a deal and he got the very dirty end of the stick. JHC. I don't. GD. Does the name Globochnik mean anything to you? JHC. In what context? GD. Just curious. I always wondered what Langley did with a box full of gold-painted paving stones. But enough of that. Poor Jimmy. You know, when he's on the sauce, Jimmy talks far too much. He mentioned you once or twice. Now he lives on that lake near Berlin right next to Marcus Wolf. Not surprising considering Jimmy worked for him too. JHC. I think right now you are way out of line. GD. He did tell me about the Russian atomic artillery shells, but you were a cavalry man and probably wouldn't be interested. But Jimmy talks far too much and Jimmy is not a gentleman. Abandoned his wife and daughters after she had stuck by him when Ingolia got him arrested in 62. Walked off and left her. JHC. I know about that. Left her for a tart he met in a club. You knew Ingolia. PGD. I'm sitting in his office as we speak. He runs a security company now. JHC. Is he the one who answered the phone? GD. As a matter of fact, he did. JHC. I'm going to have to get off now. It's been an interesting time talking to you. You will hear from me later on some of these things. GD. I am certain of that, Colonel. In my next book, I'm going to cover all the Nazi SS and Gestapo people who worked for Galen. And Bob Wolf got me a U.S. Army General Staff listing from 1948 with the names of all the people we brought in then. Of course it was marked not to be released by order of the President of the United States, but maybe Wolf got a promotion and we don't know it. JHC. I really have to get off now. It's been interesting talking with you. GD. Well, the same, Colonel, and I hope I've cleared up some of your questions. GD. I missed about 30 seconds at the beginning while I was turning on the recorder. The call came into Jack and he took it on the speaker phone. When Critchfield announced himself and said he wanted to talk to me, Jack acted like he was going to leave, but I waved him back into his seat. That's when I turned on the recorder. Does it match with what he said? RTC. In essence, but the way Jim tells it, he had complete control over the conversation. It's obvious the reverse was true. Jim has a very high opinion of himself and he expects people to fall down and worship him. Actually, Gregory, I loved that tape. Listening to it and comparing it with Jim's rantings, you have made me very happy. GD. Don't think I didn't enjoy myself, too, Robert. What a stuffed shirt he is. Does he really think he can bluff me? With what? Some CIA-inspired court order. He can take one of those, roll it into a tube, insert it into his flabby ass and set it on fire. RTC. You see, Gregory, if you had been connected with some official intelligence agency and signed the usual confidentiality agreement, he could get such an order. But, of course, if you never did, he's shit out of luck. GD. Isn't that wonderful? I did warn him that Atwood had a huge mouth. And gave him a few examples. RTC. I heard. I have a feeling that Atwood won't be long for this world given that Packy deal. If he has a sudden heart attack. GD. Or goes out on the river in a little boat. RTC. Then I'll know that you were dead on. We can see. GD. We could have a pool. 6 months. RTC. Probably. Or less. GD. Will he come after me? RTC. You're not a company man, Gregory. They 1L do everything they can to keep you out of print. Threaten any prospective publisher with dire financial problems and believe me, not one article about you or your book will ever appear in any American newspaper or on any American television talk show. And I mean ever. They'll put a blackout on you. And I can assure you that even as I speak, Jim is gathering in all kinds of government informers to write terrible things about you. GD. You mean like Wolf? RTC. Yes, and Naphtali and the rest of the third-grade Hebrew character assassination brigade. GD. Yes, but most of them, if not all of them, are little pismires that no one knows anything about. Librarians, minor academics and so on. Pathetic little weasels with the brains of cockroaches. I know because I've had to listen to their whinings about the book. Oh mercy, Percy, I just can't believe this. That's what they go on about. RTC. What's your response? GD. I tell them something my late grandfather used to say to the idiots he had to deal with. I beg your pardon, sir, but are you anybody in particular? RTC. Oh, that's just the thing to say to them. Funny. GD. They may be big men at home where they terrify small children and pets, but in the real world, they remind me of furious squirrels chattering in a park when you stop throwing them soggy peanuts. They think that because they read a paper on some arcane subject at a meeting of other rodents that somehow they have reached the pinnacle of earthly grandeur. RTC. And then the New York Times gives them some space in their Sunday edition and they cut out the article, frame it and stick it up on the wall of their cubicle. GD. Failures but unaware of it. Their betters give them fake steering wheels, like little kids in strollers, and let them spin them around, thinking they are running the boat. Well, do you want to bet on Atwood? 5 will get you 10 he'll be dead meat within, let's say within a year. Are you game? RTC. No, I never bet on a sure thing. GD. I've got a thick file on Atwood. Eventually, I'll publish it. When Jack got him indicted, he threatened to snitch on the CIA, so they got the indictment quashed. Jimmy has been involved in all kinds of gun deals where the CIA gives weapons to various groups in foreign countries, then proceed to shoot all the leaders the CIA wants to get rid of. Like Guatemala, for instance. RTC. Best wait until he's dead to do that. GD. I'd much rather do it while he's alive. I do so enjoy the shrieks of rage, followed by the sound of the toilet flushing. RTC. Gregory, I just knew you'd do a good job. I knew it in my heart. I'll have to tell Bill about this. GD. What about Kimmel? RTC. I'd rather not. He keeps warning me not to listen to you because you're crazy as a loon and that no one must listen to you, ever. GD. And he's so friendly with me, too. RTC. Don't turn your back on him, Gregory. GD. Should I send you the tape? RTC. No. Put it in a safe place. GD. I will. Sure you don't want to bet on Atwood's remaining time on Earth? RTC. No. I told you I never bet on a sure thing. Concluded at 9:51 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 41 date. Sunday, October 6, 1996 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:38 a.m. CSTGD. Hello to you this morning, Robert. Up and around. RTC. Well, the sun did come up and animal instincts get us going. And then there is coffee. Are you a coffee drinker, Gregory? GD. I never used to be, but I am now. I hate the taste of the stuff, which is funny because my grandfather was a big-time coffee broker. We had coffee all over the kitchen in little bags. My uncle was an expert, and when my father got out of the business, he continued long after my grandfather died. Coffee gets you going, but if I drink too much of it, my wiring gets fried. RTC. The world runs on coffee. GD. They buy a lot of it. My grandfather wasn't exactly poor. That's how I know about your people and the Guatemala business. My uncle was involved in it and it was well known around the house. Grandfather was tied up with Levi and Zentner. The United Fruit people, and the Grace Steamship Company. Uncle was born in Petropolis in Brazil and was fluent in a number of languages, including Portuguese. Yes, there seemed to have been quite a connection between American business and the CIA. And of course, the White House and Congress. RTC. Well, you've seen the tip of the big iceberg, haven't you, Gregory? GD. How big is it? RTC. It's not so much the size but the power of it. This country isn't run by little local political action groups or small-town newspapers. Democracy is only a word that sounds good. The public hates to vote, although I understand that in Switzerland it is mandatory. They don't care as long as they make money. Do you know how much money it costs to run for Congress? Many millions. And where does the money come from? Aunt Anna's cookie and Mad Money jar? No, it comes from corporate interests who want to keep things balanced on their side of the books. GD. That's not a great revelation, Robert. No one really cares, as you say, as long as they have television and a car. Back in the Depression days when people didn't have television sets and no cars, a lot of the underpaid and overworked workers were communists. Once Roosevelt got the war started for us, business boomed and the workers ceased to be communists. RTC. Oh, that's absolutely true, Gregory, but don't underestimate the power of the communist bugaboo to terrify the public into letting us do what we wanted. GD. Galen told me that in '48 when he was asked by the army brass to prepare an intelligence paper proving the Russians were about to launch a huge attack on the West, there were two forces behind all of this bullshit. The first was the army, who didn't like to be reduced in size. Generals had to retire, and they didn't like that. And business had been booming during the war and they, like the generals, didn't much like shutting down plants and making less money. This from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Oh, and it worked. Leaked to Congress and Harry Truman, it started the Cold War. RTC. Nicely put, and remember this for Critchfield. Yes, that's basically the long and short of it. At this moment, the United States is run by four major power sources. They are all interconnected and they have the common goal of protecting their asses and increasing their profits. We have what they call big business, which consists of international companies, mostly the huge New York banking giants, but some manufacturing companies as well. This country got great by being a manufacturing country, but that's slipping a bit. At the turn of the century it was railroads and steel, but that has faded a little. GD. A little. A lot. RTC. Yes, a question of degree, I suppose. Anyway, we have really big business as one entity. The other is the political part of our society. Most congressmen are put into office to take care of business. GD. And then we have Huey Long, who was not interested in business. RTC. Yes, and Roosevelt had him shot very dead, didn't he? GD. Yes. RTC. But Congress passes the laws, and since most of them are on the take, they are careful not to pass too many laws to injure their business paymasters. GD. But under Roosevelt they went the other way. RTC. But Roosevelt is dead, and when he died, we had a new dawn of commerce. And Congress knows where the money comes from and acts accordingly. Eventually we will see someone in the Oval Office who is also chairman of the board of Chase Bank. Just joking, but there are those who would love the concept. We have business and political, and then we have the mafia. Yes, it is a huge industry, spawning billions of dollars in revenue. Joe Kennedy turned to them to get Jack elected and then turned on them and began to persecute them using the other brother. Look at all the damage that short-sighted behavior did to the family. And that leads us into our very own CIA. We are at the top of the pyramid, Gregory, for a number of reasons. As you know, we started out as a small advisory group whose job it was to supply Harry Truman accurate international intelligence. Harry never trusted the army, and he found out about the Humph-Galen report and wanted more facts to work with. Now we got Allen Dulles, whose brother, John Foster, was a lawyer with Sullivan and Cromwell in New York. Sullivan and Cromwell was, in essence, a Nazi establishment. They were firm supporters of Hitler and worked with the Schroeder Bank in Cologne. And you ought to know that when he was ambassador to England, Joe Kennedy did business with Hitler and got huge blocks of IG. Farben stock. It got taken away at the end of the war, seized by the Justice Department, and one of the first things Joe did when Jack became president was to have him put Bobby in his AG so he could get his stock back. Oh yes, those people were for Hitler right up to the last week of the war. And even afterwards as well. Of course, now that Jews are getting more power here and especially in the CIA, we do not mention any of this. Same thing with your Mueller friend. Of course we used him because he was the top Nazi expert on communists. Why not? But, of course, if the Jews ever had to face that fact, they would come unglued. Can you imagine the huge headlines in the New York Times? GD. Yes, I can. We called that second coming type. RTC. Wrong. The New York Times is run by Jews and sucks at Israel's tit, but they would never discuss this, let alone put it on the front page. Why? Because we have control over what they print. You see, we help our friends in business with delicate political nuisance problems. Like the nice Belgians in the Congo who had all that uranium. Kill off the left-wing politicos who tried to grab it all. They really weren't communists planning to give uranium to Russia, but that's what we told the president, and that's what our friends who published the New York Times heard. And that's what they published, and that's what they condoned. Naturally, with such a dangerous menace, the CIA rushed up to save us all and kill off old Patrice. 29 Same in Guatemala and the same in Iran with Mossadegh. The enemy is identified as dangerous to our business friends. We do studies to prove it to the rabble, such as fake documents and all that these enemies are vile communists, working for the Soviet Union, and a real danger to all of America. On the one hand, get permission to destroy these enemies, and on the other, launch a publicity campaign through our many friends in the media to make it just another heroic crusade. GD. Oh, say it isn't so, Robert. RTC. I see you are a baseball fan, Gregory. GD. No, that's where it came from, but I am not a baseball fan. I was feigning shock and horror at your dastardly revelations. Do go on, though. RTC. So we have business, the press, the mob on one side thanks to Jim Angleton's organization, the legislative branch, and that's it. We don't control, Gregory, we influence. A press campaign, planned in our offices here, and an assassination or bomb blast there. We have it down to an exact science. A nice balance at that. GD. And the Mueller business. RTC. A mere bump in the road. If you had brought this up 20 years before, they would have killed you, but by now, it's unpleasantly cold coffee. They just ruin your reputation by using paid hacks. They media would never discuss this, believe me. You could have Heinrich Mueller's body in a glass case and the press would be as silent as the grave. We would ask them nicely to drop it, and guess what? They would. GD. The machine seems to run well enough. RTC. We've had time to perfect it. There are always glitches, but so far, we have been able to repair them. But it isn't like it used to be, Gregory. Then it was a band of brothers, and now the whole agency has gotten too big, too compartmentalized, and too stiff. The power is there, but it is an old power, not a dynamic one. One of these days, parts will start falling off, and then it will be replaced with another group that will march to a different drummer. GD. Things always change, Robert, mark that. RTC. I'm afraid I'm stuck in the old days, thinking the old thoughts and doing what I got used to doing. I told you not to get old, Gregory. I've seen it before. Sweet children grow up to be anarchists, faggots, drug addicts, bank robbers, drunks, and so on. Wives leave you for someone else, your business changes way past recognition, and you become redundant, and out you go. You don't recognize the cars in the street, the music is terrible, and the trouble is you remember too much. GD. And tend to romanticize the past instead of learning from it. RTC. We write books, but in my case, I can't. In the first place, I am forbidden to by contract with the agency, and in the second, I can write reports but not books. You write books, though. Of course, so do Joe and Susan. I don't think very much of Joe, Gregory, but I think you might do well to write things up. Joe can see for about 2 inches in front of his nose, but I find you can see for miles. GD. It's a blessing and a curse. I have a secret for you, Robert. You won't believe me, of course, but here it is. For reasons I don't even begin to understand, I can meet a new person and almost at once see right into them and know just who and what they are. They may be a professional football player, but if I talk with them for 3 minutes, I can see that they are gay. Or a religious leader and see he is a drunk. But only face to face. Can't do it on the phone or by mail. And I think sometimes these people sense I am poking around inside their psyche. I never say a thing to them, but some people can sense my invasion of their often rotten soul. And for no reason apparent to a, say, neutral observer, they suddenly hate me. Patrice Emery Lumumba, July 2, 1925–17 January 17, 1961, was a Congolese independence leader and the first legally elected Prime Minister of the Republic of the Congo after he helped win its independence from Belgium in June 1960. Only 10 weeks later, Lumumba's government was deposed in a CIA-controlled coup during the Congo crisis. He was subsequently imprisoned and murdered by a CIA officer. RTC. They're afraid of you, Gregory. People fear the predator. GD. Yes, I'm sure they do, but I am not predatory. I am very understanding of other people. RTC. Trust me, Gregory, you're a born predator. That's one of the reasons I trust you. I prefer to know a wolf is a wolf than a yapping little dog that sneaks around and bites you in the lower leg. You would go for the throat and the kill. No, seeing into people is a gift. On enough agents in my time and I know. Always go for the throat. GD. Yes, I was once confronted with 6 armed men who were trying to kill some people I happened to be with. I had a gun, a Belgian Browning 9mm. The high-power model with a 13-shot box mag. These fellows were shooting at my friends and at me. I had nothing to do with the business but I had the gun. I got it out and I nailed all 6. 5 through the head and 1 in the neck. Before I left the scene with my wounded friend, I went over and shot that one through the head. I didn't want any witnesses. And I got my brass. RTC. I never knew that one, Gregory. How old were you at the time? GD. 17 in a couple of months. RTC. You were in the service. GD. No, a tourist. RTC. 6 at one throw. GD. 5 on the spot and 1 a few moments later. RTC. A dumb question here, but did it bother you? GD. Yes, terribly. My friend bled all over my shoes before I got him to a safe place. It took a lot of work to get the blood off. And I ruined a very good tie. He got it in the upper leg so I used the tie to keep him from bleeding out. Fortunately, the artery was spared and he survived. RTC. And it never bothered you. GD. Why should it? These jerks were shooting at me and in time, they might have killed me, too. Fuck them, Robert. Now they're turning green in a box somewhere, waiting for the last trumpet. Yet in my flesh shall I see God? Oh, I think not. Heaven's doormat will be a horrible, oozing mess come trumpet day. RTC. Predatory, Gregory, in word and deed. No wonder the club does not like you. GD. Club. RTC. Bill, Tom, Trento and a few others. They warn me about you. I can see why. Their old warning system, the Caveman 1, is still fitfully working and they can sense you are a danger. 17. Was that the first time? GD. No, when I was in Germany just before that, I got jumped by a DP. He had an iron bar and I emptied a clip from 8.380 into his pump. They had quite a bit of trouble from these DPs from Poland. They were all Polish Jews from the liberated camps and until the army rounded them all up and shipped them, under guard, to Israel, they cut quite a path. And I got another one over by a putting green. He pulled a knife and his buddy had a wooden pistol. My friend got him and broke his neck and I got the one with the knife using a 9-iron. I ruined the club but you should have seen his head. It looked like a cherry pie dropped on the sidewalk. Dragged both of them into the hedges and off we went. The club went into the river. I guess they found them later by the stench and all the flies. RTC. Very predatory, Gregory. GD. Self-defense, Robert, self-defense. What else would you call it? RTC. Good reflexes among other things. GD. God must hate me for making his doormat so filthy. Concluded at 9:38 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 42 Date. Monday, October 14, 1996 commenced. 9:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:21 a.m. CST. Robert. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. GD. Have you heard anything more from Critchfield? RTC. Yes, I have. He's calmed down some and is now blaming me for blindsiding him. GD. Well, actually you did. Telling him I was one of his boys. RTC. I implied, Gregory. Only implied. And Jim is trying to dig up more information for his stupid book and he went for it. It worked out fine, but he cursed at me and said I got him in over his head. GD. Pompous asshole. One of these days, he'll get out the story about him and Atwood selling Russian atomic shells to the Pakis. You know Jim was the arms dealer and Critchfield was building a retirement nest egg so they went ahead with this. Jim's people had been supplying the Afghan rebels with weapons to use against the Russians and the connections are there. Just think, Robert, they sold 30 shells to potential lunatic enemies. Oh, They might be thankful we helped them, but in the end, they are religious fanatics and they will prove to be a real crown of thorns to us. Just an opinion, of course. RTC. Well, Jim would like to find some way to shut you up, short of killing you. He's not in power anymore, so maybe he'll bribe you. GD. In my experience, Robert, those people never bribe anyone. They threaten them and yell at them, but never resort to an actual bribe. Unless, of course, they are bribing a Russian military person to get them some atomic shells. Then, they bribe. RTC. Not to offend you, Gregory, but would you take a bribe? GD. Depends on how much and what the issue is. Generally, people don't try to bribe me. Threaten me, of course, or insult me, certainly, but no bribes. I wonder what would happen to Critchfield's precious image if it ever came out. Atwood is known as a piece of worthless shit and he has no reputation to lose. RTC. Jim is very incensed about Atwood at this point. GD. Remember, we have a bet. RTC. Not a real bet. GD. I have been reading over some of this zipper business, Robert. Very interesting to say the least. RTC. Now, Gregory, we are not specific on the phone. GD. No, I'm aware of that. You know, what with all the strange stories about that incident, I might have an uphill fight to get the book accepted. RTC. Ah yes, the nut fringe. Highly entertaining material. GD. Yes, but rather misleading. RTC. Oh, that's why we support them, Gregory. Muddy the waters. Keep the public eye elsewhere. Away from dangerous subjects. The public loves conspiracies, so we supply them. A real conspiracy is difficult to conceal, Gregory. Too many people, too many chances for leaks. Joe gets drunk and tells his brother and so on. Sometimes, we've had to remove people like that, but not very often. Johnson was in the know, but I doubt if he'd tell Lady Bird, let alone a reporter. And officially, don't forget that Hoover was also on board. His people can shut you down very quickly. They'll find a machine gun under the front seat of your car and off you go, screaming innocence all the way to the big house. GD. But what happens if an FBI man says something? RTC. Well, they aren't bulletproof. Bill Sullivan found that out. GD. Oh yes, I saw the name in the zipper papers. RTC. He was Hoover's man in that. And other projects as well. Bill and Hoover had a falling out and Hoover sacked him. Not only did he sack him, Hoover began to threaten him. I guess Bill got terminated finally because he had begun to grumble too much and to the wrong people. GD. What happened? A car accident. RTC. No, he went out for a walk one morning and some young hunter thought he was a deer and shot him in the head. GD. Oh my, what a tragedy. RTC. Bill thought that because J. Edgar was dead, he could mouth off. He was a bitter man, Gregory, and then he was a dead one. With all his baggage, Bill should have stayed in New Hampshire and enjoyed his retirement. GD. Baggage. RTC. You don't know any of this, of course, but Sullivan was up to his neck in business that would have put him away for life if it ever came out. He was top man in the bureau and Hoover's hatchet man. Besides being involved up to his neck in the zipper business, Bill also took out King and Bobby Kennedy. GD. Jesus H. Christ. Robert. RTC. Well, we get the blame for all kinds of shit and it's comforting to spread it around. Certainly. Old Hoover hated both King and Bobby. Why, Hoover has been suspected of being a high yellow. GD. What? RTC. Part black. True or not, it had gotten around and he knew about it. Hoover also was probably a queer, but again, not proven. He had his areas of great sensitivity, let's say. No, he hated King because J. Edgar hated blacks. I mean really hated them. Wouldn't let them in the bureau and persecuted any black leaders he could. Like Marcus Garvey. GD. And King. RTC. Hoover was outraged that King had a white girlfriend and did everything he and his bureau did to slam him. Finally, as he got older, Hoover got nuttier and decided to have him killed. Sullivan ran that operation. First they tried to tap his phones and plant stories about him, and when that didn't work, they offed him. GD. What about James Earl Ray? RTC. Another Oswald. You see, the Bureau has a very small group of miscreants who do jobs on people. Sullivan ran them for Hoover. Ray was a very minor and very low-class crook. A smash-and-grab type. Bust a window in an appliance store and run off with an iron or a toaster. Break into a laundromat. Jimmy opened the coin boxes on the machines, steal the coins and then cut his bare feet on the broken glass he left breaking the window. Hardly sophisticated enough to shoot King. Escape to Canada, get a fake Canadian passport in the name of a Montreal police officer and flee to England. Not likely. Gregory. If Ray knew who put him up to being a front, they would have killed him just like they shot Oswald. Ray didn't know, although he probably guessed at one point, and off he went for the rest of his life. He can scream innocent until he dies and no one will listen. GD. And Bobby. RTC. Bobby was a nasty piece of shit who made enemies whenever he went for a walk. He was his brother's hitman, in a figurative sense, his pimp. He was the ag, put in there by Joe so Joe could get back his confiscated Farben stock and also go after the mob. Back in Prohibition, I can tell you, Joe was a partner of Capone's and Joe was stupid enough to rip Al off. Al put out a contract on Joe and Joe had to pay Al to cancel it. And from then on, Joe was out to get anyone in the mob. Pathological shit, Joe was. GD. My grandfather told me all about him. RTC. Well, when Bobby got to be ag, he harassed old Hoover, trying to make him quit. Not a very good idea, but then Bobby thought he was safe. His father was very rich, his brother was president and he thought he couldn't be touched. For example, Hoover used to take a nap on his office couch every day and Bobby would bang into his office and wake him up. And worse, Bobby would tell his friends, at parties where there were many ears, that Hoover was an old faggot. GD. Some people seem to have a death wish. This reminds me of the street freak who climbed over the wall at the San Francisco Zoo once, climbed right into the outdoor tiger rest area, walked up to a sleeping male tiger and kicked him in the balls. Tiger was very angry, got up in a rage, smacked the intruder, killed him and was eating him, right in front of the horrified zoo visitors. That kind of a thing, right? RTC. A good analogy. You grasp the situation. Hoover stayed in power because he had files on all the men in power, to include JFK and his father. Not a man to antagonize is it? GD. I would think not. RTC. Johnson was terrified of Hoover and kissed his ass on every occasion, but Bobby was running for president and it looked like he might make it. That's when Hoover talked to Sullivan and we know the rest. Just some background here. This Arab. GD. Saran. RTC. Yes. Note that Kennedy had come down from his suite in the Ambassador Hotel to give a victory speech. Came into the hall from the front door with all his happy staff. Big crowd. One of his aides, Lowenstein, I believe, told him they should go out through the kitchen exit. And there was what's his name waiting. But he shot at Kennedy without question, with a dinky .22 but never got to within 5 feet of him. The official autopsy report said Kennedy was shot behind the ear at a distance of 2 inches. Now that sounded to me like a very inside job. They steered him into an area where an assassin was known to be waiting and made sure he bought the farm. In all the screaming and confusion, just a little bit of work by a trusted aide or bodyguard and Bobby was fatally shot. That was the second one of Hoover's pet hates. The first one reminded him of the nigger relationship and the other had called him a faggot. Hoover had his moments but if you stepped on his toes, off came your head. But Hoover was afraid of Sullivan so he left him alone. GD. Then, RTC. We decided that Sullivan, freed of the spirit of Hoover, who had died some years before, Sullivan began to talk just a little. We didn't care about the King or the Bobby business but if he talked about Zipper, we would be in the soup, so Sullivan had to go. GD. Someone persuaded him to put on a deer suit. RTC. No, he was walking in the woods and some kid, armed with a rifle and a telescopic sight, blew him away. Terribly remorseful. Severe punishment for him. Lost his hunting license for a year. Think of that, Gregory. For a whole year. A terrible tragedy and that was the end of that. GD. Can I use that? RTC. If you want. It's partially public record. If you can dig it out on your own. GD. I'll try. Thanks for the road map. RTC. Why, think nothing of it. GD. But back to the zipper thesis. I was saying about the proliferation of conspiracy books that I would have trouble. RTC. Of course, Gregory. We paid most of those people to put out nut stuff. Why the feral woman, one of the conspiracy-themed people, is one of ours. We have others. We have a stable of well-paid writers whose sole orders are to produce pieces that excite the public and keep them away from uncomfortable truths. I imagine if and when you publish, an army of these finks will roar like your angry tiger and we won't have to pay them a dime. They've carved out a territory and if you don't agree with them, they will shit all over you. I wish you luck, Gregory. And I can guarantee that the press will either keep very, very quiet about you or will make a fool out of you. We still do control the press and if we say to trash an enemy, they will do it. And if the editor won't, we always talk to the publishers. Or, more effective, one of my business friends threatens to pull advertising from the rag. That's their Achilles heel, Gregory. No paper can survive on subscription income alone. The ads keep it going. In the old days, a word from me about ad pulling made even the most righteous editor back down in a heartbeat. We bribe the reporters and terrify their bosses. They talk about the free press who know nothing about the realities. GD. Nicely put, Robert. RTC. We should have you come back here one of these days for a sit down. Bill wants to do this. Are you game? GD. Will men in black suits meet me at the airport? RTC. I don't think so, Gregory. GD. Maybe one of them will hit me with their purse. RTC. Now, Gregory, that isn't kind. GD. I'm sure Hoover wouldn't have thought so. Concluded at 10:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 43 date. Friday, October 25, 1996 commenced. 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 4:15 p.m. CST. Good afternoon, Robert. Everything going well for you? How was your doctor's appointment? RTC. Well, no results but I am resigned to being old, Gregory. When you get to my age, you'll count the day as wonderful if you can open your eyes in the morning. How is it with you? GD. It goes. Moving to Illinois was not the best of ideas but my son left me little choice. It was move or else. RTC. Or else what? GD. He would leave and I would be stuck with a huge rent for a big house with a swimming pool that he insisted we have but he only used once. I used it all the time but I had to clean it and with all the trees and the occasional drowned squirrel, it was a wonderful addition that I would never want again unless I was rich enough to afford a weekly pool service. Of course the scumbag neighbors wanted their filthy kids to use it but I said that was not possible. I told them my insurance forbade it but actually, who wants an army of screaming little assholes using the pool as their private toilet? RTC. Sounds like you put your Scrooge hat on this morning. GD. Actually, I like kids. If you barbecue the small ones, they go well with a pitcher of Jack Daniels. RTC. For God's sake, don't ever say that around a Jew or you'll go stone deaf from the screaming. GD. Oh, I know you're right about that one. It's a little like saying that you're looking for a chink in someone's armor and Asian Americans start shouting. And never call a spade, a spade. RTC. Yes. We live in an artificial society, Gregory. Our primitive selves still heft the vanished club with which to smite other cave dwellers. GD. In the Mueller book, I made reference to the fact that we now have nice titles for people. I said we call janitors, sanitary engineers, and that mongoloids are now called differently abled. And some reader wrote a nasty letter to my publisher about this which he forwarded for my comment. She said she was horrified and repulsed by the use of the mongoloid idiot implication. Her little Timmy was the sweetest child on earth and I ought to be thrashed for calling him this terrible, forbidden name. RTC. Did you reply? GD. Oh yes. I wrote to her that having read her letter with sorrow because she was stuck with a retard, I suggested, very pointedly, that she ought to put some chlorine in her gene pool. RTC. Laughter. Gregory, you didn't. GD. Why not? Hell, the Greeks knew something about genes and they left their retards out on the mountainside to either die slowly or more quickly when the animals got them. Keeps the race clean if you follow me. Now, we let the innates breed and they are filling what passes for civilization with all kinds of lopsided mongrels. Malthus doesn't mention eugenics, but I feel that the herd should be thinned and the best breeding stock put in a separate pen to avoid two-legged goats or chickens covered with fur. RTC. You sound like a Nazi. As I recall, we had that Dr. Mengele on the payroll, down in South America, where we wanted him to do work on breeding superior people. GD. Jesus H. Christ. Robert, talk about infuriating the Jews. If they ever found out about that delightful fact, all their newspapers, magazines and television stations would do terrible damage to the CIA. My grandfather was a Nazi, but I am not. RTC. Over there. GD. No, here. A member of the AU in good standing. RTC. Pardon. GD. The Auslands organization. Party members residing outside Germany. He was a banker with close connections to the Schroeder people in Cologne. Party member since 1923. RTC. Well, the CIA is now full of Jews, so if they find that out, they will do more than keep your books out of the bookstores. GD. I suppose if I turned my back on them, I might have some trouble. They don't like confrontation and love to work in the dark or through surrogates. They hate the Mueller books, not because Mueller was anti-Semitic, but because he is presented as a human being. To professional Jews, all Germans are evil. Little children of 8 were trained to visit the concentration camp in their neighborhood and toss screaming Jewish babies into the giant bonfires that burned day and night. RTC. Now I know you're joking. GD. Of course, but that sort of silly crap is very close to what they do. RTC. Of course, it's to make money and gain moral superiority. Oh, Mr. Salesman, my whole family died in the gas chambers. Terrible. Can you give a poor survivor 50% off on that couch? GD. Robert, that's very unkind. True, but unkind. RTC. I remember when they attacked the Liberty and were killing Americans. Deliberate, of course, and the Navy sent aircraft to wipe them out. Johnson found out about this and stopped the flight. Why? He didn't want to offend Israel. GD. What about dead Americans? RTC. Pales into insignificance when balanced against the vital needs of precious Israel. At the time, they were murdering captured Egyptian soldiers and they didn't want us listening in, so they tried to sink the ship. GD. And Pollard. RTC. Oh my, yes, and even now they want us to liberate him. They made him an honorary member of the Knesset and put big bucks away for him in a private account. And this for an American who was stealing important secrets and giving them to what was supposed to be an ally. GD. Did you ever read the Bunch report? RTC. Ralph Bunch. The UN man. GD. Yes. After the Jews murdered Folke Bernadotte, head of the Swedish Red Cross and one of their royal family, solely because he refused to allow them to butcher Arab farmers, they killed him, and Bunch, who was on Cyprus dealing with refugees, was given his job. The UN prepared a chronology of violence in Palestine from 44 until 48. Day by day. A wonderful chronicle of arson, murder, kidnapping, poisoning, and God alone knows what atrocities. Blowing up hotels full of people and so on. I got a copy from an army friend, and if you like, I can send you a photocopy. RTC. That I would like to see, although there's nothing I can do about it now. GD. And when you were in the CIA? RTC. I never liked dealing with those people. Jim Angleton loved them and kissed their asses, but I never trusted any of them. GD. Especially our allies. RTC. Oh no, they are not our allies. If it weren't for the fact that Jews have lots of money and own almost all the newspapers and TV stations, we wouldn't be so eager to kiss their hairy asses, believe me. GD. Well, the wheel turns, Robert, and one day there will be a reckoning of sorts. I don't foresee enormous gas chambers being built in Detroit, but the public can get very unpleasant when it gets angry. RTC. But without the papers and TV and with political correctness in full swing, I can't see mobs in the street burning down kosher meat stores. GD. Who knows the way the wheel turns? RTC. But don't put any of this into future books, Gregory. Not a good idea. You will be accused of masterminding the assassination of Lincoln. GD. Well, they may have the newspapers, but there are other avenues. I remember once when I was giving a lecture, some old bitch came up to me afterwards and began telling me how her whole family had been turned into lampshades and soap at Auschwitz. She dared me to respond, but I did. RTC. And, God help us all, what did you say? GD. Why, I said my uncle had died at Auschwitz during the war. She blinked and asked me if he were a Jew. GD. I told her no, he was not. I said he got drunk on the Führer's birthday, fell out of a guard tower and broke his neck. RTC. My God, you have balls, Gregory. What did she do? GD. I think she swallowed her false teeth. However, everyone around us started laughing, so not everyone was mad at me. She waddled off before I could tell her about the new German pizza oven that seated 4. RTC. Gregory, do let us change the subject. Suppose some Jewish FBI agents were listening to this. GD. I would offer a special bargain on hand soap. I could set up a booth at a fair with hand soap in piles and a sign saying, find a relative. Over it. Probably not a good idea. They would ask me for a 50% discount. Oh, by the way, to change the subject. RTC. Thank God. GD. Yes. Did you know that the British Prince Consort, Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was a German, not a Greek? He also had been a uniformed member of several Nazi organizations before he joined the Royal Navy. His brother had been a member of the SS and his sister had been a German nurse, so they never got invited to the royal wedding. His uncle was Prince Philip of Hesse, who lived in Italy, where he married their crown princess. He was Hitler's art dealer in Italy. Philip is related to the last Empress of Russia, the German Kaiser, and others. His uncle was a general in the SA. I have a snapshot of him in his Hitler Youth uniform, dagger and all, with a friend of mine when both were at a Hitler Youth rally. I would imagine the IRA would love to buy that one. RTC. I had heard something about this. Phil is a nasty piece of arrogant work. Anthony Blunt. GD. I know all about his going to Germany and hiding references to Philip's Nazi past. That's why he never got arrested when he was exposed as a Russian spy. RTC. You do get around, Gregory. GD. If we got together, I could tell you lots of interesting facts, Robert. Well, enough evil for the moment. My dog is making go outside noises, so I had best leave you. I will call you later, okay? RTC. Salute. Concluded at 4:15 p.m. CST. Conversation no. 44 date. Tuesday, October 29, 1996 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:05 a.m. CST GD. Good morning, Robert. How is life treating you? RTC. Well enough, I suppose. Yourself? GD. Not too badly. I heard from Corson, who wants me to come back for a meeting with you and himself soon. He neglected to mention Kimmel for some reason. RTC. Kimmel will probably be along to subject you to his brilliant interrogative techniques. GD. Good. That ought to be entertaining. Corson mentioned the University Club. RTC. Yes. Up on 16th Avenue past the White House. We can have lunch. GD. Is the food good? RTC. It's not the Jockey Club, but it will do. Do you have any idea when you will come? GD. Probably early in December. Willis Cardo degree wants to meet with me over the weekend in DC, so we can get together just after that. I've been reading over this zipper business and checking various dates out. Fascinating story, Robert, and hopefully it will make a good book. And before you say it, no, I won't publish until after you're gone. They were all of them into it, weren't they? RTC. Just a few of the top people, actually. We were talking about the Army plot to start a war with Cuba by attacking our planes and setting off a few bombs here. I believe we did talk about this. GD. Yes. RTC. Jim Bamford knows all about this. It's called Operation Northwoods, and the plans are in the National Archives. I wouldn't recommend your asking your friend Wolf about it, because he'd run to Langley with his tongue hanging out and then they would vanish without a trace. If you're going to be here, I'll give you chapter and verse so you can find them yourself. Oh, and one other thing. You mentioned an army file on top Nazis we used. Wolf sent it to you. GD. Yes, I got it from him. RTC. If I gave you chapter and verse on it, would you confirm? GD. Certainly. RTC. Let me just find this, always putting, here. P&O File 311.5 TS, Sections 1, 2 and 3. Dated 1948, Is that the one? GD. It sounds like it. I'm bad on numbers. Let me pull it out. Take about a minute. RTC. Go ahead. Pause. GD. That's it. RTC. That stupid son of a bitch had no right to give that to you. He's playing both ends against the middle. When you come back here, could you make a copy and give it to me? GD. I will do that. RTC. That man is a rat, Gregory, a sewer rat. GD. Don't drag me into it, please. I never solicited it and he sent it to me so I would give him some Mueller papers dealing with his employment by your people. Naturally, since I never asked for it, once it came and I read it, I pretended I never got it. This scared yesterday's dinner out of him because he put his return address on it. He thinks some post office employee will find it and turn it over to the FBI. I think he's afraid of going to jail. RTC. He damned well ought to. Degree Willis Carto, publisher of the populist Spotlight Washington newspaper, latterly the American Free Press. GD. Who knows, Robert? He might like it inside the big house. You know what they say, don't you? If you can't get a woman, get a clean old man. RTC. Laughter. GD. My, and such a lot of Gestapo and SD people, not to mention a few Einsatzgruppen people we transported here, gave new names and ID to and made them GS-18s. I think Wolf wanted me to publish this and embarrass the CIA and the Army. He can't, of course, so he thinks he is very clever using me as a cat's paw. And to show you how brilliant and operative he is, the thing came in a NA envelope with his name written above the return address. Is he typical of the type of pseudo-academics you use? RTC. These are useless attention-craving idiots but useful in their way. GD. As fertilizer in your garden. You know the old saying that those who can, do, and others teach. Fits them perfectly. I have been running into academics for years. Petty, puffed-up bags of shit who squall and attack each other with their purses over the most trivial things. And, of course, they steal from everyone and then call it research. I might cite the case of Stephen Ambrose, the wonderful historian. He published a book once called A Handbook on German Military Forces. Problem was, the book had been published in 1945 by the War Department as TME 30-451. Of course it wasn't illegal to steal it, page by page, because it was public domain, but after I brought this to the attention of his publishers, the next edition had certain credit corrections. He probably blamed it all on his careless typist. You know, I always recommend an Ambrose book because you can get 3 books for the price of 1. Why ever do you use such slugs? I'll bet that even now, Mortimer Z. Tinsley, Ph.D., DVM is working on a devastating attack on the Mueller book. He probably teaches at some obscure school like Antelope Valley Teachers College, in the history department, and his doctoral thesis, which he stole in its entirety, was entitled, A History of Fraud in Bulgarian Bar Mitzvahs in the 19th Century. He will point out that Mueller died in 1945 and my book is fuller of shit than a Christmas turkey. Of course he's prating about Dr. Heinrich Mueller, not Gestapo Mueller, but I'll just bet the New York Times Sunday book section will carry a wonderful review of it. I love that section. They push forward deeply moving books about a black orphan boy raised in Georgia by 2 vegetarian lesbians and his poignant and deeply moving struggles to become a champion purse snatcher cum pimp in Hell's Kitchen. The sort of silly shit that no one reads but the editor knows the publisher. RTC. Oh, we do have our stable of weird people working for us. Did I ever tell you about the Pedophile Academy, Gregory? GD. Are you speaking of Yale, Robert? RTC. No, we actually had one down at Camp Perry. Right near Jim Critchfield's place. I don't know if you are aware of it but we called it the farm and it was supposed to be a secret training center for young agents. Anyway, Alan Dulles set up this training center down there for pedophiles. They were in training to seduce, molest and, most especially, photograph the young children of targets. Not only, Alan reasoned, would our graduates have a spanking good time but they could get wonderful action pictures of the wee ones to blackmail their families with. GD. Sick. RTC. One could say that. I understand they broke it up when one of the graduates nailed a deputy director's son at a summer camp. GD. Another boat trip. RTC. I really don't know. I heard he had a sudden heart attack. We do those very well, You know. GD. I am aware. A French doctor invented the drug. The Gestapo used it internally and externally and through Mueller. We got it. Is that what you're talking about? RTC. I think so. GD. Mueller told me that when he came to Washington, they were tossing people out of windows. Forrestal went crazy and they chunked him out of the 16th floor clinic at Bethesda. That's the special floor where they keep senators who flip out and run around the mall in the nude. RTC. I think it's more of a drunk tank, Gregory. McCarthy was locked up there for a time. GD. They should have put him out the window. Mueller used to say that this showed no consideration for people passing on the sidewalk below or expensive parked cars. Imagine an overweight official descending 10 stories onto your new Packard or worse, on your Christmas shopping wife. Think of the lost gifts, Robert, and you too will weep. RTC. Gregory, you are a terrible person. GD. I know that, Robert. I once put angel hair. You know, the spun glass insulation, into my sister's underwear before a family dinner, and she spent most of the time scratching her crotch and other unmentionable body areas right at the table. I told everyone she had crabs and she had to leave the table. I understand her swollen pudenda looked like an eggplant. RTC. Laughter. Gregory, you are really very bad. But entertaining. GD. I know. Anyway, when I come back to see you I have some zipper questions for you. RTC. Yes, I much prefer a face-to-face. But, my God, not at the university club lunch. GD. Of course not. RTC. If Tom Kimmel ever got wind of what we were up to, he would have my place raided. GD. Oh my God, Robert, he might find the Swiss music box. RTC. Speaking of that, it seems to be working. At least it scares off all the birds, and every time I put it on, the dogs in the neighborhood howl like demons. GD. Maybe the poor Swiss are soaking their embassy floor with urine. Did you ever think of that? RTC. It did occur to me. But enough merriment for today. I have to get ready to go to the doctor's office. I will speak with you later. Concluded at 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 45. Date. Tuesday, November 12, 1996. Commenced. 8:02 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 8:23 a.m. CST. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. I've pretty well firmed up our meeting. Everyone can make it and we'll have lunch. You'll need to be at the university club before noon and we can talk for a while before lunch. GD. I'll make a note of it, Robert. Is the food good? I have a great liking for crab cakes, Maryland style. RTC. They certainly have that, Gregory. Want wine to go with that? GD. I'm not much a drinker but wine will be fine. A nice white wine. Will you have the Allende hit letter with you? RTC. Oh yes, but we can deal with that out of sight and earshot of the others. GD. But these are your friends. RTC. Well, at least one of them isn't yours. GD. A nice book on bringing true democracy to some backward country. Very inspiring. Robert, you've been walking in the corridors of power and you have a first-hand knowledge of such things, but I think I could tell you the basics in governmental change. I mean securing some natural resource-rich but otherwise insignificant country. Would I offend with some satire here? RTC. I'm not in harness anymore, Gregory. Let's see what you've learned in school, why not? GD. Here we have a country. Call it Flavia. Not much but goats, much incest, but huge deposits of swan guano. An American firm, Sonny Bean Inc., has the permanent rights to mine the precious swan guano. And eventually, some Flavian intellectual decided that only the president and his family shared in that wealth, so he leads a campaign, is successful and is elected to holy office. Norman Crotchrot, who owns Sonny Bean, believes that he is going to have to pay bigger bribes to the new president-elect but is horrified to discover that the new leader is a genuine populist and wants to seize the guano and exploit it for the people of Flavia. Shock, rage and horror in the boardroom of Sonny Bean. But we have a possible salvation just down the road. Mr. Crotchrot went to Harvard with the DCI. He invites him up to a lavish weekend in the Hamptons and closets himself with your former boss for over 2 hours. Certain matters are discussed, drinks raised and hands shaken. Almost immediately afterwards, The CIA prepares a horrifying report that names the new president of Flavia as a communist who went to the Lenin school. Shock and horror. The report states that if Flavia falls to the communists, they will set up a power base and take over all the countries within earshot, to include, shock and horror, one country that produces uranium. My God, Robert, the DCI makes a personal trip to the White House, with a phalanx of aides and experts, all armed with charts, pointers and reports. Once the president is told that the situation in Flavia is critical and the evil Russians might get their Slavic hands on the uranium, he agrees to special action. The CIA starts the ball rolling by having doom-laden and alarmist reports published on the front pages of the New York Times, the Washington Post and about 20 lesser papers. Communists take over Flavia. More shock and horror. The president gives a press conference and says we must save Flavia and the entire region from the evil communists. In the meantime, the CIA, who has bribed dissident groups in Flavia, regardless of the fact that most of them are pedophiles and chronic alcoholics, supplies them with Chinese weapons, purchased through one of their front companies from Turkey and sends a new cultural attaché to Flavia to spread bags of bribe money. There is a coup, led by U.S. Navy personnel dressed in native costume. The new president and his whole family are set on fire and a newer president is quickly installed. Return of democracy to Flavia is the watchword in the media. Several weeks later, Mr. Crotchrot deposits several $1 million in the black Swiss bank accounts of the top CIA people and sends a Steuben glass bowl to the president as a token of respect for his quick action. The new head of state signs a permanent contract with Sonny Bean and the papers and the boob tube show pictures of happy laughing Flavians cheering the American ambassador as he drives down the street in his armored limousine, surrounded by a battalion of Marines from the embassy. Now, Robert, tell me how far off I am. RTC. You are a very wicked person, Gregory. GD. Is that a negative comment? RTC. Not really. You have Chile in mind specifically. GD. More like Guatemala, Robert. My uncle was involved with that game and that's where I got my baptism in bringing true democracy to a backward country with wonderful natural resources. RTC. A word of caution here, Gregory. At lunch, do not bring up such subjects around Tom. He would start a file on you as a communist agitator. GD. Robert, communism is a dead issue. The Arabs are our new enemies now. The Israelis have told us so and they own the papers. How about a Muslim sympathizer? RTC. Well, you take my drift, Gregory. Better safe than sorry. Then the FBI will start looking into your garbage. GD. They ought to feed them better. Concluded at 8:23 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 46 date. Saturday, November 16, 1996 commenced. 9:48 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:25 a.m. CST RTC. Hello, Gregory. Are you getting ready to assault the turkey? GD. Oh, no doubt. One of the few childhood practices remaining. I gave up Christmas some time ago. I haven't sent a card out in years and last year, I got 2. Times change, don't they? RTC. They do indeed. Christmas used to be a sort of magic time for children but now all it's become is a chance to sell junk to frantic people. GD. I've been working up the zipper material and I must say, what surprises me is the extent of the plot. Half of Washington was in on it. RTC. Actually, they weren't. A handful of our top people, Hoover and 1 or 2 of his very close aides, a military representative here and there. GD. The Russian report, do you have this? I can't read Russian but I have friends who do. RTC. No, I do not. GD. This Driscoll fellow. Do you know him? RTC. I did. He's dead now. Was a specialist on the Warsaw Pact people and since I'm a specialist on Russia and Russian intelligence, we met on several occasions. That's why I got a copy of the report. Driscoll knew nothing about Zipper or at least my part in it. GD. This might be a hard sell. I have tremendous competition from the nut fringe. They will rise up and smite me hip and thigh because I haven't included their pet theories. RTC. But that's to be expected. We have a good in with them. At this point, there is little danger of embarrassing facts getting out but we kept our hand in. The feral woman is one of ours and she is a strong influence over the nutties. GD. To accept this might be a problem. RTC. Gregory, If you knew a half of what was actually planned, you would see that the zipper business was nothing, just nothing. All right, for example, there are some interesting matters for you. I just happen to be in an expansive mood today, so I can run a few of the more wild ones past you. There was the army plan to start bubonic plague in Soviet military units in the east zone of Germany to prevent an invasion of the West. We had a German military specialist working for us on that, plus, of course, many USAF people down in San Antonio. Never went anywhere. Then, by the way, do you know why Truman really sacked MacArthur? GD. He was defying Truman, as I recall. RTC. Yes, but it was his intention to infect the Chinese and North Korean armies with the plague as well. I told you MacArthur had set the Kempeitai Dr. Ishii up in Tokyo in a chemical and medical lab, didn't I? PGD. Yes, you did. RTC. Well, when the war in Korea broke out and we were in serious retreat, MacArthur wanted to nuke them. We didn't have a hell of a lot of such weapons, but he was serious. Truman said no, so Mac decided to, as he said, radically reduce their effective troop levels. For this, read The Plague. I don't know how this got back to Truman, but a project like that is really hard to conceal, and Mac took too long messing over the logistics of it. When Harry found out about this, he blew his top and sacked MacArthur on the spot. Mac was crazy, of course, but was such an idol here that Truman got reamed on this, but it really had to be done. We hanged German and Japanese leaders after the war for far less, believe me. And then there was the army plan to fake attacks on American soil, blame Castro and then attack him. On that project, which included blowing up a commercial aircraft with Americans on board and setting off bombs in major cities, Eisenhower was in full support. Kennedy found out about it by accident and pulled the plug. That wasn't one of ours, by the way, and neither were the plague attacks. We were working on plans to destroy the Asian rice crop, but that one was quietly put into the closet when too many people found out about it, and our rice industry howled that it could easily spread over here and ruin their business. Not that they cared about the Chinese and others, just their own profits. This AIDS business was a legitimate project that got out of control, but it was not planned at all. Of course, there were plans to instigate a war between the Soviet Union and China, but it proved to be too complicated and was dropped. One of our people read Malthus and went to Dulles with a plan to thin out the world's population, after inoculating our citizens, or most of the non-colored ones. That is still in the active file somewhere. If you read of a national immunization day coming up, that will be a token sign. GD. If the victims ever get wind of this, they might preempt you and start their own plagues and loose their own virus attackers. Mueller told me that such actions were not only criminal and insane but would be bound for a certainty to come back on those who started it. RTC. That's the main reason why they never got started. Pragmatic, not moral. GD. That sums it all up, doesn't it? RTC. In theory, Gregory, getting rid of the tired and huddled masses would not be impractical in the long view. GD. In theory not, but I wouldn't be happy with the practice. RTC. We would lay the blame on some other enemy and let them worry about defending themselves. GD. It's one thing for your people to off the head of the UN or blow up an inconvenient head of state or two, but starting plagues is nothing less than psychotic mass murder, and I, for one, can't think of any kind of an excuse for it, pragmatic or not. RTC. You can always make such an argument, Gregory, and it is not unbecoming for you to do this, but when you have been where I have been, these objections fade away very quickly. Well, enough science fiction for today. I am indeed looking forward to your visit, and so is Bill. GD. Question. Why is Kimmel sitting in? RTC. He has his own agenda. In spite of all the assistance you have given him and his family, he still despises you. You see, Tom saw that Bill and I were doing well in the writing business, and we had, and have, a certain reputation in the professions. He will probably retire and wants to find a safe berth when he does. He sees you as a potential threat, and you do not treat him with the unalloyed respect that people like Tom demand as their birthright. GD. I don't consider myself to be any kind of a threat to him. RTC. You exist, Gregory, and he views you as a loose cannon, his very words to Bill, and for people like Tom, a loose cannon can't be controlled. I don't care what positive things you've done for him and his family. In the final cut, You are a potential intellectual threat to him, so he dislikes you. And be careful at lunch not to let fly with one of your terrible remarks. I understand them and most often agree with them, but Tom considers himself to be an establishment type and people like that don't like people like you. GD. My grandfather used to say that the reason some people could stand up without a spine is because their skin is so thick. RTC sad face, laughter, aw, there you go again, Gregory. I would wager you'd say that right to Tom's face, wouldn't you? GD. If I felt it was necessary. RTC. He'd do the same thing, Gregory, but to your back, so at the table, watch yourself. Bill is neutral, but Tom is not a friend, and keep that in mind all the time. GD. Speaking of backstabbing, have you seen my good friend Wolf lately? RTC. No, I haven't been over to the archives lately, so I have been spared his most unwelcome attentions. Now we can add Critchfield to your collection of loyal friends. Jim wants back that letter he sent you. The one you read to me. He thinks it might be misunderstood and wants me to try to get it out of you just to look at and then give it back to him. I told him I would try, but of course that's not my plan. If you would follow my advice, hide it in a safe place. It would bother me if you went out of town, say to come back here in December, and remember Kimmel knows the dates of your trip, and some burglar broke in and ran off with it and any other inconvenient and accusatory paperwork you might have lying around. Just a cautionary piece of advice from a friend. GD. I appreciate it. I could leave a little surprise in a box marked secret CIA documents, couldn't I? RTC. Now, Gregory, not on the phone. GD. I'll bet someone would make quite a report. RTC. Probably here at 5 miles away. Let's change the subject. How is the Mueller book selling? GD. Actually, I understand quite well. After it's been out for about 2 years, I expect the usual run of paid rodents to start in squealing their objections to it. It will take that long for the rays of brilliant light to penetrate the Stygian gloom that packs their collective brain cases. I do hope they get nice checks for their pains. It beats public assistance or begging in railroad stations. Which, I suspect, is how most of these twits make their living. RTC. I think most of them work in obscure community colleges in the wilds of Massachusetts or Ohio. GD. Yes, and I'm told they eat once a day. A piece of salt pork on a long string which can be used over and over. I've heard about the dog returning to his own vomit, but Robert, what happens when they are the vomit? RTC. Now, and so close to Sunday and Thanksgiving. And what are you going to give thanks for, Gregory? GD. The fact that almost all of my nasty relatives have passed away, Robert. It will be a matter of some satisfaction to me to have survived them all. When I feel my time is coming, I can travel around the country and urinate on their graves. At any rate, tenderly Jesus is calling, and my dog is making it very clear that she wants to go out and relieve herself on the neighbors' flower beds, so let me beg off. And give my best to Emily, won't you? You know, if I ever meet her face to face, I would be the soul of civility to her. RTC. I would certainly hope so. Concluded at 10:25 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 47. Date. Wednesday, November 20th, 1996. Commenced. 1:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:22 p.m. CST. Good afternoon, Robert. Am I being inconvenient? RTC. No, Gregory. I've finished lunch, done a bit with the Switzers, read the papers, and the rest of the day is free. How are you doing? Getting ready for Thanksgiving. GD. Oh yes. I was reading a Sheldon, Furry Freaks, cartoon that showed a bunch of hippies at Thanksgiving. One of them was making a terrible face, and he said to the girlfriend, who had obviously cooked the bird, "This stuffing is really terrible. What is it?" And she replied that it came already stuffed from the organic foods shop. It obviously had not been emptied of its innards, and I was wondering how much of it they ate. RTC. Typical long hair stupidity. I take it your turkey is not from an organic turkey farm. GD. Free-range turkeys. No, they stuff them in little pens, fatten them, and then into the eye with the ice pick and into the defeathering machine. As Cromwell was supposed to have said about Charles I, cruel necessity. But it tastes fine if you aren't socially conscious. RTC. It smacks of the concentration camp soap stories. GD. And don't forget the shrunken heads and the lampshades while you're at it, Robert. We mustn't be callous and forget the crime of the century. Of course, it's interesting that the Turkish murders of 1 million unarmed Armenians some years ago seems to be strangely forgotten. RTC. Well, the Israelis are friends with Turkey, and since they run the media here, they have an understanding about that. There can't be stories that would eclipse their very own big money maker and which at the same time would offend one of their only allies. GD. Oh, the bitter realities of realpolitik. You recall talking about the pedophile academy you people run. RTC. I do. You aren't interested in joining, are you? GD. No, actually, I lust after sheep. Just think of it as Farrah Fawcett in a fur coat and all will come out in the end. RTC. A pun is the lowest form of humor. Gregory. GD. I know, and I am so ashamed. But they do look so cute in lacy panties. RTC. I am certain you're joking, Gregory. Do you have lamb at Easter? GD. Sir, think you I am so callous? Months of true love to be followed by sordid death in the roasting pan. Terrible, Robert, terrible. Oh well, I suppose there in our imperial city things are really pure and noble. RTC. Hardly. You mentioned the Kiddies Club. There's a lot worse than that in our fair city, believe me. GD. Oh, I am sure of that. Prominent evangelical leaders meeting in a basement dungeon while someone like Pat Robertson, dressed in mesh stockings and a feather boa, whipping teen-aged acolytes with a cat of 9 tails. I've heard Washington is famous for things like that. RTC. Actually, yes it is. For example, one of the less appetizing aspects of our little company has been the Fairy Club. GD. You mean you hire all those nasty florist types? RTC. No, I mean we have an entire subsection devoted to the care and feeding of queers. It's under the science and technology people and consists of raging homos whose job it is to infiltrate groups of prominent beltway queers, get the information on them so we can blackmail them into doing what we want. We've set up male whorehouses around here, all equipped with special mics and cameras so we can get the evidence on the creeps and then twist their arms. They staff these places with young military personnel, mostly Marines but quite a few Army people, and naturally sailors. We have a lot of congressmen in the basket and one hell of a lot of senior military people around to do what we want, not to forget foreign diplomats, important business people and, as you say, some impressive religious leaders. It's mostly the military that we bag and a large number of the far right and the very fanatical religious types. GD. That's not surprising. Most of those people are drawn to strength, and a well-muscled Marine with a leather belt is a pretty good illustration of what they consider strength. Far-right types like leather boots and domination. I suppose the marks pay for sex. RTC. Oh, yes, and pay very well. First they pay cash and then they pay later in services. You would be astounded the number of fairies in high places here, and most of them are in our little bags. And they do perform for us. A proper vote on yearly cash allotments, no questions asked, shutting off people who don't like us, promoting or assisting those who are known to be on our good list. We have 1 Supreme Court justice, at least 5 appellate court judges, God knows how many senior FBI people, quite a few NSA personnel, and, who would be shocked, enough State Department queers to stock a good hotel. I, personally, have nothing to do with this, but my friend Ed is involved in the administration of this, and he has mentioned governors, senior senators and so on that he can jerk around at leisure. Of course, we set up the male whorehouses, but never have any of our people on the premises. We have surveillance monitors all over the neighborhood and perhaps next door listening to the tapes and turning on the TV cameras, but we don't want one of our straight people bagged if the local cops raid a place. The DC cops are stupid and corrupt beyond belief, but one never knows if they'll get a wild hair up their ass and pull a raid. If they did, of course, we could quiet it down in the court system here, but it's better to be safe than sorry. It does pay off, Gregory, and I can assure you that I, personally, have nothing to do with it. GD. I don't question that, Robert. Anyone I might know about. RTC. Oh, God, it would be wonderful if you put all of this into your books, but if you did, don't talk about it in front or you would have many problems. Faggotry is a fact of life, Gregory, but none of these assholes want to be exposed. Nixon had his times with Bibi Rebozo, too, but of course never in one of our DC peg houses. That never went anywhere, but I know it's true. There are tapes. We bug all kinds of rendezvous places like certain motels, beach houses and so on. For example, we couldn't bug Nixon's place in Florida, but we certainly could bug Rebozo. It's quite an area of exploitation, Gregory. Once we nailed a very senior Israeli diplomat who liked to be whipped by muscular young blacks, and when we wanted some information, Jim just casually showed him some stills from a surveillance tape, and you would be amazed how much instant cooperation we got on a certain Arab matter. And speaking of diplomatics, the Saudis are absolutely the worst. They 7L fuck anything in sight if it's warm, and they do have lots of money. GD. I recall an old Persian poem I once read out loud in lit class that goes, "Across the river there is a boy with an ass like a peach, but alas, I cannot swim." I had to go home for 2 days for that, but the class had quite a laugh. RTC. You must indeed have been quite a scholar. GD. No, I was quite a troublemaker. One of my teachers once told me, in front of the class, that I was an idiot's delight. I told her right back that I was pleased to make her so happy. This time, I went on leave for a week. RTC. Well, she had it coming. GD. Oh yes, she did. They never liked me in high school, Robert, and the feeling was mutual. Once, I entered a national patriotic essay contest and, by God, I won a big prize. I wrote about the joys of being a patriot and the usual drivel. Anyway, I got the letter at home and I assume the school was told at the same time. Wonderful responses from them. They had planned for a special assembly to honor the gifted one, but no way would they do this for me. Do you know, they actually called me in and suggested, very firmly, that I step aside and let little Robbie the pig get the prize. This was the son of the local Methodist minister and a real toad. Chubby, whining, self-righteous and a born stool pigeon. Learned the art from Dad, no doubt. Anyway, I flatly refused to yield. Then they called my mother and went to work on her. Of course she didn't need any leaning, and for 2 weeks, I got nothing but stereophonic yammering from both parents. I just wasn't a good advertisement for the school, and a real gentleman would let them have a grand ceremony for Robbie the pig. I still wouldn't budge, so they sent the award and the check to me at home, and I had a hell of a time getting the check away from my father, who tried to keep it. Lovely. RTC. Not very civilized behavior, Gregory. I think you did the right thing then. GD. Oh yes, Robert, and I certainly did the right thing about 2 weeks later. RTC. I am almost afraid to ask. No more detergent in the school soup pot. GD. No, this came before that. I felt I had been dishonored, and as Mueller once said to me, I have a fine 14th century mind. One cannot permit that sort of thing. My revenge was fairly simple and direct. Of course, no one suspected me, which is a little of a letdown, but the uproar was worth it. In the main hall of the school, right by the front office, was a large, bronze medallion with a depiction of the school symbol on it. It was set into the floor right in front of another bronze piece that listed all the former students of the high school who died in the Second World War. On both sides were flags, and during school hours, 2 members of the Honor Patrol stood on both sides of the sacred Larrys and Panniers to prevent careless or evil students from trampling on the school crest or not saluting, hand on chest, the plaque. My, what an inviting and sacred target. I broke into the school one Saturday night, very easy considering the very pickable locks and the better reality that there was no watchman. Now, I suppose, they would have surveillance cameras every 10 feet, but we were not so advanced then. I got into the chemistry lab, stole 2 bottles of concentrated nitric acid and a pair of acid-proof lab gloves, went down the hall and poured 1 bottle all over the floor relic. Much hissing and bubbling and clouds of stinking smoke. The second bottle I uncorked and poured the contents all down the wall piece. Much hissing, smoking and so on. Then, I tossed the bottles into a convenient trash bin and left by the front door. Outside they had the imperial flag pole in the courtyard. Every morning, the Royal Honor Guard attended the morning flag raising while someone played some raucous piece, off-key of course, on a bugle. As a sort of afterthought, I took out my Swiss Army knife and cut the halyards on the pole and pulled down the lines. The pole was about 60 feet tall and set in concrete, so replacing the lines would be a major task. My, and I felt so good all the way home. RTC. Your honor had been avenged. GD. Yes, and the next day, it was even more pleasurable. I had so little to really enjoy in those days, I treasured every moment, believe me. Came into the school and saw no one. Halls empty. For a hopeful moment, I thought that there was no school, but it was not to be. Walking around, I came to the main hall, which was packed with very emotional fellow students. Weeping girls and outraged boys. I managed to work my up towards the front of the mourners and saw my handiwork, full in the face as it were. It looked like the sacred relics had been made of brown sugar and melted in great gullies. I didn't obliterate them, but you could only see a few letters on the wall plaque, and the mess on the floor looked like it had been at the bottom of the sea for 1,000 years. Police all over the place, taking pictures, very angry honor students, people in a state of anger and grief. And all over a few crummy pieces of bronze. Oh, yes, and a scene outside where a fat janitor was risking his life on a ladder that kept slipping, to replace the flagpole ropes. They had to get a local fire truck out later on to do the job. Oh, my, and the police, who made mongoloid idiots look like Harvard graduates, running all over the place with notebooks, interviewing everyone that would hold still. Massive grief and anger. A special assembly, mandatory attendance, in which the principal and other lesser lights offered a small reward to any snitches listening. You'd have thought someone took the Shroud of Turin and used it for toilet paper. Ah well, these rare and beautiful moments are ones to be treasured. RTC. Simple but effective, Gregory. GD. Always smile at a man when you kick him in the balls, Robert. Oh, that thing played out for about a month, and then we were all asked to contribute to a replacement venture. When the collection cup came around in my math class, I spit into it. Another moment of perverse happiness. The soaping of the stock pot was a real, transcendent joy for me, but the curtain raiser was almost as much fun. The thought, and the sight, of most of the student body soiling their clothes, and the floors, was good enough to keep me warm for months, but the wailing and cursing of my fellow stoats at the scene of the great sacrilege in the upper hall was not to be denigrated. RTC. Did you ever tell your friend Heinrich Mueller about this? GD. No, I don't think he would have approved of it, and I admired him. Listen, do you think you might get a list of your limp-wristed victims? Of course, I assure you that I will publish it, know that in front. RTC. Not while I'm alive, but yes, I think I can accommodate you. Too bad I wouldn't be around to read about all the suicides or flights from Congress. Concluded at 2:22 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 48. Date. Tuesday, November 26, 1996. Commenced. 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:16 p.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. Well, I have all my reservations lined up, and we should be getting together on the 9th of December. I have hotel reservations, and it isn't too far to the University Club, but I'll take a cab. About noon. RTC. Yes, that's the drill. Now, look, Gregory, if you get there early and then Kimmel and Bill are there, be polite but non-committal with both of them. I should be on time, but one never knows. Kimmel is looking for any way to discredit you, so be very careful with him. Have you ever met him before? GD. No, just talked on the phone. RTC. A tall blonde fellow, a little past his prime but an impressive type. Has a deep, well-regulated voice and likes to overawe people. You won't be overawed, will you? GD. I doubt it. Lamb sure Mueller was twice the man Kimmel is, and Haney never overawed me. We got along fine on those grounds. RTC. Look, can you tell me the name of your hotel? GD. Certainly, it's the Capitol Hill Suites. The phone number there is, just a second, 202-543-6000, and my reservation number is C1820CES8. I'll be checking in on Saturday afternoon, and I have a lunch date with Willis Carto on Sunday. He is doing a piece in his paper on the Mueller books and wants to do an interview. RTC. Fine. Okay, here's what I have in mind. I have all the Warren Commission books, all 26 or so volumes. I have gone through every one of them and made notes all over the pages. You can read my writing very clearly. I have marked up all the irrelevant material, the fake material and the factual material. I think when you come to write about the zipper business, this will be of great help to you. I will have them delivered to you in a sealed box over the weekend. And whatever you do, do not mention this to either Tom or Bill. Just leave the box sealed and take it back with you on the plane. When are you leaving to go back? GD. The 10. RTC. Fine. And I have put together a big packet of material on the zipper business that I will put into a briefcase and bring with me to the club. After lunch, we can go somewhere and I can give it to you. Everything you want is in there, all original papers, notes, transcriptions and so on. But remember your promise to keep this under your hat until after I'm gone. For some odd reason, Bill and Trento think they are going to get their hands on all this. I never made any concrete promises, but when people pester me, I give satisfactory but non-binding comments. None of them would dare to publish a word of any of this, and I know you will. I did give Bill a copy, but only a copy, of the Driscoll report, and he thinks he has the world by the balls. Anyway, talk about Pearl Harbor and keep Tom happy. Also, try to keep your discussion of Mueller to a bare minimum. Tom is hot on Pearl, but everyone else wants to find out about Mueller. What can you prove? What evidence, if any, do you have of his working for us and so on? I've warned you before on all of this, but just be vague and go off on a story. But for God's sake, don't tell them stories about soap in the soup or things like that. Kimmel has no sense of humor and would try to accuse you of mass poisonings or something. Bill just talks too much. GD. I appreciate the confidence, but since the Mueller book came out, I've been bombarded with requests from broken-down academics to stop by with their friend, Willie, just to look at my precious documents. I don't know where they find these people, Robert, but they do not engender any confidence in our precious government. They should really keep their mouths closed or all the flies will get out. No, childish games like that go nowhere. What about the Kennedy buffs, as they call them? RTC. Almost all of that is in the package for you. You see, we set up a disinformation group to spread confusion and to distract anyone from digging too deeply. You know, the man with the umbrella, the man in the storm drains, the wandering people in the train yards, the third figure on the 6th floor of the book building, Hoover on the roof of a building along with Nixon and the Hunt brothers. And a fake Oswald renting a car or buying a gun. Not to mention the really bad stories, which Hunt made up, of Oswald in Mexico City. God, reams of paper with no end. The truth, which is all there, is much more simple. GD. Question, Robert. This business with Ruby, was he involved? RTC. Well, yes. The Chicago mob, with whom I have family connections, got him to do a job on Oswald. That was a setup. You see, Oswald had nothing to do with the business but was involved in other things for us. If he came to trial, very ugly things could have come out and we couldn't control a courtroom scene. Better to ensure it never went that far. GD. And Ruby. RTC. The locals were going to try him and he was starting to sweat the electric chair, so he threatened to talk. GD. But he died in jail. Did you get to him in there? RTC. Certainly. Ruby died of rampant cancer. As you are aware, Gregory, we can give people fatal heart attacks, and cancer is only a little more difficult and problematical. A medical examination, an injection with cells and so on. Ask a good oncologist. It is possible to do this. It takes more time, but what did Ruby have? There was no immediate danger of him blabbing, so we pacified him with stories of last-minute rescues and let him die. GD. I was watching the telly and I saw them bring out the rifle. I know a great deal about guns, Robert, and they showed very clear shots of it. Besides, the local cop who found it ran a gun shop and he must have known it was an Argentine Mauser and not a worthless Carcano 6.5mm. Why did they make the change? RTC. As I recall it, they had ordered the smaller piece through the mail to a fake P.O. box in Oswald's fake name. Oswald worked for ONI and used several names. GD. Not the FBI. RTC. Oh, no, the ONI. These people won't allow their people to work for another agency. GD. Just a point or two. These fake stories. How many of them are yours? RTC. Gregory, when such things happen and cannot be instantly clarified, the lunatic fringe leaps up waving their arms with all kinds of strange stories. We have the feral woman who is their top librarian and we can plant any kind of a distraction we want, but actually, most of the distractions are from the fertile imaginations of self-important people. The Russians must have had a wonderful time with all of this smoke and mirrors. After all, we used Oswald solely because of his Russian connections. We felt it would point right back to them again. We got two birds with one stone. But then the nuts were more interested in people with umbrellas and so on, so we stopped pushing the Russian connection. Yes, Lee was in Russia, and yes, he was working for the ONI. The Atsugi connection was what got their attention. Oswald was very smart but very abrasive, and I notice his wife was the niece of a top MVD man. Figure that one out. Anyway, they are relieved. And besides, if they ever got their hands on Zipper, they would make hay. We have to be a little careful here because of the Stalin business. You see, LP Beria, their intelligence chief, had come over to our side in the early 50s. He built their atomic program, but Stalin was getting senile and very dangerous. Beria knew his days were numbered, so he made contact with us and agreed to work with us. Shutting off the Cold War, getting Russian troops out of the DDR and so on. This progressed, and as he grew more desperate with his sinking star, we hit on the idea of getting rid of Comrade Stalin and setting Beria up in his place. Old LP was a sex fiend and loved little girls and boys, so it was no problem to keep him lying. And of course the Jewish business cropped up. Stalin used Jews, but he hated them and was, in his increasing madness, planning to exterminate them like he had exterminated so many others. Beria was Jewish, as was Molotov's wife, so there was general fear that the axe could fall on all of them. G.D. Fouché used this ploy to bring down Robespierre. Oh, you are on the death list, and so on. RTC. I didn't know about that. G.D. There is no new thing under the sun, Robert. How did they kill Stalin? I assume he was well guarded. RTC. Oh yes, and paranoid as hell. We got some rat poison that works on the blood. What? G.D. Wafrarin. RTC. Something like that. Got it from people in Wisconsin. Anyway, Beria slipped it into Joe's booze and off he went with a stroke. Of course he started bleeding from the mouth, but no one noticed that, and then Beria got in. Did you know that Stalin was going to transport all the Jews in Moscow off to Siberia in the middle of winter and freeze the lot of them to death? Oh yes, and they all joined forces to save themselves. I think rat poison was apt. Stalin was a terrible monster. G.D. He did thin out the Russian population. Did anyone here, besides your people, know about this? RTC. Eisenhower was noticed on this and jumped at it. Thought it was a wonderful idea. You know, when I told you about the Army plan to attack American targets like aircraft and blowing up buildings and use this as a basis for attacking Castro, old Ike jumped for joy. Kennedy stopped it. G.D. Do you have anything on this? RTC. The Stalin business. Yes, I do. The Army plan. No, I do not. G.D. Well, at least I know about it. Can I get the Stalin material? RTC. I can put it into the packet for you. Now getting this to you might be a problem. Kimmel does not like the idea of me taking with you, and at the lunch, we'll watch both of us like a hawk. I think after the lunch, we might go into the club library. G.D. I have a better idea. I looked at a DC map and I see the National Portrait Gallery is nearby. I have an ancestor whose picture is up there and I always wanted to see it. We could take a cab over there because of your leg and leave Tom and Bill behind. RTC. Might I ask who the ancestor was? G.D. Certainly. Robert Morris. He was a Philadelphia banker. Weller and Morris. And he financed Washington. They call him Robert the Signer, because there were other Morris people and he signed the Declaration of Independence. RTC. That's impressive. Be sure you mention this to Tom. That'll get him ever more upset. His ancestors were farmers about the time yours was making history. Oh, yes, that will excite him. Just think, the evil Gregory Douglas is descended from an American hero, a founding father. I'd love to watch his face when you spring this one on him. G.D. It means less than nothing to me what people care about. Yes, and then you can give me your packet away from prying and jealous eyes. RTC. We can push them into the club bar, get them started. Do you drink, by the way? G.D. No. RTC. Well, I'll tell them my doctor said I couldn't, so off we can go to look at your ancestor. My basic reason, Gregory, For getting you to do this is because it might come out in the future, and I really want the American people to know that we had very good reasons for putting Zipper in action. It wasn't just a South American junta. We had very good reasons, and I only hope you make it clear that this had a real and solid basis for action. I don't regret our actions for a minute, but in the future, historians ought to have all the facts before they judge. You do see my point. GD. Of course, and there would be no reason to write this unless I explained why you and your friends undertook such a drastic action. That has to be part of the whole package. An interesting microcosm, Robert, a history of a major assassination plot, capturing world attention, all in a small book and very accurate. Instead of speculating on the sinking of the Maine or who told what to whom before Pearl Harbor, we have it all down nice and crisp and accurate. RTC. Ah, there, you have the crux of it, Gregory. Now, let us return to our daily lives and look forward to our meeting. Concluded at 2:16 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 49. Date: Thursday, November 28, 1996. Commenced 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 9:22 a.m. CST. RTC. How are you today, Gregory? GD. Been up since 6 working on the next Mueller book. Working on the concentration camp business. RTC. A sensitive and profitable subject. For the same people. My God, what a money maker that one is. GD. Tell me about it. An established writer like Irving could never approach it. If he did, the Jews would go for his throat. Or his back, more like it. Did you have many dealings with them? RTC. As individuals or as professional agents? GD. Either. RTC. I have to tell you, Gregory, that I do not like Jews very much, and I do not trust any of them. I know a few as individuals and some as agents. Jim loved them and spent half his time sucking up to the Mossad creeps. It bothered me because they were using him, but Jim loved flattery and ate it up. I don't, and I'm an Irish Catholic boy from Chicago. Jim was part Mexican, and maybe that was part of it. Anyway, with Jews, it's take and never give. You can't trust any of them to the corner for a pound of soft soap. GD. I don't get involved, but I have had bad experiences with them. Always watch your back around them has been my experience. RTC. I have a report for you made for the UN in 48 listing all their crimes against the Palestinian. The abused child becomes the abusing parent. My God, those filthy Polacks did terrible, vicious things to the Arabs. Murdered them, poisoned their farm wells, killed their animals, and finally slaughtered whole villages of them, women and children. The Jews claim they own the Holy Land, but these are Polack Jews and had nothing to do with Palestine. The Russian Jews are the same breed, and Stalin, who really hated Jews, used them to butcher Russian Christians whom they hated. And then Joseph planned to kill off all the Jews in Moscow. GD. What about that? RTC. Round them all up, put them in boxcars and ship them off to Siberia in midwinter. He planned to slaughter all of them. And after all the filthy work they did for him, too. An ungrateful but realistic man. GD. Why was this turnabout? He loved Jews, didn't he? RTC. No, he did not. Joseph was far-sighted and knew, and said, that Jews had no loyalty to anyone except themselves. They hate all other people and feel that anything they do to them is justified. They claim centuries of persecution as their excuse. GD. Yes, isn't it odd that over thousands of years, everyone has persecuted the poor Jews? One wonders why. RTC. Why? They burrow into the machinery of the state and the banking system and eventually take it over. And then, always, the locals get after them and either set them on fire or drive them out of their area or country. This has been going on for many centuries. One could say that the Jews of the world have been very unlucky, or people know what they're doing when they pile up wood for the burning pyres or set up camps. GD. The stories about gassed millions is hysterically funny. Puts me in mind of the stories about the Easter Bunny or the Second Coming. Useful lies for children on one hand and a means to get money out of the suckers who actually believe the silliness about the rapture, the Battle of Armageddon, and other idiotic legends. Barnum was right. RTC. Yes, he was. And I once looked into the camp story just because I could. There is much on this issue at the National Archives, but most people can't see it. GD. Why not? RTC. The Jews don't want you see this. It would destroy the myth of vast gas chambers and soap factories. My God, Gregory, the Jews make vast sums of money off these made-up stories. I can just hear some rattled Jewess moaning in a furniture store about how her whole family was gassed and can she get 50% off on that chair. Oh yes, I know all about such creatures. And now, the Mossad wants us to hunt down people they don't like, or send them confidential files on people they want to blackmail. They robbed and murdered the Arabs, so they have to hate them to justify their filthy behavior. The Arabs outnumber them 20-1, but the Israelis have us behind them so they literally can get away with murder. And how do they have our support? By working their way into the system, by owning most of the media, by bribery and blackmail, by political pressure. I could go on for days, but I just ate breakfast and I don't want to vomit onto my lap. GD. I knew the Polish Jews in Munich after the war. Jesus H. Christ, Robert, I have never seen such really terrible people in my life. They were all up on the Mühlstrasse, and going there to buy cheap butter for my friends was quite an experience. It was like tiptoeing into a den of circling hyenas. I was always neutral as far as Jews were concerned, but my experiences there radically altered my views. They were DPs, displaced persons, couldn't go back to Poland where the locals would have shoved them into barns and set them on fire. The Germans got blamed for much of that, but it was the local Poles who snuffed all the Jews in the neighborhood once their central government fell apart in '39. A friend of mine was a major in the 37th Infantry, and he said the Poles would round up all the Jews and barbecue them. Said some of the villages smelt like a badly vented crematorium. And of course they got the blame for it. Well, they lost, so they can expect this. I once bought a German steel helmet at a flea market in Germany, and I was carrying it down the street under my arm, and some old hag came up behind me, screeching like a wet pea hen. There was no one around, so I bashed her on the head with the pot until she shut up. Had to wash the helmet off later. It looked like pink oatmeal on part of it. RTC. Bravo. I suppose she was dead, Gregory. GD. I didn't stop to examine her, but she had certainly shut up. RTC. I suppose she was a Jew. GD. I didn't care who she was. She could have been anyone and I would have shut her up regardless. RTC. You are certainly not a nice person at times. GD. Oh, I love that, Robert. If I were in your house for dinner, I assure you my manners would be impeccable. But we digress. Can we find out more about that business you people had with the French getting us into Vietnam? ERTC. I wrote on that, Gregory. I ought to send you my manuscript someday. I can't publish it because I signed a pledge to never publish without permission, and I am sure it would never be given. I know all about that slaughterhouse, believe me. A nation steeped in blood. Terrible business. Wars for nothing, and when Kennedy tried to get out, that was one of the reasons he got killed. Too much money to be made in a war. It ruined Johnson. No chance of getting re-elected. McNamara thought he could apply business norms to a military business, and he went as well. Probably be made the head of a think tank. My God, what a misnomer. Think tank. My ass. Bunch of loud-mouthed idiots running around babbling as if anyone cared what they thought about unimportant things. I think, is one of the worst openings for any kind of a conversation. Run into these congenital assholes at any Beltway social function, and especially in the CIA circles. I say, who gives a damn what you think? GD. I've been to Beltway functions, Robert. My God, if we could somehow trap all the hot air these methane monsters create, we could heat New York for 10 years. Don't light any matches and breathe very shortly, but the gas is tremendous. I doubt it. Most of these self-important cow anuses should join hands and jump off the Key Bridge in the middle of winter. Right through the ice and then blessed silence. Downriver, however, all the marine life dies a terrible death. RTC. Laughter. Ah, well, it won't happen. One day a Jew will sit in the Oval Office, and on that day, we will drop atom bombs on anyone Tel Aviv doesn't like. GD. Where is Genghis Khan now that we need him? RTC. Lee Harvey Oswald would be more to the point. Concluded at 9:22 MCST. Conversation No. 50. Date. Friday, November 29, 1996. Commenced. 11:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:55 a.m. CST. GD. How are you doing today, Robert? RTC. Had a bad night, Gregory. Couldn't get to sleep and then dozed off about 5. Not a good night. GD. Take sleeping pills. RTC. I don't like to start with things like that. You can get addicted to them, so I just put up with it and I will take a nap after lunch. That will help. How are you today? GD. I'm okay. Been working on the latest Mueller book and I got bogged down. When that happens, you have to just stop everything and walk away for a while. RTC. How is the book coming? GD. Making it, Robert. Publisher tells me the first book is doing very well. RTC. Any negative comments? GD. Not to him. RTC. Oh, there are some unhappy people back here. The rumors are out that you might do another book, so I would be careful talking about its contents to anyone. GD. Corson and Kimmel have been very interested. RTC. That's what I mean. Don't tell either one of them a damned word. GD. No, the more curious people get, the less I say. I know Tom is with the FBI, so, naturally, I only engage in light conversations with him, and Bill is too curious to suit me. RTC. Bill liked to run with the hares and hunt with the hounds, if you follow me. GD. Yes, typical. RTC. Mueller died in 83, didn't he? GD. Yes. Buried in Oakland. RTC. Buried under his company name. GD. No, his real one. RTC. He sold paintings for us, as I remember. GD. Oh, yes he did. Your people took over looted Nazi art from the army after the war, and then you know what happened to it. RTC. Yes, of course. We sold it for profit, and if we had any trouble with previous owners, we simply terminated them. Mostly hysterical Jews screaming about this or that, but eventually, they were dealt with and business went on. GD. Haney told me he took in millions. RTC. Oh, yes, he did. Some of it we used for off-the-books operations, like snuffing Diem and other nasty businesses, and the rest ended up in private hands, let us say. GD. Well, I recall the beautiful Raphael hanging up in Heine's office. A fruity-looking fellow in a white shirt. It apparently came from a collection in Warsaw along with the Leonardo. The Leonardo was found and sent back, but the Raphael ended up with the Gestapo and Haney hid it and later went back for it. Of course he could never sell it, but it looked so nice in his home. I can imagine the howls of rage if the Polacks found out about it. RTC. Yes, indeed. God, how many such scenes we had to take care of. GD. Terminate with extreme prejudice. RTC. No, that term is used for in-house problems. Like the unfortunate fellow who shot himself in the back of the head and jumped off his little boat with weights on his feet. Things like that. GD. And Olson. RTC. Well, he was potential trouble, so he did a full gainer out of a hotel window. It wasn't the long fall that did him in, Gregory, but that sudden stop at the bottom. GD. Miller told me about that. He said unwanted people like Forrestal rained down all over Washington until he introduced the heart attack drug. He used to feel sorry for people down below. I mean, some woman taking mail to the corner box gets an unwanted individual landing on top of her. Or imagine someone just bought a new Packard and there is a huge mess on their crushed roof and brains splattered all over the rest of the car. No, Haney was right about the heart attacks. Much more plausible and certainly less messy. RTC. I agree. GD. Diem. RTC. Oh, that business. I was on the inside with that one. What a mess, but typical. Diem and his brother ran Vietnam and were trying to kill off the Buddhists. Kennedy had no idea what was going on over there and was waffling about pouring American troops into the country. The Diem family were crooked as hell and very, very nasty and demanding. There were two camps here, Gregory. The first one wanted a major effort there to stop communism dead in its tracks, and the other felt that such actions would become a bottomless pit. GD. In the event, they were right. RTC. Yes, but that is now, based on hindsight, but at the time, no one knew just what to do. We were technically only advising Diem. We had a deal with the French, at least the company did, to support any regime that would protect their interest there. Lots of rubber, and there was also untapped oil fields offshore. Jack was an idealist at times and got pulled this way and that. I mean, we felt that a strong military presence there was good. We could use that country as a base of operations to expand into Laos and other areas, but we had to act like we were supporting the democratic movements in Saigon. Diem was a vicious dictator and was surrounded with totally corrupt officials, so he was not a good image for us. After we talked about it somewhat, it was decided to get rid of him and his brother and put in new people. We talked with dissident generals and pretty well set up a putsch. The idea was not to run him out of the country but to kill both of them and set an example for others. GD. Was Kennedy in on it? RTC. Of course, he knew in advance. We tarted it up and he went for it. But kept waffling this way and that, so we just told the generals to go ahead. They grabbed the two of them and chopped them both up with bayonets in the back on an armored car. I personally told our people there that it ought to be done and the bodies tossed out on the street as an example to others. GD. Admiral Bing. RTC. Yes, just so. Kennedy was presented with a fiat and went along. GD. And what about the usual congressional investigations? RTC. We did what we always do, Gregory. Private talks with key people on the Hill, and the whole thing is rigged from the beginning. GD. You told them the truth. RTC. Oh, be a realist here. Of course not. We lie to Congress and the White House every day. We know so much about all of them, just like old Hoover did, that they shut up and we have our people at the New York Times write things up the way we wish. And then the public goes off and watches a football game and opens another beer. GD. Could any of this ever get out? RTC. No. Say some gung-ho reporter wants to do a story on how we killed Diem or something else like that. We would hear about it at once because we have our people in all the major papers and television offices, so we would get the word right away. The usual drill is to call up the editor and have a talk with him, and the reporter gets assigned to inspect whale shit somewhere. GD. And if he gets too curious or won't give up. RTC. There's always the heart attack or the road accident. GD. Of falling out of the window. RTC. Not much of that anymore. As you say, too messy. GD. Haney used to off them and then turn up the heat in their house until they got really ripe. RTC. Not personally. GD. No, he used Arno to off people. Arno is a real jewel. He's a Lutheran minister at the present time, but Haney told me once that Arno loved the knife and some of his victims looked like something Picasso would have painted. RTC. Laughter. Yes, well, we had some of those too. GD. I recall the Diem business. That was the turning point over there. The Hawks won out. RTC. What a mess that was, Gregory. Now mind you, I felt that Diem just would not listen to us and was causing such bad publicity here by his undemocratic behavior that I really don't think we had much a choice. Kennedy was a twit and proved to be so unreliable in the business that we eventually decided he had to go too. Johnson would do what he was told, but Kennedy was as independent as a hog on ice, so onto the face of the 50-cent piece and into the hearts of all Americans. You won't find Johnson on a coin, but he put plenty of them into his pocket. Give me the crook over the idealist any time. GD. I agree. Anyway, I am writing the art business up for the new book. They never took anything really big, but all the small stuff fell through the cracks. Mueller used to call it degenerate filth and that Hitler was right about it, but I notice he never burnt any of the Klees or Picassos. You can get money for all of that, and I find that money has such a soothing effect, Robert. RTC. Yes, I believe it does. It is the root of all evil, after all. GD. No, the actual biblical quotation is that the love of money is the root of all evil. RTC. One or the other. Concluded at 11:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 51. Date. Saturday, November 30, 1996. Commenced. 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:45 a.m. CST. RTC. I was reading over your analysis of the present political and business status and I thought it was interesting. At least I thought your final conclusions were not at all outrageous. But I should caution you against sending such things to Kimmel or Bill. Kimmel would be outraged and Bill will pass this on to Langley because that's what he does. GD. None of that surprises me, Robert. I was just stating the obvious. At least it is obvious to me. I suppose if you read history, everything is so compressed and obvious, but if you are living it, the end is not always clear. Distance is always important in making conclusions. People don't like to do this because they want this or that kind of ending, so they twist and distort the obvious to suit themselves. When I was writing such reports in the Army, I learned very quickly on not to express attitudes that were opposite of my superiors, no matter how obvious they might be. RTC. A manifestation of early survival instinct, Gregory. GD. Yes, why not? No one cares about inconvenient truths, but they dearly love convenient lies. But the truth is still there, isn't it? RTC. Yes, but we never see it until it's too late. GD. The French Revolution was entirely predictable, but only if you could stand back from it. Not a revolt of the masses, but initially a perfectly reasonable desire for a burgeoning middle business class to gain parity with the great triumvirate, the monarchy, the nobility and the church. Of course the latter trio did not want to share power, and the ensuing struggle spilled over and the mob got it. Reasonable beginnings but terrible endings. RTC. But could have anyone foreseen the end? GD. Good point. A few, but not the ones that mattered. A Polish writer, Bloch, very accurately foresaw the deadly trench warfare of the First World War, but at the time he wrote, the great bulk of military theorists had more conventional views, so no one heard him. Afterwards, of course, he became famous. At the time, not. The same with my views. RTC. I must confess, Gregory, that I am a little conventional, and predictions of social upheaval, anarchy and economic collapse are a bit alien to me. GD. Yet you were accustomed to predict such things in other governments you wanted to either replace or destroy. Correct. RTC. Well, we fomented more than one revolution and collapsed more than one economy, but we didn't predict these things, Gregory, we made them happen. You don't plan to make a revolution or collapse our economy. GD. No, I don't. But if you see a man building a house on the beach, doesn't it occur to him that a good storm might easily topple it? After all, Robert, the Bible says this, but, of course, it's only common sense. No empire, and we have an empire now, ever lasted forever. Rome did not and England did not. They rise and they fall. It will be the same with us. After 2 major wars, we rule. Of course we contested with Russia, but since we were better grounded economically, we survived. They may yet come back, but it's not for certain. I see China as our immediate rival, but they have uncontrolled capitalism under the control of an aging dictatorship, and I would predict that they will shoot up economically, and this boom will frighten the leaders. Money creates the desire for power, and an empowered mass is very dangerous. And we learned after 1929 that if our marketplace had no controls, it would indulge in peak or collapse on a regular and very destructive basis. Remove these controls would be like blowing up a dam and flooding all the countryside below it. Money for a few and disaster for the rest. Clinton has not encouraged this decontrol, but God help us if the right wing ever gets into power. We have all kinds of fiscal dinosaurs waiting in the wings, mating with the lunatics of the religious right, and they may yet have their day. Unfettered markets and Jesus in every home, no stores open on Sunday, and the 10 Commandments in every classroom. Oh, and not to mention a stake through the heart of the evil Darwin. Nuts. The world is only 6,000 years old, and the Grand Canyon was created by Noah's mythical flood. Action and reaction. If that dismal project comes to pass, there will be a reaction, believe me. RTC. But your predictions of revolution. GD. People get bored sometimes, Robert, get tired of taxes and dream of some kind of social paradise where everyone is equal. Who knows what monsters are waiting to be born? But the economy is based on credit, and like a Ponzi scheme, credit has its limits. You can only use it so far and no further, and if we go too far with our credit cards and loans, the end can be easily seen, as the python said as he wrapped himself around the tree. RTC. Well, it won't happen during the rest of my lifetime, Gregory. Perhaps in yours. GD. Probably. We need a Bismarck now, but we won't get him. Democracy is its own worst enemy, Robert. Greed, lack of coordination, corruption, and God alone knows what else. And our national education system is a horror. We are cranking out generations of the illiterate and ill-informed, and these know-nothings will eventually get into power. Then we need all the help God can give us. Well, we always get what we pay for, don't we? Political correctness is idiotic. We should teach our children to question, to evaluate and to analyze, not bleat in their pens like placid sheep. It's like trying to stab someone with a pound of butter. RTC. Laughter, well, a fat and comfortable public. GD. Yes, a fat public. Well, it's only a matter of conjecture, isn't ITP what? Is it the Bible says? While we are in the light, let us walk in the light for the darkness cometh. Something like that. Enough realistic pessimism for the day, Robert. I recall telling Kimmel, when I found out he taught Sunday school, that he ought to let his little charges read the Song of Solomon and he had a fit. But, I told him, it's in the Bible so it can't be wrong. He didn't see it that way. One-dimensional. Never ask questions because you might not like the answers. The truth will not make you free but cause spastic colon. Anyway, I like to speculate, Robert, that's all. If a dam is leaking, is it wrong to predict a collapse? RTC. The real estate people down below it would not approve of such sentiments. GD. No, but they probably live on higher ground. Concluded at 11:45 Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 52 date. Monday, December 2, 1996 commenced. 9:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:21 a.m. CST. Good morning, Robert. Well, we should be having a nice lunch in a week from today. RTC. I'm very eager to meet you, Gregory. The telephone is fine, but nothing like a face-to-face to really establish a good relationship. GD. I agree. As I understand it, you will ship your annotated copies of the complete Warren Report to my hotel and you will bring with you the material on zipper. And pass it to me away from the others. Right, RTC. That's the drill now, Gregory. I have the books boxed and you may have to take them with you as shipped baggage. A bit much to stick into the overhead bins. GD. Understood. But the rest of it? RTC. No, that you can keep under your seat or up above. No problem with that. GD. I am looking forward to all of this, Robert, but a little concerned about your friends. Kimmel I can do without, if you take my meaning. RTC. Gregory, I will be there and he won't stray off the path. GD. That's a comfort. Dueling with the blind is not entertaining. You know, I have been doing my homework on the zipper themes and if you have the time, I have a number of questions. RTC. Go ahead. GD. Well, theories abound on this. One says this and another says that. You have given me your background, pretty much, and I am trying to pick the wheat from the chaff as they say. Why use Oswald? RTC. Obvious, Gregory. We wanted a war with Soviet Russia, that's why we used Oswald. Here he is, a professed Marxist and defector to the Soviet Union, shooting the president. We had to establish a trail to the KGB so we got, or rather Jim Angleton got, our station chief in Mexico City, Win Scott, to work up a scenario placing Oswald in that city and visiting the Soviet and Cuban embassies. They prepared a paper showing Oswald was in connection with Comrade V.V. Kostakov, head of the 13T section of the KGB, assassinations, and so on. They fucked the whole thing up so badly that we had to drop it. Fake pictures of someone not even remotely resembling Oswald, fake stories, and they were working on a fake letter from Oswald to Kostakov in which he told him he was going to become a great hero by killing Kennedy. The motives: Kennedy's humiliation of the Russians over the Cuban Missile business. Howard Hunt was involved with this and he is a very vain and stupid person. He's a little like Bill Corson, Gregory, but you mustn't repeat any of this. Very self-important person, with delusions. GD. Won't say a word. RTC. I knew you wouldn't. Bill can fool the Trentos, who are as gullible as he is phony, and they both deserve each other, believe me. No, they ruined the Russian plan at the beginning. You see, after Kennedy was dead, our agency would reveal to all the world that the Russians had plotted this and then Johnson would order a surprise nuclear attack on them. Of course, Johnson was a gutless wonder, going this way and going that, so unless we got the New York Times and other papers we influenced, to start a firestorm of anger in Americans, that one was as dead as the dodo. We had it all planned out, too. Later, they got Oswald's bitch of a wife being deposed and 2 phony Russian translators who would claim that she had seen the very rifle in Russia. Of course that was a .22 target rifle and the one we planted was the cheap WAP piece with a cheaper scope, so that one went out. GD. Posner claims that Marina's uncle was only a deputy sheriff in Russia. He said Uncle had been a local bigwig in the MVD, which was just like the sheriff's office. Even I know better than that. In fact, as you know, Robert, the MVD was the ministry that ran the KGB. Did Posner expect anyone to believe that silly shit? RTC. I know what you mean, but of course he did. Another self-important Hebe with the brains of a cockroach but a willing tool. Gregory, you don't have to love them to use them after all. GD. So the war fell through. Did Johnson get wet pants? RTC. No, it never went that far. Still, it was a distraction, but I always wince when I read the breathless exposé in the War and Sludge. GD. And there are so many theories. RTC. Tell me about it, Gregory. Some we cooked up, but mostly they are the work of the tiny of brain and the huge of ego. Oh yes, it was the mob, out to get Kennedy because of his brother's attacks on them ordered by Joe, the ex-bootlegger. Listen, I know people in the Chicago mob, and as much as they detested Kennedy, and they did get him elected by voting every cemetery early and often, they are far too smart to even try to kill a sitting president. We had the cooperation of the leadership of the FBI, who would have the lead in the investigation, but the mob would not, and if that ever got out, Hoover would have to clean their respective clocks for them. No, in spite of their hatred of him, they would never have done such a thing. GD. And the Cuban anti-Castro people. RTC. Yes, emotional enough, and after they felt Kennedy had deserted them during the Bay of Pigs disaster, they had plenty of motive, but no opportunity, and emotional as they are, they would boast, and Hoover's men would have nailed them. GD. And Lansky and the mob people who wanted to get back into the gambling business in Cuba. RTC. The same. Meyer Lansky was a very smart man, and the same I said about the Chicago mob would hold true for him and his boys. They wished Kennedy dead, but let someone else do it. GD. Yes, and Castro. RTC. Castro is not a stupid man, and even though it leaked out, on purpose, of course, that we were trying to kill him, Castro did not have the connections to reverse the attacks on him. Like the mob and others, he was not sad to see Kennedy killed, but had nothing to do with any real plotting. This sort of silly shit keeps the buffs all at Twitter, and with all of the books, seminars, tapes and so on, they keep anyone from digging too deeply into the realities of the dastardly deed. All the stories about mysterious tramps, men with umbrellas, men in the sewer, fake epileptics throwing convenient fits and so on are just smoke and mirrors. All the mob bosses, Cuban exiles, rich Texas oil men, Richard Nixon and anyone else suggested either couldn't or wouldn't have tried to shoot Kennedy. You see, we had Hoover and the Johnson people in our camp. With these, we could shut off any inconvenient revelations at any time. And we have iron influence, let's call it, with the major media, so no worry there. We have various retrospective television programs, usually somewhere around November 22nd each year, that rehash all the idiot stories, and I watch them with great humor. Beats T Love Lucy, for real humor. GD. When you started this, was it solely to provide an excuse for nuking the Russians? RTC. No, that was a sort of afterthought. Gregory. Angleton hated the Russians, and he did know that the Kennedy people were in touch with the KGB and Khrushchev people, so he went from there. You might say that Jim was the sparkplug on that engine, right along. I wouldn't pay any attention to the conspiracy books, Gregory. You know better than that, don't you? GD. Yes, of course, but if I am going to write about it, I will have to know what others have said. And I can just hear the squealings if and when I do this. RTC. Oh yes, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned or a tin-horned academic one-upped. GD. That I agree with, but the concept of one man, Jim Angleton, having the power to start a nuclear war is horrifying to me, and I assume it will be to others. This is a manifestation of far too much power concentrated in too few hands. What kind of oversight was there? How many wars and assassinations were caused by someone's upset stomach or throbbing piles? I said this Kennedy business is a microcosm of ill-advised plots, and I hope you aren't upset with me when I tell you that I am very glad it never happened. You sent me the German intercepts of the Roosevelt and Churchill talks over their secret lines, and that smacks of the same thing. Personal spite, vaunting ambition, and tens of thousands or millions die. Not good, Robert, not good at all. RTC. If you ever walked in the corridors of power, Gregory, you would have a more realistic view. I don't mind that you have occasional lapses into idealism, but please don't let it cloud your judgment. GD. It's a little like doing the breaststroke in a septic tank. Concluded at 10:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 53. Date: Thursday, December 5, 1996. Commenced 2:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 2:25 p.m. CST. Good afternoon, Robert. Still coping with the cold. RTC. The temperature or my nose? GD. Oh, both. RTC. I stay inside and take medicine. At my age, the cold goes away and so does the person. No, pretty much under control. How are you doing? GD. The diabetes is under control but my son is not. If he ever told me the truth, I would fall flat on the floor. He has the unfortunate habit of knocking his girlfriends up and then ditching them. Not only do I disapprove of such behavior, but I am the one who has weeping and pregnant people on my front porch while he hides in the bathroom. I have other things I would rather do, I can assure you. RTC. Well, no, such is not good. What happens with the pregnant ones? GD. I have to pay for the abortions and I am quite opposed to abortion. It would be a mess otherwise. Of course, he will never pay me back. I will have to take him to the vet one of these days and have him neutered. Save me a lot of grief and money. RTC. There are always problems, aren't there? GD. Increasingly, Robert, increasingly. Listen, you and I spoke once about the origin of AIDS. RTC. That wasn't us, it was the Navy if you will recall. GD. I think we have talked about this more than once. And killing of the Chinks rice crops. Well, from a pragmatic point of view, I can see the benefit of doing that. China is coming up very fast and soon enough, she will produce goods better and cheaper than we do. That's what was behind the First World War. The Brits had a lock on manufactured goods until the Germans caught up with them. Instead of competing, they started a war and everyone went down. I suppose starving the Chinese would be better than nuking them. Less radioactive material in the air. Still, if the Chinese get too big, too fast, they will collapse internally unless, and I stress this, unless they get rid of the ancient communist bosses and go over to a Western-style republic complete with corruption at the highest levels. With their natural business acumen, industrious nature and a rigid dictatorship over everything, something will give in sooner or later. I suppose your people will be giving them a push. Maybe internal strife, maybe something else. RTC. Well, I am out of it now and it's their worry. Did you ever talk to Herr Mueller about things like this? GD. Sometimes, but when I was living in Bern, I discussed these things with a very senior KGB person. RTC. Anyone I know? GD. First Directorate and all. Probably. Is it snowing there? RTC. Not now. I don't suppose. GD. No, I would rather not. It's funny about our counterintelligence. They won't talk with me even though I know more than they do about their subjects. RTC. Oh, of course not. Tell the FBI that the CIA wants to talk with you in private and see how fast they occupy your living room. GD. One against the other, eh? Do it all the time in business. Oh, and yes, I almost forgot. A Russian publisher's representative was chatting with me the other day and mentioned, in passing, that your agency is now full of Jews and that a number of these are keeping their diplomatic pouches crammed with our secrets. You knew that. RTC. I believe it. Can you give me names? GD. A pleasure. I will have a list with names and home addresses sent to you from a friend in Maryland. I know nothing about it. Would you shoot them? RTC. Heart attacks are much easier and less ostentatious. We can't have that, Gregory. But something from the Russians to us via you is suspect. Not that you are a problem, but how do we know they won't pick out especially effective agents and ruin them? GD. We don't, so watch them and see. If they visit the Israeli embassy there, why then you have some confirmation. How would I do it? Take the suspect aside and give them some very reasonable but entirely false information with some zingers included. Then, if this shows up, you have confirmation. And then the car accident or the heart attack. RTC. Gregory, the additives are not original with you, but I applaud your grasp. GD. Why not just ship all of them down to a new CIA station on McMurdo Sound in the Antarctic and forget to fly in winter supplies? Like food and heating oil. Come spring, a tragic discovery when the snow-covered camp is dug out by rescuers who were alarmed by the lack of reports on the bowel movements of penguins. RTC. You have a perverse sense of humor, Gregory, but there is something to say about that. GD. Or send them on special missions into Arab territory and tip off the Arabs. Let them draw and quarter them without any assistance from you. A nice condolence letter, machine signed from the director, and some plastic flowers would do nicely. RTC. Yes, and a nice star on the wall. GD. If I were doing it, there would more stars than the Milky Way. RTC. We have had to remove a number of bad apples from our barrels, Gregory. Not Jews generally, although a few got too uppity. GD. Do you have any black agents in the field? RTC. Now that you mention it, we do not. But by God, we do have black waiters in the executive dining rooms. Does that sound better to you? GD. It's a start. I note that the Jews like to sponsor blacks, so if things go wrong, they will have walking sandbags to absorb the bullets that are meant for them. You should read The True Believer, by Hoffer. Very good book. Short, sharp, and very much to the point. Speaking of landfill candidates, how are the Switzers across the street doing? RTC. Still there. Maybe you can come up with another idea. GD. Well, a huge car bomb set off just as their ambassador is starting on a drive to some function might make a point. RTC. You forget, Gregory, that I live right across the street. Think of my windows. GD. True. Well, give me some time and I can come up with a solution. RTC. A final solution. GD. Ah, there we go with the Jews again. My God, what was that sound? RFC. I was sneezing and knocked over a lamp. GD. I thought someone blew up the Swiss embassy. RTC. There you go, trying to cheer an old man up. There's broken lamp all over the floor and maybe we can talk again later. Concluded at 2:25 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 54. Date. Thursday, December 19, 1996. Commenced. 12:12 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 12:38 p.m. CST. Mrs. Crowley. This is Gregory. Is Robert able to come to the phone? EC. Yes, dear, he's much better now. I'll get him for you. He's trying to take it easy. GD. If it's any problem. EC. No, I'm sure he'll want to talk to you. Just a moment. RTC. Gregory. Good to hear from you. I'm really sorry I couldn't make it to the lunch. Pneumonia got me at the last minute. Did everything go okay? I haven't heard a word from Kimmel, and Bill's wife is having some kind of medical problems of her own. GD. It went off fine. A little bizarre if you ask me. By the way, I got the books and I have been going through them. I can certainly use some of your comments later on. Such a compilation of feces. RTC. Welcome to Washington. Had you ever met Kimmel? I know you never met Bill before. GD. No, I never had. He's physically impressive and I'm sure he knows it. Bill looked like I expected him to. I was sitting in the lobby waiting for 3 people I had never seen, and finally in came those 2. They walked right by me and were standing in the center of the hallway, you know, the one with the library door on the right. RTC. Right. GD. I didn't see a third person, a tall man with a cane, so I walked up to them and introduced myself. That's when I learned you had gone to hospital. We stood there making small talk and then went into lunch. I had crab cakes, which I am very fond of, and they proceeded to impress everyone at the table with their knowledge. We had just gotten past Pearl Harbor Day and that was the main theme. Kimmel on my left and Corson on my right, talking back and forth like 2 Irish maids over the back fence. Corson telling Kimmel about some secret person he met who knew all about the Roosevelt conversations with Churchill, and Kimmel all rapt attention. I have to say I didn't believe a word of it, but Kimmel certainly did. These people do love to go on. RTC. Did they ask you anything? GD. Not that I recall. I think they talked more to the waiter than they did to me. RTC. That's unfortunate. Again, I'm sorry I missed you. I'm sure we can get together sometime in the future. Was the food good? GD. Certainly it was. Of course, if you had come, it might have been a little awkward if we wanted to talk. Then, they would both have shut up and turned on their tape recorders. Kimmel did ask me if I spoke very much with you. How often and what did we talk about? RTC. What did you say? Bill will be asking me. GD. Trust is wonderful, Robert. I just said that we spoke on and off, and how good the crab cakes were and how was the campaign going to get the Admiral back his stars. Kimmel went off on that subject, but I can't remember much of it. They have as much chance of rehabilitating Grandpa as they do of finding the lost Dutchman mine, but I was not asked for any kind of opinion. I have a feeling that they were greatly honoring me with their presences, and I could just sit there, basking in the warm glow from count them Robert, 2 sons. And eating crab cakes while getting a psychic tan. RTC. No mention of Kennedy. GD. Now that you mention it, yes there was. Corson asked me if we ever talked about that subject, and I managed to look surprised. I said that it had never come up, and then Corson said, with a really superior smirk, that when he died, the real truth would come out. It seems he had it in his deposit box. Before I could fall on the floor in awe, he smiled, held up his hand and told me that it was just too sensitive to talk about. He likes people to know that he is conversant with very significant information, given in confidence to him by very important, but unnamed people. I acted odd and they went back to impressing each other. I don't remember the dessert. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, Robert. RTC. I understand from one of my friends that Langley is getting quite annoyed with your book. Tell me, or rather has, anyone contacted you about this? About any proof about this you might have? GD. Oh, God yes, Robert. Some weasel is always calling me on my unlisted number. It's the same silly crap every time. Oh Mr. Douglas, my name is Roger Tinkle and I was really thrilled by your book on Heinrich Mueller. A friend of mine is working on another book on him too. He is so excited. Do you think we might come and visit with you? Timmy can bring some documents he has that might be of use to you. By the way, are you going to write another book? When can we come? RTC. Pitiful. The staff there has gotten much worse than when I was working. And what do you do? GD. I would like to invite them over, receive a box of cheap candy as a token of their esteem, whack them over the heads with a croquet mallet, drag them into the garden and shove them into a wood chipper, one at a time, of course, and mulch the garden. Of course, I can't do any of this, but one can dream. What do I do with these idiot approaches? Tell them to bend over and I'll drive them home. That would be very rude. No, I act thrilled and I always say that I'm expecting a Russian journalist any day and he, too, wants to see the documents, so perhaps we can wait until after he and his photographer leave. RTC. Laughter. My, that ought to pop the pucker string. GD. Laughter. No doubt it does. But think about that for a moment, Robert. The pucker string pops in their office, not my living room. Then it becomes their janitor's problem, not mine. Listen, while you were incapacitated, I came across a book by someone named Peter Dale Scott. Is he one of yours? RTC. Why do you ask? GD. Well, he drags in every silly story I have ever heard. He takes a placid, clear pond and dumps 2 garbage cans of trash into it. You can't see the bottom of the pond anymore and the flies are buzzing all over the place. By the garbage I mean the silly stories about men with umbrellas, the grassy knoll, Ruby's dog, mysterious men in black underwear meeting in a pub in Philly, Sabbath shells and all the rest of the idiot crap. And by the flies, I mean the airheads who call themselves researchers, who swarm around like blowflies on pig shit with about as many brains. But what is really funny about this book, it's on the table here. Deep Politics and the Death of JFK, published, oh here we go, the University of California. My, and I always thought they put out worthwhile books. But what is really funny is that the author solemnly talks about Occam's razor. He said, Occam did, ente non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem, which translates into, entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Are you into Latin, Robert? RTC. Not really, but you seem to be. GD. I'm fluent in 10 languages, Robert. My sister knows 12, but she can't say no in any of them. The original good time that's been had by everybody. Anyway, Occam is dead on. If you take a complex subject like the Kennedy killing, strip away all the silly shit, you will find the answers you need. I think this Scott fellow stuck that in to impress people. Of course he went right on to violate the concept, so I doubt if he had any idea what he was talking about. So few of them really do. I had to stop reading about every third page because I was laughing so loud. He, in essence, covers himself with his own confusion, as with a mantle. RTC. Is that Occam? GD. No, Psalm 109, verse 29. There are so many nice things in the Bible. Nice to quote, but as history, as worthless as most of the Kennedy books. Apropos of nothing, speaking of worthlessness, do read some of James Montgomery Burns' books sometime. He thinks the sun radiated out of Roosevelt's rattled anus. Burns must have taught Posner his tricks. And if you want to read a really important book, read The True Believer, by Hoffer. A wonderful book, Robert. I met the man at a book signing at Paul Elder's in the city once and paid him several visits later. It's about fanatics and I highly recommend it. Or, if you want to go to sleep, read Hermann Hesse. He could put a speed freak to sleep. RTC. Well, the body of literature on Kennedy is, as you said, full of yesterday's dinner, but we like it that way and, in point of fact, we have paid for some of it. We got Posner to whore for us and a number more, but this Scott is not a name I recognize. GD. But he, his wife and his cousin do. I am certain of that. You know, Robert, I like the outdoors because there are so few people around. I love the forest and every time I read these essays in mendacity, sired by broke-backed academics, I think of all the beautiful trees that were sacrificed for such a worthless cause. That's a terrible cross for the CIA to bear, along with, naturally, all the killings and disruptions they fathered. No offense meant to you, of course. RTC. Sometimes you are not kind, Gregory. GD. Sometimes. Always. Emily said you were resting. Am I keeping you up? RTC. Not at all. I'm just a little worn out, that's all. You did get the books. Good. I think you'll find some interesting notes scattered around in it. And speaking of idiots calling you, I'm going to send you a computer printout with the names of thousands of people like the ones you are talking about. Thousands. Alphabetically listed. I used my own lists and the AFIO lists to put it together. And if someone rings you up and pulls that silly crap on you, you can look them up in the list immediately. GD. I appreciate that, Robert. Can I publish that? RTC. I would rather you did not, Gregory. It might stunt a career or two, especially in the media. GD. They're stunted to begin with. My late grandfather, of blessed memory, once said that, once a newspaperman always a whore. RTC. That's hardly a constructive thing to say to an impressionable child, do you think? GD. I told my son that once and now he's working for a newspaper. They always defy the father, don't they? RTC. Not always. GD. Well, listen, Robert, I am sorry I missed you but I am happy I can talk with you still. RTC. Oh yes. I still have my case with all the Kennedy material in it. I will have it sent to you when I can find the right person to do it for me. GD. Thank you very much, Robert, and in advance. If it's as interesting as the annotated Warren Report, I can write a bestseller. Concluded at 12:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 55 date. Monday, December 30th, 1996 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:21 a.m. CST RTC. Hello, Gregory. Have a nice Christmas. GD. Wonderful. I got a sled, some bunny slippers, a silencer for my shotgun, a pornographic Bible, 3 pair of socks that were too small and a dead turtle. Yourself. RTC. Somehow, I don't believe you. Christmas was fine here. I take it you did not have an extensive Christmas. GD. The rabbit died and we were in deep mourning. But then we ate it and felt much better. RTC. I could send a sympathy card. GD. Just flush it down the loo. It might meet up with what's left of the rabbit. Robert, to be serious, you said that Corson did not like Mark Lane. He represented Cardo in a lawsuit and I was wondering what was the reason for the bad feeling. RTC. My God, Gregory, this is like an old auntie's sewing circle. Everyone here hates everyone else, tells lies, sticks out their tongues at each other and acts like small children. There was a lawsuit of the Keystone Cops type. Victor Marchetti, who used to be one of ours but got booted out, wrote an article for the Spotlight paper saying that Hunt had been in Dallas on the day Kennedy was shot. Hunt sued the paper and got a judgment. The paper fought back and got Mark Lane to defend them. GD. The Oswald lawyer. RTC. The same. So they went back and forth. Marchetti is a fat slob who thinks he is very important when we who really know him consider him to be a chattering nut. Hunt is grossly incompetent, but the reason why Corson hates Lane and everyone else is that Marchetti claimed he got this information about Hunt in Dallas on November 224 from Corson. Corson got dragged over the coals by Lane and clearly was proved to be a liar. However, there was a third person there when Corson told his little story to Marchetti, and that's what nailed him. Poor Bill. He always has to put his oar in, need it or not. GD. Well, he told Kimmel that he knew some secret British soldier who told Corson about the Roosevelt-Churchill conversation. Corson claimed he backed it up. Kimmel went for this like a duck after a June bug, but I can't believe it. Who was this mysterious witness? Corson said his lips were sealed. RTC. Too bad that isn't true. GD. Back and forth. I know Corson has lectured me on a subject that I knew far better that he did, but I just kept quiet and acted impressed. Didn't he get court-martialed? RTC. My God, Gregory, don't ever go into that one. Look, these people like Bill and Trento, Marchetti and the rest of them, are like squirrels in the park running around begging nuts from the public. This is the Beltway, Gregory. It's a hot house. Someone sees the president from about 200 feet away, driving past in his armored limousine, and then tells his friends that he had a chance to talk to the president that afternoon and the president told him. And that's how it goes. Trento thinks he is a brilliant writer, Bill thinks he's a mover and shaker, Marchetti sees himself as a secret agent, and Hunt has just enough sense to put on his pants before going outside to get the paper. These are the hangers-on, Gregory, the wannabes as the current generation calls them. GD. Robert, but you were actually there, you knew from doing it. The sun versus the moon. The moon reflects the glory of another. Does that role make you happy? RTC. It makes me sad sometimes. And they run around acting like old women. Chatter, boast, backstab, strut, and eventually die. We all die, Gregory, but some take a long time to do it. I'm pleasant with them because perhaps they can help me, but I am giving up with most of them. I thought Costello would be a good outlet, but I gave up on him long before he died last year. Trento thinks he's a great intelligence writer, but he reminds me of a wino rooting around in old dumpsters for chicken bones. Bill hints at great secrets that only he knows, and Hunt is a bumbling idiot, and we should have done him instead of his wife. Marchetti is a little bit of all of them. If you listen to them, Gregory, they will convince you that big black cars drive up in front of their homes every evening and give them briefcases full of very secret papers. You know the types. GD. I do, Robert, I really do. I love it when one of your pinheads starts telling me about German intelligence. Oh yes, and what about Nosenko? RTC. A Russian double agent that Angleton mismanaged. GD. Was Angleton Italian? RTC. No, half Mexican. He spoke WAP from his father, having lived there and sold cash registers, but he was a Mexican. He was well connected with the mob, though. GD. Mueller told me about Boris Pash. RTC. That asshole. A gym teacher with more dreams of glory. GD. Haney said that Pash tried to kill the Italian communist leader. RTC. Togliatti. Yes, but he missed. They always miss, Gregory. GD. I have an Irish friend who never does. He prefers a knife, but bombs will do very well. RTC. I think you mentioned him. Mountbatten. GD. The same. Now that's a professional, and he doesn't talk like the rest of them. RTC. Real professionals never do. GD. So if we both agree on what constitutes a professional agent, how do you analyze Corson, Kimmel, Marchetti, Trento, and the others? Are they agents? Kimmel works for the FBI, Marchetti used to work for your people and the others. RTC. What we have there is the wannabe club, Gregory. All of them think they are important people, and, because they have, or have had, connections with the intelligence community, they begin to feel, somehow, that they are possessors of the secrets that others do not have. This elevates them from boredom and real obscurity and makes them believe that they are privy to those who really do walk in the corridors of power. I am the one, pardon the vanity, with the secrets, and I am the one who walked once in the corridors of power, so they gather around me, snapping up any little bit of information I choose to drop. There are many things I would like people I know, such as my family, to know about. I would like not to leave a legacy of mystery and negativity behind me. I know Corson and the others would like to have a private club type of inner knowledge, to sit around the fire solemnly talking about great secrets they have known. Never happen. When I go, they go. It's that basic. I had thought once to cultivate Costello and let him speak for me, but I gave up on him after his visit with you. The man was brittle, opinionated, and as blind as a bat. Kimmel is an establishment man with no creative juices. Corson runs around barking like one of those obnoxious little Mexican dogs that were once raised for food. Marchetti reminds me of a drunken little rat running around in a barn, trying to get out. And when he does get out, he runs around outside trying to get back in. Trento and his wife are delusional and self-important and love to mix it up with losers and never could have beens. GD. Basking, like the moon, in reflected glory. RTC. Absolutely. And these are at the top of the rank amateur clubs. Down below them, we find the experts and the researchers, who represent the bottom of the pyramid. They are the ones who scribble, jabber, and strut. They look upwards to the top for the voices of the masters. They all feed on each other, Gregory. Their little worlds are all they have, and if someone like you, especially someone like you, comes along, they loathe, fear, and despise you. You see, you are the real thing and they are just wearing Halloween costumes, and they know it. After Costello returned from his visit with you and spent hours telling me how terrible and unpleasant you were, I put this down to simple jealousy and thought that perhaps I might look into you myself. And that's why we're talking right this very moment. GD. Thank you for your approval, Robert. I agree with you, but they are wearing the gold-braided clown suits and go to clubs and meetings and, like old peacocks, preen endlessly. What you tell me I already know, Robert, but short of grabbing them by their throats and banging their heads against the wall, there isn't much I can do. RTC. Except to outproduce them, Gregory. And they know you can do it and they hate you for it. A week does not go by without my getting some kind of a phone call about what a terrible, evil person you are and warning me never to talk with you. Notice how impressed I have been with these dire warnings. But please make my life a little easier in my old age by not quoting me to any of these cheap hustlers. If they really get it into their heads that I am being informative to you, they will call me every other day, warn Greg and Emily to protect me from you, and then do everything in their shabby little power to trash you. Do not, and I repeat, do not trust any of them, ever. I think we understand this all, don't we? GD. Oh, yes. I never trusted these sort anyway. They remind me of old aunties or, even worse, academics. Both of them gossip, chatter, denigrate everyone not present, and can't sleep well at night unless they feel they have damaged someone else that day. They see themselves as giants and, in fact, they are small, chattering mice. But, and I am sure you know all about this, we have to put up with them in order to get along with the really important matters. Don't worry about making myself vulnerable to these types. It ends up that they make themselves vulnerable to me in the end. What is the saying? Out of nothing, nothing is made. Concluded at 9:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 56 date. Thursday, January 2, 1997 commenced. 1:35 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:10 p.m. CST RTC. A new year, Gregory. Will we see it out, do you think? GD. Probably. Unless, of course, we have the rapture and you and IJ are left behind. Are you particularly religious, Robert? If you are, I will refrain from comments soon after the celestial birthday. RTC. Nominal, just nominal. Say what you like. GD. I don't know if you want that, Robert. I have very strong views on some aspects of religion. RTC. A Christmas indulgence from me, Gregory. GD. Every society needs a moral core. Mostly, Robert, religion supplies this. For the Nazis and the communists, Hitler and Stalin supplied the religious themes, but not here. Why is America the compost heap that produces, not flies from maggots, but the Christian Jesus freaks out of absolutely nothing but pulp fiction? The Gospels are all forgeries, written a long time after the events depicted in them, and they have been constantly changed over the centuries to reflect various political and economic needs. I mean, Robert, that there is not one bloody word in the New Testament depictions of Jesus that could be considered to have even a gram of historical accuracy. I could go on for hours about this subject, but the whole fabric of the Christian conservatives or the rampant Jesus freaks is that their dogma is based on total and very clear fraud. The so-called Battle of Armageddon, for example, is nowhere in the Bible. RTC. Are you serious? GD. Look it up, Robert. Revelation 16:16 is the sole mention of it. Just a geographical name, that's all. No blitzkrieg of Jesus versus the evil ones. Nothing at all. It was all pure invention. RTC. Well, if not in the Bible, who made it up? GD. One Charles Fox Parham, that's who made it up. He was a very nasty type who ran a biracial church in Los Angeles around the turn of the century, before he was chased out. And, of course, he did time in jail for defrauding his flock of money and, more entertainingly, buggering little boys in the fundament. Oh my yes, he made up the whole rapture story and ranted on endlessly about a fictional battle of Armageddon. It's like having the Church of the Celestial Easter Bunny or the Divine Santa Claus. At least there really was a Saint Nicholas, but the Easter Bunny is as fictitious as Jesus the Water Walker. RTC. I don't recall learning about that as a child at all. GD. Of course not, you belong to the original Christian church, Robert, not one of the later cults. Neither the Catholics or the Eastern Orthodox people have this silly rapture business anywhere in their early literature. This was a fiction started up at the beginning of this century by some nut named Blackstone who claimed that Jesus was coming. I think the word rapture didn't come into use until about 1910. It's just more nut fringe fiction, nothing more. RTC. Well, I haven't had much in the way of contact with these people except to chase off the Jehovah's Witnesses who bang on my door and try to shove all kinds of pamphlets on me. In the long run, Gregory, you should learn to avoid the lunatics and concentrate on more important issues. There are always nuts. Didn't they burn witches in Salem? GD. The same types, only then they were in power. Now they lust after power so they can shove their fictional crap onto the sane part of society. RTC. Well, then, what about the ones who don't believe in evolution? GD. The same types. We have them across the street. Told me yesterday the world was only 6,000 years old and dinosaurs and men commingled in Kansas somewhere. You can't tell these people anything. They just keep repeating that whatever fiction you go after is in the Bible. When you ask them to show you, they get angry. Nuts always get angry when you puncture their fantasy balloons. RTC. And Armageddon. I vaguely recall something about a battle between the Antichrist somewhere. GD. But not in the Bible. The only reference to Armageddon is Revelation 16:16 and it just mentions the name of the place. Nothing about a battle, Jesus, Satan, the Antichrist or my cousin Marvin. Nothing. But when you tell the nuts this, they almost froth at the mouth. They'll tell you the battle is there and when you make them open their chrome-plated Bible and look, they flip back and forth and get more and more upset. Of course it isn't there so they make faces and later they tell me, with great triumph, that they asked Pastor Tim and he said it was all there. Of course when I ask them for chapter and verse, they don't have it. RTC. Gregory, a word of fatherly advice here. Why bother with these idiots? Who cares what they believe? Are they of use to you in some project? If they are, be patient and go along with them. If they aren't, drop them. GD. But they are annoying. Robert, if I told you the Japanese attacked Spain in 1941, wouldn't such stupidity annoy you? RTC. No, it wouldn't. When I was in harness, I heard worse than the babbling of the Jesus nuts, believe me. Senior company people acting like spoiled children because no one listened to their pet theories about this country, that economy, that head of state, that foreign political party and on and on. Sometime, no, more often than I liked, some rabid lunatic did us all kinds of damage, as witness the Gottlieb mind control stupidity. People like that, Gregory, should be taken out for a trip on your boat or a walk in the Pine Barrens and simply shot. What did Joe Stalin say? No man, no problem. I often had to listen to these boring nuts, but you don't. I had to make excuses to get away from them, but you don't have to deal with them in the first place. Most small-minded people fixate on something utterly unimportant and think they have discovered the wheel. Yes, I agree that religious loonies are probably the worst, but, believe me, the political experts are almost as bad. They hop up and down shouting, "Listen to me. Listen to me," and who gives a damn what they think? No, I agree with you about the Jesus freaks, but there are legions, I say, legions of others that are just as fixated, just as crazy, just as annoying, so you would be far better served if you just shut them out of your mind and turned your talents to other matters more important. Take some comfort in the thought that just as their lights go out and the darkness swallows them, that they realize in the last second that there is no heaven. No Jesus and nothing but the embalmer's needle and the worms. Nothing. But then their brains have turned to jello and they don't care anymore because they have returned to the dirt that they came from. GD. I agree, Robert, I agree with you, but I still get annoyed. But these nuts, and you can add the Jewish Holocaust nuts to the pile, demand you do not say this or read that or watch that movie. They aren't content to live in their basements and talk to themselves or tyrannize over their poor children and wives, so they rush out into the street and issue orders as if anyone cared, or worse, as if they really mattered. That I object to strongly. I have waded through tens of thousands of pages of official German papers and I can tell you, without any doubt, that the Germans did not gas millions of Jews. What did these creeps do? They tell the archives to seal the papers that make them out professional liars and attack anyone who dares to question them. The Holocausters and the Jesus freaks are cut from the same piece of God's underwear. I think the dirty parts, to be sure. RTC. Laughter. Oh, Gregory, such passion for so little. They both think they are really important and that people actually listen to them, and even care about their unimportant obsessions. Ignore the Jews, too, Gregory, like you should ignore the Jesus freaks. GD. But the Jews control the media and most of the publishing houses. If you write, you don't get published. Now if I made up some fantasy that said the Germans burned 200 million Jewish babies, I would be a bestseller, #1 on the New York Times book reviews and a great one on the lecture and TV interview circuit. Of course about 10 people would read my fictions, but no one would be rude enough to talk about that. Christ, most of the Holocaust books are pure fiction and the rantings about the rapture are right in with them. RTC. Well, I can see some sense here and I admit it is difficult to get away from obnoxious Hebrews, but why not try? I find that if you ignore people like this, eventually they will go away and annoy people in public lavatories. Just another step to oblivion. GD. I really shouldn't bore you with my own obsessions, but I do not suffer fools gladly. RTC. God, there are so many of them. GD. I remember my grandfather and one of his pet comments to bombastic idiots he encountered at social functions. He would smile and say, "I beg your pardon, sir, but are you anybody in particular?" RTC. Laughter. I don't suppose any of the gas bags got that. GD. No, but grandfather did, and so did I'll remember once my mother started yelling at me non-stop because I had come in late from a night with the ladies and the bottle. I listened to her rantings for about an hour and finally, after she ran out of steam, she asked me if I had anything to say and I told her, very politely, that I had been trying to tell her for the longest time that she had some hairpins coming loose just over her right ear. RTC. Sad face. Laughter. My lord, Gregory, what a put down. Whatever did she do? GD. She was so worn out shouting that she just stared at me with her mouth open, and before she could get her wind back, I went in my room and locked the door. She stood in front of it yelling that I was disrespectful, until my father came out and made her go back into the house because the lights were going on in the neighbors' homes. I had a warm and caring family life, Robert, believe it. But I didn't have to listen to the braying of human donkeys all the time. Just the occasional parental psychotic episode. Now they come up with glazed eye and threads of drool dripping from their mouths while they clutch at you and screech, "Jesus, Jesus," or, 6 million, 6 million. Oh, how I would love to give them lobotomies with a chainsaw. RTC. I don't think you would have much luck with a lobotomy, Gregory. Most creatures like that don't have brains. GD. No, Robert, they don't. What they do have are knots on the top of their spine to keep their asses from plopping down onto the sidewalk. Concluded. 2:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 57. Date. Tuesday, January 7, 1997 commenced. 9:34 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:07 a.m. CST/RTC. Good morning, Gregory. I take it you have survived the holidays intact. GD. Yes. Christmas is a non-event, and as far as New Year's Eve is concerned, all I can say about that is that I could hear the fireworks and the guns going off for about an hour. It sounded like the Battle of Bull Run for a while. And the next day I heard on the news that people were indeed shooting guns up into the air and the spent shells were pattering down on their neighbors and strangers. What they should do is to stick the muzzle in their mouths and then pull the triggers. Make work for the ambulance people, the medical examiners, and, of course, the unfortunate ones who have to clean the brains off the ceilings. RTC. So graphic. Reminds me of Frank Wisner's End. Polly complained that the ceiling was a mess and it took 2 weeks and much paint to cover up the evidence of Frank's end. He used a shotgun. GD. That will do it. How did his black boyfriend take it? RTC. That's a closed chapter. GD. Well, I wonder how Costello's equally black boyfriend took the news of his lover's sudden demise in the lonely sky over the Atlantic. RTC. I was not privy to that. I do understand his brother, who was in the RN, refused to accept the body. GD. Infection. If they cremated him, perhaps his boyfriend could come over and claim him. At least John would get his ashes hauled for the last time. RTC. Laughter. You are not very nice, Gregory. GD. God, I would hope not. RTC. How is the second Mueller book coming along? GD. Quite well. Now that I have Kronthel's name and more input, it will be a worthwhile venture. RTC. I have been asked, repeatedly, if you have mentioned a second volume, but I always pretend not to hear the question. Being an old man has its advantages sometimes. No, you have stirred up a very vicious hornet's nest, Gregory, and they won't give up until they have either run you into the ground or bought off your publisher. GD. They wouldn't have any luck trashing me because I trash right back, and while they are conventional in their character assassinations, I am very unorthodox. They don't have the intelligence to deviate from the usual badmouthing, and I don't have the patience to put up with their crap. About a week ago, I rang up Raoul Hilberg, the historian. He's teaching up in Vermont and writes about the Holocaust. Still, he's a competent and relatively honest historian. He told me a funny story about Bob Wolfe. Seems Wolfe sent him a copy of the Muddler book with an enclosed note hoping Hilberg would trash the work in print. Hilberg told me he read it through, and while he found parts of it very disturbing, he couldn't oblige Wolfe because, from a historical point at least, it was very accurate. He said Wolfe said I was threatening national security with my writings. Hilberg said that the fact that your organization hired carloads of Gestapo and SS men who were wanted for anti-Jewish activities was not national security. RTC. They are absolutely terrified that if this thesis gains popular belief, they will be unable to cope with the uproar. Critchfield has been pushing them to have you shot, and from my occasional, unpleasant, meetings with Wolfe, he is desperate to ruin your reputation. But I don't think national security has any part of this. GD. What do you think? RTC. Wolfe is a typical Beltway boy. He has carved out a niche for himself as an outstanding expert on the Third Reich. GD. Nonsense. Wolfe is most certainly not a real expert. He pretends to be, but he is not. Imagine what more I could learn if I were in his place. RTC. He's afraid you will start talking and show him up as a fraud. GD. Aren't they all? RTC. Tell me, does Kimmel know Wolfe? GD. Oh yes, he does. We've all had dinner together at the Cosmos Club. RTC. Well, that explains much. I should tell you that you are viewed here in the FBI and CIA nests as a real loose cannon. No one knows what you'll come out with next, and the idea is to get your confidence and then try to find something on you to discredit you. Kimmel is part and parcel of this game, and they are using Wolfe as the resident expert, hoping he can trip you up. GD. Robert, that won't happen. If Wolfe is their front man, they're all in bad company. Hilberg said Wolfe was an envious phony who was jealous of everyone, and the only reason he had occasional dealings with him was because Wolfe was an outrageous suckass who had very good access to the official records. Tell me about that. Wolf got into the prohibited files and sent me an Army General Staff document listing all the top Nazis brought into this country in 1948 and to include Mueller and far more. This had been sealed by presidential order, but Wolf made a copy of it and sent it off to me, hoping frantically that I would trust him and finally tell him what persona Heinrich Mueller used while he was living here. RTC. Of course, they don't know the name. He was under deep cover, and I doubt if more than 8 or 9 people knew who he really was and what his former job had been. GD. Truman knew, and Beetle Smith did for certain, and, of course, Critchfield was the CIA man who hired him. Other than that, I don't know who here really knew his given name. RTC. And you can add my name to the short list. Can you imagine the frenzy to find out what name he used so they could purify their files? The burned bags would be piled up by the furnace doors, believe me. And then they could say very smugly that they had searched their files and never found anyone with that name. GD. That's why Wolf has been so friendly with me. RTC. Oh yes, he has. But he hates you, Gregory, not because our leadership there hates you, but because he's afraid you will show him up as a fraud and, more important, he will fail in his mission. He does so want to get in with the Naftali CIA crowd, and he wants your head on a platter to please them. GD. He's too eager, too treacherous, and too obvious to be of any use to them. RTC. Don't forget, Gregory, this is the Beltway and they're all the same. They are a bunch of gross incompetents who are prepared to pay homage to another Beltway boy's self-serving lies about their importance, if you will, in turn for other Beltway boys paying attention to theirs. You know, and they don't want someone outside their circle who is more intelligent than they are to rock their boats. GD. They must be afraid the Jews will get after them for daring to hire their enemies. RTC. Well, that's true, but only up to a point. The Jews know when to shut up, and they can use this to pry more money out of the government to assuage their wounded spirits. GD. Well, in the next book, I will have some interesting things to say. The loose cannon rolls around the deck of the warship in a storm, battering holes in the sides of the ship. If I'm lucky, maybe they'll all sink in shark-infested waters. But thinking about this, Robert, I'm sure there are things that even a shark wouldn't eat. Yes, I do know more than they ever will. I know this sounds egocentric, but it is true. I really enjoy encountering all the experts and observing them trying to find out what I know so they can pick my brains on the one hand, and trying to get me to turn my back so they can stab me in it on the other. Why are these despicable types attracted to government work? RTC. Where else would they get a job? GD. Mopping up after the elderly in a nursing home or doing vital work at the sewage treatment plants of America. RTC. I have some interesting news for you. I have just had Greg ship you off a long list of Nazis who worked for us, plus their new names and addresses here. Could you use that? GD. Oh yes, how wonderful. What a wonderful Christmas present. Anyone I know. RTC. That's for you to decide. GD. If I have the original names, I have the files that will let me check on them. Mueller gave me a list of Gestapo agents, and more important, the Veloot or German stool pigeons for the Gestapo. I wonder how many of them are working for Langley. RTC. And don't forget the Army got its share. GD. Not at all. Mueller gave me his old Army uniform, medals and all. It's in my closet in a bag. The same uniform he was wearing in the Signal Corps picture of him in the White House with Truman and Smith. RTC. Oh, do publish that. GD. I will save that for the last. I'll wait until Wolf and the Inner Sanctum Hebrews are in full cry against me and then put out a number of things. It would be like throwing table salt on garden slugs and snails. Lots of yellow foam and a painful death. RTC. Couldn't happen to nicer people. You remember that Roosevelt-Churchill intercept I gave you. Kimmel had it checked out, and once they decided it was original, he suddenly forgot all about it. Of course, it would go far to exonerate his grandfather, but he will never use it because it came from you and you are the spawn of Satan. GD. Isn't it funny? Robert. Instead of asking you, politely, of course, to help them, they band together like frightened rats in a burning barn, shrieking how terrible you are. Besides their own stupidity, are they hiding anything? RTC. I doubt it. My impression is that the intelligence community does not tolerate talent. GD. The Enshrinement of Mindless Mediocrity. Burial at Arlington and a Star on the Langley Wall. RTC. And don't forget a tree planted in the Holy Land. GD. Their holy land, Robert, not mine.